Naruto, get stronger by hanging up. Chapter 1. Konoha, Ninja School. Yu Yu looked at the leaves outside the window. He sighed in his heart. 12 years since I came to this world. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Yu Yu is a time traveler, who encountered the Nine-Tail Rebellion when he was born. His parents died in the Nine-Tail Rebellion. 6 years later, he successfully entered the ninja school. There is no difference from other students. After entering the ninja school, he had ordinary grades and ordinary rankings. The only thing worth mentioning was that he looked good. With ordinary grades, he was a small transparent person in the class. No one noticed. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke who always ranked first in every exam, and unlike Uzumaki Naruto who always ranked last, he did not attract people's attention. Yu Yu did not have any adventures and spent 12 years in an ordinary way. He did not show anything special to attract the attention of the third generation and Danzo. There was no such thing as inviting him to have tea. Hang-up system, activated successfully, bound to host, Yu Yu. Yu Yu was stunned for a moment. System. Hang-up system, at your service. Yu Yu frowned, thinking he was under an illusion. He bit the back of his hand, and the severe pain made Yu Yu know that he was not under an illusion. System, you are 12 years late. Yu Yu said without any emotional fluctuations. He has let it go in the past 12 years. Who knew that the system would appear now? The hang-up system did not respond to Yu Yu's words. It's really a cold system. What Yu Yu didn't know was that the hang-up system had no emotions and no intelligence. Seeing that the hang-up system did not reply to him, Yu Yu did not say anything. Asked, I wonder what kind of functions you have. Hang-up system. This system is an hang-up system. You only need to hang up for a certain period of time to get rewards. Yu Yu smiled. It's very simple. Then how do I use it? Hang-up system. You are already using it, and the hang-up system is serving you. Yu Yu was a little surprised. Have I used it now? I don't know what rewards there will be. After 12 years of experience, Yu Yu is already very familiar with this world. He doesn't care whether there is an hang-up system or not. If there is no hang-up system, just go with the flow. If there is, live a little more freely. It's just a little difference. Shift attention from the consciousness space. Looking at Iruka who was speaking on the podium, Yu Yu thought, is it finally graduated? I don't know which class one will be assigned to. The graduation exam is about to take place. The graduation exam is about the clone technique, although Yu Yu's grades have been very ordinary in the past 6 years. But graduation is not a problem, he has mastered the three-body technique. In other words, except for Naruto who was influenced by the Nine Tails, all the students in the class had mastered the three-body technique by this time. Iruka on the stage shouted, now, the students whose names I called out come to the next room. First, Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka called out Sasuke first. Since entering school, his grades have always been the best in the class. His name is also ranked first. Sasuke stood up coldly with a blank expression, put his hands in his pockets and walked to the next room. Many female classmates in the class looked at Sasuke with a crazy look on their faces. Sasuke is so handsome. Come on, Sasuke. Sasuke, I love you. These female classmates are obsessed with Sasuke like star-chasing girls. Naruto in the audience looked at the cool Sasuke on the stage and gritted his teeth. Damn, Sasuke, this bastard. What's so good about him? Shikamaru, who was sitting not far from Naruto, said weakly, Sasuke is the first in the class, and he has been the first all year round. Shikamaru, I will surpass him sooner or later. I am a man who wants to become Hokage. Shikamaru rolled his eyes at Naruto and fell asleep on the table. In the class, only Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba can play with Naruto. No one else wants to get close to Naruto, including Yu Yu. Others are influenced by their own adults, and Yu Yu doesn't want to cause trouble. In a few minutes, Sasuke came back. It was very smooth. Even Iruka wanted Sasuke to pass the exam without taking the exam. As early as the first year of entering the ninja school, Sasuke mastered the three-body technique. In Iruka's heart, Sasuke is the most powerful person in this class. The subsequent exams were just as Yu had imagined. Except for Naruto, everyone passed successfully. Later, the third generation of Hokage appeared and gave a speech to the students who successfully graduated. Let a group of people who have unrealistic fantasies about the profession of ninja students, full of fantasies about the ninja career that is about to begin. Naruto sat on the swing under the tree in disappointment, looking at his classmates who graduated successfully with envy. After a while, Naruto disappeared under the tree. Yu thought, he must have been fooled out by Mizuki. Yu did not intend to participate in Naruto's stealing of the scroll. When he was returning home from the ninja school, he passed by Ichiraku Ramen. Because he didn't want to cook by himself, he planned to have dinner at Ichiraku Ramen. But as soon as he entered Ichiraku Ramen, he ran into Iruka inviting Naruto to eat ramen. After 12 years in this world, Yu had long forgotten many plots. He didn't know that Iruka would invite Naruto to eat ramen at this time. Yu was about to leave. He was stopped by the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, Shuda. Yu, what do you want to eat today? Yu often eats ramen at Ichiraku Ramen, more frequently than Naruto. He and Shuda have become familiar with each other over the years. The hand-typed words attracted the attention of Iruka and Naruto. Yu had no choice but to go in. Hello, Teacher Iruka, Naruto, you are here to eat ramen too. Yu's parents are both ninjas, and the money they left him is enough for him to live a normal life until adulthood. Usually Yu would avoid the time when Naruto came here to eat noodles. In these years, Yu has never met Naruto here. Iruka saw that it was Yu and smiled. Yu, you performed well today. Naruto was not familiar with Yu. Yu's presence in the class is similar to that of Aburame Shino. Naruto didn't even know him and had no impression of him at all. After Yu sat on the chair, he smiled slightly. It's all because of your good teaching. Yu said worldly. And Naruto looked at Yu with a frown, and after thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember who Yu was. Yu didn't care. Naruto couldn't remember, so he leaned over to Iruka and whispered, Teacher Iruka, who is he? Is he my classmate? Iruka was about to say something to Yu, but was speechless when he heard what Naruto said. He looked at Naruto with a twitch in his mouth. Naruto, this is classmate Yu, don't you know him? Naruto smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, Iruka teacher, I really don't have any impression of him. Naruto said honestly. Chapter 2. Iruka said to Yu awkwardly. Yu classmate, don't worry, Naruto just has a bad memory. After saying that, Iruka felt that this reason was ridiculous. No matter how bad the memory is, it is impossible for him to forget his classmates who have been in the same class for 6 years. To Iruka's surprise, Yu was not angry. Smiled and said, it's okay, I'm not good at socializing. Don't say that, it's just that Naruto has a bad memory. Iruka said seriously. Naruto also noticed Yu for the first time. Teacher Iruka, did Yu pass the graduation exam? Iruka turned his head and said with a fake smile, of course, you are the only one in our class who didn't pass. What have you been learning all these years? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Teacher Iruka, I'm just not good at the clone technique, my seduction technique is very good. When it comes to the seduction technique, Iruka's face turned red with anger, and he said loudly, don't mention that kind of obscene ninjutsu. Naruto shrank his head and whispered, but you are bleeding from your nose. Shut up, don't say it. After being exposed, Iruka's face turned red with shame. Yu didn't care. He smiled and said to Shuda, Uncle, a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. While making ramen, Shuda asked with a smile, you pass the exam of the ninja school and will become a ninja in the future. I'll give you 2 eggs today. Panda has a good relationship with Yu. Yu smiled and said, "Thank you, uncle." At this time, Ayame filled a bowl of beef, placed it in front of Yu and smiled, "Brother Yu, sister is also very happy. Because Yu looks good, often comes to Ichiraku ramen restaurant to eat, and is very polite. So Ayame has a good impression of him." After Iruka and Naruto finished talking, Yu almost finished eating. Because Iruka and Naruto were here, Yu ate much faster than usual. After eating, Yu stood up and said, "Teacher Iruka, Naruto, you guys enjoy, I'm leaving first." Iruka was stunned. "I didn't expect Yu to eat so fast." Looking at Naruto, he understood something. But he didn't blame Yu. After all, Yu's parents died in the Nine Tails disaster. It's normal that he doesn't like Naruto. Naruto didn't know anything, and said goodbye to Yu with a big laugh. "Goodbye, Yu, let's play together when you have time." Yu smiled slightly and left without saying anything. Polite but distant. Naruto couldn't see it, but Iruka could see it. He is much better than others. At least he doesn't have such obvious disgust towards Naruto in his eyes. What Iruka didn't know was that Yu alienated Naruto just because he didn't want to cause trouble. Yu returned home. Lying on the bed, closing his eyes, thinking in his mind when the reward would arrive. Is the AFK system real? Waited until the early morning. He was almost asleep, and suddenly the voice of the AFK system sounded in his mind. "You have been AFK for a day, congratulations on lifting the chakra limit." Yu frowned, not knowing what this reward meant. Suddenly, Yu felt a faint blue light emerging from his body. Yu, who had already extracted chakra, knew that these blue lights were chakra. But he was very surprised because the concentration of these chakras was too high. It has actually materialized. Such a rich chakra. The amount of these chakras is 100 times more than what I originally had. Is this my reward? The next moment, these chakras rushed into Yu's body frantically. At this moment, Yu only felt comfortable all over, so comfortable that Yu almost cried out. If he hadn't bitten the quilt, I'm afraid the neighbors around would misunderstand that Yu was doing something indescribable. It took a long time for Yu to completely absorb those chakras. It's so shocking, I can actually absorb chakra from the outside world. The chakra of a ninja is extracted from the cells in the body. Yu did this before. In the past, Yu was always worried that extracting chakra would make the body weak. In fact, he thought too much. This world is different from the world that Yu is familiar with. Many rules of the original world do not apply to this world. In this world, extracting chakra will not damage the body unless it is over-extracted. It's just that the amount of chakra extracted from the body is greatly limited due to different physical constitutions. In short, people from ninja families tend to have much better physical constitutions than ordinary ninjas, and have much more chakra. Yu's chakra amount has always been very ordinary, because his parents were both civilian ninjas. Yu's chakra before was not comparable to Sasuke's. The gap was about 10 times. There was a gap of tens of thousands times with Naruto, and this was without counting the Nine Tails chakra. Only the chakra brought by Naruto's Uzumaki clan bloodline was counted. And as he got older, Naruto's chakra would increase, and the gap between Yu and him would only get bigger and bigger. In this world, bloodline is very important. Without bloodline, at most, he could only be like Kai, a flash in the pan. Now, Yu felt that his chakra was 100 times more than before. Almost at the level of a senior ninja. And he could extract chakra from the outside world. This means that he could extract chakra anytime and anywhere. This is something many ninjas cannot do. The energy in nature is much more than that in Yu's body. Now Yu felt that the energy from the outside world was pouring into his body continuously. The quality was extremely high. What Yu didn't know was that the chakra he absorbed from the outside world was natural energy. The quality is naturally much higher than ordinary chakra. In addition to being used for fighting, natural energy can also nourish the body. Yu's body is not good. It is his body that limits him from absorbing more chakra. If he had Naruto's physical condition, his chakra would be more than 100 times that of Naruto. Now, Yu only feels that his body is very comfortable. It is more comfortable than taking a hot bath. This system is too powerful. It gave me such a big surprise on the first day. It's a pity that now I don't know any ninjutsu except the 3-body technique. Yu's parents did not leave any ninjutsu scrolls. Yu's parents are not high-level ninjas, both of them are ordinary chunin. Take it slow, maybe there is an autoplay system, and it may appear in the future. It's good that the chakra amount has increased 100 times. Now my chakra is much higher than Sasuke. Sasuke's chakra amount is also very large, much more than ordinary students. It's just that compared with Naruto, it's much less. But everyone has less chakra than Naruto. The Uchiha clan is also known for its high chakra, but it is a little less than the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. After all, it is difficult to drive the Sharingan without enough chakra. Not to mention driving the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 3. The next day, Yu came to school. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Naruto had already arrived. Naruto had remembered Yu yesterday. The difference between Yu and Shino is that he did not wrap himself up. People did not pay attention to him before, just because he did not participate in many things and did not play with classmates. He went home after class. When he saw Yu, Naruto stood up and waved enthusiastically. "Hey, Yu." Yu was a little surprised, but still smiled and nodded. He sat down at random. Naruto's behavior attracted the attention of many students in the class. Although he has always been the last one in the class, he has always been able to attract the attention of classmates. Many people looked at Yu. Some female classmates were stunned when they saw Yu. They didn't realize that there was such a good-looking boy in the class. He looks no worse than Sasuke. I didn't know he existed before. What? Sasuke is the best. No one can compare to him. But he does look pretty. The female classmates are arguing about who looks better between Yu and Sasuke. Many female classmates think Sasuke is better, but not because of his appearance, but because of his overall strength. Some female classmates have already run to Yu to take the initiative. For example, Ino. She was originally obsessed with looks. She liked Sasuke only because Sasuke was handsome. Now that she found a male classmate who looks no worse than Sasuke, she naturally wouldn't let him go. Ino came to Yu and said with a blushing face, "Hello, I'm Yamanaka Ino. Why haven't I seen you before?" Yu frowned. He doubted himself and thought, did I really have such a low sense of existence before? Although I don't want to stand out, it's too outrageous that I haven't seen her before, right? Yu was speechless. He just didn't want to cause trouble, not to be autistic. But he didn't expect that the people in the class really had no impression of him. They were in the same class for 6 years, and for 6 whole years, all they got was a question, why haven't I seen you before? Looking at the shy Ino, Yu could only smile and say, I'm Yu, nice to meet you. Yu's teasing made Ino embarrassed. Awkwardly said, I'm sorry, classmate Yu. Yu was just teasing Ino, so he naturally wouldn't really blame her. Besides, this matter itself was his fault. It's okay, just treat it as our first acquaintance. Yu smiled slightly. Ino saw Yu's smile, her heart beat wildly, and she almost fainted. The girls in this world are a bit exaggerated. When you are moved, you will faint because of the accelerated heartbeat. Just then, Shikamaru came over. He said lazily, you usually focus on Sasuke, it's normal that you didn't notice Yu. Shikamaru came over and sat next to Yu. Hello, I saw you leave after class before, and I didn't get to know you well. I'm Shikamaru. Shikamaru stretched out his hand. Yu didn't expect Shikamaru to pay attention to him all the time. Yes, I'm Yu. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Shikamaru. It's normal for Shikamaru to pay attention to him. After all, with his brain, he must have noticed Yu's existence. Even if it's just about appearance, the only one who can compare with him in the class is Sasuke. After chatting for a few words, Sasuke came in. As soon as he arrived, all the girls in the class focused their attention on him. Ah, Sasuke, so handsome. Many girls rushed towards Sasuke. Shikamaru lay on the table and said weakly, "Women are really troublesome." Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Ino glared at him over Yu. Shikamaru, what did you say? Shikamaru turned his head and found that Ino did not rush towards Sasuke with those girls. I didn't say you. Ino rolled her eyes at him, huh. Although Ino also looked at Sasuke a few times, she looked at Yu more. In the past, Sasuke had always attracted her attention, so she didn't notice Yu's existence. When she noticed Yu, she found that there was no one around Yu. And her appearance was no worse than Sasuke. Of course she knew how to choose. Although Sasuke was good, there were too many girls around him. And Sakura was competing with her. In just a moment, Ino thought about the result. Made a choice. Naruto on the side saw Sakura squeezed in front of Sasuke, looking like a fangirl. She gnashed her teeth in anger. Damn it, Sakura's eyes are full of Sasuke. Sasuke is, bastard, I will never give Sakura to you. Naruto said as he walked towards Sasuke's position. Naruto's actions attracted the attention of many people. Even Yu looked over. Naruto jumped onto the table in front of Sasuke, squatted on the table and stared at Sasuke. Sasuke was not to be outdone, staring at Naruto. The girl next to him was furious when she saw Naruto's actions. Stupid Naruto, don't stare at Sasuke like that. Naruto, calm down quickly, how dare you stare at Sasuke like that? Yu has been watching this scene, and he always feels that this scene is familiar. The memory is a little fuzzy. But he always feels that something surprising will happen next. Sure enough, the next moment, the person in front of Naruto accidentally hit Naruto's butt with an elbow. Naruto lost his balance and rushed towards Sasuke. Then something happened that made Yu's eyes widen. The female classmate next to him was heartbroken when she saw this scene. Ah, bastard Naruto, what are you doing? How dare you do this to Sasuke? Sasuke's first kiss, gone. Asshole. Seeing this scene, Yu was also shocked. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. These two people have a good relationship. Shikamaru next to him was speechless. Naruto, you idiot. Ino also had the same expression as Yu. They should both have their first kiss, right? If it was before, Ino would be very angry. But now she doesn't feel that way. She is different from Sakura. Sakura really likes Sasuke. And the reason why Ino likes Sasuke is not only because she wants to compete with Sakura, but also because she likes Sasuke's appearance. So she likes others very quickly. Yu feels that he will remember this scene between Naruto and Sasuke for the rest of his life. He thought darkly in his heart, the reason why Naruto keeps chasing Sasuke later, could it be that they really have some special feelings? Thinking of this, Yu just felt uncomfortable all over. Too outrageous, I'd better kill this idea quickly, it's terrifying to think about it carefully. Both Sasuke and Naruto were retching because of the scene just now. Sasuke looked at Naruto with disgust. Naruto, you idiot, what do you want to do? Naruto didn't show any weakness at all, and said angrily, I'm going to ask, you bastard, what do you want to do? The two of them started arguing after a disagreement. Xiaoying had no choice but to pull them apart. To prevent them from arguing again, she sat between them. From this moment on, Xiaoying became the bond that balanced the relationship between the two. Chapter 4. This scene was also seen by the senior ninjas in the Hokage room. Everyone looked at the crystal ball of the third generation with a black line. Sarutobi Asuma said, "This is Uchiha Sasuke, the first place in this session. Judging from his results, he is very good, not worse than Kakashi back then." Kakashi, who had been looking at the crystal ball without saying anything, said lightly, "Maybe he is stronger than I was back then." He thought to himself, after all, he is Uchiha. The Uchiha clan has a lot of weight in Kakashi's heart. His friends and former subordinates are all from the Uchiha clan. He has also seen the power of the Uchiha clan. The third generation was also speechless when he saw this scene. He thought to himself, Naruto, this kid, why does he always do such unexpected things, alas. No one noticed Yi Yu. Yi Yu's performance in recent years has been average, not good, not bad. Even the third generation has no impression of him. This is also normal. After all, with Yi Yu's previous image, he was just an ordinary student. There is nothing special about him, and he is not from a ninja family, so naturally no one pays attention to him. After waiting for a while, Uruka came in. Looking at the students below, under the nervous eyes of the students, he took out the list of classes. Ino, who was sitting next to Yi Yu, prayed in her heart, "I must be assigned to the same class with Yi Yu." But she didn't know that her future had been clearly arranged by the third generation of Hokage and her parents. The combination of Pig, Shika and Cho will not be separated. In other words, the 12 little strongmen of Konoha have been arranged clearly. There is no possibility of anything happening to other people. Sure enough, Uruka read out the names of several groups, but Yi Yu was not included. When it came to the 10th team, Uruka said, "The 10th team, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino." As expected by Yi Yu. Even though he has forgotten many plots. He has lived in Konoha for more than 10 years. He also knew the general situation of each family in Konoha. How could Ino, Shikaku and Cho be separated? Ino lay on the table and said weakly, "What? This class is not divided well at all. I and Yi Yu were not put in the same class." Shikamaru on the side said helplessly, Hey, can you not say it in front of us? We are teammates after all." Ino snorted coldly. When looking at Yi Yu, he found that he was very calm, as if he had expected this result a long time ago. Dejectedly said, "Yi Yu, I was not in the same class with you." Yi Yu smiled and said, "The teachers must have their own considerations." Uruka continued, Class 11, Yamada Muki, Jingwen Yi Yu, Ben Yi Tianzi. Yi Yu thought to himself, sure enough, my classmates are 2 unknown students. Class 11 is 3 students from civilian backgrounds. Yi Yu believes that their teacher must not be one of the famous Jonin of Konoha. It is estimated that it is just an ordinary Jonin to lead them. He may not even be a Jonin, especially a Jonin or a Chunin. The 2 classmates Yi Yu had never heard of were looking for their teammates in the classroom. Yamada Shuki, a boy with a personality similar to Naruto, but he had a ponytail. Benyi Tianzi was a pretty good-looking girl, with long golden hair that reached her waist, a pure white top and a pure black skirt without any patterns. She looked quite quiet. Yi Yu had never paid attention to these 2 people. Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi had no impression of him. The 2 of them had a good relationship. Yi Yu was a stranger to them. After the classes were divided, each Jonin came to the classroom to take their students away. The first one to come was Asuma. As soon as he came in, he looked at Shikamaru and the other 2 and said, "Students of Class 10, I am your instructor, follow me." When Ino was leaving, she looked at Yi Yu and said reluctantly, "Yi Yu, my home is in a flower shop on the commercial street. I usually help out in the flower shop. You must come to play with me." Yi Yu nodded slightly. If he didn't agree, Ino probably wouldn't want to leave. Shikamaru also said, "Yu, then we'll go first." Yu smiled and said, "Well, you go first." After the three left, Yamada Shuki and Ben Tianzi sat next to Yu. Yamada Shuki has a cheerful personality. As soon as he sat down, he turned around and stretched out his hand to Yu and smiled. "Hello, Yu classmate, I am Yamada Shuki. We will be in the same class from now on. Please give me more guidance." Yu smiled and said, "Hello, Shuki classmate, I am Yu, and please give me more guidance in the future, teach." "Yu, I am Ben Tianzi, please teach me in the future." Ben Tianzi also extended his hand to Yu generously. Yu shook it slightly and then let it go, smiling, "Tianzi, please teach me in the future." The three of them met in this way. When shaking hands with them, Yu sensed that the amount of chakra in their bodies was not much. It was just the level of ordinary genin. This is a characteristic of natural energy. It is particularly sensitive to energy, not only chakra, but also energy and crisis. Now Yu has a preliminary understanding of his two partners. He does not hate his two partners. Both of them have good personalities. Although Yamada Shuki's personality is similar to Naruto, he is not as jumpy as him. It's just more cheerful. Ben Tianzi's personality is similar to Hinata's, but not as introverted as her. She is just more quiet. Her appearance is not worse than Hinata's. Her clothing is much better than Hinata's. Yu can see that although Ben Tianzi is not from a ninja family, her family conditions are definitely very good. Her clothes are worth a lot of money. As expected, Ben Tianzi is a small rich woman. Ben Tianzi and Yamada Shumyu are very curious about Yu. They don't have any impression of Yu at ordinary times. Yamada Shumyu couldn't help asking, "Yu classmate, why don't I have any impression of you? Are you a transfer student?" Ben Tianzi also looked at Yu. She was also curious. Yu was a little helpless. In this class, it seems that except Shikamaru, few people know him. They have been in the same class for 6 years. Yu still said patiently, "I have been in the class for 6 years. Shumyu was stunned. You have been in the class for 6 years. He couldn't believe that in 6 years, he had no impression of Yu at all. Han Tianzi also covered her mouth. She was also shocked. Yu smiled bitterly. "Maybe I don't like to communicate with people usually." Yamada Shumyu nodded and agreed with Yu. "Indeed, I don't have any impression of you, it's too strange. But we will be companions in the future, we won't let you be alone again." Shumyu smiled cheerfully. Yu was a little surprised. It seems that it's not only the protagonists who have such people. These supporting roles are actually not bad, but they are not strong enough, so they can only become background boards. The unlucky ones even died in the 4th Ninja World War. The more unlucky ones died during the mission before they even survived the 4th Ninja World War. Chapter 5. Just as Yamada Shuki and Ben Tianzi finished talking, a ninja who looked to be in his 40s and was too sturdy to look like a ninja walked into the classroom. The fierce aura on him immediately made the originally noisy classroom quiet. The man walked to the podium and glanced around the classroom. He quickly locked onto Yu and the other two. "Class 11, follow me." Concise and to the point. This ninja was the instructor of Yu and the other two. After the ninja finished speaking, he walked out of the classroom by himself. Yamada Shuki and Ben Tianzi were frightened by this ninja. "Why is our teacher such a fierce person?" Yamada Shuki complained. Ben Tianzi also said with some concern, "It seems that we will be miserable in the future." Yu did not care. Thinking in his heart, this man has a strong aura and a heavy smell of blood. It seems that he used to come from the Anbu or something like that. But this is a good thing. Being able to enter the Anbu also proves his strength. The Anbu is not all Jonin. Chunin can also enter, but those who can enter the Anbu are the best among Chunin. Let's go. If we don't catch up, we don't know where he will go. Yu reminded the two. After Yu and the other two left, Naruto, who was sitting behind, breathed a sigh of relief. It's so scary. Yu is miserable. His instructor looks very difficult to mess with. A moment of silence for his future ninja career. Sakura, who was sitting next to him, also said with lingering fear, who is that teacher? It feels like he wants to kill people. Only Sasuke was thoughtful. That ninja has a similar aura to that man. He should be from the Anbu. Compared to Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke has a wider range of knowledge. He felt a similar aura from the instructor of Yu and his brother Uchiha Itachi. After Yu and his two companions came out of the classroom and caught up with their instructor, they followed silently. Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi were afraid of the aura of the instructor. Yu was not talkative. The instructor did not speak either. The four walked out of the ninja school in silence and came to a training ground in Konoha. Konoha has many training grounds, and they are all very large. The most famous one is the Death Forest, which has a diameter of 20 kilometers. The three stood in front of the instructor. Except for Yu, Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi were trembling. The instructor glanced at the three people, and then set his eyes on Yu. Then Yu felt a heavy force on his body. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. He knew where this feeling came from. But he did not intend to compromise. Even if he was a little dazed. This was the pressure released by the instructor. Under the terrifying pressure, Yu did not change his expression. He even seemed to be unaffected. The instructor was shocked. Interesting kid. The pressure to suppress Yu did not work, which made the instructor very interested in Yu. After all, Yu was just a student who had just graduated from the ninja school. Under the pressure he released, he was so calm and composed. Even a Chunin couldn't do it. Ha ha ha, kid, you really surprised me. I thought I was just assigned a few young boys, but I didn't expect there would be an interesting guy like you. The instructor spoke. Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi, who were affected by the pressure just now, had turned pale, trembling all over, and their consciousness was blurred. After all, the instructor was a ninja from the Anbu. His pressure was full of corn. Yu raised his head, looked at the instructor and said, "Teacher, I don't think you should use such bloody means on a few ninja trainees." Although Yu resisted the pressure from the instructor. But it doesn't mean he doesn't care. Just now, his mind was also in a trance for a moment. If it weren't for the reward last night, his mental and physical fitness have improved several times. Now he has already had a mental breakdown like Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi. The instructor was stunned by Yu's words. Just about to say something, then waved his hand helplessly. "Forget it, I just said that I am not suitable to be a teacher for you little brats. If you dare to talk to me like this before, I will at least beat you up." "Boy, your name is Yu, right? It seems that the teacher of the ninja school before evaluated you inaccurately. You are not ordinary at all." The instructor smiled and said. Without the pressure from their instructor, Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi felt better. Just looking at his eyes, Guang was very scared. They had never experienced such a terrifying thing. The two looked at Yu at the same time. Under the terrifying pressure just now, Yu could still remain calm. Yu was also very terrifying. Before, they thought Yu should be about the same as them. Unexpectedly, the gap between them and Yu was so big. The two did not know that the pressure from the instructor just now was mainly on Yu. If they knew, they would be even more shocked. Just the aftermath almost made them lose consciousness. Not to mention how powerful Yu, who was mainly under this pressure, would be. Yu did not deny the instructor's words. The explanation was a bit deliberate. The instructor did not dwell on this matter too much. Instead, he was very happy. "Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Mu Ben Yitong. You can call me Teacher Yitong. Just now was a small test for you. You performed well, especially Yu. Mu Ben Yi Tong was very satisfied with Yu's performance just now, and even surprised. Okay, you should introduce yourselves. After hearing what Kimoto Tong said, Yamada Shuki raised his hand first and said excitedly, Teacher, my name is Yamada Shuki. My favorite food is barbecue, and my most hated food is green pepper. My dream is to become the most powerful ninja in the world, and then become the most powerful Hokage in Konoha. Yamada Shuki is very similar to Naruto. Even their dreams are very similar. However, the dream of becoming a Hokage is probably the dream of most children in Konoha village. Kimoto Tong smiled and said, then you have to work hard. After all, there are many powerful ninjas in this world. If you want to become the most powerful ninja, you need to work harder than others. Kimoto Tong now no longer has the aura of keeping strangers away. He seems very kind. Ben Yi Tianzi on the side still hasn't forgotten the fear that Kimoto Tong brought her just now. She said in a trembling voice, my name is Ben Yi Tianzi, I am 12 years old this year. The voice was so small that it was almost inaudible. She was already cute and lovely, and now she is even more pitiful. Her waist-length blonde hair makes her look extremely beautiful. Even Yu was stunned for a moment. Such a beautiful girl has never appeared before. It seems that she will die in some mission. Yu frowned. Both Ben Yi Tianzi and Yamada Shuki left a good impression on him. Although they just met, Yu has already recognized them. I wonder if my appearance will change their future fate. Yu thought. After arriving at Yu said calmly, my name is Jingwen Yu, and my dream is to become an excellent ninja. Yu said a very ordinary dream. After all, he really didn't have any dreams. He didn't have any before getting the system, and there was no change after getting it. Chapter 6. After the three of them introduced themselves, Muban Tongyi smiled and said, okay, that's all for today. Meet here tomorrow morning and I'll take you to take on the mission. After saying that, he disappeared without giving the three people a chance to answer. Yamada Muki and Ben Yi Tianzi were both stunned. Looking at the empty place, they were stunned. Yu shook his head helplessly. It seems that this teacher is also unreliable. Yamada classmate, Ben Yi classmate, see you tomorrow. Muban Tongyi left, and Yu naturally didn't want to stay. But he was stopped by Yamada Muki just as he was about to leave. Yu classmate, wait a minute, today is our graduation day. And it is also our first day of team formation. Shouldn't we go celebrate? Before Yu could answer, Ben Yi Tianzi agreed, okay, let's go for barbecue, how about I treat you? Yu classmate, neither of us have really gotten to know you. Ben Yi Tianzi, who had recovered, blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Yu. It was difficult for Yu to refuse. Well, let Ben Yi pay for it. Although I guessed that Ben Yi Tianzi was a wealthy woman, I still felt a little embarrassed to let her treat me. After all, in Konoha village, the price of a barbecue meal is not cheap, and it is not comparable to ramen. Yamada Mushi smiled and said, you don't have to feel embarrassed. Tianzi's father is a famous rich man in Konoha village. Her monthly pocket money is the reward for AB level mission. Mushi, if you say that again, I will let you pay for it yourself. Ben Yi Tianzi seemed to hate others saying that she was rich. Yamada Mushi smiled. Okay, I won't say it anymore. How about Yu, do you want to go? Yu was a little surprised at Ben Yi Tianzi's family background. He had guessed that Ben Yi Tianzi's family background was good before, but he didn't expect it to be so good. You should know that the reward for AB level mission is 80,000 to 200,000 taels. Even if we use the lowest standard of 80,000 taels, Ben Yediko's monthly pocket money can buy more than 1,000 bowls of ordinary Ichiraku ramen. And Yu's monthly living expenses are only 5,000 taels. And 5,000 taels can already allow Yu to live very well. Ben Yediko's pocket money alone is at least 16 times Yu's living expenses. Yu's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, the gap between the rich and the poor is really big. Since someone invited him to eat barbecue, Yu would naturally not refuse. Yu smiled and said, "Well, let's go. Come to the most famous barbecue restaurant in Konoha village, where ninjas often gather." Just after entering the door, a voice came from the store. "Yu classmate, here." Yu looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out that Ino and others were also here. Yu looked at Ben Yetiko and asked her opinion. Ben Tianzi smiled and said, "Yu and Ino seem to have a good relationship." Yu said lightly, "We just met today." Yu didn't know what Ben Tianzi meant by asking this. But Yamada Muki beside him only felt a chill. Is this guy Tianzi jealous? Yu didn't know Ben Tianzi, but Yamada Muki did. Although Ben Tianzi's personality was very gentle, she was often weird. After hearing Yu's answer, Ben Tianzi smiled and said, "Then let's go together." Yu didn't feel anything, but Yamada Muki felt bad. "I hope this barbecue can be eaten calmly. But it's difficult." Yamada Muki could already imagine what might happen later. The three came to Ino's side. Sure enough, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji and their instructor Asuma were all there. When Yu came to Ino, Ben Tianzi sat between him and Ino. Smiled and said, "Ino, I didn't expect you to be here." Ino looked at Ben Yetiko. The two of them actually had a good relationship. When she was in the ninja school, she was one of the few female classmates in the class who was not obsessed with Sasuke. So Ino and her had no competition. In addition, although Ben Yetiko was not from a ninja family, it was also a wealthy family in Konoha. So the two of them had a good relationship usually. It's just that today Ino always felt that Ben Yetiko gave her a different feeling than usual. Yamada Mushi and Shikamaru both noticed this. Yu sat next to Yamada Mushi. Shikamaru on the side introduced, "Yu, this is our instructor, Sarutobi Asuma." Yu, Yamanaka Mushi and Ben Yetiko quickly stood up, "Teacher Asuma." Yu and the three of them knew Asuma's identity. Even if not counting his status as the son of the third Hokage, his status as an elite Jonin is worthy of the three people's serious treatment. Elite Jonins are very powerful in ninja villages, and can even be shadows in some small ninja villages. In Konoha, there are not too many ninjas with elite Jonin strength. No matter which village they are in, they are the most powerful group of people. Seeing the three people so serious, Asuma waved his hand quickly. "You're welcome, sit down, sit down." After the three sat down, Asuma looked at Shikamaru and the others helplessly. "Look at how sensible the classmates are, you should learn from them." But Shikamaru and the other two didn't listen. After all, the three of them are from ninja families, and they won't be too polite even if they respect Asuma. After all, the Ino Shikacho family is not inferior to the Sarutobi family. Ino didn't pay any attention to Asuma at all, but looked at Yu with burning eyes. "Yu, how come you finished so quickly? Didn't your teacher test you?" Ino spoke to Yu over Ben Tianzi, which made Ben Tianzi a little unhappy. But she didn't show it. Several people looked at Yu. After all, they also wanted to know what was going on. Although they graduated and became ninjas successfully. But they all needed to pass the test of the ninja instructor. If they couldn't pass, the instructor had the right to send them back to the ninja school for re-study. Yu explained, "Our teacher's test is relatively simple, so it was over quickly." But Yu didn't say anything, and Yamada Shuki on the side couldn't help but say, "No, our teacher's test was too terrible, and Tianzi and I almost died." When Yamada Shuki thought of Mubantongi's test, he was still frightened. It was too scary, and at that moment he even felt that he was better off dead. Yada Shuki's words made Shikamaru and others a little curious. Asuma frowned and asked, "Who is your teacher?" Because Asuma entered the classroom before Kimoto Ichi, he missed Kimoto Ichi. "It's Kimoto Ichi." Yamada Muki answered. Asuma was stunned for a moment, then frowned. He couldn't remember any other ninja with this name in Konoha. Kimoto Ichi. Why don't I remember there is a ninja with this name in Konoha? Chapter 7. Yamada Mushi asked curiously, even Asuma-sensei doesn't know. Is our teacher unknown? Yamada Mushi felt a little disappointed. After all, he felt that Kimoto Ichido seemed to have strong strength and should be a very powerful ninja. Asuma noticed Yamada Mushi's emotions and quickly said, it shouldn't be. As far as I know, all the instructors who lead a class of students are jonin. Your teacher must be one, but I don't know every ninja in Konoha village. Yamada Mushi didn't feel so disappointed when he heard this. Although Yamada Mushi was very afraid of Kimoto Ichido when he tested 3 people before. But he was also glad that his teacher was a powerful ninja. Following a powerful ninja, you can become a powerful ninja faster. This is Yamada Mushi's idea. Shikamaru asked at this time, what happened when you said that your instructor's test almost killed you? Shikamaru was very curious. It's just an test, it shouldn't be so cruel, right? Asuma also looked at Yamada Mushi. He also disagreed with using too cruel means on students. Even Kakashi would not put students in danger. Asuma was worried that Kimoto Tangi would use cruel means on his students. This kind of thing has happened before, but it is forbidden in Konoha village. Yamada Shuki looked at Yu and said, in fact, there is no special test. It's just that our teacher seems to have used mental ninjutsu on us, which almost broke our spirits. If it weren't for Yu, Tianzi and I might have really died. Now Yamada Shuki has thought that Kimoto Tangi's pressure was mainly aimed at Yu. Otherwise, Kimoto Tangi would not look at Yu differently. I'm afraid that Kimoto Tangi's pressure was mainly on Yu at that time, and he and Benyi Tianzi only bore a small part. Yu was putting a piece of barbecue into his mouth, and suddenly Asuma, Shikamaru and Ino all looked at him. Yu was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? When Yamada Shuki was talking to Asuma and Shikamaru just now, Yu didn't listen at all. For him, the various barbecues on the table were more attractive. Yu has lived in this world for 12 years and has no friends. Usually, apart from practicing, he eats all kinds of delicious food. Looking at the eyes of several people, Yu was very confused. Asuma was even more confused. He was confused because he had read Yu's information and he didn't perform well in the ninja school. Why did he seem to be a very powerful person in Yamada Shuki's mouth? Asuma thought about it and asked Yamada Shuki, your teacher cast mental ninjutsu on you, so how do you feel? Yamada Shuki thought about it and said, it's just that I feel like I'm in a sea of blood and corpses, and countless ninjas are rushing towards me. I feel like I've been stabbed to death dozens of times, and I can't get rid of that environment at all. After Yamada Shuki finished speaking, Benyi Tianzi also shrank back with lingering fear. The pressure from Kimoto Ichiban has left a shadow on her. I guess she will never forget it in her life. Based on Yamada Ki's description, Asuma roughly guessed what kind of ninjutsu Kimoto Ichiban used. He also roughly guessed Kimoto Ichiban's identity. No wonder I haven't heard of his name. I think he should be from the Anbu. Anbu. Except for Yu, several people looked at Asuma in confusion. Asuma took a puff of cigarette and said slowly, yes, Anbu. Anbu is a department of our Konoha village. It is an organization that protects Konoha village in the dark. There are a large number of powerful ninjas gathered in it. It was the first time for several people to hear about this department. Even though Shikamaru and others came from a famous family, they didn't know about the Anbu. Or they usually don't pay attention to this information. Shikamaru looked at Yu deeply. He could feel the power of the Anbu from Asuma's statement. Yu could actually withstand the mental suppression of that kind of ninja. Asuma was the same. He looked at Yu who was eating barbecue. None of them ate, only Yu's energy was focused on the food. The barbecue on the table seemed to be more attractive than the topics they were talking about. He knew best what kind of power the ninjas from the Anbu had. And all the instructors of this session were Jonin. That means Yuyu's teacher was also a Jonin. Asuma knew very well how strong the Jonin of the Anbu were. Yuyu could actually withstand the mental suppression of such a ninja. He was like nothing happened afterwards, which was enough to show how extraordinary Yuyu was. At this time, Yamada Shuki, who did not notice the expressions of Shikamaru and Asuma, was completely everyone was shocked by what Asuma said just now. Anbu, it sounds like Mr. Kimoto is very strong. As expected of a teacher. What Yamada Muki cares about is whether Kimoto Tangi can teach him powerful ninjutsu and teach him to be a strong ninja. And to do these two things, Kimoto Tangi must be very strong. Shikamaru looked at Asuma. Asuma shook his head. Shikamaru originally wanted to ask about the specific situation of Yuyu. But Asuma's attitude made him stop talking. After that, Asuma did not ask Yamada Muki about the assessment. But Asuma kept this matter in mind and thought about discussing it with Kakashi. A student who just graduated from the ninja school can actually withstand the illusion of the Anbu Jonin. Very strange. And Yuyu's performance was mediocre when he was in the ninja school before. How can he be so strong? Is it just a simple strong spiritual energy? All this needs him to investigate. Yuyu didn't notice Asuma's thoughts. Even if he noticed, he wouldn't care. He didn't behave too scary. It's just that his mental strength is a little extraordinary. After a barbecue, Yuyu and Zulu Cho, as well as Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi, became more familiar with each other. When returning home at night, Yamada Shuki said to Yuyu, "Yuyu, Tianzi's house and I are not on the same way, you can take Tianzi home." After saying that, he ran away without giving Yuyu a chance to refuse. Yuyu was stunned. And Benyi Tianzi's fair face turned red. Yuyu frowned. What's wrong with that kid? Yuyu thought there was something urgent at home. Benyi Tianzi lowered his head in shame, and his toes kicked the ground involuntarily. He didn't say anything either. Yuyu turned around and looked at Benyi Tianzi, smiling, "I'll take you back." After all, it was night, and although Benyi Tianzi had graduated from the ninja school and was considered a ninja, but she was a girl after all, and a girl from a wealthy family. Who knew if someone would kidnap her? Benyi Tianzi nodded shyly. Benyi Tianzi had a good impression of Yuyu since she saw him resisting the pressure of Mu Benyidong without fear at the training ground. In addition, Yuyu himself was good-looking. Children of this age also began to have a good impression of the opposite sex. Yuyu did not regard Benyi Tianzi as a peer. Instead, he regarded her as a child. After all, Yuyu's mental age was that of an adult. Even if he thought Benyi Tianzi was very beautiful for a moment, he only looked at her with admiration. What he thought was how nice it would be to have such a lovely sister. The two walked on the brightly lit street. Benyi Tianzi and Yuyu walked side by side, and to outsiders, they were really a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Some people even looked back at the two on the road. Both of them were very good looking. Some passers-by even thought they were a couple. In this world, both men and women are a little precocious. There are many people who fall in love at this age. In addition, Benyi Tianzi's shy and slightly red face made it impossible not to misunderstand. Chapter 8. After they walked for a while, Benyi Tianzi summoned up the courage to talk to Yuyu. "Yuyu, what do you think of Ino?" Yuyu was stunned for a moment, looking at Benyi Tianzi, a little curious about why she asked this question. "What do you mean?" Benyi Tianzi's face was red as if she had a cold and a fever. But she still asked the question that she cared about very much. "Do you think she is very beautiful? And she is a girl from the Yamanaka clan. You boys must like such girls very much." In fact, Benyi Tianzi's appearance is better than Ino, and her personality is very quiet. Such girls are more popular with boys. Yuyu didn't know what Benyi Tianzi's purpose was in asking this question. He actually always thought that Yamada Shuki and Ben Yitianzi had a special relationship. The reason why Ben Yitianzi was sent home today was because Yamada Shuki had something urgent to go home. Yu thought about it and said, if you say Ino, she is naturally very beautiful. Ben Yitianzi was a little anxious after hearing this. Turning to look at Yu, he said, then, do you like her? Yu was stunned for a moment and said, we are friends, of course I like her. I'm not talking about the love between friends, do you like her? Love between men and women. Ben Yitianzi asked nervously. Of course not, I just met her today. Why do you ask that? Yu looked at Ben Yitianzi curiously. After hearing Yu's answer, Ben Yitianzi breathed a sigh of relief. Smiled and said, because I think she treats you more specially than other boys today. I can see that she seems to have a good impression of you. Yu smiled and said, you think too much, Ino is like that to good-looking boys. Ben Yitianzi was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Yu to joke. Then she patted Yu's shoulder and said, so you think you are very good-looking. Yu smiled and said, am I not good-looking? Good-looking. Ben Yitianzi smiled. The two looked at each other and laughed. Under the street lights, their actions at this time seemed to be misunderstood. At this moment, the relationship between the two was indeed closer. For Yu, Ben Yitianzi was the one he could joke with. And for Ben Yitianzi, she saw another side of Yu. It turned out that Yu was not as unapproachable and difficult to get along with as he seemed on the surface. The two soon arrived at Ben Yitianzi's door while chatting and laughing. Looking at the tall courtyard in front of him, Yu teased, it's really a wealthy family. It turns out that the boy Shumu said it well. Tianzi, your family is really rich. In the center of Konoha village, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, there is actually a large manor-like residence. It's not just ordinary wealth. In Konoha village, in addition to ninjas, there are actually many ordinary people. After all, ninjas don't work. Konoha village also needs ordinary people to maintain other aspects. At the same time, some wealthy people or nobles from the land of fire will live in Konoha village for safety reasons. This is also the source of employment for so many low-level tasks in Konoha village. Of course, the biggest source of income for Konoha village is the military expenditure allocated by the fire country. Hearing what Yu said, Ben Yitianzi was a little worried that Yu would alienate her because of her family situation. She was so nervous that she even ignored her shyness and grabbed Yu's hand and said, Yu, you won't dislike me because of my family, right? Yu looked at Ben Yitianzi's hands, and the white and tender hands made Yu dazed for a moment. But soon, Yu said, why do you think so? It's a good thing that your teammates are little rich women, why don't they like you because of this? Hearing what Yu said, Ben Yitianzi breathed a sigh of relief. Said to Yu, in the past, many people heard that I was from the Benyi family, and they were not willing to play with me. The older I get, the more so. They are all worried about hurting me. Since entering the ninja school, only Shumu is willing to play with me. Speaking of this, Ben Yitianzi was very depressed. Yu patted her shoulder and said, from today on, you have one more friend. After all, we will fight side by side in the future. I hope I can trust you with my back. Feeling Yu's seriousness, Ben Yitianzi nodded excitedly. Yu, I will never hold you back in the future. Ben Yitianzi knew that her talent was not high. But Yu seemed very strong. She just hoped that she would work harder in the future and not become a burden in the team. Yu smiled and said, no, you and Shumu are both very good. Then I will go back first. It's too late. You go in quickly. Ben Yitianzi nodded, and regarded Yu as an important person in her heart. Children's minds are like this, it is easy to like someone, and it is also easy to hate someone. Until now, Yu still regards Ben Yitianzi as just a child. After Yu left, Ben Yitianzi still stood in front of the gate until she could no longer see Yu's back. Is that your teammate in the class? Then Yi Tianzi, who was staring blankly at the direction where Yi Yu left, suddenly heard a voice in her ear. She was startled. Turning around, it turned out to be her mother. Mom, why are you walking without making any sound? I was scared to death. Hanya Tadako's mother is called Senju, and Benya Tadako looks a bit like her. She is about 1.7 meters tall, with waist-length blonde hair tied in a ponytail. Although she is nearly 40 years old, she looks like she is in her 20s. She has a dignified and elegant temperament, and looks very beautiful. The most important thing is that her last name is Senju. If Yi Yu were here, he would definitely be surprised. In his impression, he has never seen anyone with the last name Senju in Konoha. But he doesn't think that the Senju clan was exterminated. Such a powerful family, and with such a high reputation in the village, would want to. It is absolutely impossible to wipe out the clan in just a few decades. And if the clan is wiped out, it will definitely be mentioned as often as the Uchiha clan. But Yi Yu has never heard of the Senju clan in Konoha village. So Yi Yu guessed that the Senju clan just integrated into Konoha village. After all, Tsunade did not have the surname Senju, and it is estimated that many members of the Senju clan gave up the surname Senju. The fact is the same as Yi Yu thought. There are indeed many members of the Senju clan in Konoha village who gave up the surname Senju. But it is only a part of it. However, after Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, it is true that the Senju clan did not have many talented people like them. In addition to some people who gave up their surnames and chose to integrate into Konoha village, there are still many who still keep their surnames. They exist in all important departments of Konoha. It's just that Yi Yu rarely came into contact with other people in Konoha village before, so he didn't find them. This is normal. Yi Yu rarely comes into contact with people with the surname Sarutobi. He has only seen Sarutobi Asuma and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in so many years. But when the Fourth Ninja World War came, a lot of Sarutobi clan came out. In normal times, these families basically, ninjas don't appear on purpose. Those who appear in the plot are basically characters related to the plot. Other ninjas are busy with their own things, so they will naturally not be seen in the plot. You should know that there are more than 10,000 ninjas in Konoha village, and tens of thousands of ordinary civilians. The area of Konoha village is so large that it doesn't look like a village at all. It is completely a large city. The training ground alone has a diameter of 20 kilometers. You can imagine how big Konoha village is. Hanya Tadako's mother is a member of the Senju clan. Although she inherited the surname of Senju, she is not a ninja. Chapter 9. Then Yi Tianzi looked at Yi Yu, who had disappeared long ago, and was reluctant to leave. Senju Ming saw what his daughter was thinking. Smiled and said, "It seems that you are a little different to this companion. What kind of person is he?" Hearing her mother's words, then Yi Tianzi blushed. A little embarrassed. "What's different? What did mom say?" Senju Ming smiled slightly and said, "Hee hee. Then you just stared at that child. I have never seen you look at trees like this." Then Yi Tianzi looked at the road where only the street lights were still on. Yu Yu said, "I don't know him either. After all, I just met him." Senju Ming was a little confused. "Did you just meet? Isn't he in your class?" Senju Ming thought Yi Yu was a transfer student. Konoha village does have students who transfer from other small ninja villages in the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire is not the only ninja village in Konoha village, but Konoha village is the largest and most powerful ninja village in the Land of Fire. In addition to Konoha village, there are many small ninja villages. Then Yi Tianzi shook her head. "He is in our class, but I didn't notice him in the past 6 years, and I don't know him." "How is this possible? You have been in the same class for 6 years and you don't know each other. Haven't you said a word? Is that child very withdrawn?" Senju Ming didn't dare to believe it. Even if they were not familiar with each other after studying in the same class for 6 years, they should have at least said a few words. Then Yi Tianzi turned to look at her mother and smiled. No, you didn't have much presence in the class before, even lower than mine. Senju Ming was shocked. It was really incredible. If it wasn't for her daughter saying it, she would never believe it. How could a person's presence be so low? Thinking of something, Senju Ming frowned slightly. Will that child be difficult to get along with? Senju Ming was a little worried about her daughter. In her cognition, students with such a low sense of presence are likely to be withdrawn, or even difficult to get along with. She was worried that her daughter would be hurt. But Ben Tianzi shook her head and said seriously, "No, Yu is easy to get along with. Although I don't know why he was so invisible before, he has a good personality." When her daughter talked about Yu, her eyes were brighter than usual. She had a headache. Could it be that her silly daughter was emotional? Children in the Naruto world are relatively precocious. Although she just graduated from the ninja school, she already knows what emotions are. In addition, Ben Tianzi's conditions are too good. Her father is a wealthy man in the land of fire, and her mother is a member of the Senju clan. Ben Tianzi is also very beautiful. Although she is still young, she has grown very beautiful. It is normal for some little boys to have a good impression of her. Senju Ming asked carefully, "Then what do you feel about him, the same as trees?" Ben Tianzi is not Naruto, she knows what her mother wants to ask. It's just that Ben Tianzi is very entangled. She has just known Yu for one day. Although she has a good impression of him, it is not time to confirm it. It's just a good impression. After a moment of silence, she raised her head, thought for a while and said, "It's not the same. I regard trees as good friends, but I feel a little different about Yu. But I have only known him for one day. I don't know why I feel different about him." Senju Ming frowned, and what she was worried about still happened. "Maybe you are curious. After all, you didn't know him before, so you were curious about him, that's all." Senju Ming still doesn't want his daughter to be easily deceived by boys. From Senju Ming's point of view, this worry is very normal. Her family is different from ordinary families. Although it is not a ninja family, it is a wealthy family. In addition, she is from the Senju clan. Their family is not inferior to many ninja families in Konoha. It even belongs to the powerful class. If Ben Tianzi just wanted to make friends, then whether it was Yamada Shuki or anyone else, Senju Ming would support it. But if she really fell in love, then it would be worth thinking about the other party's background and what the other party's purpose was. Ben Tianzi looked at her mother's nervous look and smiled. "Mom, are you worried that your daughter will like Yu?" Senju Ming was embarrassed by being hit on the heart. But she nodded. "You know, our family is different from others. You are the only child in our family. You will inherit the Benyi family in the future. You must be very selective in choosing your partner to stop some accidents from happening." Han Yediko listened to her mother's words and sighed deeply. "Mom, why don't you and Dad give me another brother? I want to relax a little bit." This child, how can he talk like that? Kyonju Ming's face was slightly red. She really likes Ben Yediko's father. At the beginning, she and Ben Yediko's father were in a free love relationship. The relationship between the two has always been very good. Ben Yediko smiled and said, "Although I'm not sure if I really like Yu, he does give me a different feeling from ordinary classmates. Somewhat mysterious, but when I'm with him, I feel very safe." Kyonju Ming heard something wrong and asked, "Mysterious? Do you mean he is withdrawn?" "No, Yu always gives me a feeling that he is definitely not just what he looks like on the surface." Kyonju Ming frowned. This is the issue she cares about most. Hurriedly asked, "Do you think he has plans for you?" Ben Tianzi was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. Hee, Mom, if that's the case, do you think I will still have a good impression of him?" Although Ben Tianzi has a quiet personality, similar to Hinata. But she is not as kind to everyone as Hinata. She has her own thoughts. If the other party approaches her because of her family, she will definitely not like it, and even be extremely disgusted. Senju Ming nodded. She still believes this. Although her daughter seems to be very weak and introverted, she also has her own thoughts and ideas. Why is that? Why does he give you a very mysterious feeling? He is just an apprentice ninja who just graduated from the ninja school. Benyi Tianzi shook her head and said, Mom, I think he should be much better than me and my classmates. Oh, is he very good? Why didn't I see the third generation of Hokage mention him? I have impressions of the best children in this class, but I don't remember a child named Yu. As one of the top families in Konoha, Senju Ming naturally knows this information, not to mention that her baby daughter is among the students in this class. Chapter 10. Benyi Tianzi looked at her mother and said, That's why I said he was very mysterious. Before the class division, I didn't even know he existed, and no one noticed him. Senju Ming asked, You said he was very strong, how did you know that? Although he is not a ninja, he is from the Senju clan after all, so Senju Ming can still judge based on some information. Benyi Tianzi thought about today's assessment. Said, After the class division today, our instructor assessed us. It is a kind of mental ninjutsu. Shumyu and I almost didn't make it. Our spirits were about to collapse. But Yu didn't seem to be affected. After the assessment, the instructor said that the mental ninjutsu he applied was mainly on Yu, and we only felt the aftermath of the ninjutsu. Even so, Yu still didn't feel any pressure. Even the instructor was shocked. And when we told Asuma, he also felt incredible. Listening to his daughter's story, Senju Ming's brows tightened. This is incredible news. Hearing what you said, this child does have spiritual power beyond that of ordinary people. You should know that your teacher is a senior ninja from the Anbu. The spiritual power of ninjas from the Anbu is very strong. Even he did not make the child feel pressured. It can only mean that the child has spiritual power different from ordinary people, and people with such spiritual power often have extremely precise control of chakra, and may even have a very large amount of chakra. Thinking of this, Senju Ming's eyes condensed slightly. This is a great event. Although Senju Ming is not a ninja, she has a lot of information about the Senju clan and is very familiar with the principles of ninjutsu. In addition, the chakra amount of the members of the Senju clan is very large, so she knows very well that if a person has strong spiritual power, both the chakra amount and the control of chakra will be very strong. Because to resist the spiritual ninjutsu imposed by the senior ninja of the Anbu, not only does it require very precise control of chakra, but it also requires a huge amount of chakra to support the consumption. Otherwise, she would be like Sakura. Although she has very precise control over chakra, once the opponent's chakra exceeds her own, she will be unable to resist the illusion she casts on herself. How could such a person who has very precise control over chakra and a huge amount of chakra remain unknown for 6 years and even have no sense of existence? This is too strange. And he is just a child, and he has not been exposed for 6 years. This child's mind is a little different from that of ordinary people. Originally, Benyi Tianzi, who was only a little curious about Yu, listened to her mother's analysis and suddenly felt incredible. Looking at her, he asked, Mom, so Yu is really strong? Senju Ming looked at his daughter and said seriously, It's not certain yet, but as long as nothing unexpected happens, his future should be extraordinary. Because even the best ninja graduates do not have the ability to resist the mental ninjutsu of the Anbu Jonin and remain calm. Tansy, it seems that the child is really mysterious. Before you know his details, you'd better keep your distance from him. Although Benyi Tianzi was reluctant, she knew that her mother was doing it for her own good. And after listening to Senju Ming's analysis, she also felt that Yu's strength was beyond her cognition. Even if she liked Yu, she had to listen to her mother now. And Yu didn't know that the assessment had distanced the mother and daughter of Senju Ming from him. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was mentally prepared when the assessment today exposed a little of his strength. After returning to his home, Yu did not practice chakra before going to bed as usual. Instead, He lay directly on the bed and looked at the ceiling. The consciousness has entered the consciousness space. You have been idle for a day, your chakra has doubled, and your physical fitness has doubled. You have acquired excellent learning ability. As long as your body and chakra are sufficient, you can learn any ninjutsu at the speed of the world's top geniuses. Yu suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his body, and he almost cried out in comfort. His brain has also become clearer than before. It seems that the ninjutsu knowledge that confused him before is not only remembered clearly, but also fully understood. It seems that as long as someone teaches him ninjutsu, he can learn it just like Uchiha Itachi by watching a demonstration once. Come out of the consciousness space. Yu looked at the ceiling in shock. Closing his eyes, he felt that his whole body was filled with chakra, and the rich and materialized chakra flowed through the meridians of his body. That feeling was really exciting. The chakra has doubled, and now my chakra volume has reached the level of an elite Jonin. My physical fitness should also reach the level of a physical skill Chunin. This improvement in strength is already extremely terrifying. You should know that there are very few ninjas who specialize in physical skills. The level of physical skills Chunin is already a level that very few people can reach among physical skills ninjas. It's a pity that I still don't know any ninjutsu, which is a bit embarrassing. Thinking that I only know the 3 body techniques, I'm afraid I'm not as good as a Chunin in actual combat. Yu is now very eager to get a ninjutsu with practical value. After all, he got an on-hook system, and he must learn it before he can hang up. If you don't learn it, you don't know what to hang up. Now he is only very proficient in the 3 body techniques. But in actual combat, it is difficult to survive with just the 3 body technique. Not to mention that ninjas are professional killers. They will use any despicable and shameless means. If you only know the 3 body technique and want to fight against professional ninjas, you are courting death. Yu is not so arrogant that he thinks he is strong enough to challenge the Jonin. He is not even sure that he can beat the Chunin. But the harvest tonight is already very good. With excellent learning ability, I should be able to learn some basic ninjutsu by just looking at it. After the mission is over tomorrow, go to the training ground to see if anyone is practicing ninjutsu. At least learn some basic offensive ninjutsu as a means of combat. I don't want to be a ninja of individual skills. Although the 8 gates of Dunjia is very strong. But let's not talk about whether Yu has the opportunity to learn it. Even if he has the opportunity, he is unwilling to learn it. The ending of the 8 gates of Dunjia is too terrible, and he has no intention of learning it. What's more, it is Kai's unique skill, which will not be taught to others easily. Only Guy, Kakashi and Lee can learn the 8 gates. Kakashi is Guy's confidant, Lee is Guy's direct disciple. What is Yu? Of course, Yu didn't want to learn it. Chapter 11. At this time, Kimoto Tongi, who was resting at home, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the balcony. He said coldly, "Captain, it seems that you know about the child." Just as Kimoto Tongi finished speaking, the figure of the person appeared on the balcony. "Tongi, I didn't expect you to be willing to come out of the Anbu to be an instructor," the person said calmly. Under the moonlight, the figure of this person appeared. If Naruto and the other 2 were here, they would definitely shout Kakashi teacher. And the person who appeared on the balcony was the instructor of the 7th team, Hitaki Kakashi. Hearing Kakashi's words, Kimoto Tongi walked to the balcony, leaned on the balcony, looked at the moonlight outside, and said faintly, "Aren't you out too? You have been in the dark for too long, and you really came out to bask in the sun." Kakashi looked at Kimoto Tongi. "It seems that you are very satisfied with the child," Kakashi said. "I am really satisfied, a very outstanding little guy." Thinking of Baitien Yeiyu's performance today, Kimoto Tongi rarely smiled. Kakashi looked serious. "You should know that he may not be as simple as you see," Kakashi reminded. Mugen Tongi turned his head and looked at Kakashi, and after a long time he said, "In my opinion, he is just a kid who doesn't like to join in the fun. It's not that simple or not. If he really has other thoughts, I won't be able to easily test it out. I think, Kakashi, you should be able to think clearly about this. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Yes, if Yu really has any bad thoughts, it will not be easily tested by Mubantangi. Even so, you should be reserved about him. Mubantangi smiled. Don't you still believe in my ability? I used to be in the interrogation department. I knew at first sight that the child just doesn't like to show off. He is different from you. Even if you are the same age as him, I am afraid you will enjoy the praise of others. Kakashi was a little embarrassed. Don't look at Kakashi's silence now. Before Nohara Rin died, he was not like this now. After a long time, Kakashi asked, no matter what, I will keep an eye on that child. If there is any accident, I will intervene. Kakashi didn't want to say this sentence. After all, Yu is a student of Kimoto Tangi, and Kakashi's words have already made it clear that he wants to intervene. Most people would be unhappy to hear this. But Kimoto Tangi was not angry. He said calmly, whatever, if that child really threatens the village, I will destroy him myself. But before that, he is my student, I am very optimistic about him, and I will train him to be a strong man who protects the village. Although Kimoto Tangi was very serious with Yu and the other two during the day. But he was very satisfied with Yu. Originally, he didn't think about leading the team well, but the appearance of Yu made him think of training Yu into a strong man. In Kimoto Tangi's view, Yu is a genius, and a genius with a very stable personality. After Kakashi knew what Kimoto Tongtong was planning, he didn't say anything. He knew Kimoto Tongtong's strength very well. Although he was not very strong in the Anbu. After all, he was a member of the Anbu interrogation unit. But he was meticulous and cautious. Compared with ordinary ninjas, Kimoto Tongtong was the least likely to let Yu become a threat to the village. But he was also a little curious about Yu. After leaving Kimoto Tongtong, Kakashi came to Yu's home. For someone of Kakashi's status, it was too easy to investigate Yu's information. Similarly, he appeared on the balcony of Yu's house. But Yu was already asleep at this time, and Yu couldn't detect Kakashi's existence at this time. Although Yu's chakra amount was not much worse than Kakashi's. But that was just the chakra amount. In terms of actual combat experience and ninjutsu, he had no resistance at all in front of Kakashi. Now Yu's strength is at most close to Chunin. A bit stronger than the average genin, and can deal with ordinary Chunin at most. So he naturally couldn't detect Kakashi's existence. Standing on the balcony, looking at Yu who was sleeping in the room. After watching for a while, Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. The three Magatamas rotated in a blood-red eyeball. In an instant, Kakashi saw the chakra flow on Yu's body. But when he saw the chakra flow on Yu's body, he was shocked. How can this happen? Maybe, how can this child's chakra be so terrifying? Kakashi almost lost his balance and fell off the balcony railing. The surging chakra on Yu made Kakashi feel terrified. Is this terrifying chakra really what a 12-year-old child should have? Although Naruto's chakra is much larger than Yu's, even hundreds of times more than Yu's. But you have to know that Naruto has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, plus the chakra of the Nine Tails, which is hundreds of times more than Yu. Although the Nine Tails chakra in Naruto is only part of the Nine Tails chakra leaked from the 8 diagrams seal. But it still makes Naruto's chakra reach hundreds of times that of Kakashi. Naruto is a special case. He has the blood of the Uzumaki clan and is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, so he has so much chakra. For a normal ninja, whose parents are not from a ninja family, it is impossible for Yu to have so much chakra. Kakashi's expression became more and more solemn. His chakra is even 60% of mine, which is about 20 times that of Sasuke. The reason why Kakashi thought of Sasuke is because Sasuke's chakra is also different from that of ordinary ninjas. After all, Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan, and he is also the reincarnation of Indra. The Uchiha clan itself has a lot of chakra, second only to the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. As the reincarnation of Indra, Sasuke's chakra is much more than that of ordinary ninjas of the same age. Now he can even release the fire style, great fireball technique. This ninjutsu requires the consumption of chakra, which ordinary genin cannot provide at all. But even so, the amount of chakra is much more than Sasuke. It's not much more, it's about 20 times. Before meeting Kakashi just thought that might be a genius with a deep mind. Now, he thinks that even if is just a genius, he is obviously a monster. There is no reason for his chakra to be so much. I can't figure out why his chakra is so much. After taking a closer look, Kakashi was shocked again. No, it's not just a huge amount of chakra, but also the quality of this chakra is different. This chakra quality is unusual, and it is different from the ordinary chakra. What Kakashi didn't know was that the chakra in Yu's body was chakra condensed from natural energy. It was not ordinary chakra. If Jiraiya was here, he would definitely recognize it at once. It was Senjutsu chakra. Because Yu's chakra was chakra condensed from natural energy, and Senjutsu chakra was naturally formed in his body. And after the formation of Senjutsu chakra, his body did not become strange. Instead, it nourished his body better and better. It was getting closer and closer to the body of a sage. Chapter 12. The chakra in Yu is Senjutsu chakra, so although the amount of chakra is only at the level of elite Jonin, the quality has surpassed that of elite Jonin. Kakashi frowned and suddenly remembered something. Why does the chakra in this child look a bit like Jiraiya's chakra? No, it's the chakra when Jiraiya enters a certain state. Kakashi had seen Jiraiya enter sage mode before. The chakra in Yu now gives Kakashi the same feeling as when Jiraiya enters sage mode. This child really hides many secrets. Kakashi was a little entangled at this time. Logically speaking, he should report Yu's situation to the third generation. But after experiencing many things in the past and having been in the Anbu for so many years, Kakashi knew very well that once Yu's affairs were reported to the third generation, whether Yu pose a threat to the village or not, his future would not be easy. He might even become a specimen in the laboratory. Thinking of this, Kakashi calmed down. I hope you won't pose any threat to Konoha. Kakashi finally decided to hide Yu's situation. In Konoha, apart from the Hyuga clan, only Kakashi could see through the special chakra in Yu. As long as he didn't say it, even if Asuma told the third generation would not know the special chakra in Yu. After deciding not to say it, Kakashi disappeared from the balcony of Yu's house. Yu didn't know that he was almost reported to the third generation by Kakashi. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Originally, he was living a new life. He didn't care about how to go on. He didn't even care that he might be used as an experimental subject by the village. If you can resist, resist. If you can't resist, there is no need to care. Yu's mentality at this time is very calm. There is no great pursuit, and there is no bad. Just live a very ordinary life. The next morning, arriving at the training ground early, Yu did not feel that Benyi Tianzi was different from yesterday. Now she seemed to be a little distant from Yu. Yamada Shuki was the same as yesterday. He came close to Yu and whispered, Yu, did you and Tianzi say anything yesterday? Yamada Shuki asked gossipingly. Yu said lightly, what do you want to hear? Yamada Shuki smiled strangely and said a little meanly, you should know what I want to hear. Then there must be nothing. What are you thinking about? Yu felt a little speechless. He and Benyi Tianzi just met, how could they say anything intimate? Of course, even if he said it, he couldn't say it to Yamada Shuki. Yamada Shuki was a little disappointed. can't you see that Tianzi has a good impression of you? You didn't seize such a good opportunity yesterday, you disappointed me so much. You don't think Tianzi is ugly? Yamada Shuki's words made Yu speechless. What are you talking about? Did your family really have problems yesterday? Yu was very suspicious. Yamada Shuki might have done it on purpose yesterday. There was nothing wrong at home. Yamada Shuki looked at Yu with disappointment. Don't ask. I'm very disappointed in you. You didn't seize such a good opportunity. Although Tianzi is not a ninja clan, it is also a wealthy family in the Land of Fire. She is beautiful, gentle, and has a good impression of you. If I were you, I would definitely confess yesterday. Yamada Shuki held his forehead and shook his head, seeming very disappointed. But Yu was full of black lines. What are you thinking about? Are you really 12 years old? Although I know that children in this world are precocious, they are not precocious to this extent. Yu suspected that Yamada Shuki was already in his 20s. Otherwise, how could he think so much? Even Yu hadn't thought about so many things. Yamada Shuki raised his hand and made a gesture not to talk to me. Disappointed, so disappointed. Yu, I am so disappointed in you. Yamada Mushi looked like an adult, which made Yu's mouth twitch slightly. You should focus on your training. If you were so serious when you were training, you wouldn't be so weak now. Yamada Mushi's strength is average among the graduates of this year. Of course, Yu is the same. But Yu's current strength is far above Yamada Mushi. And Benyi Tianzi stood aside, listening to the conversation between the two, blushing as if blood was dripping. But it was hard to say it out. After all, Yamada Mushi and Yu spoke very quietly. It was obvious that he didn't want her to hear. Did Yu have a heart? C didn't know, but she almost confessed to Yu last night. It's just that she didn't have the courage to say it at that time. Although she listened to her mother's words and distanced herself from Yu, she still had a good impression of Yu. While the three were talking, Yu suddenly noticed something. Buzz, buzz, ding, ding. There were several sounds of metal interweaving, and Yu stood in front of Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi, holding a kunai in his hand. And on the ground on both sides of him were several kunai and shuriken. Yu frowned and looked into the distance. Teacher Tongi, you are too much, we are just ninjas who have just graduated. Yu was a little unhappy. The attack just now was impossible for ordinary genin to defend against. If Yu didn't take action just now, with the strength of Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi, they would definitely be stabbed into hedgehogs. From the confused look on their faces, we can tell what will happen to them if Yu doesn't take action. Yu is very unhappy that Mubantangi almost injured or even killed Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi. After Yu finished speaking, Mubantangi came out from under a tree in the distance. He clapped his hands and said, "Yes, I guessed right. This level of attack is not a threat to you." Mubantangi didn't care about Yu's blame just now. At this time, Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi reacted. They were attacked by Mubantangi just now. Looking at the kunai and shuriken at the feet of the two felt cold in their hearts. If Yu hadn't taken action just now, or hadn't blocked it, the two might have died before they figured out what was going on. The two looked at Mubantangi. Since yesterday, they were very afraid of Mubantangi. The aura on his body, the pressure yesterday, and the surprise attack today, both of them felt the cruelty of Mubantangi's methods. The two looked at Yu's back. At this time, the two felt that Yu's back was so tall, like a mountain blocking them. But Yu's mood was not so good. In his opinion, Mubantangi's behavior did not take their lives seriously. Seeing Yu's angry face, Mubantangi slowly walked over. "Don't be so angry, just test your reaction ability, I won't put my students in danger." But Yu didn't accept this argument at all. But now that the three of them are fine, he can't say anything. But Yu didn't know that his action of resisting the kunai and shuriken shot by Mubantangi just now shocked Mubantangi. Chapter 13. Although the technique of throwing ninja tools is taught in ninja schools, and it is a basic skill, but ordinary ninjas do not have the actual combat ability of throwing ninja tools when they just graduate. Except for Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, a genius, can have the actual combat ability of ninja tools at the age of 6 or 7. Just now, Kimoto Tangi used all his strength to launch kunai and shuriken, which is difficult for ordinary ninjas below the level of Chunin to resist. But Yu not only resisted it, but also reacted. He could even see clearly the flight trajectory of the kunai and shuriken he threw. It proves that Yu is not only physically strong and well coordinated, but also has a different perception and eyesight than ordinary people. At least Kimoto Tangi cannot achieve the same level at Yu's age. Yu doesn't know what Kimoto Tangi is thinking. He is just very dissatisfied with him. But it's just dissatisfaction, and Yu doesn't want to do anything. With his current strength, he can't do anything. Kimoto Tangi walked up to the three of them. He said, "Today I will take you to take the mission." Ben Yediko and Yamada Kiki, who were startled just now, were immediately excited when they heard that they were going to take the mission. They completely forgot how scared they were just now. "Really, teacher, can we take the mission now?" Kimoto Tangi nodded expressionlessly. "Of course, but during this period you can only take missions below sea level. When you are performing the mission, I will also train you. You must be mentally prepared. My training is very harsh." Kimoto Tangi suddenly said in a cold tone. He looked at Yu, with a slight smile on his face, "But I think you should be looking forward to it." Yu looked at Kimoto Tangi and frowned. "Teacher Tangi, you are only teaching 3 students who have just graduated from the ninja school. It is unnecessary to do the test just now." Mumoto Tangi patted Yu's shoulder. "You still care about it. Maybe the future life will not be easy for the 2 of them, but it should be a good thing for you." Yu knew what Mumoto Tangi meant. He was indeed looking forward to what ninjutsu Mumoto Tangi could teach him. It's just that he is not very friendly to Yamada Shuki and Ben Yitianzi. After all, the talents of the 2 are really average. If Mumoto Tangi is too strict with them, they will be very uncomfortable. Seeing Yu didn't speak, Mumoto Tangi smiled and said, "Let's go to the Hokage building to take the mission." Yamada Shuki and Ben Yitianzi didn't notice the conversation between Mumoto Tangi and Yu. The 2 were still happy to be able to officially take the mission. And just after the 4 left, on a tree in the training ground, Kakashi, who was supposed to take the 7th team to take the mission, stood on the tree, holding a novel in his hand. His attention was no longer on the book. He had been paying attention to Kimoto's test of Yu. Yu's performance also surprised him. Even though Yu and the others had left, Kakashi still muttered to himself, "Not only does he have a huge amount of chakra, his body's reaction is much more sensitive than ordinary ninjas, and his eyesight is comparable to me with the Sharingan." Kakashi felt that even an ordinary Chunin would not be able to react to the kunai and shuriken fired by Kimoto just now. Even if he knew, he couldn't react, couldn't detect the flight trajectory of the ninja tools, and couldn't stop it. And this kind of reaction and eyesight are not what ordinary ninjas can have. Even Kakashi suspected that Yu's eyesight just now was comparable to his own with the Sharingan. "I don't know if this guy can learn my Chidori." Kakashi thought of Yu's eyesight comparable to the Sharingan, and his agile skills. It is indeed very suitable for his Chidori. It's just that Chidori is an A-level forbidden technique after all. Not to mention that Yu has nothing to do with him, nor is he his disciple. Even if he really wants to teach Yu, he probably wouldn't dare to teach. Forbidden techniques are not only powerful and lethal, but the most important thing is that they are very harmful to the caster and very dangerous. So even if Kakashi is willing to teach Yu, Kakashi has to weigh the danger. The reason why Kakashi teaches Sasuke, in addition to being his student, is that Sasuke has the Sharingan. Even if he has the Sharingan, it took him a month of special training to learn it. Looking at Yuyu's back, Kakashi murmured to himself, if you really have no bad intentions towards the village, you are indeed a person worth training. If you are trained well, maybe you will be the next fourth generation. Kakashi's vigilance against Yuyu has been reduced a lot at this time. The reason for this change is that he saw Yuyu was angry because Mubantangi hurt his teammates. When Yuyu was angry just now, his emotions were real. He knew that Yuyu was a person who cherished his teammates, at least he was willing to believe in such a person. Yuyu reminded him of his past self. No, he didn't do as well as Yuyu back then. After all, he had been in decline for a long time back then. I really envy Tangi for being so lucky to have picked up such a good seedling. In Kakashi's opinion, as long as Yuyu didn't die halfway, his achievements in the future would not be inferior to Kakashi himself. Kakashi felt a headache when he thought of his 3 problem students. Although Sasuke and Naruto have great potential. One is from the Uchiha clan and has opened the Sharingan. One is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and has the blood of the Uzumaki clan. But these 2 people are not so easy to lead. Even the purpose of the 3rd generation handing these 2 people over to him was to use Sasuke's Sharingan to contain Naruto. It's just that both Sasuke and Naruto have weird personalities. In comparison, he felt that maybe Yuyu might be easier to teach. At least Yuyu looked much more mature. Shaking his head, Kakashi disappeared from the training ground. Soon, Yuyu and the other 4 came to the Hokage building. The 3rd generation didn't see anything special about Yuyu. And neither Asuma, Kakashi, nor Kimoto told the 3rd generation about Yuyu. Coming out of the Hokage building, several people met Team 7 who were also going to take a mission. Seeing Yuyu, Naruto greeted him happily. Hey, Yuyu, what mission did you take? Naruto ran to Yuyu's side and asked with a smile. It's just a D-level mission. After all, it was the first time to take a mission. It's impossible to take a difficult mission. Naruto didn't understand this. He smiled and said, D-level mission, we will definitely get a C-level mission this time. Yuyu didn't say anything, just said, then I wish you good luck. Kakashi's eyes were always on Yuyu. Yuyu's performance made him very satisfied. In his opinion, Yuyu was definitely the student he wanted most. Mainly because their personalities were more compatible. Sasuke, who was standing next to Kakashi, looked at Yuyu with some doubts. He didn't have a deep impression of Yuyu. He didn't even remember that he and Yuyu were in the same class. The same was true for Sakura. But when she saw Yuyu, she was still amazed. She looked calm on the surface, but she was thinking in her heart, he looks no worse than Sasuke. Who is he? He seems to be very familiar with Naruto. How could such a person have such a good relationship with Naruto? Chapter 14. In Sakura's mind, Naruto's popularity is not good. Kimoto Tangi just glanced at Kakashi, nodded slightly as a greeting, and left with the 3 people. Kakashi's eyes made Kimoto Tangi speechless. He thought, is Kakashi targeting Yuyu? He thought Kakashi was targeting him because Yuyu hid his strength. If he knew that Kakashi envied him, Kimoto Tangi would probably be alert. After all, everyone wants a good student. After Yuyu and the other 4 left, Sakura looked at Kakashi in confusion. Teacher Kakashi, who is that person? Sakura saw that Kakashi had been staring at Yuyu just now. She thought Kakashi and Yuyu were very familiar with each other. Kakashi turned around and said lightly, a very interesting guy, let's go in. Kakashi was not willing to explain too much to Sakura. Sasuke felt that Yuyu brought him a little pressure from the beginning. This was a feeling he had never had before. Before, Sasuke had always been the top of his class in the ninja school, and he never took other people seriously. It was impossible for a classmate to put pressure on him. Unexpectedly, just after the contact just now, he felt that Yu would become his opponent in the future. Kakashi didn't say it, but Naruto smiled and said to Sakura, "That's Team 11. The one who looks only slightly worse than me is called Yu. He is my friend." Although they just met not long ago, Naruto still regarded Yu as his friend. He didn't seem to notice Yu's alienation from him. Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura rolled her eyes at him. "Stupid Naruto, you are too thick-skinned." In Sakura's heart, Yu's appearance is comparable to Sasuke. Even if it weren't for Sasuke's special status in her heart, she might think that Yu's appearance is better than Sasuke. On the other side, Yu and his friends came to the back mountain of Konoha. Looking at the big waterfall in front of them, Yamada Shuki and Ben Yediko looked depressed. "Teacher, why did we receive such a task? And the garbage is under the waterfall, how can we pick it up?" The task of several people is to clean up the garbage in the lake behind the mountain of Konoha. After all, they are just newcomers, so they will naturally not receive combat missions. It's just that there is a waterfall with a height of 40 to 50 meters upstream of the lake in front of them. And the water flow is very fast, and the impact is very large. It's a headache to think about cleaning up the garbage under the waterfall. Mubintang said expressionlessly, "Today I will teach you how to use chakra to step on the lake without falling." Hearing Mubintang's words, Yamada Shuki and the two who had originally looked bitter instantly regained their vitality. "Really, teacher, what ninjutsu are you going to teach us?" Yu looked at Mubintang and saw that he was also looking at him. Treading water. It is indeed a very basic, but very useful ninjutsu. Although it is basic, Yu really doesn't know it. Before, because of his average talent, he didn't practice it. Yu was looking forward to it now. Seeing Yu showing interest, Mubintang smiled and said, "Come with me to the lake, I'll show you how to do it." The group came to the water's edge, and the water flow was very calm away from the waterfall. This is a good place to practice. Mubintang stretched out his foot and stepped slowly on the water. Watch carefully, when your feet are on the water, control the chakra in your body to attach to the bottom of your feet. Pay attention to controlling the amount of chakra, so that the chakra can just support your body, more or less is not allowed. You still need to practice and master this amount. Mubintang was already standing on the water. It was like stepping on the ground, very stable, and did not fall into the water. This scene stunned Yamada Shuki and Ben Tianzi. "Wow, teacher, you actually stood on the water without falling. This is too amazing." Neither of them came from a ninja family, and had never seen this kind of ninjutsu. Yu was also a little surprised to see him standing steadily on the water. There is still a difference between imagining and actually seeing. Yamada Shuki couldn't help but try it first. He walked to the lake and carefully gathered the chakra under his feet. Although Mubin Yidung had demonstrated it just now and explained the principle, Yamada Shuki was still a little nervous when he tried it himself. He stepped on the water nervously. Just when he was about to exert force, he stepped on the air and fell into the water. "It's so difficult, teacher, how did you do it so easily?" Standing up from the water and wiping his hair, Yamada Shuki looked at Mubin Yidung with embarrassment. Originally wanted Tobin Yediko, who tried it, also got scared when she saw Yamada Mushi's look. "Is it difficult? I see the teacher did it very easily, and the principal doesn't seem difficult either." Ben Yediko looked at Yamada Mushi and asked. Yamada Mushi walked out of the water to the shore and smiled bitterly. "It's impossible to do it. The principle seems very simple, but it's very difficult to master the appropriate amount of chakra." Mubin nodded. "Yes, although you haven't learned it, you also know the true core of this ninjutsu. The most important thing is to master the appropriate amount of chakra. You need to control the chakra more accurately. I can't help you with this. You need to train and explore it yourself." Yamada Mushi nodded. "It's too difficult. I guess it will take a long time to master it." Yamada Mushi felt that it was too difficult to do it. Just now I didn't even feel that my body could stand on the water for even a moment, just like when I didn't condense chakra. Teacher, how long did it take you to master this ninjutsu? Yamada Shuki was very curious about how long it took Kimoto Ichi to master it. Because Kimoto Ichi was a jonin, and those who could become jonin were all geniuses since childhood. Because jonin was already the top fighting force of a village. Even in the 5 major ninja villages. There were not many jonin in the 5 major ninja villages, and each of them was a leader in various fields. Kimoto Ichi said calmly, 2 days. 2 days. Even you, the teacher, need 2 days, so we may need more than 10 days. Although the ninja talent was average, Yamada Shuki was very familiar with the theory of ninjutsu. He also knew that his talent must be far inferior to Kimoto Ichi. Ben Yetazi originally wanted to give it a try, but after hearing what Yamada Shuki said, she retracted her foot. Her talent was similar to Yamada Shuki's. Teacher, what should we do with the garbage? Ben Yetianzi pointed at the garbage under the waterfall. She felt timid when she saw the terrifying impact of the waterfall. The water flow with a drop of dozens of meters could kill people. Mu Bentongi shook his head and said, you have to figure out a solution for this. This is also the purpose of this mission. If you can't handle such a simple thing, you will be killed when facing a powerful enemy in the future. Chapter 15. Mu Bentongi's cold voice startled Yamada Shuki and Ben Yetiko. Yeyu looked at the two and shook his head. Teacher, don't scare them. Standing on the water, Mu Bentongi looked at Yeyu and smiled. Why, don't you try it? Mu Bentongi wanted to know if Yeyu had learned it. Yamada Shuki and Ben Yetiko also looked at Yeyu. Both of them already knew that Yeyu was a little stronger than them. They were also looking forward to whether Yeyu could learn this ninjutsu. Yeyu was stunned for a moment. In fact, he completely understood it when Mu Bentongi just explained the principle. He even calculated how much chakra was needed. But he didn't know if he could really do it. Yeyu was also curious whether he had mastered it. Mu Bentongi said, try it. Yeyu nodded. Walked to the water's edge and circulated the chakra in his body. In an instant, chakra flowed through the meridians in his body. With his eyes slightly fixed, Yeyu stepped on the water. The originally calm water surface was dented by Yeyu's foot. Just when the three thought that Yeyu was going to fall into the water, the puddle he stepped on rose again. He lifted Yeyu's body on it. Then Yeyu stepped on the water with both feet, without any sign of falling into the water. Oh my god, Yeyu, have you learned it before? Yamada Shuki was stunned when he looked at Yeyu. Yeyu succeeded on the first try, which made him doubt whether Yeyu had learned it before. Ben Yetianzi was even more full of indescribable light. Mu Bentongi was also stunned. You learned it. Yeyu was also a little surprised. Although he knew that his physical fitness had improved and his chakra amount had also increased a lot. But he didn't expect to succeed on the first try. At this moment, Yeyu finally knew how terrifying that excellent learning ability given by the system was. You know, even a genius like Sasuke took a whole day to learn tree climbing, which is similar to treading water. And he was bruised from practicing. Although he was also very surprised, Yeyu quickly regained his composure. I don't know how I learned it. Listening to Yeyu's words, coupled with his innocent expression, the three people's mouths twitched slightly. If it wasn't inappropriate, I'm afraid the three of them would want to beat Yeyu into a pig's head. But what the three didn't know was that Yeyu was telling the truth. The moment Mu Bentongi finished explaining the principle, his brain had deconstructed all the details of this ninjutsu. All the variables and all were calculated clearly. The rest was to output chakra according to the results in his mind. And his chakra control was very terrifying. So he learned it all at once. Mu Bentongi came back to his senses. Although he was shocked, he calmed down his heart. He thought to himself that genius was incomprehensible to him. But if Kakashi knew what he was thinking, he would definitely say, "No, this is not a genius, this is a demon." Back then, Kakashi spent a whole day practicing treading water. Even though he was only 6 years old at that time. But you have to know that Kakashi was from the Hitaki clan, and he had inherited the skill since he was a child, and he started practicing since he was a child. Yu Yu has only started practicing now. Before, Yu Yu only knew the 3-body technique. Yu Yu's talent is incomprehensible. No matter how talented a person is, it is absolutely impossible to master this kind of ninjutsu that requires precise chakra control in one go. Mubantangi said tremblingly, "Have you really never learned it before?" Yu Yu shook his head. "I learned the 3-body technique in school before, and this is the only ninjutsu I have mastered." "Then it seems that your previous experience in the ninja school has delayed your development." Mubantangi said this very sincerely. He really felt that the few years in the ninja school delayed Yu Yu's development. It's just that if you don't show your talent in the ninja school, your talent can't be discovered. Mubantangi smiled bitterly. Yamada Muki and Ben Yediko nodded in agreement. Yes, Yu Yu was too unknown in school. If you show your talent in school, I'm afraid even Sasuke won't be your opponent. Yu Yu waved his hand. "I don't want to cause trouble. Don't you see how many people Sasuke has to deal with every day?" Listening to Yu Yu's words, Mubantangi asked, "Is this why you don't want to show your talent?" Yu Yu nodded. "Yes, why should I cause trouble for myself? I have to stay in the ninja school for 6 years. Of course, this is a lie. The real reason is that Yu Yu's talent was very average before, and he really didn't have any talent. But even if he had a good talent before, he will also be like what he said, and will not show his talent in the ninja school. It's not that he is worried that the 3rd generation and Danzo will harm him. But he doesn't want to be in trouble." This is also what Yu Yu really said, so he was very sincere when he said it. Let Mubantangi believe it. But he didn't expect that Yu Yu hid his talent in the ninja school for such a simple reason. Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi both thought that Yu Yu was outrageous. If they had Yu Yu's talent, they would have been little bullies in the ninja school. It is difficult for children to refuse to show off their uniqueness in front of their classmates. Mubantangi shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had guessed so much before, but he didn't expect that the real reason why Yu Yu hid his talent was so simple. He really believed it. Because Yu Yu said it too sincerely. He used to be in charge of interrogation in the Anbu. He could see that Yu Yu was not lying. After knowing Yu Yu's thoughts, Mubantangi really let down his vigilance against Yu Yu. Really treated him as his student. "Okay, now that you have learned it, go to a place with water flow and try to see if you can walk." Mubantangi wanted to know where Yu Yu's limit was. Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi also looked at Yu Yu with expectation. Although they did not learn it. But they were also happy to see Yu Yu become stronger, so that they would have someone to lean on when they were carrying out missions in the future. Yu Yu nodded and slowly walked towards the water flow. The moment Yu Yu approached the water flow, various data appeared in his brain. All these data were data from different positions calculated by Yu Yu's brain in an instant. And his body was also outputting the same chakra at the same time. The 3 people standing on the shore watched Yu Yu walk to the water flow and still stand steadily on the water. They were all stunned. Even Mubantangi looked at Yu Yu with eyes wide open in disbelief. This guy is a monster. Although Yamada Shuki and Ben Yediko didn't know how outrageous Yu Yu was at this time, they still felt his horror. "Teacher, is it more difficult to stand on the water in a place with water flow than in a place without water flow?" Mubantangi's mouth twitched slightly. "Nonsense, think about whether the chakra required in a place with water flow is dynamic. It can be said that standing on the water surface with water flow is 10 times more difficult than standing on the water surface without water flow. Even for me, it took me about 10 days to barely stand on the water surface with water flow. This guy is simply a monster." Mubantangi looked solemn. He felt that he would not be able to teach Yu for a long time. Yu could master such a difficult ninjutsu so quickly, and learning other ninjutsu would only be easier. Because treading water requires very precise control of chakra. It is even more difficult than learning AC level ninjutsu. You can imagine how terrifying Yu is. Chapter 16. Yu did not stop in the middle of the lake. Instead, he walked towards the bottom of the waterfall. He also wanted to test his limit. But Mu Bentong was shocked when he saw Yu walking towards the bottom of the waterfall. He hurriedly stopped him. Yu, that's enough, don't go any further, it's too dangerous. But Yu did not stop. The closer he got to the waterfall, the faster his heartbeat was due to the sound of the waterfall hitting the lake and the splashing water. But he still had the courage to test his limit. Mu Bentong saw that Yu did not stop, but was getting closer and closer to the bottom of the waterfall, so he ran towards Yu anxiously. But he stopped when he was a few meters away from Yu. Because he saw Yu's serious look. He knew Yu's purpose. Although he was very worried, he still respected Yu's will. Boom, boom, boom. Listening to the roar of the waterfall hitting the water, the splashing water even wet Yu's clothes. But he still walked towards the place where the waterfall hit with an expressionless face. At this time, his body rose and fell with the turbulent waves. But he still stepped steadily on the water. Under his feet, the chakra was tightly attached to the water. When he was only 5 or 6 meters away from the place where the waterfall fell, Yu stopped. It was not that he fell into the water, but that the splashing water of the waterfall was too big. The splashes kept hitting his body, making it difficult for him to move forward. But Yu also tested his limits. Haha, even if I walk into the center of the waterfall, I won't fall into the water, but I will be thrown into the water by the waterfall. Yu knew very well that although he could stand firmly on the turbulent water surface, the terrifying water flow of the waterfall would throw him into the water. The power of the waterfall is too strong. He couldn't bear it with his body right now. After all, he was just testing his limit of treading water, not risking his life. Yu didn't want to die here. After taking a few steps back, Yu turned around and looked at Mu Bentong, who was alert and ready to rush over to save people at any time. At this moment, Yu truly recognized his teacher. Although his personality was very cold, Yu could feel that he was very worried about him. Yu smiled. Teacher, it seems that I have mastered it. Mu Bentong breathed a sigh of relief. Walking towards him, Mu Bentong patted his shoulder at the wet clothes. You are too arrogant. Even if you want to test your limit, it's too risky. You are just a newcomer now. The power of this waterfall is something you can't bear now. Yu didn't say anything, just smiled. The two returned to the shore. Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi were already stunned. At this moment, the two still had in their minds the image of Yu walking towards the center of the raging waterfall. At that time, Yu was like a god. The two did not expect that the gap between them and Yu would be so big. Mom, Yu is definitely not someone who cannot be trusted. At this moment, Benyi Tianzi had denied her mother's words that she should stay away from Yu. Yamada Shuki was full of admiration for Yu. The scene just now was so shocking that he couldn't believe that Yu, like him, was a newcomer who had just graduated from the ninja school. Yu, how did you do it? I was really scared just now. I just didn't expect you to be able to stand steadily on the water in that situation. Yu didn't say anything, but just smiled slightly. Because Yu had mastered the ninjutsu of treading water, the work of cleaning up the garbage in the lake was much simpler afterwards. Even if it was garbage next to the waterfall, Yu could use a kunai tied with a wire to hook it out. In the ninja school, in addition to the three-body technique, Yu also practiced the ninja tool throwing technique very well. After the chakra restriction was unlocked and he gained excellent learning ability, he played the ninja tool to perfection. I am afraid that Mubantongi's ninja tool throwing technique may not be as proficient as Yu. After working all afternoon, the garbage in the lake was finally cleaned up. The three sat under the tree on the shore to rest. Yamada Shumu and Ben Yitianzi were sweating profusely, but Yu didn't feel tired except that his clothes were wet. He might be able to complete today's task faster by himself. But the task must be done by the three of them to achieve the goal. Whether the task is completed is not very important. What is important is that Yu and others can get exercise. It's very tiring. This kind of task is relatively simple, there is no danger. Wait until you receive the combat mission to really feel, okay, it's getting dark, after we hand in the mission, I'll treat you to a barbecue. Yamada Shuki, who was originally exhausted and panting, jumped up immediately after hearing about the barbecue. Long live the teacher, let's go to the barbecue. Eating barbecue is a relatively high consumption even for ninjas. If you eat a lot, you can even drain the wallet of a senior ninja. Of course, none of the three Yu can eat as much as Choji. Yu also stood up and said with a smile, "Teacher, it's rare to be so generous." Ben Yitianzi also stood up with Yu. "Well, I used to think that the teacher was a difficult person to get along with." Mubantongi didn't say anything. Mubantongi was indeed a very difficult person to get along with in the past, very serious. It was just because the three of them were the first batch of students he taught, and he was particularly satisfied with Yu, and even wanted to accept Yu as his own disciple. Naturally, he treated the three of them differently from others. After completing the task and eating the barbecue, Yu went home to rest. Lying on the bed, Yu sank his consciousness into the consciousness space. Your control over chakra has doubled. You have obtained 5 types of chakra today. Hearing the reward, Yu almost jumped out of bed. Oh my god, 5 types of chakra. This reward is too generous. In this case, don't I have all the attributes of chakra? Only the 2 chakra attributes of yin and yang are missing, but even without those 2 attributes of chakra, the 5 attributes of chakra alone are rare. Quote. In the entire ninja world, there are very few ninjas with all attribute chakras. Otherwise, Kakuzu wouldn't have killed so many ninjas, wasn't it just to obtain 5 attribute chakras? I didn't expect to get it all at once now, how could Yu not be excited? Before, Yu didn't know what his chakra attribute was, but now it doesn't matter. He now has all 5 attributes of chakra. This means that in the future, he can learn all ninjutsu except those that require the use of yin and yang attributes. At this time, Yu was more excited than getting the ability to remove chakra restrictions. After all, full attribute chakras are the standard for the protagonists of the 4 ninja world wars. Although Naruto's chakra attribute is wind attribute, in the end he and Sasuke both have chakras of all attributes. According to this level, it is not impossible to obtain yin and yang chakra attributes in the future. This, hang-up system, is really a bit scary. It's called hang-up, but I didn't expect it to have more than just hang-up functions. Yu didn't expect the hang-up system to provide him with so many abilities. Chapter 17. At Kimoto's home. Kakashi appeared on his balcony again. Kimoto looked at the figure on the balcony and shook his head. Kakashi, it's not like my house doesn't have a door. Kakashi didn't care about Kimoto's complaints. Looking at the moonlight outside, he asked lightly, it seems that you are very satisfied with that boy. I have never seen you attend a dinner party before. Kimoto came to the balcony. It seems that you are also concerned about that boy. But you should also know that he is my student. Kimoto looked at Kakashi. Kakashi smiled. Why are you so nervous? Are you still worried that I will snatch him away? I do worry. After all, that boy is much better than I expected. I think the person in the woods today is you. Kimoto discovered Kakashi's existence today. After all, Kimoto was once a senior ninja in the Anbu. Although he was in the interrogation department, his perception ability was his strong point. If your students knew that you were using a shadow clone to lead students, they would probably be sad. Besides, none of your students are simple. Kakashi didn't care about Kimoto Tangi's teasing. Haha, that kid has changed you a lot. You wouldn't have said that before. Kakashi sighed. Yes, that kid made me realize that if I don't teach him well, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Kakashi didn't deny it. Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Kimoto Tangi to admit it so bluntly, nor did he expect that in his heart, Yiyu's status would be so high. But when he thought of Yiyu walking towards the waterfall today without fear, even if he would be hit by the waterfall and fall into the water at any time, he would not be afraid. Kakashi admitted that he envied Kimoto Tangi. That guy's talent is even much stronger than mine. Kakashi smiled bitterly. Kakashi was once a super genius of Konoha. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, and became a Jonin at the age of 12. Later, he became famous in the ninja world as Sharingan Kakashi. He is a well-deserved genius in the ninja world. Even Uchiha Itachi is slightly inferior. It's still not as good as yours. You became a Jonin when you were 12 years old, and now he is just a newcomer. Muban Tangi said. Come on, if he had my resources, I'm afraid he would have become a Jonin now. The 6 years in the ninja school delayed him. Kakashi said. Kakashi always thought that Yiyu's ability to hide his talent in the ninja school was unwise. But when I think of Yiyu's ability to hide his talent so well without vanity at such a young age. Even he can't do it. He didn't need to do that back then. What are you going to teach him? Are you going to teach him ninjutsu now? Kakashi looked at Muban Tangi. Kimoto Tangi was silent for a while. I haven't decided yet. In fact, I think my ninjutsu is not suitable for him. Most of my ninjutsu are related to interrogation. I don't want him to enter the Anbu in the future. Kimoto Tangi sighed, although he wanted to teach Yiyu many powerful combat ninjutsu. But he really doesn't know how to do it. In addition to some basic attribute ninjutsu, he doesn't know powerful combat ninjutsu. I really don't know what else I can teach him after teaching him basic ninjutsu. Kakashi looked at Kimoto Tangi's embarrassment, and after a while of silence, he said, if you want, I can help you. Kimoto Tangi was very surprised, and looked at Kakashi with surprise. You help me, aren't you afraid that the Hokage will have an opinion? After all, the third generation handed Sasuke and Naruto to Kakashi just to let him teach them well. If Kakashi is distracted by Yiyu, the third generation will definitely have an opinion. Then just don't let him know. We will basically be carrying out missions in the village during this period. With the child's talent, I am confident that he can have the ninjutsu strength of a senior ninja before he can go out on missions. Kimoto Tangi looked at Kakashi, a little unbelievable. Although he knew that Kakashi might be optimistic about Yiyu. But he didn't expect him to do this for Yiyu. You know, Kakashi also has a nickname called Copy Ninja. Relying on the Sharingan, Kakashi has mastered thousands of ninjutsu. But he still hopes that he can teach Yiyu ninjutsu. But when he thought that except for a few B-level ninjutsu, all his A-level ninjutsu were related to interrogation. It would be useless for Yiyu to learn it. Do you have any requirements? Kimoto Tangi knows very well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. My request is very simple. When we go out on missions in the future, I sometimes need to borrow him. Kimoto Tangi was stunned for a moment. You don't want to take him out to perform dangerous missions, do you? Kakashi nodded. You should know that a strong man cannot be raised in a greenhouse. When I was 12 years old, I followed the fourth generation to perform missions. He is him, you are you were trained at the beginning, no matter how talented he is just a newcomer who just graduated from the ninja school. Which of the missions you performed was below B level? I don't want my students to take risks with you. Kimoto Tangi was very excited. Kakashi was really unreliable. The missions Kakashi mentioned were naturally not the missions he went out with Naruto and the others. They were the missions Kakashi took on himself. Kakashi is an elite Jonin of Konoha, and one of the strongest ones. The missions he took would be dangerous even for ordinary Jonin to follow him. Although Yu has a strong talent, he doesn't know any ninjutsu now, and he hasn't even participated in a real battle. How could Kimoto Tangi be willing to let him follow Kakashi to take risks? But Kakashi also has his considerations. Tangi, you should know that letting him experience real danger early will be good for his future growth. In fact, he should have been let out a long time ago. It's even a little late now. Kimoto Tangi still didn't want to. I won't agree. I hope to wait step by step until he has enough strength, and then I will let him go with confidence. Kakashi shook his head. You are wrong to think so. He is different from ordinary people. Step by step will only make him mediocre. Do you want him to become an ordinary ninja? But I don't want him to die before me. Kimoto Tangi said with his eyes wide open. He really regards Yu as his student. Even if his actions will make Yu mediocre in the future, he doesn't want Yu and Kakashi to carry out life-threatening missions. Chapter 18. Yi Tong, calm down. I'll protect him with me. Kakashi was helpless. It was the first time he saw Kimoto Yi Tong so emotional. He could understand. Kimoto Yi Tong really regarded Yu as his disciple. How many colleagues died with you? Although the ninjas in the Anbu should have realized that day, I don't want him to join the Anbu. I just want him to become a ninja who protects the village in the future and live freely under the sun. Kakashi was silent. Kimoto Yi Tong's words reminded him of Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. This has been his heart knot for so many years. He is different from others. I bring him with me to help him grow, not to really treat him as a teammate on a mission. If there is a very dangerous mission, I won't bring him with me. That's fine. Kakashi has taken a step back. But Kimoto Tangi still shook his head. Impossible, don't think about it. I will never let him go out without the ability to protect himself. Tangi, you have really changed a lot. You were not like this before. Kimoto Tangi looked at Kakashi. Have you not changed? You are completely different now than when you were in the Anbu. After that, both of them were silent. Yes, both of them have changed. Because of Yu. Because both of them knew that with Yu's talent, as long as he was taught well, he would definitely become a powerful force to protect the village in the future. It's just that the two disagreed on the teaching method. Yu didn't know all this. Of course I won't take him out to perform tasks without him having enough self-protection ability. How about we make an agreement? When he has the strength to defeat you, I will take him out. Kakashi looked at Kimoto Tangi and said seriously. Kimoto Tangi thought about it and nodded. The reason why he agreed is that Kimoto Tangi is not a combat-type ninja. In terms of fighting, he is just like an ordinary Jonin. But as long as he is defeated, it will at least prove that Yu has the strength of a Jonin. If the conversation between the two is heard by others, they will definitely think that they are dreaming. After all, Kimoto Tangi is a Jonin, and Yu is just a newcomer who has just graduated from the ninja school. Let alone whether Yu can defeat Kimoto Tangi, it is still unknown whether Yu can become a Jonin. After all, no matter which ninja village, Jonin is the best among ninjas. Not everyone can be one. As long as you become a Jonin, regardless of whether you are a combat ninja, your basic strength is at the level of a normal Jonin. And the ninjas who can become Jonin are 1 in 1,000. Even in the 5 major ninja villages, the number of Jonin is no more than 100. In other words, Kakashi means that Yu has the strength to defeat Jonin in less than a year. This is simply a fantasy. Normal people will think it is a dream. Kakashi and Kimoto Dodoshi, who knew about Yu's talent, thought it was normal. Both of them thought that Yu could have the strength of a Jonin when he could go out to perform tasks. And the general rookie team in Konoha village can go out to perform tasks after performing tasks in the village for 3 months. After completing another D-level task the next day, Yu mastered the ninjutsu of climbing trees. Because of the pressure from Yu, Yamada Shuki and Ben Yi Tianzi worked very hard. It's just that their talents are average, so they can't master the several ninjutsu taught by Kimoto Dodoshi yet. On the way home at night, Yu suddenly stopped on a street. With a strong perception ability, he looked at the empty street with a solemn expression. Although he didn't see a figure, Yu always felt that it would be very dangerous if he walked over. Just when Yu was about to turn around and take a detour, dozens of kunai and shuriken suddenly flew towards him. The sound of kunai and shuriken breaking the wind made Yu secretly think that it was not good. Buzz tilde. Ding ding ding. In an instant, he saw dozens of kunai and shuriken about to hit him. Yuyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the spot. Dozens of kunai and shuriken shot into the air, hitting the wall more than 10 meters away. Sparks flew everywhere, and the kunai and shuriken were stuck to the wall with great force. Such a terrifying force, if it hits the human body, it will instantly penetrate the flesh and blood. Yu, who had teleported several meters away, turned his head and saw the place where the kunai and shuriken hit, and took a breath of cold air. Hiss, if I get hit, I'm dead. But Yu didn't know that within a few dozen meters the people who shot kunai and shuriken from the trees outside were even more surprised. This speed has reached the level of the instant body technique. This kid's brain is quite useful. Just now, Yu condensed the chakra under his feet in an instant, and ran several meters away in an instant. It is exactly the same as the principle of the instant body technique. And Yu has never learned the instant body technique. It is conceivable how strong Yuyu's chakra control and physical strength are. Coming back to his senses, Yu looked in the direction of the attacker. At this time, there was no one around. Yu drew out the kunai and took a fighting posture. We can't stay here for long, we have to find a chance to run away. Judging from the attack just now, this person's strength is far above mine. In an instant, Yu analyzed the gap between the enemy and us. But Yu didn't dare to turn around at this time. Once he turned around at this time, he would be stabbed from behind by the attacker immediately. Yu did not intend to tangle with the attacker. He did not know any ninjutsu at the moment, and even his taijutsu was not very good. It was absolutely impossible to compete with the attacker with just the few basic ninjutsu he had learned. Yu knew this from the beginning. He just had to think about how to run. For a while, the surroundings fell into peace again. Only the evening breeze blew. There were not even street lights in this place, and the dark surroundings made people feel chilly. Yuyu's eyes were fixed on the direction of the attacker. He had sensed the general position of the attacker, and now he did not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, Yu felt a chakra fluctuation behind him. So fast. Yu was stunned, and the attacker appeared behind him almost in an instant. He did not even react. In just a moment, Yu came back to his senses. This time he did not teleport out again. He knew very well that the attacker's speed was faster than him. Teleporting out again would only be courting death. At this moment, Yu turned around and kicked over. Bang tilde. With a muffled sound, the figure behind him was kicked and exploded instantly, turning into a puff of white smoke. Oh no, it's a clone. Yu thought to himself that it was not good. Earth escape swamp technique. Yu suddenly felt his feet soften. The street under his feet instantly turned into a swamp, and the swamp had a strong adhesion, and soon pulled Yu into the swamp. At this time, half of his body had already sunk into the swamp. And his body continued to fall. Chapter 19. In almost 3 seconds, Yu was left with only his head on the ground. However, the attacker in the dark did not appear. Sure enough, when the swamp submerged Yu's head, a white smoke appeared. Yu in the swamp also turned into a piece of wood. Haha, substitute technique. You really apply the ninjutsu you have learned to perfection. It turned out that Yu used the substitute technique to avoid the attacker's earth escape. And Yu's real body had appeared more than 10 meters away at this time, But he was not relaxed at all. He looked at the direction of the attacker with a serious expression. This guy is too strong. I am not his opponent now. Who is he? I should not have any enemies. I don't even know many people in the village. Who is going to hurt me? Yu was very annoyed. The few ninjutsu just now clearly wanted to force him to death. What hatred or resentment, he didn't remember that he had offended such a strong person. Just as Yu was brainstorming and wondering who attacked him, a figure walked out of the dark woods. Not bad, not bad, it seems that you already have the strength of a chunin. Seeing this man, Yu looked even more nervous. It was too dark here, and the man was masked, so he couldn't recognize who he was. But this man gave him a very strong feeling, several times stronger than his teacher. If this guy really wanted to kill me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand here now. But what is his purpose? This is a village, does this guy really dare to kill people in the street? Although ninjas often carry out assassination missions, this is a village and there is order. Even ninjas dare not hurt people at will. And this person is so strong that it would be impossible to be so troublesome if he wanted to kill himself. Yu knew very well that this person could kill him in seconds. Just as Yu was thinking, this person had come to Yu. I don't think I've ever offended you. Yu still didn't do anything. He wanted to know who this person was. The attacker glanced at Yu and said lightly, "Follow me." He turned around and walked away. At this moment, Yu wanted to turn around and run away. But when he thought of the gap between the two sides, he gave up. He shouldn't want to kill me, otherwise I would definitely not have survived just now. But what is his purpose? Unable to figure it out, Yu hesitated for a moment and followed. There was no way, he was not the opponent of the other party, this person could kill him in seconds. Resistance was useless. And Yu also wanted to know who this person was and what his purpose was. In the dark night, the two of them walked one after the other, more than 10 meters apart, and gradually walked to the back mountain of Konoha. When entering the back mountain, Yu didn't want to follow, but he finally followed. He saw that this person would not kill him. The two came to the lake that Yu and his team cleaned yesterday. Under the moonlight, the man's white hair made Yu's eyes narrow slightly. Could this guy be Hatake Kakashi? Yu looked at the man carefully, and the more he looked like him. No way, I don't seem to have offended him. Could it be that Mr. Yidong offended him when he was in the Anbu? So he wants to teach me a lesson now to avenge the teacher. After guessing that this man was Kakashi, Yu felt that it must be because Mr. Kimoto Yidong had offended Kakashi in the Anbu, so Kakashi retaliated against him to warn Mr. Kimoto Yidong. However, since this man might be Kakashi, Yu was sure that he would not be in danger. And this man was really Kakashi. During the day, he took Naruto and Sasuke to do tasks. In fact, Naruto and Sasuke completed the task, and he read a novel on the side. Kakashi is a fan of Jiraiya's books. Walking to the lake, Kakashi took off his mask. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's really Kakashi. After confirming that it was Kakashi, Yu didn't say anything. He wanted to know what hatred Kakashi had with his teacher. Kakashi's attacks just now would have turned ordinary genin into a corpse. Yu didn't blame Kakashi. He knew that since it was Kakashi, since Kakashi was taking revenge on him because of his teacher, then he must know his approximate strength. Otherwise, with his personality, he would definitely not attack casually. Kakashi is not a bad person. Yu was a little gossipy and wanted to know what hatred his teacher had with Kakashi in the Anbu. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The scene was very awkward for a while. After a long time, Kakashi spoke first. "Jingwen Yu, your performance just now was not bad." Yu didn't speak. Just watching Kakashi standing by the lake pretending to be deep. And Kakashi was a little embarrassed that he didn't get the response he wanted. But after all, he was an elite jonin, so he quickly adjusted his mood. Are you confused now? Why did I attack you? Yu nodded. I don't think Kakashi teacher is just bored and teasing me. Kakashi was a little embarrassed. Yu was not curious about his purpose at all. On the contrary, he was not panicked when dealing with his attack just now, but was very calm. Calmer than him. Even Sasuke would not be like this. Sasuke's usual deepness is completely because of his tsunere. But Yu's calmness is really because he seems to have everything under control. In fact, Yu didn't know anything. The reason why he was so calm was just because this person was Kakashi, so he would definitely not be in any danger. Yu was very relieved at this time because of his understanding of Kakashi. And he felt that the reason why Kakashi attacked him must be because of his teacher. After all, Yu had no intersection with Kakashi before. But his teacher used to be a ninja in the Anbu, so there must be some feud between Kakashi and Kimoto Tangi in the past. Kakashi was a little disappointed that he didn't see what he wanted to see. But he didn't forget his purpose. Kakashi turned around, and his silver-white hair was very eye-catching under the moonlight. My attack just now can't be blocked by ordinary Chunin, which means that your strength is stronger than ordinary Chunin. That's all. If I increase the intensity, you will lose. Yu nodded. Yes, Kakashi teacher is a Jonin. I can feel that you can actually defeat me from the beginning. In front of you, I have no power to resist at all. I am still very clear about this. Yu had no doubts. He even knew that if Kakashi really wanted to take him down, he would have no chance to fight back. Although Chunin and Jonin are only one level apart. But the strength is really different. During the mission in Wave Country, the two Chunins were just clowns in front of Kakashi, and they were killed instantly after they were used up. Yu would not think that he could challenge Kakashi just because Kakashi boasted that he had the strength of a Chunin. Chapter 20. Kakashi smiled and nodded. Not bad, and a clear self-awareness. Kakashi looked at Yu and became serious. Your teacher and I were colleagues, did you know that? Yu didn't say anything, he could guess it. Kakashi didn't continue to ask Yu, but told Yu about his and Muben's decision. What do you think? Although the two of them can decide Yu's life, Kakashi still wants to ask Yu's thoughts. Yu thought for a while. I think I should have no choice to refuse. No, I want to know your thoughts are very important. Kakashi said. I don't have any ideas, and it's not bad to have one more teacher. Yu said lightly. Kakashi was a little confused. Don't you feel happy? After all, you know your teacher's experience, and you should know how rare it is to have an Anbu Jonin as your teacher. I know, but I'm not very happy to have another teacher. Yu's words made Kakashi very confused. He thought Yu didn't like him. I think my strength should be able to teach you a lot of things. Yu nodded. I believe, after all, you are teacher Kakashi, and I can know how powerful you are from many rumors. Yu really didn't rely on the memory of his previous life for this. Kakashi is indeed very famous in Konoha, except for people like Naruto who are relatively slow. As long as it is a normal ninja, they have heard of Kakashi's reputation. Kakashi was even more confused. Since Yu knew how powerful he was, why did he act so calmly? Teacher Kakashi, for me, being a stable ninja is the most important thing. I don't have to pursue becoming a strong man. This is Yu's true words, but also a lie. Yu really thought so. He had no ambition to win. All he was trying to do was to live a stable life in this world. He lied because he had a system. He knew that even if no one taught him, he could become a strong man. It just took more time and more trouble. Kakashi was speechless. Yu's idea was too unambitious. But when he thought of himself, what qualifications did he have to say about Yu? Don't you have a dream? Kakashi couldn't help asking. Yu smiled and said, my dream is to live a stable ninja career. You should know how short the career life of a ninja is. Yu's words made Kakashi even more speechless. This was the truth, but Yu was different, at least in Kakashi's opinion. He was a genius that he valued, and he was going to cultivate him to become the most important force to protect Konoha. How could he be so unambitious? Don't you have anything you want to protect? Kakashi still didn't give up. He wanted Yu to at least have a goal to strive for. A ninja without his own ideals can't achieve anything. At least Kakashi is right based on his own experience. Yu thought about it and said, of course I have enough strength. I naturally want to protect my precious things. Kakashi finally smiled. Then why did you say such depressing words just now? Yu shook his head. Teacher Kakashi, I don't think what I said just now is depressing. I said I want to spend my ninja career in peace, but I didn't say I don't want to work hard. If you want a stable life, you need to become stronger, but as long as you can protect the most precious things, it is enough. There is no need to become stronger endlessly. As for whether it can be done, I don't care, as long as you do it, it is enough. Kakashi smiled helplessly. How can you say such old-fashioned words at such a young age? Okay, I don't want to introduce myself to you either. I think you should know some things about me. After all, you are not Naruto and the others. Sasuke and Naruto really don't know Kakashi very well. Forget about Naruto. Kakashi used to be a colleague of Uchiha Itachi, and Sasuke was also unfamiliar with him. Kakashi felt helpless. Sometimes he even wondered if Uchiha Itachi had never told Sasuke about him before. Kakashi was right. Uchiha Itachi had not told Sasuke about him. After all, Uchiha Itachi rarely told Sasuke about the Anbu. It was even more impossible for him to reveal Kakashi's story. Kakashi walked in front of Yu. Under the moonlight, Kakashi, who was 1.8 meters tall, was only a head taller than Yu. Yu, who was only 12 years old, was already 1.6 meters tall. Among the little brats who are less than 1.5 meters tall, he is considered to be relatively tall. Compared to his aloofness in front of outsiders, Kakashi standing in front of Yu did not act very aloof. He patted Yu's shoulder and said seriously, "From today on, I am also your teacher, and I hope you can have the strength of a Jonin within a year or even half a year. When you have the strength of a Jonin, I will take you alone to perform some tasks." Yu, who was originally expressionless, was stunned for a moment. Take me to perform tasks. Have the strength of a Jonin within half a year. Yu's mouth twitched slightly. How much you overestimate me, who can have the strength of a Jonin within half a year. And you should also know what kind of ninja you are. The tasks you perform are not something that ordinary ninjas can touch at all. Although Yu felt that his strength would improve quickly after having the system, he was not arrogant enough to be promoted to the level of a Jonin within half a year. You should know that there is only one level difference between a Chunin and a Jonin. Especially the Jonin is not a Jonin at all in Yu's opinion. So there is only one level difference between Chunin and Jonin. But the difference in combat power between them is as big as the sky and mud. Under normal circumstances, a Jonin can crush a group of Chunin. And as long as they don't cheat, Chunin will be slaughtered when facing a Jonin. And it's not that if the ninjutsu strength reaches the Jonin, then you have the strength of a Jonin. You also need relevant combat experience. This is also the aspect that Yu pays most attention to. Ninjutsu can be practiced, but combat experience requires him to really fight and accumulate. Yu knows very well how Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed by Naruto and Sasuke in the end. In essence, Kagaya Otsutsuki's combat experience is too poor. In terms of strength, she is definitely much stronger than Naruto and Sasuke, but she was dumbfounded after being sealed for thousands of years, and finally being sealed twice was simply embarrassing for the final boss. In fact, the Otsutsuki clan has this problem. Basically, they rely on pure strength to crush. It's okay to meet an opponent who is several levels lower than you. It's really cool to crush him directly. But if you meet an opponent who is only one level lower or even the same level with rich combat experience, you will be defeated with a high probability. Yu is very clear that his actual combat experience is still 0. It will take a long time to have the strength of a Jonin. In fact, Yu thinks so and asks too much of himself. He has already shown strength far beyond that of an ordinary Chunin when dealing with Kakashi's attack. The reason why he feels that there is a big gap between him and Kakashi is not from actual combat experience, but from the fact that his current pure strength is too far behind Kakashi. It's just that Yu mistakenly thinks that this gap is the actual combat experience gap between him and Kakashi. After obtaining the excellent talent for learning ninjutsu, Yu's actual combat level is actually much stronger than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, he would not have the strength to surpass an ordinary Chunin with the few basic ninjutsu he just learned. Naruto, get stronger by hanging up. Chapter 21. Seeing Yu's reaction, Kakashi was a little surprised. You are really different from others. Other children will only think that they are very powerful and that I think highly of them when they hear these words. But you don't look proud at all. Kakashi didn't expect Yu to behave so maturely. Yu frowned. It's wrong to think that you are very powerful. I know my ability very well. It's impossible to have the strength of a Jonin within half a year, and it's even more impossible to go out on a mission with you. I still want to live well. Kakashi smiled, but Tongi and I both think you have this ability. Then you must have overestimated me. I don't have that ability. Yu shook his head and said. Okay, whether you have this ability or not, you have to try it to know. Kakashi didn't dwell on this issue. He really believed that Yu had the ability to become a Jonin in half a year. After speaking, Kakashi took out a piece of white paper from his ninja tool bag. Handed it to Yu. This is a chakra test paper, which can test the attribute of your chakra. Looking at the chakra test paper handed over by Kakashi, Yu hesitated for a moment and took it. But Kakashi didn't notice it. In fact, Yu didn't want Kakashi to know that he had 5 attributes of chakra. In the ninja world, there are not many people with 5 attributes of chakra, and they are even extremely rare. In Konoha, Yu only knew that Kakashi and the 3rd generation had them. Input your chakra into it, and you will know. Try it. Yuyu's eyes condensed slightly, and the chakra in his body instantly flowed into the chakra test paper in his hand. Kakashi stared at the chakra test paper in Yuyu's hand. He really wanted to know how many chakra attributes Yu had. Most people only have 1, and it is rare to have 2. Many senior ninjas originally only had 1 chakra attribute, and the extra one was acquired through acquired training. But the chakra attributes acquired through acquired training are naturally much worse than those born. Kakashi hoped that Yu had lightning attribute chakra. In this way, he could teach Chidori to Yu. At the moment when Yu inputted chakra into the chakra test paper, the chakra test paper was instantly split into 2 halves, and then water stains appeared on one side of the split chakra test paper, soaking the test paper. The other half wrinkled into a ball, and then a ball of flame appeared and burned a hole in one part, and the other part was crushed into powder like gravel. Kakashi was stunned. He couldn't speak. Yu was also a little surprised. Although he had known for a long time that he had 5 types of chakra. But it was the first time to actually verify it. After reacting, Kakashi looked at Yu in shock. You actually have 5 types of chakra attributes. This is really unexpected. For many years, Konoha has not had a ninja with 5 types of chakra attributes. You are really destined to become a great ninja like the 4th Hokage. Yu looked at Kakashi's excited face. They were all a little speechless. Although it is indeed a bit shocking to have 5 types of chakra attributes. But Kakashi himself has 5 types of chakra attributes, what is there to be excited about? And Kakashi actually compared himself with the 4th Hokage. Although Yu felt that he would definitely be stronger than the 4th Hokage in the future, the 4th Hokage was still a person that he could not reach. Teacher Kakashi, you are exaggerating too much, right? Is my chakra attribute hard to see? Yu did not show his understanding of chakra attributes. This kind of knowledge is not something a genin can understand. Although he had learned about chakra attributes in the ninja school, he had never learned about chakra test strips, let alone use them. Yu's words brought Kakashi back to reality. Kakashi smiled and said, "You don't know that you have 5 chakra attributes, which means you have chakras of all attributes. Tell me, should I be excited?" Kakashi didn't know much about the yin and yang attributes. And Kakashi thought that Yu would be as excited as he was when he heard that he had chakras of all attributes. Who knew that Yu didn't show any excitement at all? He just nodded calmly and said, "That's good. Can I learn ninjutsu of all attributes?" Kakashi was speechless. "You don't seem surprised at all." Yu's face was calm, and he didn't look excited at all. "What's there to be surprised about? I just care about I wonder if I can learn all kinds of ninjutsu." Kakashi shook his head. "You are really different from other kids of your age. But never mind, you are right, you have 5 kinds of chakra, which means you can learn 5 kinds of ninjutsu. Do you know how many people have 5 kinds of chakra? Looking at your excitement just now, I know there are very few." Kakashi nodded. "Yes, very few, so I was so excited just now. Now in Konoha, as far as I know, the only ninja with 5 kinds of chakra attributes besides you and me is the 3rd Hokage." Yu smiled. "So you also have 5 kinds of chakra attributes, but think about it, after all, you have the title of Copy Ninja. If you don't have the corresponding chakra attributes, I'm afraid it will be difficult to copy the opponent's ninjutsu." Kakashi nodded. "Yes, although you can copy many ninjutsu with the Sharingan. But not all ninjutsu can be copied. If the copier does not have the corresponding chakra attribute, it cannot be copied. And there are some forbidden techniques and blood limit that cannot be copied. Physical skills are also difficult to copy." Kakashi valued Yu very much at this time, and even explained the characteristics of the Sharingan to him clearly. Although this is not a secret. But ordinary ninjas really don't know. It is even more impossible for a ninja like Yu to know. You can imagine how much Kakashi trusts Yu at this time. Yu knows everything Kakashi said. So he is not surprised. Kakashi patted Yu's shoulder with relief. "Starting today, I will use the most rigorous training to let you master the ninjutsu you should master in the shortest time. You must be mentally prepared." Yu nodded. "I don't care. But I can only do my best." Kakashi smiled. He was very happy now. Yu's own conditions are really good. It is simply a piece of invaluable uncut jade. And it is the kind of material that can become a beautiful jade with a little carving. Chapter 22. Kakashi was very happy, but Yu asked Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, do you really have time to teach me? You are still the instructor of Naruto and the others." Kakashi waved his hand. "Don't worry, I will try my best to coordinate the schedule of both sides." Yu didn't want to think about what Kakashi would do. "That's good. We have agreed today. Starting from tomorrow, you come here every night and I will wait for you here. Unless I have something to do, you have to come every day. Can you promise?" Kakashi looked at Yu. Yu nodded. "Of course I have no problem. Anyway, Yu has nothing to do every day. In addition, he doesn't have many friends." The two chatted for a while and then separated. Yu felt a little magical on the way back. Thinking, Kakashi actually came to teach me, is this considered to be the light of teacher Kimoto Tangi? Yu felt that if Kimoto Tangi and Kakashi were not colleagues, he would never come to teach him. But he guessed wrong. He didn't know how much his talent shocked Kakashi. The reason why Kakashi was willing to take over Team 7 was mainly because of the request of the 3rd Hokage. After all, Kakashi was once a disciple of the 4th Hokage, and he also served as the captain of the 4th Hokage's direct Anbu unit. Even when Naruto's mother Uzumaki Kushina was pregnant with Naruto, he was still the guard. In addition, Naruto still had the 9 tails sealed in his body, so Kakashi, the strongest Jonin in Konoha, was the best choice. And there was also Uchiha Sasuke in the team. Although the third Hokage was indecisive about the destruction of the Uchiha clan, he was largely responsible for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. But the third Hokage also wanted to train Sasuke, and Kakashi was also good at developing the Sharingan. So Kakashi was the instructor of Team 7, although he didn't reject it, but it was not his own will. But for Yu Yu, he really liked her. Yu Yu's talent was very similar to his back then, or even stronger. The difference between Yu Yu and him is that Yu Yu is more peaceful than him. Although Kakashi was not proud on the surface, he was actually very proud in his heart. After all, he was much better than his classmates of the same period. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, became a Chunin at the age of 6, and a Jonin at the age of 12. This experience is extremely rare in the entire ninja world. And he thinks Yu Yu's talent is even better than his. You can imagine how much he expects Yu Yu. The more talented the ninja is, the more serious the problems will be if they are not taught well. And Kakashi lowered his face in disgust with Kimoto Tangi to teach Yu Yu in person. In addition to really liking Yu Yu, he also hoped to teach Yu Yu himself so that he would not have problems in the future. After Kakashi and Yu Yu separated, he came to Kimoto Tangi. Kimoto Tangi looked at Kakashi, who appeared on his balcony, and shook his head helplessly. I said, can't you just go through the door? Kakashi leaned on the balcony. I have already agreed with him. His talent is far stronger than what you and I have seen before. Kimoto Ichi was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled with relief. I'm not very surprised. Kakashi also smiled. I don't think you would have thought of it. Oh. Kimoto Ichi looked at Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the woods outside and said, I tested his current strength. His performance surprised me. I'm afraid that ordinary Chunin is no longer his opponent. Today, he and you just learned to use chakra during the day. When he fought with me, he used it very skillfully and very well. He now has the strength of Chunin, and he is still a relatively strong Chunin. Now he only lacks lethal ninjutsu. As long as he masters lethal ninjutsu, his strength may soon catch up with you. Kakashi sighed. Even now he still hasn't recovered. Yu Yu's talent is too high, so high that he couldn't expect it. Muban Tangi smiled. This kid. Although it was unexpected, Muban Tangi still felt very relieved. After all, he really regarded Yu Yu as his own disciple. If he was not good at fighting, he would never give Yu Yu to Kakashi to teach. Kakashi continued, there is another thing you can never imagine. Yu Yu has 5 attributes of chakra. The smile on Muban Tangi's face, who was just relieved, froze. What? He has all attribute chakra. Muban Tangi was shocked. Just now Kakashi said that Yu Yu had the strength of a Chunin. Although he was also surprised, it was not unimaginable. But having all attribute chakra is too special. Generally speaking, chakras with all attributes are basically born with blood. And chakras with all attributes are even rarer than some ninjas with bloodline limits. At present, only Kakashi and the 3rd generation Hokage have chakras with all attributes in Konoha. It can even be said that chakras with all attributes can be regarded as a bloodline limit. Miyamoto Yidung's eyes narrowed slightly. You didn't tell anyone about this, did you? Kakashi shook his head. I know how sensitive this is, so I won't tell anyone. It's a good thing to have chakras with all attributes, but it's easy to be targeted because it's too rare. Kakashi and Miyamoto Yidung were both in the Anbu before. It's clear that Konoha not only has sunshine on the surface, but also darkness buried under the roots of the trees. In addition, Yu Yu is just a civilian without the protection of his family. Who knows if someone will catch him for human experiments. Miyamoto Yidung breathed a sigh of relief. When you teach him, you should also pay attention to let him use only 2 attributes of ninjutsu at ordinary times. Kakashi nodded. I will tell him. On this issue, Kakashi and Kimoto have the same idea. That is, before Yu has the power to protect himself, he must not let others know that he has chakra of all attributes. After Yu returned home, lying on the bed, he sank his consciousness into the consciousness space. Soon, a voice appeared in his mind. You have been idle for a day, your chakra has doubled, your physical strength has increased by 1%, and your speed has doubled. After coming to his senses, Yu felt very comfortable all over. After thinking about it carefully, Yu's mouth curled up slightly. The chakra growth is too terrifying. Now the chakra is too abundant, even almost as much as Kakashi's. As the speed doubled because I roughly learned the instant body technique. The difficulty of the general instant body technique is very low, and the principle is also very simple, which is to attach chakra to the soles of the feet to increase the speed of body movement. Therefore, the difficulty of learning the general instant body technique is D-level. In other words, any genin can learn it. Chapter 23. What surprised Yu the most was the growth of chakra. Now his chakra amount is close to Kakashi. You should know that Kakashi's chakra amount is very high among the Jonin. The reason why he showed a lack of chakra in the battle. It is because he does not have the blood of the Uchiha clan, which makes his body incompatible with the Sharingan. The Sharingan cannot be closed and consumes a lot of chakra. If there is no consumption of the Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra is definitely not inferior to that of ordinary cage-level strongmen. When he was 12 years old, he could easily release the B-level ninjutsu, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall, and the range was tens of meters, which was very large. It is conceivable how much chakra he would have if he did not have the Sharingan. And now Yu actually has chakra close to Kakashi's level. What the growth of chakra brings is that Yu's mental energy and physical strength have increased a lot. After all, other people's chakra is extracted from the body. Yu's chakra is extracted from nature. So the more chakra there is, the better it nourishes Yu's body. After all, the chakra in Yu's body is converted from natural energy. To bear so much chakra, physical fitness is required to keep up. I don't know if it's just the beginning, so the chakra is growing very fast. Later, the amount of chakra is a lot, and the growth rate should not be so fast. Yu thinks that the reason why the chakra is growing so fast now is because his foundation is too poor, resulting in a small base of chakra. But Yu doesn't think about it. His current chakra amount is almost the same as Kakashi in his 20s. And he is only 12 years old. You know, even Naruto, without counting the 9 tails chakra, is only about the same as Kakashi. And this is because the 4 symbols seal of the 4th Hokage has been converting the chakra leaked from the 9 tails into Naruto's own chakra. You can imagine how terrifying Yu's chakra amount has become. On the next day, after Yu and Kimoto Tangi completed a D-level mission, Kakashi waited for him at the training ground early. Seeing Kakashi standing on the tree of the training ground with a book, Kimoto Tangi was speechless. I say you are too anxious, don't you think I won't let Yu go? Although he already knew that Kakashi would teach Yu in the future. But he didn't expect Kakashi to be so anxious. They had just completed the mission and were waiting at the training ground. At this time, Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi had already returned home. Kimoto Tangi kept Yu and originally wanted to teach him some ninjutsu. Although he was not good at fighting, some interrogation ninjutsu were also useful. Who knew that Kakashi didn't give him this opportunity at all? Yu stood next to Kimoto Tangi, looking at Kakashi on the tree, and was also a little embarrassed. Although he knew that Kimoto Tangi had agreed before. But now that 2 teachers appeared at the same time, he still felt like he had betrayed Kimoto Tangi. Kakashi put away the novel in his hand. Jumped down from the tree. It's just that I didn't accept any missions today, I just have time. Let's go, Yu. Kakashi walked in front of Yu. Yu looked at Kimoto Tangi. Kakashi said lightly, your teacher agreed, don't worry. Kimoto Tangi was a little helpless, he wanted to teach Yu a ninjutsu. But Kakashi was here, he could only let Yu go. He patted Yu on the shoulder. Study hard, this guy looks lazy, but he is really strong. In Konoha, except for the third generation of Hokage, he is already the strongest ninja. Because Tsunade and Jiraiya were not in Konoha, there was no problem with what Kimoto Tangi said. After saying that, Kimoto Tangi turned around and disappeared on the spot. He was afraid of staying here any longer, and couldn't help but keep Yu. Looking at the place where Muban Tangi disappeared, Yu sighed. Teacher Tangi admires Teacher Kakashi very much. Kakashi smiled faintly. He also hopes that you can have strong strength as soon as possible and grow into a pillar to protect the village. Taking this opportunity, Kakashi came to preach. Yu was not disgusted and nodded. I should not let him down. Teacher Kakashi, didn't you accept the mission today? Kakashi nodded. Well, just completed a mission, I let them rest for a while. Okay, before practicing, I will take you to eat first. It's not good to practice on an empty stomach. Yu looked at Kakashi in surprise. Teacher Kakashi, you don't want me to treat you to a meal, right? Yu knew that Kakashi was very stingy. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, looking at Yu's surprised look. A little embarrassed. It seems that Yu knows about his stinginess. But he really didn't think of asking Yu to treat him. Why do you think so? Let's go, of course I'll treat you. Yu's mouth twitched slightly. I hope so. Treating is nothing, but Yu also lives on the inheritance left by his parents. He has just completed a D-level mission and doesn't have much money. But since Kakashi wants to teach him ninjutsu, he should treat him. Kakashi is helpless. Is this the kind of person I am in your eyes? Yu left with a fake smile. Soon, the two came to Ichiraku Ramen. Seeing Kakashi appear, the boss Shuta and Ayame smiled and said, Hey, Kakashi. Kakashi is still very famous in Konoha. But after seeing Yu, Shuta was a little surprised. After all, Yu had no intersection with Kakashi before. Yu, what do you want to eat today? Ayame didn't think too much. When she saw Yu coming in, she leaned against the operating table and asked with a smile. Yu smiled and said, Give me a bowl of pork bone ramen. Kakashi sat next to Yu. Is one bowl enough? Yu nodded. Because Yu does not extract chakra from his body, he does not need to rely on food to replenish his body energy. Kakashi was a little skeptical. There will be brutal training later, and one bowl of ramen is not enough. No, one bowl is enough. Yu knew his situation very well. But Kakashi still said to Shuta, Give him 2 more bowls, 3 bowls of pork bone ramen, and give me 3 bowls of beef ramen. Kakashi knew very well how much the training would consume later, and he felt that Yu did not know. Although Yu was helpless, he could only acquiesce. After all, he couldn't say that he didn't rely on extracting body energy to maintain chakra. The interaction between Kakashi and Yu shocked Shuta. He could see that Kakashi treated Yu differently from others, just like a father to his own child. But the two had no interaction before. He really couldn't figure it out. But Shuta also knew that he couldn't ask about ninja matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been here for decades without going bankrupt. Chapter 24. Soon, 6 bowls of hot ramen were served. Yu turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi asked in confusion, Why are you looking at me? Eat quickly. Yu did not speak. Soon Kakashi knew what Yu was thinking. He was speechless. You're so boring too, right? He knew that Yu wanted to see his true face under the mask. Yu smiled and said, Curious. Although Kakashi must be very handsome, he really wanted to know how handsome he was to make Shuta and Ayame's eyes full of peach blossoms after seeing him. Kakashi shook his head and could only slowly take off the mask to reveal his true face. When Yu saw Kakashi's true face, he was stunned for a moment. Teacher Kakashi, Kakashi, no wonder you are wearing a mask. otherwise those girls in Konoha would definitely block your door. Kakashi is indeed very handsome, and Yu knows very well how lethal Kakashi's appearance is to girls. Sure enough, seeing Kakashi's true face, Shuta and Ayame were already full of peach blossoms. Kakashi shook his head and started eating ramen. Eat quickly. Yu didn't say anything more and started eating. But just halfway through, a few more people came in. Yu didn't pay attention at first, but when the person saw Kakashi, he immediately roared, scaring Yu so much that he almost drew out his kunai to prepare for battle. Hey, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be here. Yu looked at the person and had a headache. Kakashi was the same, looking at the man in front of him wearing a green tights and showing a mouthful of white teeth while talking. He said helplessly, Kai. The person was Might Guy. Behind him were his 3 students, Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, and Tenten. As soon as he came in, Neji's eyes never left Yu. What Yu didn't know was that Neji noticed him as soon as he came in. Because Yu gave him a strong sense of threat. He always felt that the man in front of him could threaten him. This was something he had never experienced among his peers. Kai sat next to Kakashi in a familiar manner, and Ninki and the other 2 also sat next to Yu. After sitting down, Kai also noticed the existence of Yu. Looking at Kakashi, Kai was a little surprised. Kakashi, is this your student? Because Kai had been on a mission outside before, he didn't know who Kakashi's student was. Kakashi paused, nodded and said, yes. Kai didn't notice Kakashi's expression. When he heard that Yu was Kakashi's student, he immediately smiled and said, Kakashi, your student looks very energetic. Do you want to learn physical skills from me? Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. No need, I can teach myself. Kai laughed loudly, and he was just talking. Of course, if Yu really wanted to learn from him, he would teach him. There are very few ninjas who are good at physical skills in the ninja world, so he is naturally happy to have one more. And he is Kakashi's student. If Yu and Kai learn it, doesn't it mean that he has won over Kakashi in this aspect? Kai is very happy to win over Kakashi. Tiantian, who is sitting next to Yu, looks at Yu curiously. Hello, my name is Tiantian, you are Kakashi's student. Hello, my name is Yu. Seeing Tiantian and Yu greet each other, Xiaoli and Ninki also come over. My name is Rock Lee, I am Kai's student, and I am determined to defeat the genius ninja. Xiaoli showed a mouthful of shining white teeth after saying this. This look is exactly the same as Kai, and Yu looks a little embarrassed. And Ninki on the side said lightly, my name is Hyuga Ninki, I think you are a little different. Ninki said bluntly. Yu gave him a very unusual feeling. Yu didn't say anything, just laughed and said, is that so? Kakashi, who was standing by, saw that Neji looked serious, and quickly said, Kai, stop talking nonsense, order something quickly, the manager has been standing there for a long time. Kai didn't think too much and started to order. Kakashi looked at Yu, eat quickly. Yu knew what Kakashi was worried about. Neji had the Byakugan, and if he used the Byakugan to explore Yu's body, he would definitely find the unusually large amount of chakra in Yu's body. Yu nodded and quickly finished 3 bowls of ramen. After eating, Kakashi took Yu out of Ichiraku ramen. Kai didn't notice. But Neji was interested in Yu. Yu gave him a completely different feeling from other people of his age. He would not be wrong about that real sense of threat. After coming out of Ichiraku ramen, Kakashi and Yu walked on the street. Kakashi said, just now, Ninki noticed, he has been paying attention to you, do you feel it? Yu nodded. It's a bit strange that his attention is always on me. Kakashi sighed. Ninji was the first in the last ninja class, and he also has the Byakugan. In the past year, his strength has reached the level of Chunin. He already has the intuition of a ninja. Yu nodded. I have indeed heard of him. When he was in the ninja school, he was very famous. Yu and Nechi studied in the same school for 5 years. Because Nechi is 1 year older than Yu, the ninja school is a 6-year system. It's just that Yu's qualifications were indeed mediocre before, and Yu deliberately made his presence very low. So Nechi didn't pay much attention to him. Kakashi looked at Yu. It would be troublesome if he knew that you have a huge amount of chakra in your body. Guy is a big mouth, and he can't hide your things. Quote. This is also the reason why Kai begged the 3rd generation to join the Anbu, but the 3rd generation refused to accept him. He is suitable for straightforward tasks, and he is generally not allowed to perform tasks involving confidentiality. Yu nodded. I can feel it. But you were so anxious to come out just now, I'm afraid it would be difficult for Neji not to notice it. Kakashi said helplessly. There is no way, I'm worried that Neji will really roll his eyes if I wait a little longer. Yu smiled. In fact, even if he knows, it's nothing. I think with Neji's personality, he shouldn't say anything casually. Kakashi nodded. It's really unlikely with his personality, but just in case, it's better to be careful. Soon, the two came to the back mountain of Konoha. Next to the lake under the waterfall. Kakashi stood in front of Yu and said seriously, I have 2 plans, I want you to choose which one. Yu looked at Kakashi. You say. The first option is that I will directly teach you a difficult ninjutsu, so that your current strength can be improved to a very high level. The second option is that I will teach you the basic ninjutsu first, and then gradually increase the difficulty of the ninjutsu. After that, Kakashi looked at Yu silently. Yu pondered for a while, raised his head and said calmly, I choose the first option. Yu thought Kakashi would be unhappy. Unexpectedly, Kakashi was not angry, but smiled and said, as I expected, you will definitely choose the first option. In fact, I also hope that you will choose the first option. After all, you are different from ordinary people. If you are the same as ordinary people, it will be disadvantageous to you. Chapter 25. Kakashi patted Yu's shoulder. Turned and walked to the lake. Do you think I can have a certain reputation in the ninja world just by relying on my Sharingan? Yu walked to Kakashi's side. Looking at the lake, he said, in addition to the Sharingan, there should be a very lethal ninjutsu to cooperate with it. After all, you are a Jonin, it is impossible that you don't have a bottom-of-the-box ninjutsu. Kakashi looked at Yu and smiled. Yes, I once developed a ninjutsu. If there was no Sharingan, it would be a very dangerous ninjutsu. After the Sharingan, that ninjutsu became a very lethal ninjutsu. Thinking of the time when Chidori was just developed, it was indeed an extremely dangerous ninjutsu without the cooperation of the Sharingan. Because if you are not careful, you will be killed by the opponent. Kakashi sighed. If my former friend hadn't transplanted this Sharingan for me, I would not have been able to get to where I am now. Although the Sharingan does consume a lot of Kakashi's chakra. But it did raise Kakashi's upper limit. Kakashi's combat talent made up for the consumption of chakra by the Sharingan. As long as the consumption of chakra is carefully calculated, Kakashi's Sharingan will greatly enhance him. Yu looked at Kakashi. Kakashi thought Yu was wondering who transplanted the Sharingan to him. So he explained to him, do you want to know who transplanted this eye to me? Kakashi smiled. If it were someone else, Kakashi would not easily say it. But Yu was someone he was sure to take as a disciple, so he would not hide anything from him. In a sense, Kakashi's attention to Yu was higher than Sasuke and Naruto. Yu was stunned for a moment. He was just distracted just now. But since Kakashi misunderstood, he would not explain. So he nodded. I am indeed a little curious. Kakashi sat by the lake, patted his side, and motioned Yu to sit next to him. After Yu sat down, Kakashi said, after I graduated from the ninja school, I was too young to get along with the ninjas on the same team. As a result, we had to wait until the classmates who entered school with us graduated before we successfully formed a team. In a sense, I didn't graduate early. Kakashi smiled. Yu naturally said what Kakashi said. He thought Kakashi would teach him ninjutsu directly, but he didn't expect to talk about the past. But it also shows that Kakashi trusts him very much, otherwise he wouldn't tell him these things. And this eye was transplanted to me by my friend Uchiha Obito. Back then, Kakashi told Yu about his past with Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. Although he had known about it for a long time, it was the first time Yu heard the specific details. This eye is Obito's relic, and it is also of great help to me. Yu had a blank expression on his face, but he was thinking in his heart that if Kakashi knew what Obito was doing now, he would probably feel embarrassed about what he just said. Kakashi looked at Yu after he finished speaking. I hope you will protect your cherished friends in the future, and don't be like me. It is very painful to lose friends. Kakashi said this sincerely. He really didn't want Yu to suffer the same fate as him. Yu didn't say anything, but just nodded. Kakashi also stood up. Okay, let's not talk about the sad things. Do you know why I plan to teach you, Chidori? You don't have the Sharingan, and this ninjutsu is obviously very dangerous. Kakashi looked at Yu, wondering if he knew his purpose. Yu thought for a moment and said, do you think my dynamic vision is very strong? Strong enough to be comparable to the Sharingan? Kakashi smiled and patted Yu's shoulder. Yes, when I tested you last night, I found that your dynamic vision is extremely sharp. Even stronger than the average Sharingan. Chidori is a skill that requires high-speed movement and extremely strong dynamic vision. You can do it. Yu nodded, but I think this ninjutsu is difficult to master. Yes, the difficulty of learning this ninjutsu is A level. If there is no strong dynamic vision, the difficulty will be S level. Before learning this ninjutsu, you need to practice your body movement to a very high level. And this ninjutsu also consumes a lot of chakra, but this is useless to you. Your chakra level has reached the level of a Jonin. With your chakra level, you can release it about 10 times a day. I can release it 20 times a day, and the amount of chakra is already half of mine. Kakashi didn't know that Yu's chakra had increased again. However, the chakra consumption of Chidori is still not as high as Reikiri. The difficulty of learning is also different. Chidori is A level and Reikiri is S level. Kakashi can only release Reikiri 4 times a day now. You can imagine how much chakra Reikiri consumes. Yu didn't interrupt Kakashi and listened attentively. Kakashi nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Yu's learning attitude. Although the learning requirements of Chidori are very high, you already have all the conditions. You are very strong in dynamic vision, physical fitness, and chakra amount. There is no need to train in this aspect at all. I can teach you Chidori directly. I will tell you the principle of Chidori now. After you learn Chidori, I will teach you Reikiri, the advanced version of Chidori. Kakashi had high expectations for Yu. He didn't think it would take Yu a long time to learn Chidori. So he told him directly that the ninjutsu after Chidori was Reikiri. After Kakashi finished speaking, he told Yu the principle of Chidori. Compared with ordinary ninjutsu, Chidori is indeed very complicated. It is indeed worthy of being a ninjutsu developed by Kakashi. Most people really can't understand it, let alone learn it. After talking for more than 10 minutes, Kakashi looked at Yu. He couldn't guarantee that Yu would understand it in one go. If you don't understand, I can explain it again. This ninjutsu is very complicated. It's normal not to understand it the first time. Yu nodded. I understand. To prevent Kakashi from not believing it, Yu analyzed the principle of Chidori, and made the details of this ninjutsu very clear. Those who don't know would think that he has mastered this ninjutsu for a long time. Yu really understood it after listening to it once. Now his thinking is countless times stronger than before. Especially when it comes to ninjutsu. Kakashi was stunned after hearing it. If I had never taught you, I would have thought that you had mastered this ninjutsu for decades. You are so skilled. Chapter 26. Yu Yu smiled and said, maybe I am more interested in this kind of ninjutsu, so I understand it better. Kakashi certainly didn't believe it. After all, Chidori is an A-level learning difficulty, and it's not just an ordinary A-level. Lightning escape ninjutsu is inherently more difficult to learn than other escape ninjutsu, and he was not very old when he developed Chidori. So many theories are very complicated. Even for him, it was not easy to understand at the beginning. Yu Yu actually understood it after listening to it once, and not only did he understand it, but he was also very familiar with the details of this ninjutsu. He even simplified many steps. Kakashi felt that this ability was definitely not something that could be explained by a better understanding ability. But Kakashi was also very happy. Yu Yu was like a bottomless treasure cave. He would always give him surprises. After coming to his senses, Kakashi said, I'll show you how to use this ninjutsu. Watch carefully, this ninjutsu is very dangerous. If you make a mistake, it will lead to serious consequences. Yu Yu nodded. Of course, he knew the danger of this ninjutsu. After all, it was an A-level ninjutsu. Kakashi walked to a boulder more than 2 meters high. The boulders by the lake are very hard and not so easy to break. Kakashi stood in front of the boulder. His eyes condensed slightly, and his hands turned into claws. Chakra condensed in his palm in an instant. Sizzle tilde. In an instant, several blue arcs appeared in Kakashi's hand. Chakra has even condensed into a solid, and the blue arcs condensed more and more. In an instant, it turned into thunder and lightning like snakes. The terrifying arcs turned the leaves around Kakashi into ashes. Kakashi seemed to be in the thunder, and the trembling arcs of electricity were struggling like a snake whose body was being grasped. Yu Yu, who was standing aside, was shocked by this scene. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying ninjutsu since he came to this world. The horror of Chidori was far beyond his impression. The dense lightning even illuminated the surrounding area of dozens of meters. Even if he was standing more than 10 meters away from Kakashi, he could feel his hair standing up, and his hair almost stood up. Looking at this terrifying scene, Yu Yu swallowed his saliva. This was the first time he experienced the horror of an elite jonin. And all this happened in the blink of an eye. Kakashi condensed lightning in an instant. It was like screaming like millions of birds, even more terrifying. Lightning style, Chidori. Crack, boom. With a low hum from Kakashi, he turned into a residual image, and a flash of light flashed across. Kakashi appeared dozens of meters away, and the boulder in front of him had been smashed into pieces. Countless pieces of stone flew everywhere, the explosion sounded through the canyon, and waves appeared on the calm lake. Yu Yu was stunned. He had already jumped dozens of meters away. But even so, he still felt the terrifying power of the ninjutsu. Too scary. Is this the power of A-level ninjutsu? It's really terrible. It's unbelievable that this was developed by a 12-year-old boy. Yu Yu completely understood the value of Kakashi, the genius. He developed this terrifying ninjutsu at the age of 12, and he deserves the name of a genius. After releasing Chidori, Kakashi stood up and shook his hands. Looking at Yu Yu standing dozens of meters away. Smiled. You are very fast. How about it? Do you understand it? Do you want me to demonstrate it again? Kakashi has become accustomed to the power of this ninjutsu. Yu Yu was shocked because the power was much stronger than he had imagined. It can be said that the destructive power of Chidori will be affected within tens of meters of the explosion center. And that was only the power of the aftermath. You can imagine how desperate it would be to be attacked by the main body of this ninjutsu. I'm afraid that if an ordinary person is attacked, his body will be cut into pieces. After coming to his senses, Yu Yu jumped down from the tree. Just now, he was worried about being affected. At the moment Kakashi attacked, he used the instant body technique to move to a tree tens of meters away. Looking at the huge rock that had been broken into pieces, Yu sighed. The power of this ninjutsu is too terrifying. So it also consumes a lot of chakra. The average Chunin will probably run out of chakra after releasing it once. Kakashi explained. Yu nodded. Kakashi asked, "How is it? Have you realized anything?" Yu closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Although this ninjutsu is very complicated, but Yu still knows how to release it. He looked at Kakashi and nodded. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's right, maybe this ninjutsu is difficult for others, but it may not be that difficult for you. You can practice this ninjutsu today. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Kakashi walked to the side and leaned against the tree to watch Yu. He wanted to watch Yu practice. Yu walked to another boulder. There were many such stones by the lake. Kakashi's eyes were fixed on Yu. He wanted to know if Yu could learn it tonight. Yu didn't know if he could. But he felt that he had completely mastered the key points of this ninjutsu. He even had a feeling that he had mastered this ninjutsu for decades and was very familiar with it. But Yu would not say it out loud, he thought it might be an illusion. Standing in front of the boulder, Yu began to condense chakra into his right hand. It only took a moment. The chakra in Yu's body condensed into his right hand. Suddenly, a click sounded. Sizzle tilde. Dozens of lightning bolts as thick as arms suddenly condensed around Yu, which were countless times thicker than the lightning bolts that Kakashi had just condensed. The lightning bolts that Kakashi had just condensed were as thick as chopsticks, while the lightning bolts condensed around Yu were as thick as an adult's arm. Moreover, the colors of the lightning bolts were completely different. The lightning bolts condensed by Yu were actually golden. This shocked Kakashi, who was standing not far away. What's going on here? How could Yu condense this kind of chakra? Yu's chakra was completely different from that of ordinary ninjas. If the chakra of ordinary ninjas condensed into a physical entity, it would be blue. But the chakra condensed by Yu was actually golden. As a result, the chakras were also golden when they were transformed into lightning bolts. What was even more terrifying was that the lightning bolts condensed by Yu only made a slight sizzling sound. There was no sharp hissing sound like the normal chidori. What was even more bizarre was that the golden arcs that Yu condensed seemed to have life, moving around Yu at an extremely fast speed like a giant python. Zzz tilde. Yu did not notice that the chidori he condensed was different from Kakashi's. At this time, his eyes were completely on the boulder several meters away. Chapter 27. After completing the condensation of the ninjutsu, a glimmer flashed in Yu's eyes. Lightning style, chidori. Crack, bang, boom. Just when Yu launched the attack. Like a meteorite hitting a planet, there was a violent vibration in the surrounding hundreds of meters. The dazzling light at the center of the explosion illuminated the surrounding thousands of meters as if it were daytime. And countless golden lightnings connected the sky and the earth, and the hundreds of meters around Yu were like a thunder lake. The terrifying energy was as terrifying as the end of the world. The terrifying lightning lasted for a full 10 seconds. And in these 10 seconds, the back mountain of Konoha was like being bombarded by a high-concentration tailed beast ball. The earth shook, the mountains collapsed, and everything within hundreds of meters around Yu's ninjutsu was destroyed. It was too terrifying. When the thunder dissipated, only a deep pit hundreds of meters wide and tens of meters deep was left. And in the center of the deep pit, Yu was lying in it. After more than 10 seconds, Kakashi appeared beside him, hugged him and disappeared on the spot. If he didn't leave, Yu would have to stay in prison later. Sure enough, after a minute, several ninjas wearing animal masks appeared around the giant pit. These people were naturally ninjas from the Anbu. Such a big commotion was no less than the explosion of the tailed beast Jade that year. Several Anbu ninjas looked at the deep pit in front of them and all took a breath. Who did this? Did the Nine Tails break the seal? In the minds of several Anbu ninjas, only the tailed beasts could cause such terrible damage. Even the third generation of Hokage could not create such terrible damage. Will there be an invasion by foreign enemies? But this statement was quickly denied. The barrier is silent. Even the most powerful ninja can't break through the barrier without making any noise. It should be someone from the village, and it should be the Nine Tails. It may be that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has gone berserk. Several Anbu ninjas instantly locked their target on Naruto. After all, in Konoha, he is the only one who can do this now. Or, only the Nine Tails in his body can do this kind of damage. Let's go back and report to the Hokage first. Several Anbu ninjas instantly disappeared beside the deep pit. It was already late at night, and ninjas were jumping all over the roofs of the village. The noise made by Yu was really too loud. It was no different from the noise made by the Nine Tails Rebellion. On the other side, after Kakashi sent Yu home, he immediately gathered at the Hokage building. He is an elite Jonin of Konoha. If he is not there, he will be the first to be suspected. On the way to the Hokage building, Kakashi looked solemn. What exactly is the power in Yu? Too terrifying, even more terrifying than the Nine Tails in Naruto's body. Kakashi is very worried about Yu. Yu hasn't woken up yet. He is more worried about what exactly the power in Yu is. It doesn't look like a tailed beast, but the arcs released by Yu are really like life. And the power is extremely terrifying. Yu's chakra is obviously not that much, but he releases such a terrifying amount of chakra. Kakashi knows very well that the power released by Yu just now, except for the tailed beast ball, can't be achieved by the destructive power of ninjutsu. That is enough to change the terrain. Kakashi doesn't know the power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The power of these two people has exceeded the imagination of the current ninja. Even Kakashi doesn't know the horror of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Of course, even if these two people are here, they will be very shocked to see the power released by Yu. You know, Yu is only 12 years old. And what Yu released was a high concentration of natural energy. That's right, the power Yu released just now was a high concentration of natural energy. The reason why it caused such destructive power is that natural energy is extremely violent when it is not converted into fairy chakra. And it is uncontrollable. The natural energy released by Yu is not only highly concentrated, but also controllable. If it was really uncontrollable, the moment Yu released it just now, his body would be beaten to ashes by the natural energy. It is because the moment he released the thunder, the equally powerful natural energy turned into a shield to protect him. And those energy shields are indeed conscious, and their consciousness is to protect Yu from the harm of thunder. But even with the protection of natural energy, Yu still fell into a coma because all his power was drained away. Yu actually, it was a failure just now. He failed to control the chakra, which caused all the natural energy in his body to be drawn out, and also caused the natural energy in the surrounding environment to riot. The amount of chakra in Yu's body was definitely not enough to cause such terrible damage. The cause was that the natural energy in his body was over-output, which caused the natural energy around him to be affected. But Kakashi didn't know, he thought there was some kind of power hidden in Yu's body. And he also knew that the chakra in Yu's body was the same senjutsu chakra as Jiraiya's when he entered the sage mode. Kakashi thought for a while and said, Yu is probably born with senjutsu chakra. The power of senjutsu chakra is much greater than that of ordinary chakra. Maybe it's because his chakra is senjutsu chakra, so when he outputs the same chakra, it causes such a result. Kakashi found a reason. But he didn't know that even if the chakra in Yu's body was all senjutsu chakra, it would definitely not be able to release such a terrifying power. Let alone Yu, even if Jiraiya came, he couldn't do it. Yu himself couldn't do it. Soon, Kakashi came to the top of the Hokage building. There were already dozens of ninjas standing here. At least they were all at the level of Special Jonin. Seeing Kakashi appear, Kai came over first. At this time, he looked solemn, and it was obvious that the terrifying power just now made even Kai very worried. That was the power of the tailed beast, in no way inferior. Kakashi, what do you think it is? As soon as he saw Kai, he asked. Kakashi hesitated a little, whether to tell the third generation about Yu. Now he didn't know whether the power in Yu's body was a threat to the village. But when he thought of the way Yu talked to him tonight, he still chose to hide it from the third generation. After all, he even watched Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and he felt that he could also watch Yu. Not to mention that Yu was much more stable than Naruto. It is very likely that it was a strong person who broke into Konoha. Guy shook his head. I don't think so, because there is no movement in the village's barrier. And why didn't the strong person who broke into the village attack the village? Chapter 28. Kakashi looked at Kai. Then what do you think it is? Kai said solemnly. I think it might be the Nine Tails. Kai didn't know that Naruto was Kakashi's student yet. Kakashi was silent. He naturally knew it wasn't Naruto. Kakashi, I think it was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki who went berserk. Kakashi shook his head. I don't think so. Kai was a little confused. Who else could cause such great damage besides the Nine Tails? The explosion just now changed the terrain of the back mountain of Konoha. No one else could do it except the tailed beast ball. If Kai knew about Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he would definitely not say so. Just as the two were talking, the third Hokage came over. Kakashi, how is Naruto doing now? The third Hokage also thought it might be Naruto who went berserk. This kind of thing often happens in the 5 major ninja villages. Jinchuriki going berserk happens often. Not every Jinchuriki can become a perfect Jinchuriki. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, Hokage-sama, I don't think it should be Naruto. The third generation frowned after hearing this. The third generation felt that Kakashi was protecting Naruto. He didn't blame Kakashi. He had high hopes for Naruto. It can be seen from the fact that he put Naruto in Team 7. According to the third generation's idea, one of Kakashi's Team 7 will definitely become Hokage in the future. Although Naruto is a Jinchuriki, it is obvious that the third generation values him very much. In fact, in the third generation's idea, they already had a candidate for the next generation of Hokage when he asked Kakashi to lead Naruto. Basically, one of them is chosen from Naruto and Sasuke. Because the previous generations of Hokage were basically chosen in this way. The reason why the third generation values Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, is because the Uchiha clan is gone now. Even if Sasuke becomes Hokage, he will not be affected by the Uchiha clan. So in fact, don't think that Sasuke and Naruto's status in Konoha is very awkward at this time. But in fact, they are all candidates for the next Hokage of the third generation. Naturally, the third generation does not want Naruto to do anything that threatens the village. But the horrible explosion in the back mountain of Konoha can only be done by Jinchuriki. Even if he doesn't want it to be Naruto, a lot of evidence points to Naruto. The third generation looked at Kakashi seriously. Kakashi, I hope you can understand the seriousness of this matter. But Kakashi shook his head. Hokage, if it was Naruto, who stopped it? Except for you, there is no one in Konoha village who can stop the runaway Naruto. Not to mention that releasing such a powerful ninjutsu means that Naruto was completely out of control at that time. The Nine Tails is about to break the seal. But in fact, apart from that explosion, it disappeared. The third generation was stunned for a moment. What Kakashi said is indeed correct. If it was really Naruto, who could stop it? And Kakashi also gave the third generation a good excuse. Originally, the third generation did not want people to associate this matter with Naruto. Now he can use this as an excuse to clear Naruto of responsibility. I will let the Anbu investigate this matter clearly. The village's vigilance should be strengthened recently. After agreeing with Kakashi's analysis, the third generation said. After that, the third generation took the senior ninjas of Konoha village to the back mountain. When he saw the huge pit in the back mountain, even the third generation took a breath of cold air. This level of destruction, except for the tailed beast ball, I'm afraid only those two can do it. The third generation thought of something. The third generation frowned. He actually agreed with Kakashi's analysis just now. Now that he came here, he did not feel the chakra of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails is a tailed beast. Every time the Nine Tails goes berserk, it will leave a strong chakra at the scene. And there is none here. He completely agreed with Kakashi's analysis. But if it wasn't Naruto, it would be even more terrifying. It is understandable that the tailed beasts can do such damage. But for normal ninjas to do such things, only those at the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama can do it. But can Konoha deal with monsters of this level? Thinking of this, the third generation looked extremely solemn. And the huge pit in front of them also stunned the senior ninjas who came with the third generation. They couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying ninjutsu could cause such damage. Even Kai looked extremely solemn. Even if I open the seventh gate, I can't cause such damage. It's too terrible. Kakashi looked at the huge pit in front of him, and even though he saw it for the second time, he still felt a lingering fear. Yu could actually survive such a ninjutsu. It is conceivable that he must have some powerful power hidden in him. But he himself does not know. If he knew, Yu would not release it. Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai and others looked at the huge pit in front of them with solemn expressions and remained silent. The scene in front of them really made people wonder what to say. The third generation shook his head. I don't know if it is someone from outside the village or someone from the village. I hope it is someone from the village. With such a terrifying power, if it is someone from outside the village, I am afraid that there will be another ninja in the ninja world who looks down on those two. Although the ninja in the village caused such a level of damage, it also shows that this ninja is definitely a threat. But the third generation still does not want such a powerful ninja to be a ninja from outside the village. If it is a ninja from the village, at least he can be won over. If it is a ninja from outside the village, and it releases such a level of destruction to Konoha village, it can be imagined that this person definitely has no good feelings towards Konoha. After watching for a while, the third generation turned around expressionlessly and said to the Anbu ninja beside him, "We have been closely monitoring the situation in the back mountain during this period, and what happened tonight has been kept secret from the outside world. We will cover it up by saying that the Anbu is experimenting with a certain ninjutsu." The several Anbu ninjas standing next to the third generation nodded. The third generation looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, come with me." Kakashi nodded. Soon, the two disappeared in the back mountain of Konoha. Many villagers who were waiting for news late at night went back to rest when they learned that the Anbu was experimenting with a certain ninjutsu. They thought someone was attacking the village. But such an excuse can deceive ordinary villagers and ordinary ninjas. But it can't deceive Danzo. The headquarters of Konoha Route. Leaning on a cane and with one eye bandaged, Danzo looked at the ninja kneeling on one knee in front of him. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki going berserk. Danzo's voice came. The root ninja in front of him said, the Nine Tails chakra was not sensed at the scene. But the damage caused can only be done by the tailed beast ball. Danzo was a little surprised. Isn't it the Nine Tails? The Nine Tails chakra was not sensed at the scene, so it shouldn't be. Danzo stood up, his face extremely solemn. If it's not the Nine Tails, then who is it? Is this person a threat to Konoha? Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't sit still. What is Hiruzen doing? Did he develop some secret weapons? Danzo was worried that the third generation would make some powerful weapons that would be a threat to him. Chapter 29. Danzo has always been eyeing the position of Hokage. The reason why he always felt that he had a chance to become Hokage was because he controlled the roots of Konoha. In Konoha, his power was only below that of the third generation. If the third generation developed some powerful weapons, his voice in Konoha would be greatly reduced. Of course, the reason why Danzo had such an idea was that the third generation was too indecisive before. In fact, with the prestige and strength of the third generation, as long as he was determined to get rid of Danzo, Danzo would not have much resistance at all. On the other side, the third generation and Kakashi came to Naruto's house. Naruto was not awakened by the noise at night, he was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Looking at Naruto's appearance, the third generation was completely sure that what happened tonight had absolutely nothing to do with Naruto. After quietly leaving Naruto's house, the third generation and Kakashi came behind the Hokage rock. Standing behind the Hokage rock, overlooking the entire Konoha, the voice of the third generation came faintly. Kakashi, that person is related to you, right? The third generation said calmly, but Kakashi felt his affirmation. Kakashi was shocked. Kakashi's absent-mindedness made the third generation more certain. In fact, he just came to his senses. Kakashi was a little different tonight than usual. He was too calm. In the past, Kakashi would definitely not be so calm when such a thing happened. So the third generation guessed whether it was related to Kakashi. Kakashi, it seems that you don't trust me. The third generation said in a low voice. Kakashi didn't speak. But thinking that Kakashi used to be a ninja in the Anbu, the third generation could understand. Kakashi did know too much about him before. The third generation continued. Kakashi, you should know that since I have already guessed it, you can't hide it for long. If it is someone who poses no threat to the village, I will definitely protect him, although I don't want internal strife in the village. But it doesn't mean that I will compromise without a bottom line. As long as that person poses no threat to the village, I can guarantee his safety, and I will not compromise even if I face Danzo. The third generation turned and looked at Kakashi. He said in a serious tone. Kakashi still didn't want to tell the third generation. But when he thought of the third generation's words, he was now eyeing him. It was only a matter of time before Yiyu's affairs were exposed. Kakashi sighed. You really saw it. The third generation's eyes narrowed slightly. Is he really from our village? Kakashi raised his head and nodded. Yes. I was worried about his safety before, but now he doesn't have the ability to protect himself. The third generation was stunned for a moment. You mean that someone who released such a powerful ninjutsu doesn't have the ability to protect himself? The third generation thought he had heard it wrong. You know, even he couldn't do that ninjutsu just now. Kakashi nodded seriously. Yes, the ninjutsu he released just now was actually the Chidori I taught him. I just don't know why the effect he released was so terrifying. The third generation was stunned. You mean, the ninjutsu just now was Chidori? If Kakashi hadn't said it himself, the third generation would never believe it. Although Chidori is an A-level ninjutsu with extremely strong lethality, it is definitely not so destructive. At most, it can only penetrate a boulder of several meters. And the ninjutsu just now is enough to smash a mountain. That is a ninjutsu of the level of the tailed beast Jade, which is not comparable to Chidori. Even if the third generation didn't believe it, Kakashi still nodded. It's Chidori. The third generation was silent for a long time, and he couldn't digest such a weird information. After a long time, the third generation said, You mean, you are teaching that person ninjutsu? Who is it? Chidori is your exclusive secret technique. How can you teach others easily? Currently, Kakashi is the only one in Konoha who has mastered Chidori. That was a ninjutsu developed by Kakashi himself. He didn't want to teach and couldn't force him. But Kakashi actually taught that person this ninjutsu, which is enough to show how important that person is to Kakashi. More importantly, since Kakashi taught that person ninjutsu, it also shows that that person is definitely not very old. Genius. The word suddenly appeared in the third generation's mind. Such a powerful person, still very young, the third generation knows that only geniuses can be like this. And the fact that this person can get the secret technique taught by Kakashi himself is enough to show that this person's character can be trusted. After all, even if Kakashi doesn't trust him very much, the third generation recognizes Kakashi's loyalty to the village. The third generation is a little excited. Currently, Konoha is in a period of transition. If there is he had already retired from the position that could have taken over his position. Originally, Kakashi was the candidate for the next Hokage that he had focused on training. It was also because of this that Kakashi became the guiding Jonin of Team 7. Because Naruto and Sasuke were the candidates for the next Hokage under the third Hokage. The inheritance of the position of Hokage was basically like this, and it was a secret that was not a secret. The top leaders basically knew about it, and it was also because of this that Danzo was so hostile to Naruto and Sasuke. In addition to the fact that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Sasuke was from the Uchiha clan, what actually concerned him the most was that the third Hokage regarded these two people as candidates for Hokage. Even if he trained two children, the third Hokage did not think about himself, so Danzo naturally looked down on Naruto and Sasuke. But whether it was Kakashi, Naruto or Sasuke, the third Hokage was actually not very satisfied. Kakashi's strength was very strong, and he could basically fight with ordinary Hokage-level players. But his deterrence is too low, far from reaching the level of Kage. He values Naruto and Sasuke very much, but both of them have problems. If Naruto still cannot control the Nine-Tails and cannot become a perfect Jinchuriki, then he is destined to have no chance of becoming Hokage. If Sasuke becomes crazy like other ninjas of the Uchiha clan when he grows up, he will not be able to become Hokage. And when these two grow up, both possibilities are very high. The third generation knows very well that the Nine-Tails is powerful and is not so easy to control. Sasuke has some personality problems now. If he becomes the same as Uchiha Madara when he grows up, he will definitely not be suitable to be Hokage. But these two are already the best two in this class. Although Naruto is the last in the ninja school, the third generation knows very well that only by becoming a ninja can his true potential be stimulated. But if there is a better person, the third generation will definitely be included in the selection. Kakashi looked at the serious look of the third generation, thought for a moment and said, "It's the same student." The originally serious third generation was stunned for a moment. "What did you say, the same student? Which one? Yamada Muki or Ben Tianzi? Could it be Ben Tianzi?" The reason why the third generation was so sure was that although Ben Tianzi was not from a ninja family, her mother was a pure member of the Senju clan. It was very normal for Ben Tianzi to inherit the genes of the Senju clan. After all, Namikaze Minato, a commoner, and Uzumaki Kushina's son, Naruto also inherited the Uzumaki clan genes of Uzumaki Kushina. Moreover, the level of ninjutsu just now requires extremely large amounts of chakra, and the amount of chakra of the Senju clan is also very large, which just meets the requirements. Chapter 30. It's just that the third generation mentioned two people but missed Yu. You can imagine how inconspicuous Yu is usually. Even the third generation, who pays great attention to the younger generation, is not familiar with him. Kakashi shook his head. Neither. The third generation frowned. Isn't it Ben Tianzi? Then could it be, the third child? The third generation couldn't even think of Yu's name. He could only use the third child as a substitute. Kakashi nodded. It's Yu. Yu. I really don't have any impression of this child. The third generation said helplessly. Kakashi was not surprised, and smiled bitterly. You are right that you don't have any impression. After all, the classmates who went to ninja school with him for 6 years are not very familiar with him. The third generation frowned. said, "Come to the office with me." After that, the third generation disappeared. Kakashi followed. Soon, the two appeared in the office. The third generation took out the information of this class of students. In fact, there are not many people's information. There are only 30 students in this class, and only 12 of them passed the assessment and became genin. Originally, only 9 people should have passed the assessment, but the appearance of EPUB allowed the 11th class to pass the assessment. In other words, in the original world, if there was no EPUB, Yamada Shuki and Hunyi Tianzi would not have been able to become ninjas. The reason why there are so few students graduating from each class of the ninja school is that many ninjas do not become ninjas through ninja schools. Many family ninjas are like this. As long as they pass the village's assessment, they can become ninjas without spending 6 years in ninja schools. The third generation quickly found the information of the 11th class. When EPUB's information was presented to the third generation thought he had seen it wrong. This information is too sparse and ordinary. Are you really talking about this child? The third generation looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Kakashi nodded. It's him. He has been hiding his talent for 6 years in the ninja school. No one has discovered it. Why does he hide his talent? How can such a young child have such thoughts? The third generation was suspicious. Kakashi explained, this child is precocious in thinking, and his personality is also a little, how to say it, a little lazy. The image of Shikamaru instantly appeared in the third generation's mind. Lazy. Kakashi nodded. This child doesn't want to be disturbed by other students at school. He doesn't like the feeling of being noticed. I tried it, and he is telling the truth. Yidong also tried it. The third generation, who was still a little skeptical, now dispelled his doubts. Another problem child. The third generation was a little headache. Why do talented ninjas have all kinds of small problems? It's not easy to have a Namikaze Minato. There's only one in so many years. Namikaze Minato is the most normal and talented ninja that the third generation has seen so far. Others have more or less some problems. Where is he now? The third generation looked at Kakashi and asked. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, he's at home now. After releasing that ninjutsu, he fainted. Oh, what happened? The third generation asked. The ninjutsu released by EPUB should be an accident, so it drained all his chakra in one go. He's still unconscious now. The third generation was a little worried. Why didn't you take him to the hospital for a checkup? I checked it out. He fainted only because of excessive chakra consumption. He didn't have any injuries on his body. The third generation frowned and asked, how can a 12-year-old child have such a huge amount of chakra? This is what the third generation wanted to ask. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, his chakra is indeed very large, but the ninjutsu tonight should not rely on his own chakra. With his current chakra, although it is very strong, it is only at the level of a jonin. It is obviously unable to support the ninjutsu tonight. I think there may be a powerful force hidden in his body, but he himself does not know it. And his chakra is different from ordinary chakra. His chakra is the same as when Senior Jiraiya entered the sage mode. The third generation was stunned for a moment. Could it be that he is born with a sage body? The third generation was a little shocked. The third generation had seen Hashirama Senju and was his student. So the third generation knew very well that Hashirama Senju was born with a sage body. This is a physique that is even more terrifying than the Sharingan. If he really has the natural body of a sage, then we have a chance to revive Konoha. The third generation knew very well that even in the Senju clan, only Senju Hashirama had the natural body of a sage. Kakashi had no idea about the natural body of a sage. Hokage, what is the natural body of a sage? The third generation thought about it and explained to Kakashi what the natural body of a sage is. The natural body of a sage means that you have the physique of a sage at birth. Such ninjas often have much more chakra than ordinary ninjas, and their vitality is far beyond that of ordinary people. And they are born to use senjutsu. The body is also full of senjutsu chakra. The first generation Hokage was a natural sage, and the first generation Hokage was called the God of Ninja, back then. The first generation Hokage's ninjutsu was also extremely destructive, and many ninjutsu could change the terrain. Only the ninjas of the Uchiha clan could compare with it back then. Every time these two fight, it's as terrifying as the collapse of the mountains and the cracking of the earth, the moving of mountains and the filling of the sea. Kakashi was stunned. Is there really such a person? Kakashi didn't quite believe it. After all, he had never met such a person. No, the ninjutsu released by Yu tonight has already achieved this effect. The third generation sighed. Of course there is. The strength of these two people back then made the whole ninja world breathless. If our Konoha has another first generation of Hokage, it can at least keep our Konoha peaceful for decades. The third generation looked at Kakashi. How long have you been in contact with him? What do you think of his talent? To what extent? The third generation is looking forward to it. The reason why the third generation is not very afraid of Yu is that Yu is a commoner and does not have a sick clan member like the Uchiha clan behind him. Kakashi thought for a while and said, I have only been in contact with him for a few days. Quote. He had only learned a few ninjutsu in the ninja school before, and was no different from other ninja graduates. Before I taught him, Chidori, he only knew the three-body technique and the use of ninja tools. After that, I taught him how to tread water and climb trees. He learned very quickly and learned it just by watching it once. Tonight is the first day I formally teach him ninjutsu. If this accident hadn't happened, he would have learned it. And he has chakra of all attributes. The third generation was stunned for a moment. He has chakra of all attributes. Quote. Kakashi nodded. Chapter 31. The third generation was somewhat shocked. He actually possesses chakra of all attributes. This talent is ridiculously strong. And he can even learn a ninjutsu like Chidori in one go. His learning ability is also very strong. The amount of chakra is also very large. It seems that he really has the potential to catch up with the first generation. Although Kakashi didn't know how powerful the first generation of Hokage was, seeing that the third generation actually praised him so much, he must be very powerful. He may even be much stronger than the third generation. After all, the third generation said that the ninjutsu of the first generation of Hokage can change the terrain. In Kakashi's impression, only the tailed beasts have this ability. The third generation is actually the most shocking one. He is most optimistic about Naruto and Sasuke. It is precisely because of this that Kakashi became the guiding ninja of the two. Unexpectedly, Konoha still hides a ninja who may reach the same level as the first generation of Hokage. In the eyes of the third generation, Konoha's revival may be coming soon. Seeing the calm face of the third Hokage, Kakashi was a little worried. Hokage-sama, I think that before Yu has the ability to protect himself, he should not be put in people's sight. Kakashi is worried that other villages, or even people inside the village, will attack Yu. Even though the ninja world is generally peaceful now, Kakashi has experienced the Third Ninja World War and knows very well that other ninja villages will never be willing to let a ninja who threatens them appear in Konoha. Not to mention that in Kakashi's mind, Yu may reach the level of the fourth Hokage in the future. The fourth Hokage alone was enough to intimidate other ninja villages. If they knew about Yu's existence, they would definitely do whatever it takes to get rid of Yu. This is what Kakashi doesn't want to see. And there will be people in the village who want to get rid of Yu. For example, Danzo, this person will never allow someone who may threaten the village in the future to appear. In Kakashi's view, Danzo just doesn't want someone who can compete with him for the position of Hokage to appear in the village. The third generation knew, so he nodded. I know your concerns. I'll leave Yu to you. I hope you can make him the trunk that supports Konoha in the future. Also, find out what the power in Yu is. Help him control that power. The third generation did not intend to teach Yu in person. If he taught Yu in person, it would be almost equivalent to telling others that Yu was special. Hearing the third generation's arrangement, Kakashi was relieved. He was just worried that the third generation would transfer Yu to his side, and if so, Yu's situation would be very dangerous. Even if the third generation did not harm him, Danzo would not let him have an easy time. Okay, go and see how he is now. I have to deal with the follow-up impact of this matter. After Kakashi came out of the Hokage building, he went straight to Yu's house. After Kakashi left, the third generation stood by the window, looking at the night of Konoha. Thinking of 12 years ago. I don't know whether that child will become the first generation or Uchiha Madara in the future. If he becomes Uchiha Madara, there is no first generation Hokage in this era to check him. Although the third generation values Yu's talent. But if Yu really has the strength of Senju Hashirama in the future, no one in Konoha village can check him. If Yu becomes someone like Uchiha Madara, Konoha village will also be very dangerous. This is really a gamble. The third generation looked solemn. After all, he didn't know what Yu's future would be like. Whether it was good or bad, it was often just a matter of thought. Kakashi, I hope your vision is correct. Naruto, Sasuke, will you be as strong as him in the future? The third generation has high expectations for Naruto and Sasuke. In the future, Naruto will completely control the Nine Tails and become a perfect Jinchuriki, and Sasuke will open the Mangekyo Sharingan and possess the godlike power. You two may be able to check and balance him. Or, when you two have problems, Yu can check and balance you. The third generation, who was originally a little worried about Yu's future, was no longer so worried when he thought of Naruto and Sasuke. In his opinion, Naruto and Sasuke both have great potential. In the future, Naruto and Sasuke will form a powerful combination, which may not be without the strength to check and balance Yu. The third generation knows very well how great the potential of the Nine Tails and the Sharingan is. Kakashi came to Yu's home. At this time, Yu was still unconscious. But his vital signs were normal. Kakashi stood by the bed, looking at the sleeping Yu, and sighed. I told the third generation about you. I hope you don't blame me when you wake up. The third generation has already seen it. If I hide it again, he will only doubt whether your existence will threaten Konoha. Kakashi is helpless. He originally wanted to conceal Yu's affairs. Who knew that what would happen tonight would happen? Kakashi still felt a lingering fear when he thought of the commotion Yu caused today. Looking at Yu's slightly immature face, I really don't know how you can have such a terrifying amount of chakra at your age. Such a ninjutsu is comparable to the tailed beast ball, and, Chidori, can't cause such damage. But in the end, it was like a lightning ninjutsu like, Chidori. Although such lightning is far beyond the lightning in nature, it may be the energy that a fairy technique should have. Kakashi felt that the thunder caused by Yu might be because the chakra used by Yu was fairy chakra. And fairy chakra is inherently more powerful than ordinary chakra energy. Kakashi stood by the bed and guarded Yu, whose consciousness was completely immersed in the consciousness space at this time. Yu himself was also puzzled by the situation created tonight. Your chakra volume has doubled, and your speed has doubled. In the consciousness space, Yu only heard that his chakra and speed had increased. There was no explanation for why the situation just now happened. Yu thought for a while, maybe it's because of my chakra. I output too much chakra. After all, my chakra is different from ordinary chakra. It's pure natural energy. It's completely controllable in my body, but it will go out of control if it overflows from my body. Yu guessed. He actually guessed it right. The reason why Yu made the noise tonight was that he output too much chakra, causing the natural energy in the surrounding environment to go out of control. The natural energy in Yu's body has a self-protection mechanism. When he senses the danger around that threatens Yu's life, he instantly absorbs the surrounding natural energy to create an energy shield for him to protect him from the bombardment of lightning. In addition, all the lightning was created by Yu, and he has a certain consciousness. When the energy exploded, most of the energy did not bombard Yu. It was precisely because of this that everything around Yu was in trouble. Most of the energy of the thunder was released towards the ground around Yu. Chapter 32. What Yu didn't know was that the chakra in his body was completely natural energy, which was bound to his consciousness. His chakra was conscious. But now he didn't understand these, so he couldn't control it well. However, tonight, the chakra and speed doubled again, and Yu was still very happy. Now my chakra has reached Kakashi's level. The speed is a little slower, but it won't be long before I can match him. The chakra in my body is different from ordinary chakra. I have to figure out what's going on with the chakra in my body. If I can't control the skyrocketing chakra, it's useless to increase it. Yu didn't want what happened tonight to happen again. I don't know how the village will react if I make such a big noise. Isn't it possible that I'm in Konoha's cell now? Yu thought to himself. He is still in a coma, and his consciousness is not aware of the situation outside. After a long time, Yu's consciousness also fell asleep. He slept until the next morning. The moment he regained consciousness, he opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Kakashi leaning on the windowsill, reading a novel. Yu sat up, looked at Kakashi and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, did the ninjas in the village find out last night?" This is what Yu cares about most. Kakashi looked at Yu and smiled. "How did you wake up so quickly? I thought you would lie down for a few days." Kakashi was a little surprised, because Yu's chakra was exhausted last night. For ninjas, this situation is very dangerous. In better cases, they will lie down for a few days, and in severe cases, they may even die. Yu rubbed his head and said, "I feel a little dizzy." "What happened last night? Don't you remember what happened last night?" Kakashi asked puzzledly. Yu shook his head. "I only remember that I just gathered chakra, and when I was about to condense, Chidori, the chakra became disordered, and then I lost consciousness." Kakashi frowned. "Even you don't remember. You released a ninjutsu comparable to the power of the tailed beast ball last night." Yu was stunned. Tailed beast ball. Seeing Yu stunned, Kakashi thought Yu didn't know what the tailed beast ball was. So he explained to him. The tailed beast ball is a ball of chakra condensed by the tailed beast. The power of the tailed beast ball is extremely strong, and one shot can blow up a mountain. The ninjutsu you released last night is about the same power as the tailed beast ball. Fortunately, we were practicing in the back mountain yesterday. If you released this ninjutsu in the residential area of the village, you would not be sitting here talking to me now. Yu was shocked. Is it so exaggerated? My chakra should not be enough to release such a terrifying ninjutsu, right? Although Yu knew that he had caused a shocking movement, it was not comparable to the tailed beast ball. After all, the tailed beast ball is a real map cannon. And Yu felt that with his chakra amount not as good as Kakashi's, he would never be able to release such a powerful ninjutsu. Kakashi walked up to Yu, looked at him for a while, and then said, "There should be a power hidden in your body that you don't even know about. The ninjutsu you released yesterday should be the power in your body that was activated." Yu was stunned. There is a power hidden in his body. How could he not know? Maybe it's because my chakra is different from ordinary people's. This time it was Kakashi who was a little surprised. "Do you know that your chakra is different from others?" He knew that Yu's chakra was special because he had the Sharingan. But how did Yu know that his chakra was different from others? Yu looked up at Kakashi and said calmly, "I have always known that the quality of my chakra is much stronger than that of ordinary people. It's just that I didn't know ninjutsu before, so I couldn't feel the specific difference." Kakashi sighed. "I thought you didn't know." Yu smiled. "My perception of chakra is also stronger than that of ordinary people. So I can feel the difference." I used the Sharingan to see the chakra in your body before. The chakra in your body should be Senjutsu chakra. I have seen Jiraiya's chakra. When he enters the sage mode, the chakra in his body will become the same as your chakra. That is Senjutsu chakra. What I find surprising is that you should not have learned Senjutsu, and it is even more impossible for you to be in Senjutsu mode. Yesterday I told the third generation of fire about you. Hokage, Lord Hokage told me that your physique may be the same as that of the first Hokage, and you are born with a sage body. Hearing that Kakashi actually told the third Hokage about his own affairs. Yu frowned. Looked at Kakashi with a puzzled look. He originally thought that Kakashi was a trustworthy person. Unexpectedly, he would disappoint him. Seeing that Yu had misunderstood, Kakashi explained some of the situation yesterday to Yu. In that case, if I didn't tell you, you would be in more danger. But fortunately, Lord Hokage didn't regard you as a threat, and asked me to teach you in the future. Yu looked solemn. But thinking that he had no ambitions in the first place, no matter what the third generation did, he would not surrender. Thinking of this, Yu stopped worrying about it. Kakashi kept staring at Yu. When Yu looked solemn at first and showed distrust of him, Kakashi felt ashamed. But Yu quickly regained his composure, and Kakashi admired him very much. He knew that Yu had figured it out. When he was Yu's age, he could not have figured out such an important thing in a blink of an eye. At least in terms of character, Kakashi felt that he was not as good as Yu. After figuring it out, Yu looked at Kakashi and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, go back and rest first. You must not have rested yesterday." Yu was still moved. Kakashi could protect him all night. Knowing that Yu did not blame him, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. For a ninja, it's not a problem to not sleep for one night. But Yu still said, "You should go and rest. I don't have any mission today. I want to stay at home to figure out what's going on with my chakra." Kakashi came over and asked, "The power in your body may be very strong, and it may be difficult to control." Yu nodded. "I can understand this. I lost control last night. I obviously condensed the Chidori, but when I was about to launch an attack, the chakra ran away. But I think I can control that power. It was just that I didn't control the chakra enough yesterday, which caused the chakra to run away." Chapter 33. Although Kakashi wanted to chat with Yu for a while, he thought that Yu needed to rest now, so he said, "Then you should have a good rest. When you are well rested, you can practice again." Yu nodded. Kakashi disappeared in the room without saying anything else. Yu breathed a sigh of relief after he could no longer sense Kakashi's chakra. Looking at his hands, Yu frowned. What's going on? Under such precise control, it can still go out of control. This chakra in my body is really a bit weird. After a while, Yu slowly condensed the chakra on his hands. Soon, the chakra materialized and condensed in Yu's hands. Unlike the previous blue, Yu's chakra was actually golden at this time. This discovery surprised Yu even more. My chakra is indeed different from others. Is this the Senjutsu chakra that Kakashi mentioned? It's just that Senjutsu chakra seems to be blue as well. And this thick feeling seems to be much stronger than ordinary chakra. Yu was a little unfamiliar with the chakra in his body. And I should have very good control over chakra. Why did it go berserk last night? Yu really couldn't figure it out. My system is too mechanical. I can't even ask. It seems that I can only figure it out by myself. After Kakashi came out of Yu's house, he went to find Mubentangi. When Mubentangi heard that the noise last night was made by Yu, he was stunned. Did Yu really do it? Mubentangi didn't quite believe it. Although he knew that Yu had excellent talent, he couldn't even make the noise like yesterday. No matter how strong Yu was, he definitely couldn't create a destruction comparable to the explosion of the tailed beast ball. Kakashi just nodded and confirmed the matter. Miyamoto Tangi couldn't calm down. What's going on with Yu? This matter really exceeded Miyamoto Tangi's imagination. He thought that the noise last night was caused by Naruto's rampage. Although the third generation said that the Anbu was experimenting with ninjutsu last night. But the senior ninjas in Konoha village basically knew the general situation last night. But almost all the senior ninjas thought that the Nine Tails had gone berserk. The third generation blocked the news just to protect Naruto. After all, the Jinchuriki was already hated by the people in the village. If the villagers knew that the noise last night was caused by Naruto's rampage, then the villagers might do something bad to Naruto. Every Jinchuriki has suffered this kind of thing. For example, Killer Bee, he was even assassinated by people from the same village. Compared with Killer Bee, Naruto's treatment is actually much better. After all, no one threw eggs at Naruto, and no one tried to assassinate him. At most, they would just alienate him. You know, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, many villagers, relatives were killed by the Nine Tails. And Naruto is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In a sense, Naruto is the Nine Tails, which is equivalent to their enemy. Even in this situation, Naruto has no shortage of friends. Shikamaru, Choji, Shino and Kiba are still the kind of bad friends who can follow Naruto to skip classes. There are even handmade ramen shops in Ichiraku Ramen and Ayame who have no hostility towards Naruto. It can be said that compared to Killer Bee, Naruto's treatment is no different from that of normal people. But if the villagers knew that Naruto went berserk, even if the third generation favored Naruto, I'm afraid the villagers would not be able to accommodate Naruto. Who would be willing to get close to you if there is a bomb that may explode at any time? I'm afraid they will ask the third generation to lock Naruto up. At that time, even if the villagers knew that Naruto was the son of the fourth generation Hokage, it would be useless. Minato Namikaze had only been Hokage for a few years, and his status in the hearts of the villagers was not very high, even though he was a hero who saved the village. But no matter how heroic your son is, he is a terrifying killer who can go berserk at any time and kill countless people one day. In this case, even if Naruto is the son of a hero, no one is willing to gamble their lives. So the senior ninjas of Konoha all thought that the third generation deliberately blocked the news to prevent the villagers from being unstable after knowing it. Who knew that the person who made such a big commotion yesterday was his own disciple? Miyamoto Tangi's brain did not react for a while. At the same time, Miyamoto Tangi was very flustered. Who knows this news? Miyamoto Tangi was most worried that Yu would be known by others. At that time, Yu would definitely not be treated much better than Naruto. Kakashi hesitated and said, "Only the third generation and I know about this matter." Miyamoto Tangi raised his head and stared at Kakashi. "You tell the third Hokage." Kumoto Tangi was furious. The third Hokage knew what would happen to Yu, and he knew it very well. Kumoto Tangi almost attacked Kakashi. Kakashi quickly explained, "Don't worry, the third Hokage didn't take him away, and the third Hokage is also optimistic about him, you don't have to be so nervous." But Kimoto Tangi was not so easily convinced. "You know very well how unreliable the third Hokage's promise is. Kumoto Tangi is an Anbu, and he has come into contact with many Anbu in Konoha." Kakashi said helplessly, "In the situation yesterday, do you think it would be good or bad for Yu if I continued to conceal it? If I didn't say it at that time, when the third Hokage found out himself, Yu would probably have to live under the surveillance of the Anbu for the rest of his life. Now the only way is to let Yu master the power in his body as soon as possible so that he can protect himself. Let the third Hokage see his value. Only in this way can he live in the sunshine." Kakashi was also a little excited. He is usually very calm, but when it comes to Yu, his emotions will change greatly. Miyamoto Tangi was silent. He knew that Kakashi was right. If the third Hokage is really found, Yu will be easily found out. At that time, Yu will be regarded as a threat to Konoha. Even if he is not locked up, he will be monitored by the Anbu all the time. At that time, if Yu moves a little, the Anbu will take action. After a long time, Mumoto Tongi raised his head and asked, "What kind of power is in Yu's body? Why is it so terrifying?" Kimoto Doji saw what happened yesterday. That terrifying power is comparable to the power of the tailed beast ball released by the Nine Tails during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Fortunately, it was in the back mountain. If it was in Konoha village, the main residential area of the entire village would probably be razed to the ground. This is not an exaggeration. The center of the explosion caused by Yu was a deep pit of hundreds of meters. The affected area reached several kilometers away. Within several kilometers around the deep pit, many trees, flowers, soil and rocks were all blasted into ashes. This kind of terrifying power can only be achieved by the tailed beast ball. It is precisely because of this that when the explosion occurred yesterday, many senior ninjas believed that the Nine Tails had gone berserk and the explosion was caused by the tailed beast ball. Chapter 34. Kakashi said, "The power in Yu's body should be Senjutsu chakra." When Master Jiraiya entered Sage mode, he also had that kind of chakra in his body. Senjutsu chakra is much more powerful than ordinary chakra. It's just that Yu has never learned Senjutsu. The third Hokage said that Yu might be born with a sage body, and the chakra in his body is Senjutsu chakra. Plus, Yu's chakra is huge. With the blessing of Senjutsu chakra, draining all the Senjutsu chakra in Yu's body should be able to create such a large-scale ninjutsu. In fact, Kakashi also thought this was ridiculous. He had seen Jiraiya's sage mode. Although it was indeed very powerful, no ninjutsu had a range as large as the one Yu released last night. Not to mention that Yu's ninjutsu directly destroyed everything within a few kilometers of the explosion center. Obviously, the damage caused by Yu last night was far greater than Jiraiya's. But apart from this explanation, Kakashi didn't know how to explain the terrifying power that Yu released last night. Mubantongi had not seen the process of Yu releasing ninjutsu on the spot, so he believed Kakashi's words. That kind of power is already the power of the tailed beast. If Yu masters that power, he will have power that is not inferior to the tailed beast, right? Mubantongi looked at Kakashi. Kakashi frowned. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. Yu can't control that power yet, and he doesn't even know the specific situation of that power. But fortunately, although Yu's power will run wild, Yu is always awake. It's not like the Jinchuriki, who will completely lose consciousness after running wild and be completely controlled by the tailed beast. So I think the power in Yu's body is just a huge chakra hidden in his body. As long as Yu keeps practicing, he will definitely be able to master that chakra. But I'm afraid it won't be done in a short time. I will help him." At the end, Kakashi said seriously. Mumoto Yidung breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. It's good that the power is different from the tailed beasts. I'm just worried that the power in his body will be the same as the tailed beasts and take over his body. Kakashi shook his head. No, it's just that Yu couldn't control the power, causing the power to run away. And what makes me unbelievable is that Yu, who was at the center of the explosion, survived intact, without even a single injury. Even after his chakra was exhausted, he just slept for a night and recovered completely. Such a strong recovery ability is comparable to Naruto. No, even Naruto may not have such a strong recovery ability. Kakashi sighed. He thought a lot while watching over Yu all night last night. These are all what he thought of last night. So I think the power in Yu's body may be brought by the natural sage body mentioned by the third Hokage. The third Hokage also said that the first Hokage who had a natural sage body had a very strong recovery ability. It is so strong that even if the body is pierced, it can recover as usual in a short time. Mubentong listened to all this and felt like he was listening to a myth. This is no longer human, it sounds like divine art. Kakashi sighed. I was also shocked when I heard it. But the third Hokage experienced the era of the first Hokage, and the first Hokage he described was indeed almost like a god. The first Hokage also had a huge amount of chakra. In the war, he often released ninjutsu comparable to the tailed beast ball. It is hard to imagine how other ninjas felt in the era of the first Hokage. The third Hokage said that Yu might have the same power as the first Hokage in the future. Kimoto Yidong looked solemn. With such potential, wouldn't the third Hokage be afraid of Yu? This is what Kimoto Yidong is most concerned about. The more powerful Yu is, the greater the damage he will cause if he threatens Konoha in the future. Doesn't the third Hokage have any concerns? Kakashi shook his head. I can only hope that the third Hokage will not have such an idea, and Yu will always be loyal to Konoha in the future. As his teacher, it is our responsibility to prevent him from going on the path of opposing Konoha. But I think you can rest assured about this. Yu is different from others. He is very calm and will not be easily fooled. Miyamoto Tangi smiled. That's right, it's basically impossible for others to fool that kid. And he is very rational. He will not have a bad impression of Konoha just because he saw one or two dark things in Konoha. Ninjas in the ninja world are too emotional. Few people look at problems calmly and rationally. Many ninjas will doubt the village because of some dark things they saw in the village. But Yu will not. He is very rational. Even Kimoto Tangi and Kakashi have talked to Yu about these things. Yu behaved very maturely. He even understood the existence of such things. In fact, as the most important military organization of a country, a ninja village cannot only have things under the sun. There will be many dark and dirty things. But dark and dirty things are often necessary to maintain a peaceful and stable life for most people. Kimoto Tangi said. After all, his teachers are two ninjas from the Anbu. Kakashi nodded. Of course, for Naruto and others, Kakashi will not let them come into contact with darkness. After all, their thinking is indeed too immature. If they know it in advance, it will be easy for them to collapse. Similarly, Kimoto Ichido would not let Yamada Shuki and Ben Yediko contact those things. Kakashi stayed with Kimoto Ichido for a while and then left. Today he will take Naruto and the others to take the mission. Soon, the four of them came to the front of the Hokage building to gather. In front of the Hokage building, Kakashi was late, and Naruto and the other two accused him. Teacher Kakashi, you are late again. Kakashi looked at Naruto and sighed. Seeing Naruto made him come back to his senses and know that he was teaching 3 students who had just graduated from the ninja school. Yu usually behaved too maturely, which made him ignore Yu's age and forget the age gap between him and Yu. Kakashi explained casually. Oh, sorry, I met an old lady crossing the road on the road. Seeing Kakashi talking nonsense as usual. The corners of the 3 people's mouths twitched slightly. Naruto was speechless and said, Teacher Kakashi, you have so many excuses. Kakashi waved his hand and said, okay, let's go get the mission anyway. The 4 of them walked towards the Hokage building. Sakura walked to Sasuke and said with a smile, Sasuke, did you see that explosion last night? Chapter 35. After Sakura finished speaking, Sasuke frowned and nodded solemnly. Naruto on the other side came over with a confused look on his face and asked, What explosion? Naruto slept soundly last night, and the explosion didn't wake him up at all. Sakura gave him a blank look. Then she looked at Sasuke expectantly. Although Sasuke was usually very cold, he did notice the explosion yesterday. And the explosion last night was unusual. Sasuke had never seen such a terrifying explosion, and he almost thought that another village had broken in. I don't know, but even a Jonin couldn't do the explosion yesterday. Sakura was stunned for a moment. She only knew that the big explosion last night was very loud. She had never thought about these things at all. Can't a Jonin do it? Can't Kakashi do it? Sakura looked at Kakashi. Naruto walked beside him, scratching his head. He wanted to interrupt, but he didn't know what happened last night. Sasuke also looked at Kakashi. Kakashi didn't say anything as if he didn't see it. Teacher Kakashi, you should have known last night, right? You shouldn't be able to do it, right? Under the gaze of Sasuke and the other two, Kakashi shook his head. I can't do it either, but the explosion last night was the relevant departments of the village testing new ninjutsu, so there's no need for you to guess. Sasuke listened and thought about it. But he didn't say anything else. He could feel that what Kakashi said was probably not true. But this was after all the business of the village's top leaders, and Sasuke didn't want to ask in detail. Sakura saw that Sasuke didn't ask, so she didn't say anything else. Naruto was always confused. He didn't know what happened at all. The four came to the Hokage's office. Seeing that it was Kakashi's class, the third Hokage looked at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded slightly. Both of them knew what it meant. As soon as Naruto arrived at the Hokage's office, he ran to the third Hokage and complained, "Old Hokage, stop assigning us those troublesome and low-level tasks." The third Hokage looked at Naruto and sighed, "You are just an apprentice ninja who just graduated from the ninja school. You should slowly accumulate experience from low-level tasks. And you have just become a genin, and you can only do D-level tasks at most." Naruto shook his head and said, "But those D-level tasks are too boring. I want to do higher-level tasks." Although the third Hokage was right, Naruto really didn't want to do D-level tasks, so he could only cheat. On the other side, although Sakura and Sasuke didn't say anything, their inner thoughts were actually the same as Naruto's. They didn't hesitate to do low-level tasks. Kakashi thought helplessly, "I knew he would cheat." At this time, he thought of Yu. "I don't know how that kid is doing now. His chakra was drained yesterday. He woke up after only one night's rest. I don't know if there are any sequelae." At this moment, Kakashi's thoughts were already wandering. Seeing Naruto's soft and hard begging, the third generation had no choice. He could only compromise and said, "Okay, I know, I'll give you a C-level mission." Naruto, who was originally sitting on the ground with his back to the third generation of Hokage, jumped up when he heard this. "Really? What is the mission?" Looking at Naruto's expectant look, the third generation smiled and said, "To protect someone." When he heard that it was a guard mission, Naruto instantly said whimsically, "Protect who? Is it the daimyo, or the princess?" Kakashi looked at Naruto's expectant look and was a little speechless. How could protecting the daimyo be just a C-level mission? Although Sasuke and Sakura would not be as whimsical as Naruto, they were also looking forward to it. They didn't want to do those cat-catching and dog-catching missions again. The third generation did not answer Naruto's question, but said to the outside of the door, "Please come in." For a moment, the four looked at the door. After a while, the door was opened. An old man holding a bottle of wine came in, leaned against the door and looked at the people in front of him. He took a sip of wine and said dissatisfiedly, "Why are there a few little ghosts, especially the shortest boy, who looks super stupid? Are you really a ninja?" Listening to the old man's words, Naruto laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, who are you talking about, the shortest, the stupidest?" As he spoke, Sakura and Sasuke walked behind Naruto silently. After a comparison, the smile on Naruto's face froze instantly. "Asshole, who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? You said the stupidest, you stinky old man, I'm going to kill you, asshole." Naruto was about to pounce on him with his teeth and claws, was held down by Kakashi on the side. "Are you going to kill the people we are protecting? Idiot." Ignoring Naruto's shouting, the old man said, "I am the super celebrity who built the bridge, and Dasna is talking about me. During the time when I finish building the bridge, you must protect me seriously." Naruto didn't like Dasna very much, and turned his head away with his hands folded in frustration, not wanting to see him. Sakura and Sasuke heard that it was a guard mission, and it was a mission outside the village, and they were a little excited. This was considered their mission to officially become ninjas. But Kakashi frowned. A mission outside the village. He was a little worried. He was not worried that it would be dangerous to go out of the village to do the mission, but that he was not in the village, and Yu would be in danger. After all, who knows if the third Hokage is really the same as he promised last night? What if the third Hokage uses this mission to transfer him out of the village and then attack Yu? Can Kimoto Tangi stop it? Obviously it is impossible. Although Kimoto Tangi is also a Jonin from the Anbu. But his status in Konoha is far from comparable to Kakashi. The third generation still values Kakashi very much. And Kakashi is indeed the strongest Jonin in Konoha village at present. Tsunade and Jiraiya are not in the village. Under normal circumstances, Kai is definitely not Kakashi's opponent. So among the Jonin in Konoha village, Kakashi is the only one who is valued by the third generation. With Kakashi protecting Yu, the third generation will abide by what he said. But if Kakashi is not there, it is hard to say whether the third generation will be forced to give up Yu by people like Danzo. Seeing Kakashi's complicated expression, the third generation knew what he was thinking. So he said, Kakashi, this mission will let Naruto and others take a good look outside the village and see more of the outside world. You are their teacher, and this is your responsibility. Kakashi frowned. The third generation is warning him. Let him not forget his current responsibilities. But the more the third generation acted like this, the more worried he became. Naruto, who was standing by, heard what the third generation said and said with a grin, "Ha ha ha, old man, I will definitely complete this mission perfectly and let you know how powerful I am." Kakashi did not speak. Just as they were about to leave, Kakashi could not help it. He looked at the third generation and said, Hokage-sama, this mission requires us to go out of the village to carry out the mission. I want to take Jingwen Yeyu with me to carry out this mission. Kimoto Jonin asked me to take his students with me when I go out to carry out the mission. Chapter 36. Hearing Kakashi's request, the Sandai looked slightly stiff and didn't speak for a long time. The atmosphere in the whole office became extremely cold. But except Kakashi and the Sandai, no one knew what happened. And they didn't dare to speak. Even Naruto felt this oppressive atmosphere at this time. Sasuke looked at Kakashi thoughtfully. After a long time, the Sandai took a puff of cigarette and said slowly, "In this case, your team will have 4 people. It's just one more person." Kakashi said without giving in. Kakashi, if anything happens to him, you will be responsible. The Sandai said in a serious tone. Kakashi did not give up. I will be responsible. But unexpectedly, the Sandai, who had a serious face, smiled and said, "It seems that Yu is a very lucky kid." In fact, the Sandai was just testing how good the relationship between Kakashi and Yu was. To his surprise, Kakashi, who had always been extremely aloof, actually protected Yu to such an extent. He almost had a direct conflict with him. He did not feel threatened, but was very happy. He knew Kakashi very well. Since Kakashi valued someone so much, there would definitely be no problem. Kakashi looked at the Sandai, who nodded. It seems that your mission reward will have to be shared by one more person. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Hokage. The Sandai nodded. Go and call him up. Kakashi nodded to the Sandai, and left with Naruto and the other 2. After Kakashi and the others left, Iruka dared to ask, Lord Hokage, the Jingwen Yu that Kakashi Jonin just mentioned, could it be the Yu who graduated this year? The Sandai nodded. Iruka was very confused. Yu should not have caused the 2 of them to have the tense atmosphere just now. That kind of atmosphere was the first time Iruka encountered it. Moreover, one was the strongest Jonin in the village, and the other was the Hokage, the person with the highest status in Konoha. Kakashi used to give him a very mature and rational feeling. How could he confront the third generation to such an extent? What did Yu do to cause such a confrontation between Kakashi and the third generation? Hokage-sama, what did Yu do that you don't seem to be satisfied with him? The third generation glanced at Uruka. I'm not dissatisfied with him. Uruka didn't say anything, but his eyes showed his disbelief. The third generation didn't continue to explain. Seeing that the third generation didn't explain, Uruka asked tentatively, isn't Yu the same Jonin mentor as Motoki? Why did the Jonin Kakashi ask to take him with him? The third generation replied lightly, Uruka, you don't need to delve into this matter. Looking at the expression of the third generation, Uruka didn't dare to ask even if he wanted to. After coming out of the Hokage building, Naruto couldn't help it. Teacher Kakashi, why did you almost fight with the old Hokage just now? Naruto's words made Sakura and Sasuke agree very much. They all wanted to know. In the atmosphere just now, they didn't dare to ask. And Sasuke felt that Yu might not be that simple. Kakashi looked at Naruto and didn't intend to tell him. He just said, you saw it wrong. Naruto pouted. Teacher Kakashi, do you think I'm stupid? In the atmosphere just now, you were about to fight, and you said I saw it wrong. And why did you take Yu with you? You are the teacher of our class. Naruto was a little unhappy. After all, Yu was not in the same class as them. Kakashi deliberately asked Yu to come over, making it seem as if Kakashi didn't trust their abilities. Sasuke didn't think so. He felt that Yu should not be so mediocre, and Kakashi knew Yu's background. The most important thing is that Kakashi may have a special relationship with Yu. Otherwise, how could Kakashi fight against the third generation for Yu? It made him feel a little jealous. After all, Kakashi was their guiding Jonin. He had just fought against the third generation for a ninja from another class. Sasuke felt that he and others might not be as important as Yu in Kakashi's heart. When Sasuke never thought about revenge, he was actually just a somewhat arrogant boy. After hearing what Naruto said, Kakashi thought for a while and said, Yu also worshipped me as his master, and he is also my student. Hearing this, Naruto and the other two were stunned. What? Yu worshipped you as his master? The three of them couldn't believe it. Although they all disliked Kakashi, it was just words. In fact, in the training field, when they tested them, they had already recognized Kakashi's strength. And these days, after listening to Shikamaru and the others' introduction, the three of them also knew that Kakashi was still one of the most powerful Jonin in Konoha village. For this reason, although the three of them did not say it, they actually felt very proud. But now Kakashi actually said that Yu also worshipped him as a teacher. And judging from how much Kakashi values Yu, maybe Kakashi also taught Yu many ninjutsu. When they thought of this, the three of them felt a little unbalanced. Naruto even shouted directly, Yu is too treacherous. Kakashi teacher, you must have taught him a lot of ninjutsu. You haven't taught us any ninjutsu yet, damn it. Although Sakura and Sasuke didn't say anything, they looked a little unhappy. Kakashi, however, had a calm face and said lightly, I didn't teach him any ninjutsu. I met him much later than you. But the three of them didn't believe it. Naruto snorted coldly. Humph, Kakashi-sensei, you are lying to us again. Kakashi didn't want to explain, but just said, I can't help it if you don't believe me. As they talked, they came to Yu's house. This was the first time that Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke came to Yu's house. At this time, Yu was studying his chakra at home. The sudden appearance of Kakashi and others made Yu very confused. Kakashi patted Yu's shoulder. We received AC level mission and we have to leave the village. The Hokage and I applied to take you with us to go out for some experience. Yu frowned. Leaving the village? Kakashi nodded. Naruto came over and smiled. This time we have received the mission of escort. It was the first time that Sakura looked at Yu seriously. She was very surprised. This guy is really as good looking as Sasuke. Why haven't I paid attention to him before? Of course, Sakura's idea was just out of appreciation for good-looking boys. It's not that she just fell in love with Yu. After all, no one can change her feelings for Sasuke. If it weren't for Shikamaru and the others' instigation, Sakura wouldn't have confessed to Naruto. Sakura has always made it clear that she likes Sasuke. So it's basically impossible for her to like someone else. Sasuke has also been looking at Yu. He wants to see what's different about Yu. But after looking at him for a long time, he can't see anything at all. Apart from being as handsome as him, there's nothing special about him. Chapter 37. Before Yu answered, Naruto pulled Yu out. What are you thinking about? Let's go quickly. This is a C-level mission. How long will it take for you to stay in the village before you can take a C-level mission? Although Kakashi's appreciation of Yu made Naruto jealous. But he didn't hate Yu. After all, Yu was one of the few people who didn't show his dislike for him before. When Yu was pulled out of the house, he turned his head and looked at Kakashi. He wondered why Kakashi asked him to go out on the mission so suddenly. You know, Kakashi said that he would take him out only after he had the strength of a Jonin. He didn't believe that Kakashi broke the contract for no reason. Yu wanted to know what was going on, and Naruto told him directly on the way. After listening to Naruto's story about what happened in the Hokage building, Yu also understood why Kakashi took him with him. After knowing the reason for the matter, Yu was not confused, and he naturally would not refuse Kakashi's kindness. Arriving at the gate of Konoha village, Dasna saw Yu and smiled. This is a ninja, not like this silly boy. The boy Dasna was talking about was Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth and stared at Dasna, but when he thought that Dasna was the target of their protection, he was not the same as when he was in the Hokage's office. The few people were very quiet along the way, only Naruto was chattering. Sasuke's eyes were already on Yu, and Sakura was also curious about Yu. What Sasuke wanted to know was how strong Yu was. He knew Kakashi's strength very well, and Yu, who was so valued by Kakashi, could not be weak. But how strong he was, he wanted to know. After walking for a long time, they passed a forest. Seeing two puddles in front, Yu looked at Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head. Indicated him not to act rashly. Yu actually forgot the plot of the Land of Waves a long time ago. But he felt the chakra fluctuations in the two puddles, and it was obvious that there were two ninjas hiding here. Moreover, it was a sunny day, the sun was very hot, the ground around was dry, but the water in the two puddles did not seem to be evaporated at all. It was very abrupt. Kakashi and Yu found it, but they passed by the puddles calmly as if nothing had happened. They walked a dozen steps away from the puddles, and suddenly two ninjas in the puddles jumped out. Swish! Only the sound of chains colliding was heard, and several chain blades entangled Kakashi. When Yu and the others turned their heads to look over, Kakashi's body had been cut into pieces, countless flesh and blood fell to the ground, and the blood stained the ground red. This horrific scene stunned the inexperienced people. Even Yu, seeing this bloody scene at this time, was shocked. This was the first time he saw such a bloody scene. Even though he knew that Kakashi used the substitute technique to avoid it. But seeing this horrible scene, Yu still felt very uncomfortable. If it weren't for his strong psychological quality, Yu would have vomited. Almost at the same time, the two ninjas thought they had succeeded. After successfully killing Kakashi, they turned around and attacked Yu and the others. Naruto was completely shocked by the scene just now. Sasuke's speed was very fast. The moment the two ninjas swung the chain blades over, he threw out several kunai. Ding tilde. A kunai nailed the chain blade to the tree next to it. It was just a feint this time. The real target of the two ninjas was Dasna. The two were also very fast. They appeared in front of Dasna in an instant. After Sasuke found out that he had been fooled, he immediately shouted, "Sakura, be careful." He wanted to rescue, but the distance was too far and it was too late. Sakura's quality was not bad. Although she didn't know any ninjutsu, she was not shocked by the scene just now. Pull out the kunai and stand in front of Dasna. Don't overestimate yourself. When the two ninjas saw Sakura standing in front of Dasna, they sneered at her for overestimating herself. It was obvious that both of them could see that Sakura's strength was definitely not enough to stop them. Just when the two appeared in front of Sakura, suddenly, I felt a terrifying force hitting my chest. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. In just a moment, the bodies of the two were shot behind them like cannonballs. The terrifying force even made them break 2 rows of trees before they stopped. Sakura held the kunai in both hands and looked at Yu standing in front of her. At this time, Yu looked calm. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, Sakura said to Yu in a trembling voice, Yu, thank you. Although she couldn't see Yu's movements clearly, it was obvious the two ninjas were knocked out by Yu. Standing behind Sakura, Dasna, who almost thought he was going to die, came back to his senses and looked at Yu who was standing in front of him. Although there was only his back, he felt extremely safe. He murmured to himself, I said this guy is very reliable. Sasuke, who had always wanted to know what strength Yu had, stared at Yu blankly. He was extremely shocked. Sharingan can't see his movements clearly. This guy is a monster. Sasuke was very proud, but he couldn't see Yu's movements clearly even if he opened Sharingan at this time. Even if his Sharingan only had 1 Magatama, he should be able to see the movements of most ninjas clearly. This guy's speed is so terrible that even Sharingan can't see his movements clearly. Kakashi, who had been hiding in the dark and observing, was also shocked. Although he knew that Yu was very talented and had the strength of Chunin level. But the power that Yu showed just now was not Chunin level. Even though Yu had only kicked twice, using only physical skills. But Kakashi clearly felt that Yu's physical skills had improved several times compared to the previous fight with him. Came to the two ninjas who were kicked dozens of meters away. Looking at the two ninjas whose chests were already bloody, Kakashi muttered to himself, how much strength did this kid use to kick them like this? The two men had no signs of life. These two ninjas are still Chunin. Is this kid's strength enough to kill 2 Chunin in an instant? Kakashi found it incredible. His strength has improved too fast. When Kakashi tested Yu before, Yu only had the strength of Chunin. Even if it was a very powerful level among Chunin, it was only Chunin. But the strength that Yu showed just now was already the strength to kill Chunin in an instant. This means that Yu already has the strength of Jonin level. This is when he only used physical skills. Yu has learned Chidori. Although Yu seemed to have failed to release Chidori that night. But Kakashi saw clearly that Yu had succeeded, and then his chakra was just out of control, which made the power of this technique much stronger. Even though Yu can't control his chakra now, his strength in physical skills alone is not inferior to that of a Jonin. Chapter 38. It's just that Yu's strength is improving too fast. Even though Kakashi thought Yu had a very strong talent before and had the potential to catch up with the 4th Hokage in the future, he didn't expect Yu's strength to improve so fast. Now Yu only lacks a few lethal ninjutsu. And he has a very high talent for learning ninjutsu. I'm afraid it won't be long before Yu really has the strength of a Jonin, or even an elite Jonin. Shaking his head, Kakashi made seals with both hands. Earth escape earth flow wall technique. In an instant, several earth walls appeared around the bodies of the two ninjas, and several earth walls buried the bodies of the two ninjas inside. After dealing with the things here, Kakashi walked out of the woods. Looking at the broken trees along the way. Even Kakashi was shocked. How strong must this kid be to be able to knock down these big trees? It's just the aftermath, but it can knock down so many trees. I'm afraid ordinary ninjutsu can't do it. Come to Yu and others. Looking at Yu standing there with a calm face. Seeing Kakashi appear, Yu asked, what happened to the two ninjas? Kakashi sighed. All dead. Do you know who they are? Although Yu knew that the two were ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, he still asked. Two Chunins from the Hidden Mist Village, their target should be Mr. Dazna. Kakashi looked at Dazna. He knew that Dazna must have concealed the difficulty of this mission from them. There are ninjas, and two Chunins. This is definitely not a C-level mission, but a B-level mission. Kakashi even thinks that these two Chunins are not the strongest ninjas encountered in this mission. It is obvious that these two Chunins were sent to explore the way. There will even be a Jonin in this mission, which is an A-level mission. There is a huge difference between A-level and C-level missions. The hiring fee alone is very different. The maximum for a C-level mission is only 50,000 taels, while the minimum for an A-level mission is 150,000 taels. Yu also looked at Dazna. Two pairs of eyes stared at him, and Dazna was very nervous. Why are you looking at me like that? Although he was very nervous, Dazna pretended to be calm and asked. Kakashi said coldly, Mr. Dazna, those two ninjas are coming for you. Dazna denied it flatly. How is it possible? They are obviously coming for you. Kakashi frowned. Seeing that Kakashi was a little unhappy, Yu reminded him, Mr. Dazna, if you don't explain the details of this mission, we can't guarantee that we will continue to perform the mission. You don't have to hide it. I think these two ninjas are definitely not the last batch. If we give up this mission, what will happen to you? Yu felt that if he didn't force Dazna to explain clearly, Kakashi would have to give up this mission. Dazna originally wanted to hide it, but after seeing Yu's serious look, he sighed and told the truth. After Dazna finished speaking, he looked at Yu and Kakashi. We really need that bridge in the Wave Country. I know the difficulty of hiding this mission, but our Wave Country is very poor and doesn't even have ninjas. We can't afford the commission for the A-level mission. Please help our Wave Country. Please. Dazna knelt down. Yu looked at Kakashi. He didn't say anything. He was waiting for Kakashi to make a decision. After all, he was the one who could decide whether to continue the mission. After Kakashi helped Dazna up, he asked Yu and the others, do you think we should continue the mission or give up and go back to the village? Kakashi still gave the decision to Yu and the others. Yu did not express his opinion. Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Yu. He still hadn't recovered from the shock Yu gave him. Sakura saw that Sasuke didn't speak, so she didn't speak either. Naruto was scared and stood there stupidly. No one spoke, and Dazna was very nervous. If Kakashi and the others were unwilling to protect him, the bridge in the Land of Waves would not be built. Kato hired a senior ninja, and only a senior ninja like Kakashi could protect him. And the strength Yu showed just now had given Dazna enough trust. In his opinion, as long as Kakashi and Yu were there, the Jonin hired by Kato should not be able to kill him. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura and shook his head. The three were still rookies and were completely frightened by the situation just now. He could only look at Yu. Yu was also a little speechless. He didn't originally what do you want to say? After all, he is not a member of Team 7. This mission is Team 7's mission, not his mission. However, Yu felt that if he didn't say something, Kakashi would really lead the team back. Teacher Kakashi, I think we should continue this mission. I am willing to believe what Mr. Dazna said. Kakashi nodded. Since you said so, let's continue this mission. But Mr. Dazna, you must tell us what ninja the person who wants to kill you hired, so that we can be prepared. Kakashi is willing to continue this mission, and Dazna is naturally very happy. He quickly told a few people about Kato's situation, and also said, Kato hired a Jonin from the Hidden Mist Village, and it seems that he is a very powerful Jonin. Kakashi murmured to himself, as expected, there is really a Jonin. Kakashi looked solemn. This time he brought 4 genin with him. It would be fine if he was alone. Yu was not worried. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura are genuine genin. When the three of them faced the Jonin, there was no way to survive. Kakashi looked at Yu and said, Yu, Mr. Dasna is now in your hands. No matter what happens, you must ensure his safety. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, you three must follow Yu closely. If you are alone, it is easy to be defeated by the enemy one by one. Although Sasuke was very unhappy, Kakashi meant that Yu was stronger than them. Just thinking of the strength that Yu showed just now, Sasuke nodded reluctantly, although he was unwilling. Sakura naturally had no emotions. If it weren't for Yu just now, she would have been killed. Yu saved her life, and Sasuke nodded, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. And Naruto was still staring at them blankly. Kakashi looked at Naruto and sighed. Naruto, what about you? Kakashi's words brought Naruto back to his senses. I have no opinion. At this moment, he felt the gap between himself and Yu and Sasuke. Although Sasuke's performance was not as good as Yu's just now, he was definitely the best among the three members of the team. And he did nothing the whole time, just standing there in a daze. Naruto gritted his teeth, ashamed of his cowardice just now. Next time, I will definitely stand in front of Sasuke and Yu, and I will definitely surpass them. After saying that, Naruto pulled out a kunai and pierced his palm with a knife. Everyone was stunned. Naruto's self-mutilation behavior surprised everyone. Soon, Kakashi nodded. Although the performance just now was not ideal, it's good to know that you are ashamed. In fact, Kakashi was not very satisfied with Naruto's performance just now. However, this was his first time to go out of the village to perform a mission, and his first time to encounter a murder scene, so it was understandable that his performance was a little worse. Now Naruto knows how to reflect on himself, so he is not hopeless. In fact, Yu didn't want to take action in this crisis. Because this was the mission of Team 7, and the ones who were trained were Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura. If he took action, he would not be able to achieve the purpose of training them. But when the two ninjas were about to kill Sakura, Kakashi was still hiding in the woods and didn't show up, so he had no choice but to take action. Yu knew that Kakashi must want him to take action to test Yu's actual combat level. Chapter 39. Kakashi was very pleased with Naruto's actions. He walked to him and said, if you don't stop the bleeding, you might die. Naruto, who was originally determined, panicked when he heard that he would die. I don't want to die. Kakashi sighed and was about to bandage his wound. But when he took Naruto's hand, the wound on Naruto's hand was about to heal. Kakashi was shocked. Is this the power of the Nine Tails? The recovery ability is really strong. When Kakashi bandaged Naruto, Naruto kept asking, Teacher Kakashi, will I really die? Kakashi shook his head. Okay. After the bandage was done, Kakashi came to everyone. The next mission will be very dangerous. Sakura, Sasuke, do you want to go back to Konoha or continue this mission? Sasuke looked at Yu and said as if he was competing, of course, continue this mission. Although Sakura was reluctant, she was scared because the two ninjas almost killed her just now. But Sasuke said so. Even if she was scared, she still said bravely, I will do what Sasuke does. Naruto, who came over, also said with a firm face, next time I will never do the same as before. Kakashi nodded. Well, then continue to carry out this mission. The few people started to hurry again. Along the way, Sasuke's eyes were always on Yu. Yu's performance just now was much better than his. Although his performance in the first actual combat was the best among the three people in Team 7. But the gap compared with Yu was too big. This guy obviously doesn't have a Sharingan, but his speed is so fast that he killed two Chunins in seconds. He is obviously the same age as me, but I am far inferior to him. If this goes on, how can I kill that guy? Thinking of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's ambition became stronger. It was really because Yu shocked him too much just now. Maybe if I can defeat Yu, I can defeat that man. In Sasuke's opinion, Yu has the same talent as his brother. When Uchiha Itachi exterminated his clan, he was only 13 years old. At the age of 13, he had the strength to exterminate the Uchiha clan. At the age of 13, he had the strength of Kage. If Yu knew that Sasuke regarded him and Uchiha Itachi as people with the same talent, he would definitely not think so. He was not sure that he could be upgraded to Kage level in a year. After all, strictly speaking, he has not learned a single lethal ninjutsu. The first time he released Chidori, it seemed to be successful, but in Yu's opinion, it was a complete failure. Because he did not control it. Sakura also kept looking at Yu. She was very curious about Yu. When she was in ninja school, she didn't know that Yu was so powerful. Or rather, when she was in ninja school, she didn't even know that Yu existed. Yu at that time really had no sense of existence. The strength that Yu has shown now also shows that he completely concealed his strength when he was in the ninja school. What kind of mentality can restrain the desire to show off his talent in front of his peers at such a young age? Sakura couldn't understand. Walking beside Yu, Sakura asked curiously, Yu, why didn't I have any impression of you when I was in the ninja school? Yu said lightly as he walked, maybe I am too mediocre. Sakura rolled her eyes at Yu, how are you mediocre? I think your strength may be the same as Kakashi's now. In Sakura's eyes, Yu and Kakashi are almost the same. After all, Yu's behavior of killing two Chunins in front of her was too shocking. Yu waved his hand, then you don't understand the strength of Kakashi teacher. He is the most powerful Jonin in our Konoha village now. Don't look at him as if he is lazy. In fact, he has a great reputation in the ninja world. He became a Jonin when he was our age. And he has made great achievements in the war. At that time, his teacher was the fourth Hokage. Originally, Sakura, who only wanted to know Yu, was stunned when she heard what Yu said. Although she had learned about Kakashi through Ino before. But she only knew that Kakashi was very strong. But Ino didn't say that Kakashi was the most powerful Jonin in Konoha. Sasuke didn't expect that Kakashi would be so strong. Naruto looked unconvinced. How is it possible? Although Kakashi teacher is a Jonin, how can he be so powerful, and his teacher is actually the fourth Hokage? The fourth Hokage is the person Naruto admires the most. Although he didn't know the fourth Hokage, it was his own father, but the fourth Hokage sealed the 9 tails and saved Konoha village. He was the hero of Konoha village, which was what Naruto admired the most. It was also because he often heard about the deeds of the fourth Hokage that Naruto dreamed of becoming a Hokage in the future since he was a child. Becoming a hero like the fourth Hokage would make the whole village accept him. So when he knew that Kakashi was actually the disciple of the fourth Hokage, he was shocked. Yu looked at Naruto and said, this information is not confidential. Kakashi teacher was only 12 years old, the same age as us, and he was promoted to Jonin because of his military exploits. And he has the reputation of copying ninja in the ninja world. He has a strong deterrent ability in the ninja world. And the fourth generation Hokage was indeed Kakashi teacher's teacher. During the Third Ninja World War, Kakashi teacher was very famous on the battlefield. And he graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. When listening to Yu talking about these deeds, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura all looked at Kakashi blankly. This lazy guy in front of them is so powerful. They couldn't believe it at all. But the three knew that Yu had no need to lie to them. Even the protected Dasma looked at Kakashi with a look of profit at this time. After all, he made a fortune by having such a powerful ninja as his bodyguard and only paying a commission for AC level mission. And with Kakashi around, he felt that the Jonin hired by Kato should not be able to hurt him. Kakashi had a headache. Okay, let's not talk about these past events. Yu smiled and said, just chatting. In fact, Yu said this mainly for Sasuke. Sasuke has always wanted to pursue power. For revenge, he was even willing to join Orochimaru's camp and take the risk of being occupied by him to get power. Yu said this to let Sasuke know that he can be very powerful with Kakashi. In Yu's opinion, what Sasuke needs most is not the curse seal, but the development of the Sharingan. If the Sharingan is not well developed, no matter how powerful the curse seal is, the upper limit will be at most the cage level. Although for ordinary ninjas, the cage level is already very powerful. But the cage level is obviously not enough for the subsequent Fourth Ninja World War. Chapter 40. Sasuke was indeed persuaded by Yu. At this time, he looked at Kakashi, his eyes full of desire for power. He felt that Kakashi could really make him extremely powerful. Sakura was very curious about Yu. Yu actually knew so much about Kakashi. How good was Kakashi to Yu? Teacher Kakashi, did you tell Yu all this? Sakura looked at Kakashi sourly. The corners of Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Yu's half-smile, he was helpless. Not entirely, he checked a lot of information himself. Sakura snorted. Humph, it must be Kakashi who told him. Sure enough, in Kakashi's heart, Yu is more important than all of us. Naruto also reacted and looked at Kakashi with contempt. Yes, Sakura is right. Teacher Kakashi is too partial. He only told Yu and didn't tell us. Sasuke didn't say anything. But he was also a little unhappy. After all, Kakashi is their teacher, and they should be more important than Yu. I didn't expect Kakashi to tell Yu so much information, but didn't tell himself and others. Kakashi was very troubled. He knew Yu was definitely doing it on purpose. Dasna also fanned the flames and said, Kakashi, it seems that it is difficult to be a teacher. Kakashi could only explain. That's because the time is too short, we didn't get to know each other well. And most of the information was checked by Yu himself, not by me. But Sasuke and the other two didn't believe Kakashi's explanation. Naruto shouted. No, Teacher Kakashi, you can't be partial, you have to teach us ninjutsu. I want to learn the ninjutsu that Yu used to kill those two ninjas in seconds just now. Sakura nodded in agreement. Yes, Naruto is right. Sasuke was a little speechless. He knew that Yu didn't use any ninjutsu just now. Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, Yu didn't use any ninjutsu just now, he used physical skills. And I didn't teach him physical skills. But Naruto and Sakura didn't believe it. How is this possible? If Kakashi didn't teach him, how could he be so strong? Kakashi looked at Yu, very helpless. Yu didn't say anything. Kakashi could only say, when I have time, I will take you to practice together. Naruto and Sakura were very happy to get Kakashi's promise. Sasuke was also looking forward to it. After all, Kakashi's talent is almost the same as Uchiha Itachi's in the past. Maybe even stronger than Uchiha Itachi. Walking for a long time. Finally entered the Land of Waves. This is a small country on the edge of the Land of Fire. It has a small population and even no ninjas. You can imagine how poor this country is. But the environment of this country is not bad. There are many lakes and forest resources, which is a good place to develop tourism. And because it is close to the sea, developing fisheries is also a very good way. After all, the country of waves is small, and tourism and fisheries can support the survival of the country of waves. Mr. Dasna, your country is in good condition. Yu praised. Dasna was stunned for a moment. He thought Yu was speaking in a sarcastic way. The country of waves is indeed weak. There is no way, the country is too poor. Yu shook his head. I am serious, your country is small and has a small population, but various tourism resources are very rich, plus fisheries are enough to make the country rich. Now the ninja world is generally in a period of peace. And the tourism industry is very developed in peacetime. Dasna was stunned for a moment. How could anyone come to such a remote place for tourism? He didn't believe it. Yu shook his head. There are many such people. As long as people in other countries know that there is such a place, do a good job of publicity. There are still many rich people in the world. Dasna thought about it, although he didn't believe what Yu said. But think about it, it is indeed feasible. All of this needs to be done after the bridge is built, otherwise no one will come no matter how good the tourism resources are. Yu nodded. That's right. Kakashi on the side looked at Yu and was very satisfied. Ninjas belong to the military department of a country. It is a full-time organization. They generally don't need to think about economic issues. In addition to the commission for hiring ninjas, the country will also allocate military funds. They don't need to consider money issues at all. Of course, if they offend the daimyo, it's another matter, such as the Sand Village. Generally speaking, the relationship between the ninja village and the daimyo is mutually beneficial. The daimyo also hopes that the ninja village will be strong to protect the interests of the entire country. The Sand Village has a very bad relationship with the daimyo, which results in the daimyo giving very little military expenditure every year. As a result, the strength of the Sand Village is very weak, and the number of ninjas cannot be compared with the other 4 major ninja villages. Ordinary ninjas do not need to consider economic issues, but high-level officials like Hokage do. After all, ninjas need to spend a lot of money and materials to cultivate. Without economy, ninja villages will only become weaker and weaker. Many small ninja villages cannot provide sufficient economic support because their countries are too weak. And Yu can consider economic issues, and his insights are also good. This is what Kakashi is very pleased about. But obviously, except for Yu and Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura are not interested in this topic. They are still more concerned about ninjutsu and ninja matters. Naruto was nervous all the way. It was not because he was afraid, but because he performed too poorly before. So he hoped to find a ninja along the way, and then defeat the opponent himself to avenge his previous shame. Just as they passed by a lake, Naruto found a noise in the bushes next to him. Naruto seemed to have found a treasure, and threw a few kunai at the bushes with excitement. With a few sounds of breaking wind, the target in the bushes seemed to be hit. Naruto was so happy that he rushed into the bushes regardless of Kakashi's stop. Ha ha ha, I hit it. Naruto rushed into the bushes and wanted to show off to the others that he had hit the enemy. But he was embarrassed when he saw a few kunai piercing a rabbit and the rabbit was bleeding. Sakura came over and saw this scene and was angry. She punched Naruto on the head. Stupid Naruto, what did you do? Obviously, for a girl like Sakura, the scene of kunai piercing the rabbit into a bloody mess was too shocking. Naruto was also embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't know, I thought it was an enemy. Sasuke, Yu and Kakashi did not go over, and the 3 of them stood beside Dasna. Naruto's behavior made Kakashi helpless. This kid really hasn't changed at all. Sasuke curled his lips. Idiot. Yu just smiled. He was not surprised by Naruto's behavior. After all, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be Naruto. Naruto, get stronger by hanging up. Chapter 41. Just as Sakura was scolding Naruto, a machete flew over from a distance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The machete came through the wind at a very fast speed. Kakashi immediately shouted, "Everyone get down." Although everyone hadn't figured out what it was for. But they all got down. The machete passed over everyone's heads and chopped on a big tree. The next moment, a ninja wearing a forehead protector from the Hidden Mist village stood on the machete with his back to the people. Everyone looked at the ninja who suddenly appeared on the machete with confusion and panic. Kakashi stood in front of everyone and looked at the ninja on the tree. His face was a little solemn. It turned out to be Zabuza Momochi, the rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist village. It seems that it will be very troublesome next. When Naruto, who was standing behind Kakashi, saw Zabuza, he drew out his kunai and shouted and rushed towards Zabuza. Finally appeared, this time I will not lose to Sasuke and Yu again. Naruto was very dissatisfied with his performance before. Now seeing Zabuza, he felt that it was his chance to show off. He shouted and rushed towards Zabuza. But Kakashi stopped him and said in a serious tone, "Don't get in the way, he is not a ninja you can deal with." Naruto frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "Teacher Kakashi, I will definitely not be the same as before this time." Kakashi frowned. Zabuza is an elite jonin, not two ordinary chunins. Even he has to deal with it carefully, and he may die if he is not careful. When Zabuza in the tree saw Kakashi, his expression froze. It turned out to be Sharingan Hatake Kakashi. No wonder those two brothers did not succeed. When Sasuke heard what Zabuza said, he was stunned. Sharingan. Does Kakashi have Sharingan? You know, since the Uchiha clan was destroyed, Sasuke thought that he was the only Uchiha clan member left in Konoha. Sakura didn't know what Sharingan was. Because Sasuke had never shown it in front of her. Sharingan, what is Sharingan? Naruto also asked Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, what is Sharingan?" Kakashi didn't speak, and Sasuke on the side explained, Sharingan is a kind of eye technique that can see through ninjutsu, illusion, and physical technique. Zabuza on the tree glanced at Sasuke and added, "Yes, Sharingan is such an eye, and Sharingan can also copy the opponent's ninjutsu." Hatake Kakashi, when I was still in the Hidden Mist Village, there was your information on the ninja manual I distributed. Copy ninja, Kakashi, a dangerous person who can copy thousands of ninjas. Sakura and Naruto were stunned when they heard what Zabuza said. Although Yu said Kakashi was very strong before, they still didn't have an intuitive concept. Now Zabuza's words made them deeply aware of Kakashi's strength. Sakura was stunned. It turns out that Kakashi teacher is really so strong. Naruto also looked at Kakashi, his face full of disbelief. It turns out that Kakashi teacher is really so strong, thousands of ninjutsu, too terrifying. And Sasuke kept his eyes on Kakashi. What he cared about was not that Kakashi knew thousands of ninjutsu, but that Kakashi actually had the Sharingan. This is the unique eye of the Uchiha clan. But now Kakashi has not revealed the Sharingan, Sasuke still doesn't believe it. Kakashi looked at Zabuza with a solemn expression. It seems that this is a tough battle. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura form a protective formation to protect Mr. Dazna. Yu, today is the first time we have joined forces. Standing aside, Yu slowly walked to Kakashi's side. At this time, he had already drawn a kunai. Although Sasuke and the other two were reluctant, they knew that they were not as strong as Yu. They could only form a protective formation and surround Dazna in the middle. Zabuza looked at Yu. He could not see anything special about Yu. It seems that you trust this kid very much. Is he your disciple? Kakashi did not speak and slowly raised the forehead protector. Sasuke, who had been watching Kakashi, now stared at Kakashi's movements. When Kakashi raised the forehead protector, his left eye, which had been covered, was exposed. When a 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared, Sasuke was stunned. Is it really a Sharingan, or a 3 Magatama Sharingan? Even in the Uchiha clan, only a few people can open it. Is Kakashi from the Uchiha clan? Sasuke thought Kakashi was from the Uchiha clan. After all, Konoha has seen Sasuke's opinion, the only people with Sharingan are from the Uchiha clan. When Sakura and Naruto saw Kakashi's Sharingan, they were also surprised. It was the first time they had seen such strange eyes. What kind of eyes are these? Why is the breath so terrifying? Naruto and Sakura felt the murderous aura emitted by Kakashi at this time. And Naruto felt inexplicably uncomfortable with the Sharingan. Kakashi did not answer Zabuza. Zabuza said to himself, I know your information in the ninja manual very well, so do you think I will fight you on a battlefield that is advantageous to you? As he said that, fog suddenly rose around. The strange scene scared Sasuke and the other two. The three of them drew their kunai and were ready for battle. Yu looked calm. Even though the surroundings were gradually covered by fog and visibility was very low. Yu could feel Zabuza's chakra. This is one of the functions of his chakra. Kakashi frowned. Use the mist technique to block my sight. As expected of Zabuza Momochi, if he is not careful, he will really die here. Kakashi was a little worried about Yu. Yu, don't leave my side. This is the mist hidden technique of the hidden mist village. This ninjutsu is a silent killing technique. Be careful of the movements around you. Ignoring Kakashi, Yu's eyes were always on Zabuza, who was lurking towards them at this time. Although the surroundings were filled with mist, Zabuza's whereabouts were completely under his perception. And Yu didn't say anything. Kakashi thought Yu had met with an accident. Kakashi anxiously exploded the chakra in his body. Boom! The terrifying chakra instantly blasted away the surrounding mist, revealing Yu's figure. Seeing that Yu was fine, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you reply? Yu looked at Kakashi and smiled. I thought Kakashi-sensei could sense my presence. Kakashi shook his head, speechless. Deal with it well, the opponent is an elite Jonin, don't let down your guard. When Kakashi burst out his chakra, Sasuke and the other two looked at Kakashi's back with fear. Is this the murderous aura exuded by the duel between Jonin? It's better to die in such an environment. The momentum duel between Kakashi and Zabuza stunned Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura. The terrifying murderous aura affected the three people's minds. Even Sasuke had raised his kunai and was about to stab his abdomen. His mind was affected by the murderous aura of Kakashi and Zabuza. Even Naruto was terrified at this time and completely lost the will to survive. Chapter 42. Just when Sasuke was about to stab himself, Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The chakra in his body burst out. Boom! A golden chakra burst out from Yu. The terrifying power instantly dissipated the murderous aura of Zabuza and Kakashi. Sasuke and the other two, who were still terrified just now, were like encountering the warm sunshine in the cold winter, and the solemn atmosphere instantly became warm. Sasuke, who was holding the kunai, stopped his movements. He came to his senses and looked at Yu, who was calm at this time. This is Yu's chakra. His chakra is so strong. Before, Yu only showed physical skills. But now the chakra released by Yu was too terrifying to shock Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura also recovered, but they didn't know that it was Yu who drove away the biting murderous aura. And at this time, inside Naruto's body, in a dim cage, a huge red fox slowly opened its eyes. Is this familiar yet strange chakra that annoying guy? This fox is the nine-tailed fox sealed in Naruto's body. The moment Yu released his chakra just now, he felt a familiar chakra. But it was a little different. It was very sensitive to chakra and was a little solemn at this time. If it is really that man, what does he want to do? Thinking of the time when he was sealed by Senju Hashirama, the nine-tailed fox looked solemn. Yu's chakra gave the nine-tailed fox a feeling that was too much like Senju Hashirama. Although a little different, they were full of rich vitality. This kind of chakra is extremely rare. It only appeared in Senju Hashirama, the Six Paths Sage and his two sons. The nine-tailed fox was still upset about the fact that the first generation of Hokage sealed it. However, the nine-tailed fox looked at the seal that was sealing it at this time, shook his head, closed his eyes and continued to sleep. The chakra that Yu had just exploded stunned Zabuza, who was hiding in the dark. Zabuza felt a very heavy pressure from the chakra just now. This kind of chakra was the first time he had encountered it. The most important thing was that Yu's chakra was too terrifying, and it could instantly disperse the murderous aura of him and Kakashi. The murderous aura of both of them was condensed from chakra. How strong must Yu's chakra be to disperse the chakras of two elite Jonin at the same time? This kid is really not simple. Kakashi let him join the battle together, which seems to be a recognition of his strength. And Kakashi glanced at Yu. He knew why Yu's chakra exploded. The chakra battle between him and Zabuza had already put a lot of pressure on Sasuke and the others. If it weren't for Yu, I'm afraid Sasuke would really stab him. But Kakashi didn't expect that Yu's chakra had increased a lot. This guy is really a monster. Is it because of what happened that night? Kakashi thought that maybe Yu's chakra was enhanced because of the explosion that night. But the speed of this growth has far exceeded Kakashi's expectations. Yu looked at Zabuza, who was hiding in the fog in the distance, and said, "Teacher Kakashi, you take the lead and I will assist you on the side." Kakashi turned his head and glanced at Yu. "Can you see his position?" Yu nodded. "I can sense his chakra." Kakashi was stunned. Perception ability. Perceiving Zabuza's chakra is the ability of a perception-type ninja. Yu actually has the ability to perceive, and can accurately perceive Zabuza's position. This shows that Yu's perception ability is very strong. Zabuza didn't know that Yu had discovered his position. But since there was no worry, Kakashi naturally let go and started the battle. "He is on the lake," Yu said lightly. Kakashi gathered his chakra and used his Sharingan to look at the lake. He saw Zabuza standing on the lake in an instant. At this time, Zabuza didn't know he was discovered, and he also split a water clone. But Kakashi didn't see it. Just when Kakashi was about to attack Zabuza on the lake, Zabuza suddenly appeared in front of Dazna. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura didn't react for a while. Just when Zabuza swung the beheading sword and slashed at Dazna, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura wanted to stop him, but they couldn't move their bodies and it was too late. Zabuza's murderous aura was too strong. The three of them were completely stunned. Bang! Puff! In a flash, Zabuza stopped moving. Dazna was also affected by a force pushing away. Zabuza's hand holding the beheading sword stopped in the air. Everyone looked closely and Yu appeared in front of Zabuza. The kunai in his hand had already pierced Zabuza's chest. Yu's face did not show the joy of killing Zabuza, and his expression was calm. After a while, a lot of water dripped from Zabuza's chest. Not a drop of blood. Yu looked at Zabuza and was not surprised at all. Because this was Zabuza's water clone. The next moment, Zabuza's water clone turned into a pool of clear water. Sasuke and the other two sitting on the ground stared blankly at the scene in front of them. And Kakashi, who rushed to the lake, saw Yu's actions. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. "Well done, Yu." Although it was Zabuza's water clone that attacked Dazna, if he didn't care, Sasuke and the other two would never be the opponent of this water clone. If he didn't care, the water clone would really kill Dazna. Dazna, who fell to the ground, also breathed a sigh of relief. When Zabuza swung his sword just now, he thought he was dead. Looking at Yu, who put away his kunai calmly, Sasuke's face was full of solemnity. How can the gap between him and me be so big? If I can't even surpass Yu, how can I kill that bastard? I want to get stronger. I have to get stronger. Naruto was shocked. He couldn't believe that the gap between him and Yu was so big. Yu had no sense of existence when he was in the ninja school. They had just graduated not long ago. But how could the gap suddenly become so big? Naruto couldn't accept it in his heart. The same age, just graduated from the ninja school. Why is Yu so much stronger than him? Sakura felt an extremely safe sense of security. Zabuza on the lake saw Yu and killed his water clone instantly. Some people were surprised. How can that guy be so strong? He should be just a genin, right? The combat experience and speed he showed just now are already at the level of a jonin, right? Who is that guy, a genius cultivated by Konoha? Zabuza was shocked by the strength of Yohane. Originally, he only had to face Kakashi and 3 genin. But now he has to face Kakashi, an elite jonin, and Yohane, a ninja who definitely has the strength of a jonin. It's like he's fighting 1 against 2. Chapter 43. After dealing with Zabuza's water clone, Yu shouted to Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, you focus on dealing with that guy's body, don't worry about this." Kakashi's mouth corners slightly raised. "It's a wise choice to bring you out." The strength that Yu showed just now made him very pleased. From the previous instant killing of 2 Chunins to the current defeat of Zabuza's water clone, Yu has not used ninjutsu, but the strength he has shown has reached the level of Jonin. And he can feel that Yu's level of physical skills is obviously much stronger than when he tested him before. If Yu's level of physical skills was like this on the night he tested Yu, he would not be able to defeat Yu so easily. And this is under the premise that Yu has never formally learned physical skills. From before to now, Yu basically fights purely on physical instincts, and has no physical skills at all. It is conceivable how powerful he would be if he formally learned physical skills. Zabuza looked at Yu with a solemn expression. This annoying brat is really hard to deal with. Zabuza knew that if he didn't get rid of Yu, he would never be able to kill Dazna. He didn't feel much pressure fighting Kakashi one-on-one. Although Kakashi was famous. But Zabuza himself was also an elite Jonin and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He felt that there was no difference between him and Kakashi. But with the addition of Yu, it would be difficult for him to kill Dazna. After all, the purpose of this mission was not to compare with Kakashi, but to kill Dazna. When Kakashi attacked Zabuza, Zabuza swung the beheading sword gloomily. Ding, ding, ding. For a while, the two were on the lake, one wielding the beheading sword and the other wielding the kunai, metal and iron intertwined, sparks flying. The 2 elite Jonins fought purely in physical skills. The speed and strength shocked Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura, who were seeing the battle between the Jonins for the first time. Sasuke felt his insignificance for the first time. Is this the Jonin? Yu is right, Kakashi is really strong. Naruto clenched his fists. Damn it, why am I so weak and can't help at all? Sakura on the side was guarding Dazna seriously. She was the weakest here. Even Sasuke and Naruto couldn't participate in the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi. It was even more impossible for her to participate in it. She just looked at Yu. Yu shocked her too much. He killed 2 Chunins in seconds before and saved her, and now he killed a Jonin's water clone and saved the 4 of them. Yu's strength has surpassed them by a lot. He obviously didn't have a sense of existence when he was in the ninja school. Yu's attention was completely on the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi. This battle improved him a lot. After all, it was a battle between 2 elite Jonin, even if it was just a pure physical contest. It could also give Yu a lot of inspiration. Even watching this battle, Yu also learned some physical skills. Before, he didn't know any physical skills at all, and he fought purely on physical fitness. Zabuza watched Kakashi's attack getting more and more fierce, and knew that if he continued like this, he would not be able to kill Dazna regardless of winning or losing. So he swung the beheading sword heavily, and the terrifying power chopped Kakashi away. Zabuza jumped back. He quickly formed seals with both hands in the air, and in the blink of an eye, a ninjutsu seal was completed. Water style. Water dragon bullet technique. Roar tilde. A dragon roar came from the water surface. Several water columns shot out from the surface of the lake, and these water columns instantly condensed into a water dragon of more than 10 meters in the air. The water dragon flew towards Yu with a roar. The speed was very fast. Kakashi, who was knocked away, was shocked when he reacted. Oh no, Yu doesn't know ninjutsu yet. It's just that the water dragon is too fast, and it flew in front of Yu and others in the blink of an eye. After releasing the ninjutsu, Zabuza raised his mouth slightly. No matter how strong your taijutsu is, it's hard to block this ninjutsu, ha ha ha. Roar tilde. The water dragon roared, terrifying and fast. The water dragon was about to swallow Yu and others. Kakashi wanted to rescue, but it was too late. Yu frowned as he looked at the roaring water dragon rushing towards him. It's really a powerful ninjutsu. In an instant, Yu's hands moved quickly. Water style. Water dragon bullet technique. Roar tilde. Just when the water dragon released by Zabuza was about to hit Yu and others, Yu quickly formed seals with both hands. In an instant, drops of water condensed around Yu. These water drops Yu's surroundings spun rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a giant water dragon of several dozen meters was condensed. It was much larger than the water dragon condensed by Zabuza. The huge water dragon jumped out from Yu's head. It was like a terrifying dragon flying out of the sea, roaring and rushing towards the water dragon released by Zabuza. Boom boom. The two water dragons collided with each other in an instant. The collision caused a strong earthquake, and the ground within dozens of meters around was cracked with countless spider web-like cracks. At the moment the two water dragons collided, the giant water dragon released by Yu blasted Zabuza's water dragon into water splashes. The giant water dragon condensed by Yu was not damaged at all. The giant dragon seemed to have life, and it roared towards Zabuza. In an instant, the dragon head of several meters opened its mouth and swallowed Zabuza. Zabuza was stunned. Impossible, how could he know this ninjutsu? He can't possibly have so much chakra at his age. And his water dragon bullet technique is actually created out of nothing, without any help from the water in the lake. Where does this kid get such a terrifying amount of chakra? Why is my water dragon bullet technique not as good as that of a kid? Why is his water dragon bullet technique so much stronger than mine? Is this guy a human? In just a moment, countless thoughts popped up in Zabuza's mind. But he saw a giant water dragon opening its huge mouth towards him. He had no choice but to use the body flickering technique to avoid it. Boom boom. The giant water dragon did not hit Zabuza, but instead plunged into the lake where Zabuza had just stood. Roar. Zabuza was instantly dozens of meters away, watching the water dragon create several meters high waves in the lake. Even though he was from the blood mist, he was still frightened at this time. What a terrifying water dragon bullet, its power is much stronger than mine. This guy is really a monster. If he is hit, I'm afraid his body will be shattered into pieces. At this time, Kakashi, who came to Sasuke and Naruto, also looked at Yu in disbelief. Kakashi muttered to himself, this water dragon bullet technique, could it be that he learned it from Zabuza? When this thought came to Kakashi's mind, his hair stood on end. This learning ability is too terrifying. And the most terrifying thing is that after Yu learned it, the ninjutsu he released was much more powerful than Zabuza's. Even he was not sure that he could release the water dragon bullet technique of the level that Yu just released. Chapter 44. The water dragon released by Yu plunged into the lake. In a few seconds, the entire body of the giant dragon was more than 100 meters long. The terrifying dragon roar resounded within a radius of hundreds of meters. It was as if a real dragon appeared here. The originally calm lake surface was turbulent due to the collision of the water dragon. Waves several meters high were rolled up, and the waves spread for hundreds of meters. The shore of the lake was flooded by the overflowing water. It even caused the ground within hundreds of meters around to shake. It can be seen how powerful this ninjutsu is. After releasing the ninjutsu, Yu only felt that 1/10 of the chakra in his body was taken away. When Yu put down his hands, he sighed, it is worthy of being AB level ninjutsu. The consumption of chakra is really huge. Neither Kakashi nor Zabuza heard this. If they heard it, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. The water dragon bullet technique released by Yu just now did not take advantage of the convenience of the lake at all. It was completely made of water by chakra out of thin air. The terrifying amount of water and the chakra consumed could probably drain the chakra of an ordinary Jonin. When the second Hokage and the third Hokage fought, the Jonin of the Anbu were amazed when they condensed a water array on the roof. The water dragon bullet technique that Yu had just released was more difficult, larger, and more powerful than the second Hokage, and it was also completely condensed by chakra. The reason why the second Hokage relied on chakra to condense water was because there was no water in his environment. But there was a lake in front of Yu, and the reason why he relied entirely on chakra was because it was his first time to release this ninjutsu and he had no experience. Even so, the water dragon bullet technique released by Yu was far more powerful than Zabuza's. If it weren't for the fact that the chakra in Yu's body was all natural energy, the amount required was much less than that of ordinary chakra, it would not have consumed more than 1/10 of Yu's chakra. But even so, Yu actually felt that this ninjutsu consumed a lot of chakra. It's true that people are so annoying when compared to others. When Yu muttered to himself, Sakura beside him was stunned. Yu, your ninjutsu is much stronger than that Zabuza. When Yu released the ninjutsu just now, there was a layer of water wall around Sakura and Dasna. Those water walls are the bodies of water dragons. So when Yu released the ninjutsu, Sakura watched the whole process. Zabuza, an elite Jonin, released the water dragon bullet jutsu, but it didn't beat the water dragon bullet jutsu released by Yu. Sakura didn't know what to say. If Sakura thought that Yu was much stronger than them only in physical skills. Now Yu is much stronger than them in physical skills, ninjutsu, and chakra. Even if Sakura didn't know the water dragon bullet jutsu, the pressure of Yu's water dragon bullet jutsu just now showed that it consumed a lot of chakra. That was a giant water dragon of more than 100 meters. And the water dragon released by Yu seemed to have life, which was completely different from Zabuza's. Yu made her more and more curious. Yu was so powerful, how could he be unknown in ninja school? It's okay to be unknown, but before graduation, she didn't realize that there was a classmate named Jingwen Yu in the class. Yu shook his head. It's just because I used this ninjutsu for the first time and didn't master it clearly. Sakura was stunned. This answer made Sakura confused. Is this the first time you use this ninjutsu? Yu nodded. How is it possible? I saw you forming seals so quickly and so skillfully just now. How could it be the first time you use this ninjutsu? Yu didn't say anything else. He didn't need to explain to Sakura. Sakura couldn't understand it yet. Seeing that Yu didn't explain, Sakura became more and more shocked. Because she realized that Yu couldn't lie to her at all. After all, with Yu's personality, he didn't need to lie. After all, when he was in ninja school, he was so low-key, it's impossible for him to suddenly be high-profile now. But the more this happened, the more surprised Sakura was. The first time it was used, it was so powerful. And Yu actually said that he didn't master it clearly. He could use it so skillfully without mastering it clearly. What would it be like if he mastered it clearly? Could it be activated without seals? The more I thought about it, the scarier it became. She was the same age as her, but she couldn't even see Yu's back. The gap between the two was so big. Kakashi came to Yu and sighed. The control is much stronger, at least the power is not so huge, and it is not so uncontrollable. It seems that you are making rapid progress. Yu nodded. Maybe it's because this ninjutsu is easy to control. The control force does not need to be that high. Yu knew what Kakashi meant. Although the water dragon bullet technique released by Yu just now was very powerful, it shocked Kakashi. But it was definitely not as shocking as when Yu released Chidori that night. If Yu had used the Chidori that he released that day, I'm afraid no one here would have survived except Yu. That is the power that instantly engulfs everything within hundreds of meters around. If Kakashi hadn't run fast when he saw the situation was not good that night, he would have been seriously injured. Injury. Although the water dragon bullet technique released by Yu just now is also very powerful, it is completely controllable. It has a high practical value. But Yu actually said that the difficulty of water style, water dragon bullet technique, is not difficult. That is AB level ninjutsu, which is usually only mastered by Jonin. If an ordinary Chunin releases it once, the chakra will probably be drained. In battle, only Jonin dares to use it a few times with the help of the terrain. After all, you have to ensure that there is enough chakra in your body to continue fighting. And the water dragon bullet, the technique consumes too much chakra. But the water dragon bullet technique released by Yu is not only extremely powerful, much stronger than ordinary water dragon bullet techniques, but also completely relies on his own chakra to condense into water. Even Kakashi can only release this water dragon bullet technique 2 or 3 times. Kakashi's chakra is very large, but it is always consumed by his Sharingan. Without the consumption of Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra is definitely at the level of Kage. We know this from the Fourth Ninja World War. Without Sharingan, he could use all kinds of large-scale ninjutsu effortlessly. And the water dragon bullet technique is not simple at all. The difficulty of B level is also very high for Chunin. But Yu actually learned it on the spot, and he was very proficient in it the first time. But when Yu learned A-level ninjutsu such as Chidori, he also learned it the first time. If Yu's chakra hadn't gone out of control that night, he would have learned it. Kakashi looked at Yu and smiled. The chakra consumption is very large. Yu nodded seriously. It really consumes a lot of chakra. It took out 1/10 of my chakra at once. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Only 1/10. Yu asked in confusion. Is 1/10 not much? This answer made Kakashi speechless. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly and said, I thought it would take out at least 1/3 of your chakra. If that's the case, it's too scary. Yu was a little confused. He thought that draining 1/10 of the chakra was a lot, but Kakashi actually said that he thought it would drain 1/3. After all, it was just a B-level ninjutsu. If it was an A-level or S-level ninjutsu that drained so much chakra, he could accept it. Chapter 45. Kakashi looked at Yu's puzzled expression and was somewhat speechless. However, when he thought that Yu's chakra was Senjutsu chakra, he figured it out. Senjutsu chakra is indeed of higher quality than ordinary chakra, and he can understand that the same ninjutsu consumes less Senjutsu chakra. Did you learn the water dragon bullet technique on the spot? Kakashi asked. Yu nodded. When I saw him making a seal, I could feel his chakra flow, and this ninjutsu is not difficult, so I tried it. I didn't expect it to be successful. Hearing Yu say this, Kakashi didn't know what to say for a while. This ninjutsu is not easy. B-level ninjutsu is a ninjutsu that only a senior ninjutsu can master. Although Kakashi said this, Yu didn't care. He didn't think it was difficult for him to copy the water dragon bullet technique on the spot. In other words, the water dragon bullet technique was not difficult for him. He could clearly sense the chakra flow in Zabuza's body. In a sense, Yu is not much different from having a Sharingan or a Byakugan. Zabuza, who was in the distance, looked at Yu with an unusually solemn look. This kid is really hard to deal with. If he joins forces with Kakashi, this mission will not be easy to complete. If he wants to kill Dazna, he must get rid of Yu. Even if he can defeat Yu, Kakashi next to him will not let him go. Thinking of this, Zabuza decisively gave up the assassination. Kid, I will kill you next time we meet. Before leaving, Zabuza said something cruel to Yu. After that, he disappeared on the lake. Yu looked at the lake where Zabuza disappeared, and muttered to himself, next time we meet, maybe it won't be you who kills me. Yu doesn't like others threatening him the most. And through this battle, he already knows the approximate strength of Zabuza. He does have the strength of an elite Jonin. If Yu and him fight alone, Yu might be the one who dies in the end. But with Kakashi's presence, in a 2-on-1 situation, Yu is sure that Zabuza will be the one who dies. After Zabuza left, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the students he brought with him, except Sakura, are all people who Konoha must not let go of. Naruto is naturally, needless to say, the son of the 4th generation, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke is the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, and the third generation is also optimistic about him, wanting him to grow up in the future, develop the Sharingan, and control the Nine Tails in Naruto's body in the future. Yu is the person Kakashi values most, and regards him as his own disciple. However, if Zabuza does not leave, it is probably impossible to successfully kill Dasna. Although Yu's strength may not be as good as Zabuza, with him around, Zabuza's strength will definitely not be able to beat Yu and Kakashi's combination. Sasuke and Naruto walked over. The way the two looked at Yu was completely different from before. In this battle, Yu showed much more strength than them. They were not even on the same level. Teacher Kakashi, did you teach Yu a lot of ninjutsu? He is already much stronger than us. Naruto pouted. Naruto thought that Yu's strength was because Kakashi secretly gave Yu lessons. Sasuke didn't think so. He could feel that Yu's fighting style was completely different from Kakashi's. And he estimated that Kakashi couldn't release the water dragon bullet technique just now. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he knew very well that the ninjutsu released by Yu just now was more powerful than the water dragon bullet technique itself. Yu was also like him and Naruto, there must be something special about him. Kakashi looked at Naruto's indignant expression and explained, I didn't teach him this ninjutsu. Naruto certainly didn't believe it. Impossible, the ninjutsu just now was very complicated just for the hand seals, could it be developed by Yu himself? Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder, looked at him seriously and said, is it possible that he imitated Zabuza to release it? Teacher Kakashi, do you think I'm a fool? How is that possible? If I could learn it just by looking at it, wouldn't I know a lot of ninjutsu now? Naruto really didn't learn any knowledge in the ninja school. If it weren't for the care of the third generation, according to his grades in the ninja school, he would have been expelled long ago. He often got 0 marks in various subjects, and even when he graduated, he didn't even learn the clone technique. This is the most basic ninjutsu, and every ninja in the ninja school can learn it. Students who can be selected into the ninja school are very outstanding. Konoha has only one ninja school, and only dozens of people are selected to enter the school every year school. Judging from the Fourth Ninja World War, there are at least 10,000 ninjas in Konoha. It is obviously impossible that all of them came from ninja schools. Most of the ninjas in the ninja world did not come from ninja schools, but were selected. Just like the Chunin exam, not all Chunin need to take the Chunin exam to be promoted to Chunin. Most Chunin are recognized by the village. As long as the village thinks that your ability has reached Chunin, you will be promoted to Chunin. Those who can take the Chunin exam are basically the elites of each village. The Chunin exam is not an ordinary exam, but a competition for each village to show its outstanding juniors. Similarly, the ninja school is the same. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter the ninja school. But Naruto not only entered the ninja school, but also had very poor grades. He was able to continue to stay in the ninja school. It can be imagined how much backdoor the third generation opened for him. But Naruto obviously didn't know these things. He really didn't learn much knowledge in the ninja school. Let alone ninjutsu, she doesn't even know the most basic theoretical knowledge. On the contrary, in the ninja school, Sakura is the real genius. In terms of theoretical knowledge of ninja, even Sasuke is not as good as her. During the Chunin exam, Sasuke and Naruto were no different in many questions and couldn't do them at all. But Sakura could do them all. Of course, that exam tested the ability of ninjas to collect intelligence. Sakura passed it with solid theoretical knowledge. So Naruto thought it was impossible to learn ninjutsu by just watching. It's too far-fetched. But Sasuke knew it very well, and he had even seen it. That person was his brother, the person he had always wanted to kill, Uchiha Itachi. At the beginning, Uchiha Itachi could release the same ninjutsu after watching his father demonstrate it once. And he still needs to practice for a long time before he can release it. Sasuke looked at Yu, as if he saw Uchiha Itachi at the beginning. Does Yu have the same talent as that man? No, maybe Yu's talent is stronger than that man. After all, Yu learned AB level ninjutsu during the battle, and the power released is stronger than his learning object. As long as I can defeat Yu, I can definitely defeat that man. Sasuke clenched his fists. He was a little jealous of Yu. Now he has regarded Yu as his goal to surpass. Chapter 46. Seeing that Naruto didn't believe it at all, Kakashi stopped explaining. After all, Yu's situation was indeed special. Turning around, Kakashi and Dasna said, "Mr. Dasna, how many Jonin did Cardo hire?" "Except Zabuza." Dasna thought for a while and said, "I'm not sure about this. I only heard that Cardo hired Jonin before, but I don't even know which Jonin he hired." Kakashi was silent for a while. He was thinking about whether to continue this mission. Zabuza alone is already a headache. If there is another Jonin, it will be very difficult. Kakashi looked at Yu. Wanted to ask for his opinion. Yu nodded. "It has come to this point, we can only continue to execute. I will work hard during this period to at least hold back one Jonin. I think with the strength of Mr. Kakashi, as long as I hold back one Jonin, you should be able to defeat Zabuza. If they only have Zabuza as a Jonin, we will join forces and Zabuza will have no chance at all." Kakashi thought for a while and said, "Okay, in this case, let's continue to execute this mission. During the time of protecting Mr. Dasna, I will hurry up to teach you some ninjutsu. You now have the strength of a Jonin, and you have good practical experience. Add a few more lethal ninjutsu, and you will be a true Jonin." Kakashi did not exaggerate about Yu's strength. "I will." Yu also agreed with Kakashi's suggestion. Naruto came over and said, "Teacher Kakashi, don't forget us. We are also your students." Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, "Of course I know, but you are not suitable to learn ninjutsu directly now. You have to lay a good foundation first." Naruto looked confused. "What foundation? Teacher Kakashi, don't you want to teach us?" Naruto felt that Kakashi must have made excuses because he didn't want to teach them. Kakashi was a little helpless. "You must lay a good foundation first. You haven't even learned chakra control, let alone learning ninjutsu. Yu had already controlled chakra very well before, so he doesn't need to continue learning how to control chakra." Naruto still felt that Kakashi was biased. Sasuke was thoughtful. Unlike Naruto, he agreed with Kakashi's idea. And Sakura looked at Yu with admiration. Yu was so strong, but he was so calm. Looking at Naruto turning his head away, pouting, and looking angry. Kakashi was helpless. He really wasn't partial. Although he valued Yu more, Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage after all, and the third Hokage personally gave him the opportunity to train him. Kakashi wasn't partial in any way. It's just that Naruto's foundation is nothing now, what can he teach him? Even if he taught, Naruto probably wouldn't be able to learn it. After all, Naruto didn't even learn the clone technique very well. If it weren't for the fact that the shadow clone technique was very suitable for his physique, he might not even be able to learn it. The third Hokage really took great pains to let Naruto learn the shadow clone technique. He could easily steal such an important ninjutsu scroll as the Book of Sealing. He mobilized a large number of ninjas to search for him, but he couldn't find him. You can imagine how much effort the third Hokage put into it. Those ninjas sent out to find Naruto were probably worried that they would be punished if they accidentally caught Naruto. Kakashi was helpless, but Naruto didn't believe it. So he didn't explain it. The group continued on their way. Finally, they arrived at Dasna's house. There were 3 people in Dasna's family, his daughter Zimba and grandson Inari. Inari looked at Kakashi, and the eyes of the 5 people of Yu were full of suspicion. During the meal, Dasna and Zimba told Inari about what happened along the way. Inari, who was originally skeptical of Kakashi and others, looked at Kakashi and Yu with sparkling eyes. Can you really beat the ninja of Kodo? Inari couldn't help asking Kakashi. Kakashi scratched his head and said, it should be possible. Inari saw that Kakashi didn't look confident, and his confidence was shattered again. Is it really impossible? Those ninjas are so powerful, how can we defeat them? Hearing this, Naruto was unhappy. Don't be so depressed, I want to be the ninja of Hokage. Even if Zabuza is more powerful, I will definitely defeat him. But Inari was not interested in Naruto's passionate speech. He also mocked. Even your teacher is not. You look so confident, how can you do it? Naruto clenched his fists and said seriously, it's just Zabuza, I can beat him too. Sakura and Sasuke, who were sitting on the side, looked at Naruto's excitement and were speechless. In the previous battle, Naruto was not as heroic as he is now. Inari didn't believe it at all and said contemptuously, Kodo is much stronger than you think. Anyone who goes against him will die. Inari roared emotionally as if he remembered something painful. Naruto was stunned by Inari's roar. He didn't know why he had such an attitude when he and others came to help Inari. After Inari finished speaking, he ran out. Dasna sighed. Kakashi asked, this child must have experienced something sad, and it is related to Kodo. Dasna said, his father was killed by Kodo for resisting him. Quote, ever since he saw his father being killed by Kodo, Inari has never believed that anyone can defeat Kodo. Think that being a hero is stupid. In fact, Inari has always been proud of his father. It's just that the incident was too much of a blow to him. After listening to Dasna, Naruto, who originally wanted to find Inari to argue, fell silent. Tsunami sat next to Dasna and sighed. That kid also hopes that someone can stand up and defeat Kodo, but it's a pity that no one has done it for so many years. In fact, it's not just Inari, the whole country of Waves hopes that someone can defeat Kodo. Naruto looked at Dasna and said seriously, I will definitely defeat Kodo and let Inari change his mind. But after Naruto finished speaking, Dasna didn't look at him, but looked at Kakashi and Yayu. Kakashi, Yayu boy, are you really sure you can defeat Zabuza? Naruto was furious. But he also knew that in the previous battle, Kakashi and Yayu did show great strength. He did not perform very well. Yayu did not speak. He felt that it was not his turn to speak. Kakashi thought for a while and said, if there was only Zabuza, I would be sure to defeat him. What's more, there is Yayu. As long as there is only Zabuza, he is not a match for me and Yayu. But if Kodo hires another Jonin, the outcome will be hard to say. After listening to Kakashi's words, Dasna was a little worried. It might be extremely rare to hire Kakashi and Yayu just for the reward of AC level mission. He couldn't ask for anything else. Chapter 47. After chatting with Dasna for a while, Kakashi called Yayu, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura to a meeting. In the room, Kakashi sat in front of the four people and said, I need to make some arrangements for this escort mission. Because we need to protect Mr. Dasna while practicing. So I plan to divide you into two groups, and the two groups will take turns to protect Mr. Dasna. When one group protects Mr. Dasna, the other group will practice with me. Hearing Kakashi's arrangement, Naruto immediately raised his hand and said, Teacher Kakashi, I want to be in the same group with Sakura. Sakura's mouth twitched slightly, and she said disdainfully, I don't want it. Sakura's straightforward refusal made Naruto very sad. Sakura, let's be in the same group of two. Naruto said. Although Sakura made it clear every time that she didn't like Naruto and liked Sasuke, Naruto still didn't give up. At this time, Sakura was the goddess in Naruto's heart. Naruto's performance even had some potential to be a dog licker. But the more intimate Naruto acted, the less Sakura liked it. So she still said with disdain, I don't want it. Sakura quickly said, I want to be in the same group with Sasuke. Sasuke didn't say anything. He didn't care which group he was in. The same was true for Yu. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sakura and had a headache. Okay, Sasuke and Naruto are in one group, and Yu is in one group with Sakura. That's it. Naruto jumped up in anger when he heard this plan. Why? I don't want to be in the same group with Sasuke. Naruto's face was full of anger. The person he hated the most was Sasuke. Sakura was also stunned for a moment. She didn't dislike Yu. It's just that she wanted to be in the same group with Sasuke. So she was also a little dissatisfied. But she looked at Yu's calm face and didn't say anything. Sasuke saw Naruto pointing at him with a look of disgust. He also said unhappily, "Who do you think wants to be in the same group with the last one?" Naruto clenched his fists, looked at Sasuke and said angrily, "Asshole, Sasuke, we are not in the ninja school now, do you think you can be better than me?" Although Sasuke wanted to refute, he thought about Naruto's character and finally shut up. It's not that he is afraid of Naruto, but he is annoyed by continuing to entangle with Naruto. Seeing that Sasuke didn't say anything, Naruto pointed the finger at Kakashi. "Teacher Kakashi, you are too partial, why let Yu and Xiaoying be in the same group?" Xiaoying is not in the same team with Yu. Yu's face was calm. He didn't care which group he was assigned to. He even hoped to be in the same group. Kakashi looked at Naruto and explained, "This is because Yu's strength is enough to protect Xiaoying, and although you and Sasuke's strength is not strong, the two of you can protect yourself together." Naruto was stunned. He looked at Sasuke. "I won't join forces with Sasuke." But he was still very happy. After all, Kakashi acknowledged his strength. Sasuke nodded and agreed to this grouping. Sakura was a little helpless. "Teacher Kakashi, do you mean I am the weakest?" Although this is true, in the previous battle with Zabuza, although Naruto did not perform very well. But he was also stronger than Sakura. Sakura knew this very well. In terms of fighting, she is the weakest in the team. Even at this time, Sakura actually has no combat ability. She only knows the three-body technique and the use of some ninjutsu. Her combat power is much lower than Naruto. Kakashi did not answer Sakura's question, which was considered a tacit agreement. After the groups were divided, several people went to rest. On the other side, after Zabuza ran away. Back to the residence in the forest. In the room, after Zabuza put down the beheading sword, he sat in the room and thought. After a long time, the door of the room opened. A beautiful person walked in from outside. When Zabuza saw this person, he said, "You must take action next time. You should have seen the whole battle." The person nodded, his face calm. "And this person is Zabuza's assistant, Bai. She is very beautiful, and looks like a beautiful woman. But in fact, Bai is a boy. A ninja from the Snow Clan of the Hidden Mist Village. Possessing the bloodline limit of ice release. His strength is definitely at the level of a Jonin. If it weren't for his personality, his strength would even be considered strong among Jonin." Bai walked in, stood next to Zabuza and said, "I saw it, that person is very strong, definitely not weaker than me." Zabuza looked solemn. "Yes, his strength is not inferior to yours. To complete this mission, we need to hold that guy back. As long as we hold that guy back, I will be able to kill Kakashi and complete this mission." Bai thought of Yu's performance in the previous battle and said, "It seems that this is his first actual combat. Although he is very strong, he obviously does not have much experience." Zabuza nodded. "That guy should be Kakashi's student, and he is a genin who just graduated from the ninja school. If that guy lives, Konoha will have a powerful ninja. But this has nothing to do with us. In order to complete this mission, that guy must die." Bai was silent. He didn't want to kill anyone. Especially since Yu had no grudge against him. Zabuza looked at Bai. He knew Bai's character. "Bai, you have to know that if that guy doesn't die, we can't complete the mission. We must complete this mission. Your mercy should not be used on him." Bai didn't say anything. That said, he still didn't want to kill anyone. But he also knew very well that, like Zabuza said, they had to complete this mission. Because they had been hunted by the Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village, it was difficult for them to receive stable missions in one place. If they wanted to survive, they had to complete Kato's mission. Bai knew that he would be helpless in the end. Just as Bai and Zabuza were talking, the door was kicked open. Two samurai with long swords appeared at the door. Zabuza frowned. He was very unhappy that the door was kicked open. The two samurai felt Zabuza's cold eyes and trembled all over. The two knew how powerful Zabuza was. Quickly stepped aside, and Kato behind him came out. He was not afraid of Zabuza at all. As soon as he came in, he shouted angrily, "Zabuza, why didn't you kill that old thing Dasna? Aren't you a Jonin of the Hidden Mist Village? I paid you so much, why didn't you complete the mission?" Zabuza glanced at Kato coldly. The coldness made Kato take a step back. But the identity of the employer made him stop and stare back. "I hired you because I heard that you are very strong. You disappoint me so much," Kato said coldly. Just when Kato wanted to say something, he suddenly felt a blood mark on his neck. Looking at the beheading sword on his neck, Kato panicked. He said tremblingly, What do you want to do? Do you still want to kill the employer? If you dare to kill me, your reputation will be gone, and you will never be able to receive other people's tasks in the ninja world." Zabuza said coldly, "If you dare to chatter again, I will let your head fall off now." Feeling Zabuza's strong killing intent, Kato swallowed his saliva. He was really scared. He felt that Zabuza would really kill him. Chapter 48. He didn't want to die here. Bai on the side stopped Zabuza, and he saw the murderous intent in Zabuza's eyes. If Kato kept talking nonsense, he would really do it. Sir Zabuza, after all, he is the employer. Zabuza glanced at Bai and said nothing more. Put down the beheading sword in his hand. It was just that the biting coldness on his body made Kato truly experience the horror of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kato took a few steps back and said, "If you don't kill that Dasna before he builds the bridge, you don't want the rest of the reward." After saying a cruel word, Kato hurriedly ran out of Zabuza's residence. Although Kato is also a big villain, he is much worse than Zabuza, who killed all his classmates right after graduating from the ninja school. After Kato ran out, Zabuza looked at Bai. "Why did you stop me from killing that guy?" Bai walked to Zabuza and explained, "Killing him will definitely cause chaos, and then he will be hunted down by the Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village." Zabuza didn't say anything else. At this time, in the forest behind the mountain of Dasna's house, Kakashi stood in front of Yu, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura, looked at the 4 people and said, "Next you will start training. The best way to train chakra is to climb trees." Kakashi just finished speaking. Naruto smiled and said, "Teacher Kakashi, who doesn't know how to climb trees, is this also considered training?" Kakashi ignored Naruto, walked to the bottom of a big tree, and stepped on it. Slowly, the other foot also stepped on the trunk. At this time, Kakashi was perpendicular to the trunk of the big tree. It was like Kakashi was standing on the trunk. This scene shocked Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura. Teacher Kakashi is actually stuck on the tree, Naruto said in disbelief. Sasuke was thoughtful. Kakashi walked slowly to the top of the tree. He even hung upside down under the tree trunk. This scene shocked Naruto and the other 2. Kakashi explained to the 3 people backwards, "You should gather chakra under your feet. You must control the amount of chakra. Too little or too much will make you fall down. As long as you do the same as me, your control over chakra will be enhanced to a higher level." After that, Kakashi walked down from the tree. "You all go and try it." Kakashi looked at Sasuke and the others and said. Naruto couldn't wait any longer. He ran towards a tree while shouting. Sasuke also walked towards a tree. Sakura chose a tree between the 2 of them. Yu stood there without moving. He already knew it. Kakashi didn't say anything. He was only teaching Sasuke and the other two this method. He knew that Yu had already mastered it. Naruto fell from the tree just after taking the first step. He even had a big bump on his head. It hurts so much. Naruto twisted and turned on the ground, holding his head. Sasuke climbed up smoothly in the first few steps, but when he reached the middle, he couldn't control his chakra well and fell from the tree. But he was not as embarrassed as Naruto. Surprisingly, Sakura succeeded in one try. At this time, she was sitting on the tree trunk and greeting the people below. "Teacher Kakashi, I'm up." Naruto, who was twisting and turning on the ground, looked at Sakura sitting on the tree with envy on his face. But he still shouted, "Sakura is so amazing, she is worthy of being the woman I like." But he was still a little unhappy in his heart. Even though Sakura was the girl he liked, he was still jealous. Sasuke looked at Sakura and frowned. He was not jealous of Sakura, he knew that Sakura had good chakra control. Now he just wanted to ask Sakura what the secret was, but he was embarrassed to ask. After all, Sasuke was usually very cold. He was the best in the ninja school. Now he was embarrassed to ask Sakura for the secret. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that Sakura was the first girl to do it." Sure enough, Sakura is the best in chakra control. Didn't someone always say that he wanted to become a Hokage? It seems that he is just like that. He looked at Sasuke again. It seems that the Uchiha clan is not that good. Kakashi pointed at Naruto and Sasuke at once. Of course, he didn't really want to hurt the two, but to provoke them. Both Naruto and Sasuke have strong self-esteem. This method is most effective for them. Sure enough, after hearing what Kakashi said, Naruto was the first to get excited. "Teacher Kakashi, I just made a mistake. I will definitely be able to do it next time." Sasuke said nothing, walked to the tree silently, and prepared to try again. When Naruto walked to the tree, he noticed Yu who had been standing next to Kakashi without moving. He asked in doubt, "Yu, don't you practice?" Yu didn't say anything. Kakashi answered for him, "Yu has already mastered it." And it was successful the first time. Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. He shouldn't have asked. Knowing that Yu was much stronger than them, he must have practiced this kind of thing a long time ago. Sasuke didn't say anything and continued to climb the tree. Sakura sat on the tree and looked at the two people below. She also noticed Yu. Yu should have known it a long time ago, for sure. After all, he is so strong. What a weird guy, he is so outstanding, but I didn't have any impression of him in the ninja school. Recalling the memory of Yu appearing in front of her twice to save her, Sakura has a good impression of Yu. Of course, it is a good impression between friends. After all, Yu is almost equivalent to her savior. She is very curious about Yu now. Although she has been a classmate with Yu for 6 years, she knows nothing about Yu. When Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were training, Kakashi looked at Yu and said, "They practice theirs, and I will teach you to practice." Yu nodded. The two did not practice here, but came to a lake a few hundred meters away. Standing next to the lake, Kakashi sighed, "I remembered that night, we were also next to the lake. If your chakra had not suddenly run away at that time, you would have succeeded." Yu nodded. "It's unexpected, but I think I should be able to master it now." "Oh, have you mastered it?" Yu looked at Kakashi and smiled, "Let me try." Kakashi took a few steps back. "If your chakra goes berserk again, the impact will be too great." Yu shook his head. "No, I'm sure I can succeed this time." Kakashi hesitated for a while, nodded and said, "You try it, I'll watch over you." After that, Kakashi stepped back dozens of meters. Yuyu's berserk that night affected a large area. Kakashi didn't dare to get too close to Yu. Chapter 49. After Kakashi retreated about 100 meters, Yu walked to the lake. If Yu ran away again here, the water in the lake could also reduce the power of the explosion. Standing on the lake, Yu began to condense the chakra in his body. He began to condense chakra in his hands. In an instant, a large amount of chakra condensed in the palm of Yu's hand. These chakras instantly transformed into lightning. Sizzle tilde. Ziz. Countless golden arcs immediately emerged from Yu's hands. These arcs were entangled in Yu's hands with their claws and teeth. Countless lightning was also generated within a dozen meters around Yu. These lightnings were like lightning snakes swimming in the air. And the center of these lightning snakes was Yu. Even though it was daytime, the countless thunders caused by Yu also made his position emit a fierce golden light, like the scorching sun. Kakashi, who was standing 100 meters away at this time, saw this scene and swallowed his saliva. Even if this dazzling scene is not the first time I have seen it, it is still shocking. How can this be called Chidori? Both the form of lightning and the energy of chakra are far beyond ordinary Chidori. I don't know how powerful it is. Kakashi has even revealed his Sharingan. Yu's Chidori is obviously completely different from his Chidori. It is much more powerful. It is so noisy, but the sound is not loud. The harsh thunder stopped after only spreading for dozens of meters. After all, Chidori is a surprise attack ninjutsu. If it is too noisy, it will lose the biggest advantage of this ninjutsu. Yu watched the lightning arcs around him gather towards his palm. The lightning snakes that were originally wandering around him all merged into his palm. Gradually, all the lightning gathered in Yu's palm. The golden lightning shook violently. At this time, the golden light around had disappeared, revealing Yu's figure. All the lightning was condensed in his palm. Kakashi was stunned. Have you condensed all the chakra that has escaped into your hands? This terrible chakra control, even I can't do it. This kid really gives me surprises at any time. Don't look at the lightning condensed in Yu's hands at this time. It is much smaller than at the beginning. But the lightning in Yu's hands at this time is the concentration of the lightning that contained terrifying energy just now. The power of the Chidori in Yu's hand will only be stronger than before, and it will definitely not be weaker. Yu looked at the lightning condensed in his hand. Turned his head and looked at Kakashi in the distance. Seeing Yu looking at him, Kakashi was stunned for a moment. What does this kid want to do? Kakashi couldn't figure out what Yu's eyes were. Soon, he knew. Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and exerted force on his feet. His whole body quickly jumped up to the sky. Like a cannonball, he instantly appeared at a height of tens of meters above the lake. The ground where Yu had just jumped had collapsed, and a crack that spread over tens of meters appeared, like a spider web. Yu, who had jumped tens of meters above the lake, blasted the Chidori in his hand towards the lake. Lightning released Chidori. With a roar from Yu. In an instant, Yu's figure turned into a golden lightning and shot towards the lake. Crack tilde. Sizzle tilde. Boom boom. In an instant, the ground shook within hundreds of meters around. A violent explosion occurred in the lake hundreds of meters wide. The water in the lake was instantly evaporated into the air by the terrifying thunder and turned into water vapor. A flash of light flashed, and 100-meter wide pit appeared in the center of the lake hundreds of meters wide. All the water in the pit was blasted away. The lake water that was blasted aside slowly flowed into the big pit in the center of the lake after more than 10 seconds. Yu had already jumped to the edge of the lake. There was still a tiny golden arc of electricity on his hand. Watching the lake water gathering towards the center, Yu smiled. Teacher Kakashi, how is it? Is the power okay? At this time, Kakashi had come to Yu. Looking at his right hand that flashed arcs from time to time. He looked at the lake water flowing towards the center of the lake again. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. Is this the Chidori I taught you? Kakashi looked at Yu with a face full of doubt. Yu smiled. Of course, this power should be okay, right? Kakashi looked at Yu, and his mouth twitched slightly. more than okay, even if I use Reikiri, I can't achieve this power. And your attack speed is faster than mine, the lethality of this ninjutsu is definitely S level. Yu was stunned for a moment. Is there an S level? He really didn't know. Although he knew that the Chidori he released was very powerful, the lethality of S level was the standard of the cage level. Kakashi nodded seriously. It is definitely S level. My Reikiri has a strong lethality and is also S level, but it is not as lethal as your ninjutsu. Yu thought for a while and said, actually, when I released the Chidori just now, I was thinking that this ninjutsu can be used as a long-range ninjutsu with a slight modification. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Long-range ninjutsu. Yu nodded. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Tell me about it. Kakashi didn't think Yu was whimsical. He knew that Yu had a strong understanding of ninjutsu. Yu quickly told Kakashi about Sasuke's Chidori Sharp Spear, and Chidori Thousand Books. Kakashi nodded. Yes, this idea is completely feasible, but in this case, the power of Chidori will be weakened. Kakashi is worthy of being Kakashi. As soon as he heard Yu's idea, he knew the problem of these two techniques. Yu smiled and said, it is worth sacrificing power to increase the range. Kakashi nodded. These two improvements are not much of a gain for me, but they are of great benefit to you. Well, because I have a lot of chakra, and the power of ninjutsu is also great, sacrificing power, the power is still very strong. Yu added. After the two communicated for a while, Yu planned to try his own improvements. In fact, he didn't know how Sasuke did it at the beginning. But Yu had his own improvement method based on Chidori. He didn't care whether his improvement was the same as Sasuke's. This time Kakashi didn't stay away from Yu. From the control of Chidori released by Yu just now, Yu has mastered the power in his body. Although Yu's control speed was faster than he expected. But Kakashi could accept it. Since Yu could control the power in his body, he naturally didn't need to stay away from Yu. Standing by the lake, Yu raised his right hand. In an instant, countless arcs of electricity condensed in his hand. It was the first time that Kakashi saw the lightning condensed by Yu up close. The power emitted by the golden lightning was so powerful that even an elite Jonin like Kakashi felt a little scared. Looking at Yu's serious look, Kakashi was very relieved. Yu is growing very fast, but I don't have much to teach him. After all, Yu has learned Kakashi's strongest ninjutsu. The only thing Kakashi has now is a Sharingan. He can't possibly give the Sharingan to Yu. So he felt that he had nothing to teach Yu. At least in ninjutsu. But in terms of ninja experience, he knew that Yu still had a lot of knowledge to learn. Chapter 50. Yu didn't notice Kakashi's gratified look. After he condensed the chakra, he concentrated the chakra at one point and fired it out as he had imagined. Lightning style, Chidori Sharp Spear. Sizzle tilde. Puff tilde. Boom. A golden ray of light instantly shot out from Yu's hand. In an instant, the golden lightning penetrated the forest hundreds of meters away, creating a gap of tens of meters in the forest opposite the lake. All the trees in the gap were cut off by lightning. Dozens of large trees fell to the ground, and the cuts were as smooth as a mirror. Kakashi was stunned. This ninjutsu is unexpectedly powerful. Kakashi really didn't expect this ninjutsu to be so powerful. Not to mention the long range, the power at the end can actually create a vacuum zone of tens of meters in the forest. Originally, Kakashi thought that the range of Chidori's sharp spear was good enough to be 10 meters. But Yu actually shot at a range of hundreds of meters, and the terminal speed still had S-level lethality. And the speed was too fast, even comparable to the lightning in nature. The speed of lightning condensed by ninjas using chakra cannot be compared with that in nature. But the lightning released by Yu just now can definitely be compared with the speed in nature. It can be said that in terms of lethality, the Chidori Sharp Spear, improved by Yu has reached the level of S-level ninjutsu. And it is also a very practical S-level ninjutsu. The attack range is really too far. A distance of hundreds of meters, and it is still instantaneous. Looking at Yu's appearance, it seems that not much chakra has been consumed. Yu actually didn't expect this ninjutsu to be so strong. He even thinks that the practicality of this ninjutsu far exceeds Chidori. After all, who wants to fight in close combat when they can attack from a distance? The power is indeed a bit beyond my expectations. Yu frowned and said. Kakashi smiled and said, "You don't seem very happy." Yu shook his head. "I am happy, but it feels unreal. I still have poor control over my power. I still don't know how powerful the ninjutsu I release is. In battle, such a shortcoming is very fatal." Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Looking at Yu's distressed look, he didn't know what to say. If other ninjas had such powerful power, they would probably be proud of themselves. But Yu was not proud, and he knew where his weakness was at once. "No wonder you were so silent during the 6 years in the ninja school. Control is not something that can be achieved in a day or two. You still have a lot of time. Don't be so anxious." Yu nodded. He also knew that he was too stubborn. How could he control all the power at once? Are there any chakras left? The next ninjutsu will also consume a lot of chakra. Kakashi asked worriedly. Yu has released 2 S-level ninjutsu in succession. And the power is so great. If it were him, just one would consume all the chakra in his body. But Yu didn't seem tired at all. Kakashi couldn't help but marvel at the horror of Yu's chakra. "I'm afraid your chakra volume can be compared with Naruto's now." Kakashi sighed. While gathering chakra, Yu replied, "That's not the case. After all, Naruto has the 9-tailed demon fox sealed in his body. Only a few people in the village know that Naruto is the son of the 4th generation. But the people in the village basically know that he is the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. This is also the reason why Naruto was excluded. Basically, every Jinchuriki in the village will have such an experience. Before the Jinchuriki completely controls the tailed beast in his body, the villagers can't get close. After all, the Jinchuriki will go berserk if he is not careful, and once he goes berserk, it will cause great suffering to all living beings. A Jinchuriki who does not fully master the tailed beast is like a bomb that can explode at any time. No one is willing to gamble with his life." Hearing that Yu actually counted the 9 tails in Naruto's body as his chakra, he was a little helpless. The 9 tails is in Naruto's body. Who can have more chakra than it? There is no one in the entire ninja world. Kakashi doesn't know how much chakra the 1st generation Hokage has. But he doesn't think that the 1st generation Hokage has more chakra than the 9 tails. In fact, the 1st generation Hokage has more chakra than the 9 tails. Yu just finished speaking, and lightning condensed in his hand. Lightning release. Chidori Senbon. Sizzle tilde. Crack tilde. Puff, puff, puff. Yu's hand lightning instantly condensed into hundreds of lightning needles in front of him. These needles burst out in an instant under Yu's urging. Hundreds of lightning needles instantly penetrated hundreds of meters and disappeared into the forest across the lake like raindrops. The main killing power of Chidori Senbon is not by explosion, but by penetration. Yu said, "Let's go to the other side and see how it works." Then he ran over the lake. Kakashi followed closely behind. He also wanted to see the difference between this ninjutsu and the previous Chidori sharp spear. The two came to the forest across the lake and looked at the big tree with several charred holes on the trunk. Yu looked at the situation of the small holes and was very satisfied. The penetration power is very good. It can penetrate such a thick tree trunk across hundreds of meters. If it were a human body, it would not be any different from this big tree. Because he had seen the power of Chidori sharp spear before, Kakashi was not so surprised by the damage caused by Chidori Senbon at this time. After watching more than a dozen trees in succession, Yu finally knew the power limit of Chidori Senbon. It can probably penetrate 15 trees, and the penetration is not bad. Yu nodded with satisfaction. Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, how can it be not bad? You have to know that this is a lightning senbon that flew hundreds of meters and can actually penetrate more than a dozen trees. The power is extremely terrifying. As long as you can use these two ninjutsu flexibly in actual combat, elite jonins can never be your opponents. A 12-year-old elite jonin, it's amazing to think about it. I was right before, your talent is much stronger than mine, and now your strength has definitely surpassed Mumoto Tongi. Yu shook his head. This is just a ninjutsu, I don't think my actual combat experience is comparable to that of teacher Tongi. Although he has mastered 3S level ninjutsu, Yu is very clear-headed. Mumoto Tongi is an Anbu Jonin. His actual combat experience is much stronger than his own. Kakashi looked at Yu's calm face and was speechless. Your biggest problem is that you are too cautious. With your current strength, even if your actual combat experience is not as good as Yi Tong, you are much stronger than him in terms of hard power. The gap between you and him in hard power is so big that actual combat experience cannot make up for it. I'm afraid it won't be long before you even surpass me. Kakashi sighed. But he didn't envy Yu. He even felt very relieved. After all, Kakashi trained Yu as his personal disciple. His expectation for him is that he can become a powerful and great ninja like the fourth Hokage. He also believes that with Yu's character, he can definitely do it. Chapter 51. Let alone anything else, just the 3 ninjutsu that Yu mastered, which one can't be used as a trump card by a jonin. And the power of these 3 ninjutsu used by Yu himself is much stronger than that of ordinary jonin. Especially the lethality of Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Thousand Book is really terrifying. The 3 advantages of long range, extreme speed, and terrifying penetration have made these 2 ninjutsu the standard of S-level ninjutsu. Even among S-level ninjutsu, they are powerful. Ordinary S-level ninjutsu can't compare with him at all. Kakashi sighed. It's just you. Other ninjas, even jonins, use 1 chakra is not enough. It's even more impossible to use your effect, I can't do it. Kakashi didn't lie, Yu's ninjutsu uses natural energy converted. But it's not quite the same as the fairy chakra, the difference is that Yu's chakra is accompanied by consciousness. So the matter condensed by his chakra is alive. Just like the wood escape of the first generation of Hokage. It's just that Yu himself doesn't know, and Kakashi doesn't understand either. Yu shook his head and said, I'm under a lot of pressure to use these 2 ninjutsu. With my current chakra, I can only use them twice more at most. In other words, your current chakra can use 5 powerful S-level ninjutsu. Kakashi thought Yu's chakra had been exhausted. After all, he released 3 S-level ninjutsu in succession. And according to the power of Yu's 3 ninjutsu, it definitely consumes more chakra than ordinary S-level ninjutsu. Even so, he can still release chakra. This terrifying amount of chakra has far surpassed him. Thinking of this, Kakashi asked, so, your chakra now has surpassed me. Kakashi remembered clearly that Yu's chakra was not as much as his a few days ago. Even if the chakra in Yu's body is fairy chakra, it shouldn't be so outrageous, right? Yu felt it and said, now my chakra should be a little more than you, Mr. Kakashi. Kakashi didn't know what to say for a moment. Why is your chakra growing so fast? Yu thought about it. Maybe it's because I have more chakra hidden in my body. Kakashi thought about it and it was true. Yu had some mysterious power hidden in his body. Can I use the Sharingan to see the chakra in your body? Kakashi asked. He was a little worried that Yu's chakra growth was not normal. He didn't know whether it was good or bad. If the chakra grew too fast, the body would not be able to support it. Kakashi was worried that Yu's body would not be able to withstand such a huge amount of chakra. Yu nodded. There was no secret in his body. His chakra amount had indeed increased several times these days. Even if he disagreed at this time, no one could stop Kakashi from seeing it. After all, he had the Sharingan. After getting Yu's consent, Kakashi opened his Sharingan. In an instant, Kakashi saw the enormous amount of chakra in Yu's body. This is too terrifying, I can't understand it. The amount of chakra in your body is already very close to Naruto's chakra. You know, in addition to Naruto's own chakra, there is also the chakra of the Nine Tails in his body. Even if most of the chakra of the Nine Tails was sealed by the fourth Hokage, the 8-diagrammed seal of the fourth Hokage can convert the chakra released by the Nine Tails into Naruto's chakra. Over the years, Naruto's chakra has increased a lot because of this chakra that has escaped. At this time, Naruto was only 12 years old, and his chakra was more than twice that of Kakashi. If the chakra of the Nine Tails is added, it would be hundreds of times. And Yu's chakra at this time is actually very close to Naruto. This means that Yu's chakra at this time is about twice that of Kakashi. A few days ago, Yu's chakra was not as much as Kakashi's. It was just the level of an ordinary Jonin. It was only a few days. And this was when Yu had just released 3S level ninjutsu. You know, the power of the 3 ninjutsu released by Yu far exceeded his Reikiri. In other words, if Yu had not released those 3 ninjutsu, his chakra would have surpassed Naruto without the Nine Tails chakra. What level is this? This is an absolute cage level. And Yu is only 12 years old. But the more this is the case, the more worried Kakashi is. Because according to Kakashi's common sense, chakra needs the body to support it. Yu's chakra expanded so much in a short period of time. Come on, can his body hold up? Kakashi looked at Yu and asked worriedly, are you feeling uncomfortable now? You have increased so much chakra in a short period of time, your body must be very uncomfortable, right? Yu looked at Kakashi's worried look and smiled. Don't worry, it should be that after the chakra went out of control that night, my physical fitness has become much stronger, and the chakra also went out of control that night. Yu knew that if he didn't give a suitable reason, Kakashi would definitely be suspicious. Kakashi thought about it, and there was nothing wrong with Yu's reason. Kakashi always felt that there was a powerful force hidden in Yu's body. The outburst that night might be that the force was stimulated. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the ninja world. There are all kinds of strange physiques. But someone as strong as Yu is indeed extremely rare. But Kakashi can understand. It still doesn't work. I'm worried that if your chakra continues to grow, your body won't be able to support it. I'll go find Master Jiraiya if I have a chance, and maybe let him teach you fairy arts. Using fairy arts, I might be able to completely control the power in your body. Yu was stunned for a moment. Master Jiraiya. Seeing Yu's puzzled face, Kakashi thought he didn't know who Jiraiya was. Although he often mentioned it in front of Yu before. But it's normal for people of Yu's age not to know the 3 ninjas of Konoha. In fact, Yu was just wondering why Kakashi thought Jiraiya would be willing to teach him fairy arts. Yu and Jiraiya were not related, and fairy arts were not something that everyone could learn. He didn't think Jiraiya would be willing to teach him fairy arts. Jiraiya took Naruto to practice because Naruto was the son of his disciple. It was equivalent to his disciple's grandson, so it was reasonable for him to take Naruto to practice. But Yu and Jiraiya had nothing to do with each other. Kakashi introduced, Jiraiya-sama is one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, who are famous in the ninja world. During the Second Ninja World War, he, Orochimaru, and Tsunade-sama were called the 3 ninjas of Konoha. The strength of these 3 people is all at the level of Hokage, very powerful. Jiraiya-sama is the disciple of the 3rd Hokage and the teacher of the 4th Hokage. He knows very powerful senjutsu. The 3rd Hokage said that your physique may be a natural senjutsu body. The chakra in your body should be senjutsu chakra. I think as long as you learn senjutsu, you can control the chakra in your body and prevent that chakra from hurting you. Chapter 52. Yu Yu looked at Kakashi, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Although he thought Kakashi's idea was naive, how could Jiraiya take him to learn fairy arts? But he could feel that Kakashi's words just now were sincere. He really hoped that he could master the power in his body and was really worried about his safety. At this moment, Kakashi really treated Yu Yu as a personal disciple. Yu Yu was silent. Kakashi thought Yu Yu didn't understand, so he said it again. Yu Yu waved his hand. Teacher Kakashi, I know what you mean, but I think that Master Jiraiya will definitely not be willing to take me to learn fairy arts. Since you said that fairy arts are a very powerful force, and even few people can learn them, do you think that Master Jiraiya will take me to learn? He and I are not related. Looking at Yu Yu's unbelieving look, Kakashi smiled and said, Master Jiraiya is still very enthusiastic. He knows that you have great potential. For the future of the village, he will not refuse. Yu Yu turned his head to look at Kakashi, and asked with a smile, what if he thinks that my power will threaten the village and does not want me to master fairy arts? I think if the third Hokage knew my current strength, I am afraid he would not be as calm as before. Kakashi was stunned. He was too focused on the chakra in Yu Yu's body just now, and completely forgot about the third Hokage. And based on his understanding of Jiraiya, Jiraiya might really be the same as Yu Yu thought. Will think that Yu Yu's strength is growing too fast and is a threat to the village. Kakashi was silent for a long time, but the Chunin exam will be held soon, and the third Hokage will definitely know your situation. Yu Yu spread his hands and said indifferently, then let it be. Yu Yu couldn't think of any good solution. Konoha has too many ways to detect the power in Yu Yu's body. The Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the perception-type ninjas, etc. They can all detect the abnormality of Yu Yu's chakra. It is impossible to hide. So Yu Yu didn't want to hide now. He was quite open-minded. He would not do such things as defection unless he was in a desperate situation. After all, he didn't want to wander in the ninja world. Seeing Yu Yu's indifferent look, Kakashi was worried. It seems that we can't let the third Hokage know that you have mastered those ninjutsu just now. Although I trust the third Hokage, I don't think he can be completely confident in you. Although your chakra volume is huge, as long as the third Hokage doesn't master those lethal ninjutsu just now, he shouldn't do anything to you. Don't worry, there are still me and Tongyi to help you in Konoha. If the third Hokage is not good for you, I and Tongyi will not agree. Listening to Kakashi's words, Yu Yu just smiled. He knew that Kakashi was completely concerned about the village. He didn't think Kakashi would betray the village for himself. But Yu Yu didn't care. If he really couldn't stay in Konoha, even if he didn't want to be a rebel, he had to do it. Although he didn't have any big pursuits, he didn't want to die before half of his life. Kakashi, who had a detailed plan for Yu Yu's future just now, completely lost his ambition. Now he just wants to protect Yu Yu. He doesn't want Yu Yu to be like Yamato. Spend the rest of his life in the Anbu. Or spend the rest of his life like the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, being monitored all his life. In fact, if we talk about the miserable nine-tailed Jinchuriki, the worst one is not Naruto, but his mother Uzumaki Kushina. As a person from another village, Uzumaki Kushina was monitored by the Anbu before she married Minato Namikaze. Even most of the time, the place where she lived was covered by the barrier, and she couldn't leave the barrier area at will. You can imagine how miserable she was. At least Naruto was completely free in Konoha, even too free, he could even graffiti on the Hokage rock. If it were an ordinary person, even if he was not shot on the spot, he would have been locked up in a cell long ago. It was the deliberate indulgence of the third generation that made him so unrestrained. Speaking of loneliness, which Jinchuriki is not lonely? But there are not many people who are as free as Naruto. The most outrageous thing is that so many villagers, relatives were killed by the Nine Tails during the Nine Tails Rebellion. The villagers of Konoha village were so rational that they didn't assassinate Naruto. You should know that Killer Bee was often assassinated by people in the village because the previous 8 Tails Jinchuriki went berserk and caused the deaths and injuries of villagers. And the villagers of Konoha village just rejected Naruto. It's really hard to imagine that they can be so rational. And being monitored by the Anbu, but not at all better. Kakashi, who had been in the Anbu for a long time, knew it very well, because it was the 4th Hokage who sent him to protect Uzumaki Kushina. Although it was said to be protection, it was actually for the purpose of surveillance. Of course, Minato Namikaze naturally had no intention of harming Uzumaki Kushina, but was just worried that Uzumaki Kushina would go berserk because of pregnancy. But in any case, people who were monitored by the Anbu would definitely feel very uncomfortable. Kakashi didn't want EU to live that kind of life in the future. But Kakashi really couldn't think of any way to help EU. All he could do was to help EU hide it from the 3rd Hokage, so that he wouldn't know that EU had mastered 3 powerful S-level ninjutsu. But EU wasn't too worried. After all, EU was a ninja of Konoha no matter what. Under the premise that he didn't indicate that he would oppose Konoha village, the 3rd Hokage wouldn't do anything to him. If there really was a genius in the village, the 3rd Hokage would get rid of him, and Konoha village would have collapsed long ago. Looking at Kakashi, Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. I don't think the 3rd Hokage will do that." Kakashi's expression was complicated. He was not as confident in the 3rd Hokage as Yu was. He had been in the Anbu for too long and was very clear about the other side of the 3rd Hokage. But Yu was right. Yu was a ninja of Konoha after all. Except for the Uchiha clan, the 3rd Hokage was not really very extreme towards other ninjas of Konoha. At least not as extreme as Danzo. But Danzo was only very extreme towards the Uchiha clan. As for other people in Konoha, as long as it did not affect his being the Hokage, he would not care. Even those who did not conform to his philosophy would not be absorbed into the root no matter how powerful they were. For example, Kai. Kai asked Danzo to let him enter the root, but Danzo refused. The 3rd Hokage and Danzo dealt with the Uchiha clan because they inherited the ideas of the 2nd Hokage. I think the Uchiha clan is very extreme and are all potential patients with mental illness. Apart from the Uchiha clan, these 2 people really didn't do anything extreme to the ninjas of other families in Konoha. Even if they targeted the Uchiha clan, it was because of the 9 Tails rebellion. After all, when the 9 Tails came out of the cage, those big eyes were topped with 2-3 Magatama Sharingan. Even if the 3rd generation didn't want to target the Uchiha clan, there was nothing he could do. After all, almost all the villagers saw it that night. It's impossible not to suspect the Uchiha clan. But Yu is different. Yu was born a commoner and there is no interference from the family behind him. At most, he will become a figure like the 4th Hokage in the future. This is also the reason why Yu is not too worried. Although the 3rd generation is sometimes a bit insidious, he is not a psychopath. He will kill whoever has a higher talent. Chapter 53. Originally, Kakashi wanted to wait for Jiraiya to return to the village, and then ask Jiraiya to take Yu to Myoboku Mountain to learn fairy arts. But after talking with Yu just now, he thought it was better to forget it. Maybe when you go out on a mission in the future, you can find out where the 3 holy places are. Someone in the ninja world should know the location of the 3 holy places. Although it is unlikely to ask Jiraiya, Kakashi still did not give up finding a place for Yu to practice fairy arts. He was worried that if Yu's chakra continued to grow, his body would not be able to bear it. Yu walked to the lake and said calmly, "Actually, I think you are worrying too much. I don't feel any discomfort at all now. With my current physical fitness, there should be no pressure to carry this little chakra." Yu is naturally very clear about the situation of his chakra in his body. If his body can't bear so much chakra, there won't be so much chakra in his body. When his body can't bear more chakra one day, it means that the growth of chakra in his body has stopped. At least now Yu's chakra is still doubling every day. But Yu can also feel that in a few days, his chakra growth will stop, at least not as fast as it is now. Kakashi walked to Yu and said seriously, "You can't take it lightly, chakra matters can't be taken lightly. There are many ninjas in the ninja world who are seriously injured because their physical fitness can't keep up with the chakra in their bodies. By the way, speaking of the 3 holy places, you should have your own summoning beast now." Yu looked at Kakashi. "I don't think you need it yet." Kakashi said helplessly, "It's a pity that my summoning beast is more of a reconnaissance type, which is not suitable for you." Yu felt uncomfortable when he thought that his future summoning beasts would be a bunch of ninja dogs. "How about you sign a summoning contract with my summoning beast first? There is no limit to summoning beasts. For example, Sasuke has 2 summoning beasts. It depends on whether your chakra can summon the summoning beast." Yu smiled awkwardly. "Forget it, your summoning beast may not be suitable for me." Kakashi thought about it and agreed. After finding the 3 holy places, you can sign a summoning contract with them when you have the chance. The 4th Hokage's summoning contract was signed with Myoboku Mountain. The same is true for Master Jiraiya. Yu was a little confused, and looked at Kakashi and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, it stands to reason that you are the disciple of the 4th Hokage, so your summoning beast should be the same as his, right?" Master Jiraiya is the teacher of the 4th Hokage, and the 4th Hokage's summoning beast is the same as Master Jiraiya's. "Why didn't you inherit this?" Kakashi smiled and said, "Because my summoning beast is very suitable for me, and I don't need another summoning beast at all." "Do you know what my summoning beast is?" After Kakashi finished speaking, he looked at Yu with a smile on his face. He just realized that when Yu said that his summoning beast was not suitable for him, it seemed that he knew what his summoning beast was. Yu did not hide it and admitted generously, "Well, I knew it when I looked up your information. In the Konoha library, the information of many famous ninjas can be found. It's just that they are all well-known information." So after Kakashi heard it, he didn't think it was strange. "It just seems that Yu dislikes his summoning beast. So you don't like my summoning beast?" Kakashi looked at Yu with a cold look. Yu was a little embarrassed and turned to look at the lake. "Teacher Kakashi, teach me a few more water-style ninjutsu. You must know a lot of water-style ninjutsu." Such a poor way to change the subject. Kakashi chuckled. "You are still too young. Do you think it is not cool to use a ninja dog as a summoning beast?" Yu quickly denied. "No, I think it is good." Yu really doesn't like Kakashi's ninja dogs. It's not that he has any opinion on them. But those ninja dogs really have no killing power and have not improved Yu's combat effectiveness. It is estimated that when the battle comes, Yu will be needed to protect them. Kakashi naturally didn't believe it and snorted coldly. "You say one thing and mean another, but forget it, you will know it later. What water ninjutsu do you want to learn?" Yu thought for a while and said, "I want to learn a few defensive water ninjutsu." "Defensive water ninjutsu? Let me think about it. I have it. I will teach you the water array wall. This ninjutsu is AB level ninjutsu with moderate difficulty. It can be said that it is not difficult for you. Any difficulty in learning. Listen carefully, I will explain the principle of this ninjutsu to you once." After Kakashi explained it to Yu once, Yu mastered it. Kakashi did not demonstrate to Yu, but asked, "If I don't demonstrate to you, can you figure it out by yourself?" "I think with your ability, there must be no problem." Kakashi wanted to know how strong Yu's talent was. Before, Yu learned the water dragon bullet technique from Zabuza on the spot. Yu did not refuse, nodded, and walked to the lake. Standing by the lake, Yu concentrated and condensed the chakra in his body. Suddenly, Yu clapped his hands and quickly formed a seal. Water-style water array wall. As Yu urged the chakra, the lake water seemed to be sucked up by something. It rushed towards Yu. Boom boom. The lake water surged. It came to Yu and spun around him madly. Wa-la-la. Soon, the water that was spinning rapidly around Yu formed a huge water tornado. These water tornadoes have even triggered a small storm, blowing the grass by the lake to the ground. After the water flow hit the ground, a gully was washed out on the ground. A water tornado with a width of more than 10 meters has formed around Yu. Standing in the distance, Kakashi looked at this scene and twitched his mouth slightly. Is this still a water formation wall? This is a combined ninjutsu. There are already signs of wind escape in it. And the scale of this technique is really too large. However, Kakashi was not very shocked by this ninjutsu. After all, compared with the 3 ninjutsu released by Yu before, the power of this water array wall is already very small. Although it is more powerful than the normal water array wall. Being in the center of the water tornado, Yu put his hands together and his eyes were slightly focused. Concentrate the chakra in the body again. The water flow that was originally spinning wildly around Yu stopped quickly. Then the lake water formed a giant water curtain in front of Yu that was more than 10 meters high and dozens of meters wide. Kakashi smiled. This is the water array wall. The ninjutsu you just used has obviously added the form change of wind escape. The giant water curtain that Yu condensed this time is the water array wall. The water array wall he released just now was obviously offensive. Kakashi knew that the ninjutsu just now must have been a sudden idea of Yu himself to add wind escape. This kind of thing is very dangerous for ordinary ninjas. If you change the ninjutsu casually, you may even be attacked by the ninjutsu in serious cases. But Yu does not have such a problem. He has very precise control over chakra. Kakashi was a little worried before, but Yu could control the dangerous ninjutsu of lightning escape freely before, and now he just made a combination of water escape and wind escape, so Kakashi was not very surprised. Chapter 54. The huge water curtain stayed in front of Yu for more than 10 seconds before Yu withdrew his chakra. Splash tilde. Without Yu's chakra to maintain it, the huge water curtain collapsed instantly, flooding the surrounding area into a small lake. A huge amount of water requires a huge amount of chakra to maintain. To maintain such a huge water curtain, at least Jonin level chakra is needed. Very strong, much stronger than I thought. And you just integrated the wind escape into the water array wall, right? Kakashi said as he walked over. Yu looked at the water flowing under his feet and nodded. I feel that such ninjutsu will not be very useful in battle. Kakashi smiled and said, this is a defensive ninjutsu, which is still very useful to resist fire escape. There are many ninjas in the ninja world who are very powerful in fire escape, such as the 3rd generation of Hokage. Although the 3rd generation of Hokage is proficient in all 5 escapes, he is best at fire escape and earth escape. The temperature of the 3rd generation of Hokage's fire escape ninjutsu is much higher than that of the Uchiha clan. The lethality is even stronger. Ordinary water escape ninjutsu can't resist his fire escape ninjutsu at all. But I think the water array wall you just used can block it. Thinking of the 3rd generation of fire escape, Kakashi had to admit that it was very strong. The 3rd generation of Hokage's fire escape can really break through the attribute restraint and completely break through the water escape. You can imagine how powerful his fire escape is. Yu remembered that the 3rd generation of fire escape is indeed powerful. When he fought the impure world reincarnation of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, his fire style could even cancel out the water style of the 2nd Hokage. You should know that the 2nd Hokage is best at water style ninjutsu. But he could actually compete with the water style of the 2nd Hokage, even when his chakra attribute was restrained. Teacher Kakashi, are the Uchiha clan good at fire style? Yu asked knowingly. Kakashi didn't know that Yu knew about the Uchiha clan, so he introduced him. The Uchiha clan is the strongest ninja clan in Konoha's fire escape. They have many self-created fire escape ninjutsu, which is much more powerful than other ninjas. Self-created fire escape ninjutsu. Kakashi nodded. Yes, such as the Great Fireball technique, which was improved by the Uchiha clan into the Great Fireball technique. In fact, it is a kind of ninjutsu, but the power of the Great Fireball technique is far greater than the Great Fireball technique. I have seen Uchiha Itachi use it. Yu was stunned for a moment. Uchiha Itachi. When talking about Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi looked solemn. He fell into memories. Well, Uchiha Itachi was once my colleague in the Anbu. He was a very talented ninja, but it was a pity that he betrayed the village and the family in the end. Kakashi didn't know why the Uchiha clan massacred his family. Although Kakashi knew that the truth would never be as simple as what the village leaders said. But he was not a member of the Uchiha clan, so he did not go into it. He just felt it was a pity. After all, the Uchiha clan was Obito's clan, and Uchiha Itachi was also a ninja he was very optimistic about. If Kakashi knew that it was Obito and Uchiha Itachi who jointly slaughtered the Uchiha clan, I'm afraid he would regret saying it was a pity. Yu thought for a while and said, I don't know why Uchiha Itachi left Sasuke. At that time, Sasuke should not have had any ability to resist, right? Kakashi looked at Yu. Because Sasuke is Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, and it is precisely because of this that Sasuke hates Uchiha Itachi very much. When I asked him what his dream was before, he said that his dream was to kill Uchiha Itachi himself. Yu was silent. He didn't know what to say. It's really miserable to say that Sasuke. If the Uchiha clan had not been exterminated, Sasuke would definitely not have the personality he has today. Before the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Sasuke's personality was actually very cheerful and sunny. Although he was also aloof in school, it was completely different from now. Before, his aloofness was pretended because he was the best and most outstanding student in the class, proud and aloof. But since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, his aloofness means that he doesn't want to care about the affairs of the outside world. He just wants to work hard to become stronger, kill Uchiha Itachi, and avenge the Uchiha clan. He hid his feelings and had to hide them. In fact, Sasuke has always been a very kind person in his heart. In a sense, Naruto is indeed in a much better situation than him. Naruto has at least been taken care of by the 3 generations, and at least he has friends like Shikamaru, Choji, and Inuzuka Kiba who are willing to skip classes with him. He has never been loved by his family, but he doesn't know how does a Taoist feel. Even if he is sad, it will not affect his will. But Sasuke originally had a very happy family, a strict father and a kind mother, and a genius brother whom he admired very much. But in the end, it was his most admired brother who slaughtered his family, and even his parents were not spared. And when he left, he replayed how the family members were slaughtered. That kind of pain made Sasuke want to become stronger. In fact, Yu could see that Sasuke also had a good impression of Sakura. When he was attacked before, Sasuke stood in front of Sakura at the first time. You have to know that it was Sasuke's first actual combat. Actual combat and usual practice are completely different concepts. But he basically stood in front of Sakura without thinking. This has proved that although Sasuke never expressed any emotions to Sakura in normal times, but he must have a good impression of Sakura in his heart. Yu can also understand Sasuke's pain. He can't even imagine if he would go crazy if he experienced the same experience as Sasuke. I'm afraid he will be more extreme than Sasuke. When Yu came to this world, he thought it was exciting to grow up with Naruto. After all, in his previous life, Yu was indeed moved by Naruto's passion. But after coming to this world, he spent 6 years with Naruto, and he had no interest in Naruto. Because Yu originally thought that Naruto was excellent for not going to extremes in the dark environment in the early stage. But when he came to this world and saw many things Naruto did, as well as several friends around him, Yu couldn't empathize with him at all. Because in his previous life, Yu had seen too many cases like Naruto. They didn't even have such good conditions as Naruto. After all, Naruto had been watched by the 3rd generation. As a Jinchuriki, he actually moved freely in the village, and his pranks were particularly big. He even dared to graffiti on the Hokage rock. It can be said that Yu admired Naruto for not turning evil before. But after being his classmate for 6 years, Yu knew that it was normal for Naruto not to turn evil. He had friends around him, he was not short of money, he often skipped classes, and he got 0 points in every exam, but he was not expelled. This kind of treatment was the treatment of the Prince of Konoha. Why did he turn evil? Without parents and family, are there not many children like this in Konoha? Konoha originally had many war orphans, their situations were much worse than Naruto, and many of them were killed by the Nine Tails during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Chapter 55. And many people are not qualified to go to the ninja school. The ninja school only enrolls 30 people every year, so you can imagine how many people are not qualified at all. But Naruto went to school. Not only did he go, but he was not expelled even though he scored that high in every exam. Yu felt that if it were him, he would be so happy, not to mention turning evil. Sasuke saw Uchiha Itachi kill his parents with his own eyes. Uchiha Itachi played back to him how the members of the Uchiha clan were hacked to death one by Uchiha Itachi. The fear, despair, and confusion of those members before they died could make Sasuke, who was only 6 years old at the time, collapse countless times. Naruto did not see his parents killed by the Nine Tails with his own eyes, but Sasuke saw with his own eyes how Uchiha Itachi hacked to death the members of the clan who usually cared about him one by one. On that bloody night, if it were Yu himself, he would probably have gone to extremes long ago. Kindness. After experiencing such a thing, Yu felt that as long as he could gain the power to kill Uchiha Itachi, it didn't matter how many people died. After experiencing such things, people can't be rational. At least Yu knew that he would definitely not be able to resign and could never maintain his inner kindness. But Sasuke did it. He loved his family and his people very much. So he was crazy about getting power, even if he risked being taken away by Orochimaru, he still went. But when he followed Orochimaru, Sasuke never killed innocent people indiscriminately, even if they were ninjas who had nothing to do with him, he never killed them indiscriminately. The most important thing is that he was taught by Orochimaru, and being able to maintain such a mentality is enough to show how kind he is in his heart. It's just that there is no mature person to guide him on the road of life. Kakashi's thoughts are quite mature, but he is not strong enough. Before coming to this world, Yu admired Naruto very much. After coming to this world, he admired Sasuke the most. Of course, Yu didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Yu would not change his future path just because he admired him. Life is meaningful only when you experience it yourself. Only the truth you have learned can be remembered forever. Kakashi saw Yu like this, so he patted his shoulder. Now you know why Sasuke is like that. But I still hope you can change him. Yu was stunned and looked up at Kakashi. Looking puzzled. Me. Kakashi nodded. Yes, when I was sinking, it was my companions who pulled me out. I hope you can do it too, and you are strong enough. Sasuke is a proud person. The same words you say in Naruto will definitely have different effects. Yu shook his head. I am willing to do it, but I don't think it is a good idea to interfere with Sasuke's choice. Especially for people of this age, the more you interfere, the more rebellious they are. At most, you can only guide him. The more you interfere, the more he will go to the other side. Kakashi sighed. I know it, but I don't want him to go astray. In order to gain power, he will do many things that violate the village regulations. Yu did not speak. Sasuke will really defect from Konoha in the future. But Yu didn't expect Kakashi to have such an idea. It seems that he really knows Sasuke very well. Compared with Naruto, Kakashi really pays more attention to Sasuke. Yu can understand it. After all, Kakashi's fighting style and ninjutsu style are more suitable for Sasuke. In addition to the influence of Uchiha Obito, it is normal for Kakashi to pay more attention to Sasuke. And Kakashi really can't teach Naruto anything. Not long after the Chunin exam, Jiraiya returned to the village again. Yu doesn't think Jiraiya really came back by chance. It is impossible that Jiraiya plans to take Naruto to practice in person just because Naruto said a few words. If other ninjas go to Jiraiya and say that they want to learn ninjutsu from him, do you think Jiraiya's personality will tell him to get out? So Jiraiya returned to the village during the Chunin exam because he knew that Naruto had graduated from the ninja school and wanted to take him in person. Does Kakashi still dare not let him go? Yu looked at Kakashi's worried look and smiled. Teacher Kakashi, you just think too much. With Sasuke's character, even if he does something that violates Konoha's rules in the future, he will not do anything extremely evil. His character is quite normal. Kakashi said helplessly. I hope so. Speaking of Sasuke, I also want to teach you how to deal with Sharingan. In addition to copying ninjutsu, the most important thing about Sharingan is that it can also release illusions. This is very important. Even if your ninjutsu is very strong, if you don't know how to deal with illusions, it is easy to fall into the gutter. Yu nodded, agreeing with Kakashi's words. That's true, but illusions are really hard to defend, especially illusions released by the Sharingan. The illusions released by the Sharingan are different from ordinary illusions. He knew very well how the illusion master Yuhi Kurenai was instantly killed by Uchiha Itachi. Don't look at Yuhi Kurenai's poor performance in the illusion battle with Uchiha Itachi. But she is already the strongest illusion among the Jonin. After all, she is a Jonin who is upgraded by illusion. And she is not a special Jonin, but a formal Jonin like Kakashi, Asuma and Kai. It is conceivable that her strength will definitely not be bad, and she still uses illusion as the main fighting method. Even such an illusion master was reversed by Uchiha Itachi in just a moment. In addition to showing Uchiha Itachi's attainments in illusion, the most important thing about this battle is that the ability of the Sharingan is too amazing. Not only it was Uchiha Itachi. Sharingan has always been a headache in the ninja world. Many ninja villages have been forced to research ways to deal with Sharingan. It is conceivable that the ninjas in the ninja world are afraid of Sharingan, and it can also be seen that Sharingan is powerful. Yu's chakra is huge, and pure combat ninjutsu has mastered 3S level ninjutsu. If it is just a head-on confrontation, Yu is not afraid of most of the Jonin. But Sharingan can turn all of Yu's combat power into nothingness with one glance. It's just one glance. No matter how powerful the ninjutsu is, it must be released and hit the target. Kakashi said. In fact, it's not that there is no way. Over the years, the ninja world has also had many ways to deal with Sharingan. It's just that many of them are not very useful. But you have an innate advantage, that is, your perception ability is extremely strong. Yu was stunned for a moment. Do you mean that I should close my eyes when facing Sharingan and fight by perception? Quote. Kakashi nodded. Yes, if it is another ninja, it may not be easy to master. But I know your perception ability, it is extremely strong, so strong that it can replace vision. And it is dynamic vision at the level of Sharingan. Just like when you use Chidori, you can move at such a fast speed and hit the target accurately. Only you have this ability, even I can't do it. Chapter 56. Yu thought about it, and his perception ability has indeed become extremely powerful now. It's just that Yu has gotten used to it and didn't treat it as something special. I'm not used to fighting with my perception ability. Although Yu's perception ability is very strong, he has never tried to fight mainly with his perception ability. He only uses Chidori as an auxiliary ability when using it. And after verifying, Chidori Sharp Spear, and Chidori Thousand Books, Chidori is no longer the main attack method for Yu. After all, Chidori still needs close combat, and the attack efficiency is not high, and it is easy for the opponent to catch the flaw and counterattack. Kakashi said. Then practice, your perception ability is very strong, and you can't waste this ability. Thinking that he may have to face the Mangekyo Sharingan or even the Samsara Eye in the future, Yu thinks he should practice it. After all, the Sharingan is the most important blood limit in this world. The Fourth Ninja World War was caused by a few people who had Sharingan, Samsara Eye, and Samsara Sharingan. Yu didn't have Sharingan, so it was impossible for him to take the route of improving his eyes. He could only take Naruto's route, relying on powerful chakra and ninjutsu to deal with the Fourth Ninja World War. Although Yu himself did not have the power of the Six Paths, Yu felt that he would not necessarily be weaker than Naruto in the Fourth Ninja World War. He believed in the ability of the system. Yu nodded and said, "I will, Mr. Kakashi, continue to teach me a few attribute ninjutsu." Seeing that Yu listened, Kakashi was very satisfied. Yu's good point is that he is not as strange as Naruto and Sasuke. Yu's personality is very normal, and he doesn't have any strange ideas at all. The two practiced for several hours beside the lake, and they didn't finish their practice until dark. And in a few hours, Kakashi's chakra was almost exhausted. Because he needed to demonstrate some ninjutsu to Yu. Yu learns very quickly. Kakashi explains the principle of each ninjutsu once and demonstrates it at most, and Yu has mastered it. So in a few hours, Yu has mastered more than a dozen A-level and B-level attribute ninjutsu. Fortunately, not every ninjutsu needs Kakashi to demonstrate. Otherwise, even if Kakashi is squeezed dry, it is impossible to provide enough chakra to release more than a dozen A-level and B-level ninjutsu within a few hours. But Kakashi's chakra is almost exhausted, while Yu's chakra has not been consumed by 1/3. On the way back, Kakashi looked at Yu who was not affected at all. Very speechless. "Aren't you tired at all?" Yu smiled. "Not tired. You just released more than a dozen A-level and B-level ninjutsu. The chakra consumption is very large, right?" Kakashi guessed. Yu shook his head and said, "I didn't consume much chakra. My chakra replenishes very quickly. This is also one of Yu's strengths, that is, chakra recovers very quickly. Because his chakra is not extracted from his own body. It is the natural energy absorbed from the surroundings. Although the natural energy around is not inexhaustible, it is obvious that there is no pressure to provide Yu with the amount of chakra at the level of Kage. After the end of the Fourth Ninja World War, Naruto extracted enough natural energy to deal with Sasuke's extraction of the chakra of the eight-tailed beasts. In comparison, Yu's chakra is nothing. What's more, natural energy can be regenerated all the time. As long as the energy of this planet is not consumed, natural energy will continue to regenerate continuously. And the reason why Yu's chakra is only at the level of Kage is not that he can only absorb Kage-level chakra. It is that his body can only withstand Kage-level chakra now. If there is more, his body can't bear it. After all, Yu's body was not a special constitution at the beginning, and it began to strengthen slowly after getting the system. Now his chakra amount is almost the same as Naruto's, which is very good. However, because it is natural energy, for the same ninjutsu, Yu needs to consume much less chakra than ordinary ninjas. Kakashi didn't know that Yu had such an ability. Somewhat curious. Replenishment is very fast. Yes, after I released 3 lightning ninjutsu before, the chakra was almost consumed, but it recovered in a short time. Kakashi didn't believe it. Immediately opened the Sharingan and found that Yu's chakra had recovered 80%. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. "You just released more than a dozen large-scale ninjutsu, why doesn't the chakra seem to be consumed?" Yu smiled. "I don't know either. My chakra recovers very quickly." Quote. Kakashi shook his head. "It's really annoying to compare yourself to others. Not only do you have more chakra than me, but you recover faster than me. The key is that your ninjutsu is more powerful than mine. Who is the teacher?" Yu looked at Kakashi seriously and said, "If a student can't surpass the teacher in the end, what's the point of being a student?" Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Looking at Yu's serious face. Kakashi smiled knowingly. Yes, if a student can't surpass the teacher, then I am a failure as a teacher. But only you can say these words. After all, not everyone can surpass me. This is not because Kakashi is arrogant, but because he is a genius, if he hadn't been in decline for a period of time before. The strength is definitely much stronger than it is now. Of course, no matter how strong it is only at the level of Kage at most. But how many Kage-level strongmen are there in the ninja world? Let alone Kage-level strongmen, even elite Jonin, most ninjas will never reach it in their lifetime. For most ninjas, Chunin is the end of their ninja career. But Yu Yu is different. In Kakashi's view, Yu Yu's talent has far surpassed him. Kakashi even thinks that Yu Yu now only lacks practical experience. As long as this shortcoming is made up, Yu Yu's strength will be enough to surpass him. But Kakashi just feels relieved. Yu Yu naturally knows that Kakashi is not arrogant, and nodded and said, "Of course, after all, Kakashi teacher is very strong. There are not many ninjas who can reach your strength." Yu Yu flattered him a little. Although Kakashi didn't care about other people's flattery, this was flattery from his own disciples. Kakashi still found it very useful. "Let's go see how Naruto and Sasuke are training," Kakashi said. Yu Yu smiled and said, "These two people are still very talented, and they both have great power in their bodies." Kakashi nodded, yes, although Sakura is much better than them in controlling chakra. But the amount of chakra is not much, while Naruto and Sasuke have huge chakra in their bodies. As long as the two can master the chakra in their bodies, their strength will increase very quickly. Kakashi knew very well how to teach the two. It's a pity that the last two people, one followed Jiraiya and the other followed Orochimaru. Chapter 57. Kakashi actually had his own teaching methods for the two. It was just that Jiraiya's appearance and Sasuke's thirst for power were beyond his expectations. The two came to the place where Sasuke, Naruto and the other two were training. Although it was dark, the two still saw that the two were already standing on the top of the tree panting. Sakura stood under the tree and looked at the two. Yu Yu and Kakashi appeared, and Sakura came over. Especially looking up and down at Yu Yu. Curiously asked, "Yu Yu, have you really practiced? How come I can't see it?" "Oh, how do you know I didn't practice?" Sakura circled around Yu Yu and said, "Your clothes are not even wrinkled, how could you practice? Did you slack off with teacher Kakashi for an afternoon? That won't work. Although you are very strong, if you don't practice hard, you will stay where you are, and then you will be surpassed by Sasuke or even Naruto." Yu Yu smiled and said nothing. Kakashi interrupted Sakura and said, "How are they?" Kakashi asked Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura smiled and said, "They have all mastered it. Even Naruto is working hard to practice." Sakura looked at Yu Yu while she spoke. It was obvious that she was saying it for Yu Yu to hear. She didn't have any ill will towards Yu Yu. Instead, she was worried that Yu Yu would be lazy and his strength would decline. Yu Yu knew her little thoughts, but she didn't say anything. There was no need to say anything. Kakashi looked up at Sasuke and Naruto, who were standing on the top of the tree panting and looking at each other. The two were obviously competing. "It's really fast. Sasuke is fine, but Naruto has mastered it so quickly." Sakura looked at Kakashi curiously and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, you didn't slack off just now. Did you find a place to rest?" Although Sakura thought Yu Yu would be lazy, she didn't dare to confirm it. Kakashi said calmly, "Do you think he will? Even if I want to rest, he won't let me rest." Sakura looked at Yu Yu and was confused, but why doesn't Yu Yu have any signs of training? Kakashi also looked at Yu Yu, and he just noticed it. Even Kakashi's own clothes had a few holes. Kakashi was speechless. Indeed, there is indeed no sign of training. This is the gap. Kakashi said something that Sakura couldn't understand. At this time, she looked at Kakashi Yu Yu with a confused face. "Chikara can be controlled to such a precise level, it's better than me. Kakashi looked at Yu and smiled. Yu didn't say anything, just smiled faintly. Sakura walked up to Yu and whispered, "What is Kakashi-sensei saying?" Yu said, "Kakashi-sensei just said something that I couldn't understand." Sakura looked at Yu, then at Kakashi. She always felt that Kakashi and Yu were hiding something from her. Seeing that the two of them didn't say anything, Sakura didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. She came up to Yu and said, "Yu, where did you go to practice just now? There were several earthquakes before, and I almost thought it was Sabuza who attacked me. If it wasn't for the loud noise, I almost thought it was him." Yu was stunned for a moment. "Earthquake?" Sakura nodded. Yes, the noise was quite loud. Because the place where Yu and Kakashi practiced was quite far from Sakura's side. And there was a forest blocking the way. She didn't know that the earthquake was released by Yu. Yu looked at Kakashi, and then said, "Maybe this place is in an earthquake zone. After all, it is normal for earthquakes to occur in the terrain of the Land of Waves." Sakura did not delve into it. She believed what Yu said. The earthquakes that Sakura mentioned were actually the Chidori that Yu released at the beginning and the several Earth Escape ninjutsu that he released later. Although Earth Escape is mainly a defensive ninjutsu, it does make a lot of noise when it is activated. And it consumes a lot of chakra. This is why Kakashi's chakra is consumed so quickly. Several Earth Escape ninjutsu consume too much chakra. Sasuke and Naruto, who were standing on the tree, noticed the appearance of Kakashi and Yu, and wanted to come down from the tree. But both of them forgot that their chakra had been exhausted. So when they just wanted to walk down from the tree, they ran out of chakra after just a few steps. Sasuke, Naruto tilde. Sakura under the tree saw the two people jumping down from the tree and screamed in fear. Kakashi looked at Yu. Yu nodded. Just when Sasuke and Naruto felt their brains go blank and almost fainted. Kakashi and Yu disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Yu appeared beside Naruto, and Kakashi appeared beside Sasuke. The two grabbed the two by the waist. In an instant, Kakashi turned into a blue lightning and appeared on the ground, while Yu turned into a golden lightning and appeared on the ground. After putting Sasuke and Naruto down, Kakashi smiled and said, "You are faster than me." Naruto and Sasuke, who were put on the ground, reacted at this time. Thinking of being rescued by Kakashi and Yu just now, the two looked at each other and felt very embarrassed. Originally, the two wanted to show off their afternoon training results in front of Yu and Kakashi. Unexpectedly, they made a mistake. Naruto looked at Yu, and just now he only felt that he appeared on the ground in front of his eyes. This time was the first time Naruto personally experienced the power of Yu. Even Sasuke was very shocked when he looked at Yu. Just now, when he saw Yu appear beside Naruto, the golden lightning was too fast. He had never seen Yu show such a state before. Sasuke knew before that he was not Yu's opponent yet. But now it seems that the gap between the two is already a chasm. The gap is too big. Sakura was also stunned. She could understand Kakashi, she was originally an elite Jonin. But Yu turned into a golden lightning just now, and his speed was even faster than Kakashi. So fast that she could only see the afterimage of the golden lightning. Sakura murmured to herself, "Is this the ninjutsu he just learned from Kakashi teacher? That is the lightning ninjutsu, he has never shown it before. I just said that he didn't practice it, how could he be lazy? Sakura, you are so stupid, if he is such a person, he won't be so much stronger than us." Sakura felt that her behavior of doubting Yu just now was stupid. Thinking that Yu just smiled, she felt like a clown, and it was embarrassing to think about it now. For a moment, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were silent. Yu and Kakashi didn't notice the status of the three. Kakashi looked at the two and said, "Your chakra consumption is too great, and the action just now is too dangerous." Chapter 58. Kakashi's reproach made Sasuke and Naruto lower their heads in shame. Originally, the two wanted to show off to Kakashi and Yu. Unexpectedly, they backfired. Yu also saw the two of them looking so embarrassed. But soon, Naruto stood up and pointed at Yu and said, "Teacher Kakashi, did you just teach Yu some powerful ninjutsu? I have never seen the ninjutsu he used to save me just now." Sasuke also stood up, but he just patted the dust off his body, and his attention was all on Yu. He wanted to know what was going on. He also wanted to know whether Kakashi really had any powerful ninjutsu, and whether he could learn that ninjutsu from Kakashi in the future. Naruto didn't have the same idea as Sasuke, he just felt that Kakashi was too partial. He was his student, but he only taught Yu and not himself. Seeing Naruto's angry look, Kakashi said, "You haven't even mastered chakra control, how can I teach you ninjutsu? When you have a good foundation, I will naturally teach you ninjutsu." Hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke nodded secretly. It seems that Kakashi taught that ninjutsu of Yu. Naruto didn't think too much, but proudly said, "I have completely mastered chakra control, Teacher Kakashi, start teaching me ninjutsu tomorrow." Kakashi shook his head. "You still have a lot to learn, this is just the beginning." "Then how can Yu learn? We are your students," Naruto said indignantly. Kakashi frowned. "I said, your foundation is still very poor, there are still many things to master. Also, Yu is my student." Even Kakashi wanted to say that Yu was his most important student. If it weren't for the fact that Sasuke and Naruto's identities had special significance to Konoha, he would definitely not bring them. After noticing Kakashi's serious tone, even Naruto didn't say anything. He just looked at Yu with envy and jealousy. Although Naruto would not hate Yu because of Kakashi's words, but he must be very jealous of Yu. After all, Yu was not originally in their team, and Kakashi insisted on bringing him to perform the mission. Kakashi did a lot of things, and in Naruto's opinion, Kakashi was definitely partial to Yu. Originally, his feelings were very sensitive, and he was even more sensitive to such things. He even thought that Kakashi treated him differently because he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But he forgot that Sasuke and Sakura were also treated this way. But the two did not think that Kakashi treated him differently. Because both of them knew how strong Yu was, and they could see it when they fought against Zabuza before. Yu's strength was much stronger than theirs. Both of them knew that Yu could be so much stronger than them at the same age, or Yu worked harder than them. Or maybe Yu is more talented than them. Sasuke only thinks that Yu must work harder than him, and he doesn't admit that Yu is more talented than him. Sakura thinks that Yu is very talented and works very hard. Naruto simply thinks that Kakashi is biased. Kakashi is one of the few high-level ninjas who don't reject him, and he is also his teacher, so Naruto has high expectations for Kakashi. He cares more about Kakashi's feelings for him, and he doesn't care much about his strength. Yu also had a headache when he heard Kakashi say that so seriously. He knew that Kakashi just wanted to protect himself. But if that happens, Naruto will feel that Kakashi is biased, and he may even hate Yu for it. Although helpless, Yu didn't want to say anything. At this time, he'd better keep silent and don't say anything. The more he talks, the more irritating Naruto will be. After all, he is emotionally sensitive. Seeing that no one spoke, Kakashi said, "Okay, we've all been training hard today, let's go back and rest." After saying that, he disappeared. Yu looked at the empty place, and his mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, "You only care about killing and not burying, leaving me to deal with it." Yu was speechless. Kakashi obviously knew that the mood of several people was not right at this time. He left Yu, probably because he wanted Yu to be alone with Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura, to cultivate the relationship between Yu and them. But in this situation, Yu didn't want to stay here at all. It's really irresponsible. After Yu criticized Kakashi in his heart, he could only say to the three people, "Let's go too." Although he also wanted to use the instant body technique to leave, if he did so, Sasuke and Naruto would probably be even more unfair. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Sakura quickly responded, "Well, let's go, I'm very tired today." In the whole team, Sakura and Yu had no entanglement. Sasuke and Naruto both regarded Yu as a goal to surpass at this time. Especially Naruto, he wanted to become stronger and then defeat Yu, let Kakashi know that he was his best student and get Kakashi's recognition. Because he was too young, Naruto felt that the reason why Kakashi favored Yu was because Yu was better than him. When he worked hard to surpass Yu, Kakashi would recognize him. Very real thoughts. Basically teenagers of this age will have similar thoughts. Several people walked in the forest. No one spoke. The atmosphere was very calm. Only the calls of birds and beasts were heard from time to time in the forest. After walking for a while, Sakura saw that the atmosphere was too tense, so she spoke first. "Sasuke and Naruto were very serious this afternoon. They mastered the control of chakra in one afternoon. What ninjutsu did you learn from Kakashi-sensei this afternoon? It must be a very powerful ninjutsu, right?" Sasuke and Naruto, who were thinking about their own things, heard Sakura's words. Although they didn't say anything, they pricked up their ears to listen. Yu casually said, "Just a few water escape ninjutsu. Are they powerful ninjutsu?" Sakura asked curiously. Yu looked at the two people who wanted to listen but pretended to be indifferent. He said calmly, "How strong can water-style ninjutsu be?" Hearing what Yu said, Xiaoying's mouth twitched slightly. "Isn't water-style ninjutsu powerful?" "The water-style ninjutsu you used to attack Zabuza that day was very powerful. If Zabuza hadn't dodged it, he would have died long ago." "Didn't it miss? Zabuza is an elite jonin like Kakashi. How could he be defeated so easily? You only saw that he was almost hit. In fact, he is still a long way from defeating him. If elite jonin were so easy to defeat, there wouldn't be only a dozen in a village. Some ninja villages don't even have more than a dozen." Yu was telling the truth. Elite jonin is a village's strategic force and can participate in the pursuit of the village's shadow. The shadow of a village is selected from the elite jonin. But it was obvious that Xiaoying and the other two didn't understand. Sakura said, "But you were really close to winning that day, and Zabuza ran away because he was afraid of you." Chapter 59. Yu smiled and said, "That's because he felt that he had no chance of winning against Kakashi and me alone. If it was just me, he couldn't run away." Sakura nodded, not quite understanding. Sasuke on the side didn't feel anything. Because he also mastered a few fire escape ninjutsu. He learned all of them based on the ninjutsu materials of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke didn't think Yu's water escape ninjutsu was much stronger than fire escape. In Sasuke's view, whether it was water escape, fire escape or earth escape, it was not a decisive ninjutsu. But Naruto was very unhappy. Because now he doesn't know any ninjutsu except the Shadow Clone Jutsu. The Shadow Clone Jutsu was learned by him when he stole the Forbidden Jutsu book when he graduated. It was not taught by Kakashi. Now Naruto has not mastered a combat ninjutsu. So Naruto curled his lips and said unhappily, "Teacher Kakashi is really biased, as if we are not his students." Yu looked at Naruto, and he understood Naruto. After all, he is just a 12-year-old child now. Jealousy and other things are especially serious at this age. Actually, Teacher Kakashi hopes that you will lay a good foundation before learning ninjutsu. He is your guiding jonin. Since you have passed his test, he really regards you as a disciple. As a teacher, he certainly doesn't want you to be too impetuous. Ask Sasuke if he mastered a lot of ninjutsu basics when he was learning ninjutsu. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Yu to point him out. Naruto raised his head and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke didn't want to say anything. But this is Yu's request. Although Sasuke regards Yu as a goal to surpass. But now Yu is much stronger than him, and he has not surpassed Yu yet. So Sasuke still listens to Yu in some things. Sasuke nodded. It is indeed necessary to master a lot of basic knowledge. But even if he explained, it was just one sentence. Naruto naturally didn't listen. What basic knowledge? It only took me one night to learn the shadow clone technique. Yu smiled. That's because the shadow clone technique is very suitable for you, or it is tailor-made for you. When you were in the ninja school, you didn't even master the clone technique. You didn't know it at all after 6 years of learning. How come you suddenly learned the shadow clone technique in one night? You know the shadow clone technique. Oh, by the way, why is the multiple shadow clone technique you learned a forbidden technique? Naruto looked confused. He learned the first ninjutsu he saw at the beginning. How could he know what was forbidden and what was not? Not to mention what restrictions this ninjutsu had. Sakura and Sasuke also looked at Yu. Especially Sasuke. He didn't really know how Naruto suddenly mastered the shadow clone technique. You should know that Naruto couldn't even master the clone technique before. The shadow clone technique is much more advanced than the clone technique. Yu said. That's because the shadow clone technique takes away a proportion of the main body's chakra, and after the shadow clone technique is released, the physical energy consumed by the clone will return to the main body. For ninjas with low chakra or poor physique, using the shadow clone technique is very dangerous, not to mention the multiple shadow clone technique. And you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, with a huge amount of chakra, and your physique is very good because of the Nine Tails, so you can withstand the disadvantages of the multiple shadow clone technique. And if you want to learn other escape techniques, if you can't master the basic knowledge, you will easily hurt yourself if you do it recklessly. The backlash of ninjutsu can really kill people, especially if you have little theoretical knowledge. In a messy situation. Why do some people need a long time to learn a ninjutsu, while others only need a few days? In addition to the difference in talent, there is also the problem of one's own foundation. In the 6 years in the ninja school, think about what you have learned. Do you think your foundation is solid? Sakura understood and laughed. Not only is it not solid, he didn't learn it at all. He always got 0 points in every exam. I don't know how he did it. He didn't even read a book. Sasuke looked at Naruto and thought to himself, it turns out that he learned the shadow clone technique because of the Nine Tails. But Sasuke didn't know much about the Nine Tails. After all, Sasuke was just born not long ago when the Nine Tails Rebellion happened. After the family was slaughtered by Uchiha Itachi, it was even more impossible for someone to tell him what the Nine Tails was. Naruto touched his belly and looked gloomy. He believed what Yu said. In fact, Naruto had gone berserk once when he was young. It was just that he was suppressed as soon as he went berserk, and he didn't do anything to the village. What impact will it have on the child? As a result, not many people in the village know about it. But Naruto knows it. Naruto knows that power very well. Although it is evil, it is indeed very powerful. Naruto looked at Yu. Why did you seal the nine-tailed fox in my body? If it weren't for the nine-tailed demon fox, the people in the village would never treat me like that. Because of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki's identity, Naruto has been excluded since he was a child. Although he is not as miserable as Kurabi and others, because he is an orphan, his emotions are very sensitive. Even if no one assassinates him or throws eggs at him, just alienation makes Naruto very uncomfortable. At this age, Naruto can't understand why the villagers reject him so much. He can only attribute everything to the nine-tailed fox in his body, and the villagers don't like him. Yu patted Naruto's shoulder and explained, the nine-tailed foxes are Konoha village's strategic weapon. In other words, you are very important to Konoha village. Naruto slapped Yu's hand away. He said angrily, but I don't want it. Since I am so important, why do people in the village reject me so much? You don't know what I have suffered over the years. People in the village treat me as a monster. No one likes me and no one recognizes me. Perhaps it was Yu Yu's words that made Naruto burst out with emotion, and he said all the grievances he had suffered over the years in one breath. He even cried. Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto, and at this moment they knew what kind of pressure Naruto was under. Even Sakura, who always criticized Naruto, looked at him with sympathy at this time. Sasuke had some empathy. Although he was not rejected by the people in the village, he was actually very popular among the villagers of Konoha because of his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. But the extermination of the clan and the tragic death of his parents at the hands of his most admired brother hurt him even more than Naruto's experience. At this moment, Sasuke and Naruto had the same emotion. Sakura whispered, "Naruto, you don't have no friends, don't Iruka-sensei, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba all your friends. I saw you and Shikamaru playing so well together before, and I thought you just had a bad temper. I didn't expect you to have been through so much." Chapter 60. Sakura's words confused Naruto. Now he thought about it, yes, he still had so many friends. It seemed that he was not that miserable. He was just too stubborn. The villagers rejected him, but as long as his friends did not reject him, wouldn't it be fine? Seeing Naruto calm down, Yu Yu said, "Is there a possibility that the reason why the villagers hate you is not because you are the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, but because you always play pranks and often make the village a mess, so they are tired of you and reject you?" Naruto was stunned. Yu Yu's guess was not without basis. Although the people in the village were afraid of Naruto because he was the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, they were a little alienated from him. But hating him was Naruto's own problem. Naruto felt that his pranks could attract the attention of the villagers. But doing so would only aggravate the villagers' stereotype of him. It made the villagers believe that Naruto was the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, so he was also very evil. This can be proved during the Chunin exam. As long as Naruto shows his ability and does not play pranks, the villagers can accept and recognize him. Other ninja villages may really hate the Jinchuriki and even assassinate them. But Konoha village is obviously not like this. In fact, several generations of Konoha Jinchuriki rarely encounter attacks from ninjas in the same village. After all, the first Jinchuriki was the wife of the first Hokage and did not go out often. The second Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina is worse off than her son Naruto. Before marrying Namikaze Minato, she was always monitored by the Anbu. Even a defensive barrier was set up around her. But she was never assassinated by ninjas in the same village. Compared with Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto's situation is much better. Naruto has never encountered restrictions such as being able to move only within the barrier. From childhood to adulthood, Naruto can move freely in the village, and even graffiti on the Hokage rock was only punished by being wiped clean. This kind of punishment is definitely a cover-up by the third generation. The Hokage rock is a memorial statue representing the successive Hokage of Konoha village. Naruto's behavior is no different from dancing on someone else's grave, and this grave is a grave with extremely important symbolic significance. But the punishment for Naruto is extremely light. If it were someone else, even if he was not killed on the spot, he would be imprisoned for life. So in Yu Yu's opinion, the reason why Naruto was rejected by the villagers was mainly because his way of attracting attention was too extreme. Or it completely exacerbated the villagers' stereotype of him. Naruto didn't know what to say for a while. Think about it yourself. Originally, because you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the villagers are afraid that you will go berserk and alienate you. Isn't it normal? But as long as you are not so jumpy and always play pranks, won't the villagers think that you are not so bad? Think about it. Don't Shikamaru, Iruka-sensei, Sakura and Sasuke know that you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But why can they accept you? Because they have been with you for a long time and know that you will not hurt others. But the villagers don't spend much time with you, so the impression they give them at a certain moment is their entire impression of you. And everything you do at that moment is to deepen the image of you in their minds. It is very normal for them to alienate you. In fact, I think the fact that they did not beat or scold you is the simple kindness of the villagers. Listening to Yiyu's words, Naruto was silent. Yiyu continued, so as long as you control the nine-tailed fox in your body and turn it into the power to protect Konoha village, who would reject you? Naruto was stunned. Control the nine-tailed fox in my body. But that is the nine-tailed demon fox, how could it be controlled by humans? I don't want to have anything to do with such an evil monster. Yiyu was speechless. That was the nine-tailed fox. The most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts. Naruto actually despised it so much. Do you know how powerful the nine-tailed demon fox in your body is? Naruto nodded. I know. After that, Naruto looked complicated. When I was a child, I remember that the power of the nine-tailed demon fox exploded once. I still remember that evil and powerful power. Yiyu didn't expect that Naruto could still remember the feeling at that time after he went berserk. The tailed beasts are strategic weapons for every ninja village, and the Jinchuriki are also very important ninjas for every ninja village. But the Jinchuriki may be seized by the tailed beasts at any time, so villagers in each village generally worry that the Jinchuriki will go berserk, so they will naturally distance themselves from them. The Jinchuriki of other ninja villages are not having a good time either. You can move freely, which is actually much better than other Jinchuriki. It's just that the villagers are estranged from you because of fear. Some Jinchuriki of other ninja villages will even be assassinated by ninjas from the same village. Because after the Jinchuriki goes berserk, he loses consciousness and causes many casualties. People will remember the destruction of the tailed beasts on the Jinchuriki, so naturally the Jinchuriki will not be welcomed. You should know that the fourth Hokage sealed the nine tails and sacrificed himself to save Konoha village. Naruto nodded and said with respect, the fourth Hokage has always been my most admired hero, and I want to be a hero like him in the future. Yiyu said, the fourth Hokage gave up his life to seal the nine tails in your body, why do you admire him? Naruto was stunned for a moment. He had never thought about this question. But soon, he said, but he did it for the village. Yiyu smiled and said, in fact, the fourth Hokage sealed the nine tails in you, and he should have some expectations for you. He may hope that you can control the nine tails in your body in the future, because if you master the power of the nine tails, you will become extremely powerful, so that you will have the same power as the fourth Hokage, and you can protect the village and become the hero of the village. Naruto looked at Yiyu and said blankly, really? Does the fourth Hokage really think so? Because this is the first time Naruto heard about his relationship with the fourth Hokage. So he was very happy. After all, he admired the fourth Hokage very much. Yiyu nodded. If you don't think so, do you think the sealing technique he cast on you will convert the chakra leaked from the nine tails into yours? Have you never thought about why your chakra is so much more than others? Compared to people of the same age, your chakra is quite huge, even much bigger than Sasuke. Sasuke, who was listening attentively, heard Yiyu talking about him. He was stunned for a moment. He looked at Naruto with some confusion. He didn't know that Naruto had more chakra than him. Naruto himself didn't know, really? Do I really have more chakra than Sasuke? Naruto was very happy. After all, he always regarded Sasuke as his opponent. Naruto was naturally very happy to hear that his chakra was actually more than Sasuke. Naruto, get stronger by hanging up. Chapter 61. Sakura was also curious, but she didn't believe it. Are you kidding? Naruto's chakra will be more than Sasuke's. In Sakura's opinion, Sasuke is very strong. In this class, except for Yiyu, Sasuke is the strongest. In Sakura's cognition, Sasuke is much stronger than Naruto, which means that Sasuke's chakra is much more than Naruto's. Yiyu nodded seriously. There is no doubt about this. Naruto's chakra is even more than Kakashi's. This is one of the benefits of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto, your hand has healed, there is not even a scar. Naruto wondered why Yiyu asked this. But he still raised his hand and asked curiously, "Why are you asking this?" Sakura and Sasuke saw that Naruto's previously injured hand was completely healed. You know, it was only a few days since Naruto pierced his palm. With such a serious injury, Naruto's hand was completely healed in a few days, without even a scar. Naruto was not surprised, because his wounds had healed very quickly since he was a child, and he thought that others were the same. Yu said, "This is the physical change that the nine-tailed fox has brought to you, and your recovery ability is very strong. Normal people who have been injured so badly cannot heal without a few months. After healing, scars will be left. But look at your palms, are there any scars?" Naruto looked and said, "Really not, isn't it the same for others?" Yu hadn't spoken yet, and Sakura spoke first. "Of course not, how could such a serious injury heal in a few days, and there is no scar left? I really envy you, Naruto." Sakura said this sincerely. As a girl, she really envied that such a serious injury could leave no scar. Girls all love beauty, let alone a precocious girl like Sakura. Sasuke's eyes were also fixed on Naruto's hand, and he was also shocked. He didn't expect Naruto to have such an ability. This idiot actually has such a powerful power. Sasuke himself does not have such a terrible ability. This ability is very terrible, especially for a profession like ninja who licks blood on the tip of a knife. It is almost equivalent to having a few more lives on the battlefield. Being looked at by Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto was also a little complacent and inexplicably happy. "Really? Sakura also envies me, is it so powerful? Ha ha ha." Looking at Naruto's silly smile, Sakura was originally envious, but suddenly let it go. After all, this was exchanged with brains, she is not jealous. Yu also shook his head speechlessly. This guy's mood changes so quickly. He was so sad just now, but now he is happy. After laughing for a while, Naruto looked at Yu and asked, "How can I master the power of the nine-tailed demon fox? After mastering the nine-tailed demon fox, can my strength really be as strong as the fourth Hokage?" Sasuke and Sakura also looked at Yu. They also care about it. After all, Naruto was originally the worst one in the team. Although he is a little stronger than Sakura now. But he is still worse than Sasuke. Sasuke still doesn't want to be surpassed by someone like Naruto. Yu waved his hand. "How should I know? Don't get me wrong, I am almost the same as you. I am also a ninja who just graduated from the ninja school. I know these things because Kakashi teacher told me. As for how to control the nine tails, even Kakashi teacher doesn't know. If he knew, the third Hokage would have taught you long ago, why wait until now? But I heard that the previous generation of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki controlled the power of the Nine Tails by sealing techniques. The previous generation of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was the wife of the fourth Hokage. And like you, she is from the Uzumaki clan." Naruto was stunned for a moment. Then he thought of something. "Am I from the Uzumaki clan?" Although Naruto's last name is Uzumaki, he didn't know there was a Uzumaki clan. He always thought that Uzumaki was just his last name. Yu nodded. "That's right, the Uzumaki clan was once an ally of Konoha. But the Uzumaki clan was destroyed long ago, otherwise, the Uzumaki clan would still be very powerful." Naruto was stunned at this time. Isn't the Uzumaki clan a family of Konoha village? Sakura and Sasuke were also a little curious. The two didn't know that there was an Uzumaki clan in Konoha at first. Like Naruto, they always thought that Uzumaki was just Naruto's surname. Even after hearing that the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, Sasuke looked at Naruto with some sympathy. He thought that Naruto was an orphan of the clan like him. Naruto was "I thought I had a family and a sense of belonging. But just when I thought I had a sense of belonging, Yu actually said that the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, and it was not a family of Konoha village." Yu thought about it and said, "No, the Uzumaki clan is a ninja family in the country of whirlpools, and they are very good at sealing techniques. especially suitable for being a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Because of this reason, they were besieged by several major countries, and the Uzumaki clan was destroyed and their sealing techniques were taken away. In addition to a part of the Uzumaki clan being slaughtered, some are scattered all over the world. For example, there are people from the Uzumaki clan in our Konoha. I remember that the wife of the first Hokage was from the Uzumaki clan, and the wife of the fourth Hokage was also from the Uzumaki clan. And they have all been nine-tailed Jinchuriki. This is not you leaking secrets. This information is introduced in the public library of Konoha. It's just that no one pays attention to it usually. After all, people pay the most attention to the Hokage of Konoha, who would care about the wife of the Hokage. But because she is an important figure, she will also be introduced in the history books of Konoha. Yu looked at Naruto and said, "So I think that if you master the sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan, you can control the nine tails in your body like the wives of the previous generations of Hokage." Naruto was silent for a while and asked, "But I don't know where the sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan is, didn't you tell me?" "The Whirlpool clan was destroyed, where can I get the sealing technique?" "Then I can't help, after all, I'm not much stronger than you. And I guess the sealing technique is a secret of the village, not something that ordinary people can touch. But I think that the sealing technique imposed on you by the fourth Hokage is already very strong, and it will be of great benefit to you. You just need to become stronger and make good use of the fourth Hokage's sealing technique. Sooner or later, you will definitely be able to master the power of the nine tails. You have to know that the nine tails is very powerful. When the nine tails was rampant, it caused great damage to our village. But it also shows that the power of the nine tails is very strong. Once you master it, it may instantly increase your power to the level of Hokage. After all, the nine tails is a powerful monster that the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal, and the chakra leaked from the nine tails alone can make your chakra amount more than that of Kakashi. Think about it, if you fully master the chakra of the nine tails, then your chakra amount may be several times more than that of the Hokage. And from the perspective that the first two generations of Konoha's nine tails Jinchuriki were all from the Uzumaki clan, your physique should be very suitable for being the nine tails Jinchuriki, and you should be born with the power to suppress the tailed beast, but you haven't mastered that power yet. Naruto's eyes lit up. He wanted to become stronger now, defeat Yu, and get Kakashi's recognition. After hearing Yu say that after mastering the nine tails, he would have the same or even superior power as the fourth Hokage, Naruto was moved. Chapter 62. Sasuke frowned at Naruto's smug look. If Naruto mastered the power of the nine-tailed demon fox, he would definitely be much stronger than me. Naruto has always been the last in the ninja school, but if he surpasses him in the future, Sasuke would find it hard to accept. He is arrogant and cannot accept Naruto surpassing him. Sasuke looked at Yu. Did you use the ninjutsu that Kakashi taught you just now? Yu was stunned for a moment. He soon realized that Sasuke couldn't accept that Naruto might surpass him, so he wanted to know if Kakashi could make him stronger. Naruto also reacted and looked at Yu curiously. Sakura was the same. From just now, they were very concerned about what ninjutsu Kakashi taught Yu. Yu thought for a while and said, "The instant body technique, as long as you learn to accurately control chakra, you will think of this ninjutsu yourself, and you don't need to be taught." The three frowned, not understanding what Yu meant. The principle of the instant body technique is actually very simple, just like the practice of climbing a tree, it is to condense the chakra under the feet to achieve fast movement. Sasuke thought about it. The principle is indeed not difficult, but it is probably difficult to reach the speed you just did. Sasuke was indeed right, because Yu used the lightning instant body, which required the addition of the chakra of lightning escape. At present, Yu's lightning instant body can approach the speed of lightning, which is faster than Kakashi's lightning instant body. But Yu naturally couldn't admit it, and said, "As long as you practice more, you will definitely be able to do it." Sasuke did not agree, and looked at Yu. You were faster than Kakashi just now. And the colors of the lightning produced by the two of you using the instant body technique are completely different. Sakura nodded in agreement. That's right, Yu Yu's speed is faster than Kakashi's, and the lightning around him is of two colors. Kakashi's is like a blue lightning, and Yu Yu's is a golden lightning. Naruto laughed and said, "Are you lying to us?" "I don't need to lie to you, the different colors are just because our chakras are different." "You will know later." Sasuke asked, "How can Kakashi have a Sharingan? Is he also from the Uchiha clan?" "If Kakashi is from the Uchiha clan, then doesn't he belong to the same clan as you, Sasuke?" Naruto also looked at Yu Yu. Yu Yu had a headache. He just wanted the three of them to forget about Kakashi teaching him ninjutsu. Who knew that Sasuke would ask such a sensitive topic again? These are all books about the Uzumaki clan in the library, and Yu Yu had read them before. So it's not strange for him to say it. But the things about the Uchiha clan have always been a secret in the village, and Yu Yu doesn't really want to talk about it. Sasuke looked at Yu Yu expectantly. He actually hoped that Kakashi was from the Uchiha clan, so that he would not be so lonely in the future, and he would be the only Uchiha clan member in the whole Konoha. Naruto saw that Yu Yu seemed to be in a dilemma, and asked, "Is there anything that is difficult to say?" "Not really, it's just that I don't know much about the Uchiha clan. But I can tell you that Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan." Sasuke, who was originally looking forward to it, suddenly became extremely disappointed. Sakura was very confused. Since Kakashi-sensei is not from the Uchiha clan, why does he have the Sharingan? Does Konoha village have other families with the Sharingan? I don't know about that. Yu Yu didn't want to say it, but Sasuke answered for him. Only the Uchiha clan has the Sharingan in Konoha village, and among the Uchiha clan, only a few can open the Sharingan. Then why does Kakashi-sensei have it? Naruto was very curious. Sasuke could probably guess. It must have been transplanted. But he didn't feel comfortable. After all, it was his clan's eye, and now it was occupied by Kakashi. And who knows how Kakashi got the Sharingan? Yu Yu looked at Sasuke and knew that he must have misunderstood Kakashi. Although Yu Yu didn't want to talk about the Uchiha clan, if Sasuke misunderstood Kakashi, Yu Yu didn't want it to happen. After struggling for a while, Yu Yu explained to Kakashi. The Sharingan was transplanted to Kakashi by his teammate. It was during the Third Ninja World War, when Kakashi's team was ambushed and one of Kakashi's eyes was stabbed. Kakashi's teammate was a member of the Uchiha clan. Ninja, the Uchiha clan opponent was crushed by the enemy's Earth Escape ninjutsu and half of his body was crushed. Before he died, Kakashi's teammate asked the medical ninja in the team to transplant the other intact eye to Kakashi. It was at that time that Kakashi got the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan teammate who transplanted the eye to Kakashi was Kakashi's friend. I think you should be often taken by Kakashi to pay tribute to his friend. That person is the teammate who transplanted the Sharingan to Kakashi. Hearing Yu Yu's account of the whole story, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura, who had originally questioned Kakashi, were silent. What shocked the three was not that Kakashi got the Sharingan, but that in the war, Kakashi's teammates were willing to transplant the Sharingan to Kakashi. It can be seen how deep their friendship is. Sasuke also felt that his previous guess was a bit inappropriate. Kakashi teacher can actually rely on the transplanted Sharingan to break out a great reputation in the ninja world. You are right, Kakashi teacher is indeed a very powerful ninja. Naruto sighed. Yu smiled and said, that's natural. Kakashi teacher has been a genius ninja since he was a child. When he was our age, he was already a ninja. And he is a ninja who fought in the war. You can imagine how strong he is. Sasuke didn't say anything, but he also had more expectations for Kakashi. I don't know what powerful ninjutsu Kakashi will teach him in the future. The most important thing is that Kakashi has experience in using the Sharingan, and Kakashi may teach him to develop the Sharingan in the future. Sasuke looked at Yu. Do you know about the Uchiha clan? You must know a lot about it. After all, you know so much about Kakashi's teacher, and you know the secrets of the Uzumaki clan. You must know a lot about the Uchiha clan, right? The reason why Sasuke asked Yu this question is that he didn't know much about many things about the Uchiha clan. He didn't even know how to develop the Sharingan. Chapter 63. Sakura and Naruto also looked at Yu. They were also very curious about the Uchiha clan. I have always heard that the Uchiha clan is very prominent in Konoha, and Sasuke is also very popular in Konoha because of his status as a survivor of the Uchiha clan. At least Naruto often heard people mention the Uchiha clan when they mentioned Sasuke. From the mouths of those people, it seems that the Uchiha clan is a very powerful family. Yu was speechless and looked at Sasuke and said, "You don't even know that you are from the Uchiha clan, how can I know it?" But Sasuke would not let Yu go like this. "You don't even know the Uzumaki clan. Before this, I had never even heard of the Uzumaki clan. I don't believe you don't know the Uchiha clan." Sakura and Naruto nodded. Sasuke is right. You even know the Uzumaki clan. How can you not know the Uchiha clan? What I know is basically the same as what you know, and it may not even be as much as you know. Yu said. Sasuke asked without giving up. Then do you know how powerful the Sharingan is? If I continue to develop the Sharingan, what level can I reach? This is what Sasuke wants to ask the most. If it were someone else, he would naturally not ask this question, but he has already recognized Yu's strength. He doesn't feel embarrassed to ask Yu. Naruto and Sakura are also very concerned. Especially Sasuke. After knowing his huge potential in the future, he has thought that when he is stronger than Sasuke, he will definitely defeat him personally, let Sakura know how powerful he is, and let Sakura like him. He always thought that Sakura liked Sasuke because Sasuke was stronger than him. Yu waved his hand. I don't know about this, but since the ninja world is so afraid of the Sharingan, it must be very powerful. And the Uchiha clan used to hold great power in Konoha, and they were very prominent in Konoha. What kind of strength and status they have, the Sharingan must be very powerful. But Sasuke was not satisfied with Yu's words. But how strong is it? Yu smiled bitterly and said, I really don't know. The strongest Sharingan I have ever seen is Kakashi's Sharingan. This is the truth. Since coming to this world, Yu has only seen Kakashi's Sharingan. He has not even seen Sasuke's Sharingan. Although Sasuke is not satisfied with Yu's answer, if he continues to ask, Yu probably won't answer. He doesn't know, or he really doesn't know, or there is some secret that he doesn't want him to know. After several people returned to Dazna's house, Yu looked at Kakashi who had already sat at the dining table, and his head was full of black lines. Teacher Kakashi, you are such a good teacher. Seeing Kakashi, Yu said sarcastically. Kakashi naturally knew what Yu meant, that is, complaining that he left Yu behind and let Yu deal with the problems of Sasuke and the other two. Fortunately, Kakashi was covered by a mask, so his expression could not be seen. Kakashi greeted the four people and said, Hey, you're back. Come and have dinner quickly. Miss Tsunami has carefully prepared a rich dinner for you. Tsunami, who was standing next to Kakashi, said embarrassedly, It's just a simple meal. I can't take good care of you. Although he was very dissatisfied with Kakashi's behavior, Yu still exchanged a few polite words with Tsunami. Seeing Yu, Dazna smiled and said, Brother Yu is really hardworking. He actually practiced until so late. After the previous battle, in Dazna's heart, only Kakashi and Yu were reliable. He felt that as long as Kakashi and Yu were there, even if Zabuza appeared again, he would not be able to assassinate him. As for Sasuke and the other three, he felt that they were completely novices and could not even protect themselves, let alone protect others. So he was particularly enthusiastic about Yu. After Yu and Sasuke and the other four sat down, Inari, who was hiding behind Tsunami, showed his head and looked at Yu and the other four. His eyes were full of ridicule. A few idiots will definitely end up like that person. Yu could hear it, but he didn't want to say anything, nor did he want to think about who Inari was talking about. Although Yu still had some memories of this mission, he couldn't remember the specific details. Naturally, he didn't know why Inari said that. Kakashi also heard it and thought about it. He was not angry, but he was wondering why Inari said such a thing and who that person was. Kakashi glanced at Yu. Seeing Yu eating calmly, it seemed that he didn't hear what Inari said just now. He thought to himself, this kid is really calm, but you must have been thinking about who that person is. Just looked at Yu and Kakashi did not move, and ate their meals as usual. Only Yu and Kakashi did not say anything. But Naruto heard it. Although Inari spoke in a low voice, Naruto still heard it. Naruto was instantly unhappy, and stood on the chair, raised his fist and looked at Inari. Who do you say is an idiot? Explain clearly. Sasuke and Sakura did not speak, but their faces were not very good. After all, they continued to carry out this mission out of kindness, but they did not expect Inari to scold them. Although Sakura did not move on the surface, her heart had exploded. And Naruto's words also angered Inari. He was not even afraid anymore. He jumped out from behind his mother and shouted at Naruto, I'm talking about you. Who do you think your opponents are? Those people are ninjas who can easily kill a group of people. It's stupid for you to want to defeat them with just a few people. If you are not idiots, what are you? Especially you, a golden-haired idiot. Tsunami was stunned for a moment, and after realizing that it was bad, Tsunami quickly grabbed Inari. Inari, you are so rude, apologize to the ninjas. Inari said stubbornly with tears in his eyes, I won't apologize. I'm telling the truth. How can these people defeat those ninjas? It's just a few more souls killed by the sword. Idiots, idiots, woo woo woo. Inari became more and more excited and finally ran out. The scene became very embarrassing for a while. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and was about to find Inari to argue angrily. How could this bastard kid say such a thing? I'm going to go find him and tell him clearly. Naruto chased after him. Tsunami and Dasna quickly apologized to Kakashi and the others. I'm sorry, Mr. Kakashi. Inari didn't mean to say that. Please forgive his rude behavior. I apologize to you on his behalf. Seeing that Dasna and Tsunami were about to kneel down, Kakashi quickly helped them up. You two don't have to be like this. Children's words are innocent. We won't bother with them. But it seems that there is something hidden in this. Chapter 64. Dasna sighed. The child's father was killed for stopping Kodo. He admired his father the most before, and he always admired him. I didn't expect. After Dasna finished telling the story of Inari and his father, Kakashi and others understood. Mr. Kakashi, the bridge connecting the land is really important. If it can't be built, the Land of Waves will always be ruled by Kodo, and the people of the Land of Waves will never be able to get rid of Kodo's cruel rule. Dasna couldn't help crying. Father, with Mr. Kakashi and the others, the bridge will definitely be built. Tsunami stood aside and comforted his father. Looking at Dasna's appearance, Yu had a complicated expression, the sadness of a small person. Those with power can dominate the ninja world, but those without power are like ants, and this is still in peacetime. How desperate are ordinary people in the war? For the first time, Yu deeply felt a deep sense of powerlessness. To Yu, Kodo was just a stink bug that he could kill easily, but to the people of Wave Country, he was a mountain that could easily crush them. Wave Country was too poor and didn't even have its own ninja village. It probably didn't need a Jonin, but only a few Chunins or even Genins to dominate the country. Yu also understood why Dasna called the bridge connecting the land Naruto Bridge in the end. Maybe to others, Naruto was just a Genin. But to the people of Wave Country, Naruto was a hero who saved their entire country. Kakashi looked at Yu. Seeing him thoughtful, he nodded secretly. This was also what he wanted Yu to feel. Many people in this world lived very humble lives, and the power that Yu now possessed had already made him superior to many people. And whether his power was used to bully the weak, or to help the weak and protect order was up to him. Sasuke and Sakura didn't have any special feelings, and they couldn't empathize with Dasna. Although Sasuke experienced the destruction of his family, the existence of Uchiha Itachi made the third generation take extra care of Sasuke, and Sasuke never felt the powerlessness of being bullied since he was a child. At least not in the village. Sakura was even more so. After all, Konoha village was still orderly, and no one dared to bully Sakura who could go to the ninja school. After Kakashi and Dasna chatted for a while, they went to rest. At night, Yu sat on the balcony on the second floor, and the white moonlight like sand splashed on the balcony. In the distance, the forest was noisy with insects and birds, but it made people feel unusually quiet. Yu stared blankly at the distance. It was a little dark, but Yu kept his eyes fixed, even though he could not see anything. After a long time, he felt someone sitting down beside him. Yu didn't look back, and said lightly, "Teacher Kakashi, what kind of person do you think I will become after I become the most powerful person in the world?" Kakashi, who was sitting next to Yu, was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and thought for a while and said, "I believe you." He didn't mock Yu for thinking that he would become the most powerful person in the world, nor did he answer Yu's question. But Kakashi's words made Yu smile. "Teacher Kakashi, do you believe me so much?" To be honest, the power I have mastered these days has made me feel a little empty. I really don't know what I will become when I become stronger in the future, perhaps stronger than everyone else. Human desires are endless. Why don't you think there were strong people who could suppress the entire era in the ninja world before? If there were, what kind of mentality would he have? Yu was a little confused. He knew that he had a system and knew that maybe he would become the most powerful ninja in the world in the future, and the possibility was very high. But after he did it, could he really stick to his original intention, or did he really have no desire for power? When you can control a world, can you really keep the mentality of your youth? The ultimate force brings the ultimate power. The ability to easily decide the life and death of others and to decide the life and death of everyone in this world is fascinating. Yu wants to know, after reaching that level, can he still keep the mentality of taking things as they come like now? Everyone, at each stage, will have a different mentality when they have different resources. Maybe when he has the ultimate power, he will think that today's mentality of muddling through is stupid. After all, he is still too weak now and cannot experience the beauty of controlling everything. Naturally, he also feels that he will continue like this in the future. But is it really like this? Can he really keep this mentality? Yu is not confident anymore. Kakashi looked at Yu, sighed, and looked at the distant forest like him. Although I don't know what you will become in the future, I know that you will definitely not become greedy. I believe in my vision of people. Yu turned his head and glanced at Kakashi, and smiled. How can you be so sure? Because I believe in you, Kakashi said seriously. Yu didn't say anything else. I don't know what he was thinking at this time. Kakashi continued, that night, the third Hokage told me about the era of the first Hokage. Do you want to listen? Yeah. Yu nodded. Although he still has some memories, it has been 12 years, and he has long forgotten the details. In the era of the first Hokage, the power of the first Hokage was very strong, so strong that people called him the god of ninja. Kakashi slowly told Yu the story of the first Hokage era. Yu listened very seriously. After a long time, Kakashi finished speaking, turned to look at Yu and said, Yu, I believe that you will be like the first generation Hokage in the future. I was worried that the power in your body might endanger the village before. But I am more willing to believe that you will make good use of the power in your body. You will become a hero who protects the village, not a demon who destroys the village. So I will teach you everything I have learned in my life, and I bet everything on you. Yu smiled and said, "If I become the latter, Teacher Kakashi, you will be overturned. There is no way. I know that one day you will become extremely powerful. On that day, even if I am no longer your opponent, I will stop you with my own hands at the cost of my life. But I am more convinced that in the future you will be a person that the teacher is proud of, instead of making the teacher a sinner for all eternity." After speaking, Kakashi patted Yu on the shoulder. Watching Kakashi return to the room, Yu smiled. "Who cares? We'll talk about the future later. At least I won't change now." Yu didn't know what his future would be like. Maybe as his power became stronger and stronger, his desires would grow, and his easygoing personality would change. But living well in the present is the most important thing. It's meaningless to always fantasize about things that haven't happened. It just adds to your troubles. Chapter 65. In the following days, Yu, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura took turns to protect Dasna and build the bridge in pairs. Zabuza has not appeared in the past few days. Kakashi has been with the group protecting Dasna. After all, Dasna is the target of this mission, and Kakashi is worried if he does not take care of him personally. In a few days, Yu has mastered dozens of ninjutsu, and even Reikiri Yu has mastered it completely. Now he is learning sealing techniques with Kakashi. Yu's learning speed shocked Kakashi, even though he had shown a terrible learning speed before. But now Yu has mastered the ninjutsu conditions that are enough for him to become an elite Jonin, and his hard power is enough to become an elite Jonin. The only thing missing is practical experience. Yu attaches great importance to practical experience. But Kakashi doesn't think so. Kakashi believes that Yu now has the strength of an elite Jonin, even if he doesn't have much practical experience. It was very difficult to defeat Yu when facing an elite Jonin. After a few weeks of peace and quiet, Yu had just returned from training in the back mountain. As soon as he stepped into the door of Dasna's house, he noticed something wrong. Yu stopped at the door, and his hand was hanging in the air when he was about to open the door. "It's so quiet," he murmured to himself. Yu took a step back. Swoosh tilde. Disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Almost at the same time, Yu appeared in the room on the second floor where they had lived these days. Entered the room from the balcony, condensing chakra under his feet. Walking on the wooden planks made no sound. Seeing that the room was tidy as usual, Yu turned and walked towards the first floor. Quiet, different from usual quiet. There was no Suna busy in the kitchen, and no Inari running around in the corridor. Sakura in the room was nowhere to be seen. From the second floor to the first floor, I didn't see Tsunami, Inari, or Sakura. On the dining table, Yu saw a letter. After hesitating for a while, Yu gathered chakra in his hands, and the golden chakra turned into a glove to wrap Yu's hands. Opening the envelope, Yu's expression became solemn. Something really happened. It seems that they set a trap for me to fall into. Yes, this letter is a kidnapping letter. The person on the letter arrested Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari, and asked him to meet in the back mountain. If Yu didn't show up after the sun went down, they would kill Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari. After just a little thought, Yu rushed to the back mountain. He didn't notify Kakashi. There was not enough time. Yu, who was speeding on the road, had a solemn expression. I thought to myself, they actually know the time when I come back from training. It seems that they have been waiting for a long time. The purpose of kidnapping Sakura and the others is to delay me. Their purpose is to assassinate old man Dasna. I guess Zabuza and the others have already appeared at Kakashi's place. Yu thought in his mind. Yu knew very well that after the previous battle with Zabuza, Zabuza must know that Kakashi and Yu are not something he can defeat. So finding someone to kidnap Sakura and the others is to delay Yu. And Zabuza will assassinate Dasna again. He is very sure that he can kill Dasna with only Kakashi. It will be easier if he has helpers. Even knowing this, Yu can only follow the other party's footsteps. Unless he doesn't care about the safety of Sakura and the others. In fact, Yu can't do it. Soon, Yu came to the location in the letter. Deep in the forest, there is a small wooden house. At this time, in the cabin, Sakura, Tsunami and Inari were tied to wooden stakes. There were dense detonating talismans on their bodies. In front of them, 3 rebel ninjas from the Hidden Mist village sat. The leader was a ninja with long green hair and sharp teeth. He was the rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist village, Kuroki Raiga, who was once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 2 people standing behind him were 2 chunins from the Hidden Mist village. Since knowing that Yu's strength was comparable to that of a Jonin, Zabuza found Kuroki Raiga, who was also a rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist village. Cardo also paid an extra commission for an S-level mission for this. Although it was painful, Cardo still paid it in order to kill Dasna and stop the construction of the cross-sea bridge. Kuroki Raiga looked at the 3 people tied in front of him with an indifferent expression. Don't worry, when that guy arrives, I will send you to die together. After you die, I will hold a grand funeral for you, ha ha ha. Kuroki Raiga laughed pervertedly. Sakura struggled and angrily said, you green-haired monster will not succeed. When Kakashi and Yu arrive, they will definitely knock you down. Ha ha ha, ignorant little girl, Kakashi has probably been killed by Zabuza now. As for that kid named Yu, I admit that he is indeed quite capable. But, I have the 3 of you in my hands, and your stupid friendship with Konoha makes him unable to ignore your safety. No matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than the explosion speed of the detonating tags on you. What a pity, that kid is really a genius, and he has to die to save a stupid little girl like you, what a pity. These days, Kurozuchi Raiga and 2 of his subordinates have been observing Yu for a long time. He naturally knows the results of Yu's training these days. If it weren't for Xiaoying, Kurozuchi Raiga really wouldn't be sure to kill Yu. But now, with 3 hostages in his hands, from the observations of the past few days, Yu and Xiaoying seem to have a good relationship. Kurozuchi Raiga doesn't believe that Yu will not save Xiaoying. This is his confidence. Plus the 2 thunder swords in his hand. He is a senior ninja, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. First, the blessing of Thunderblade Ya makes him no weaker than the average elite Jonin, and stronger than the average Jonin. With the assistance of 2 chunins around him, Kuroki Raiga couldn't think of how he could lose. After hearing what Kuroki Raiga said, Inari thought of his father. Didn't he die like this? Thinking of what Naruto said to him that day, Inari was desperate. Sure enough, there are no heroes in this world. All those who want to be heroes are idiots and will die. Don't overestimate your own abilities. People always overestimate their own abilities. Inari said to himself with tears in his eyes. Originally, after Naruto talked to him that day, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. But now, hope is shattered, and Inari completely collapsed. Tsunami looked pale. She understood what Kuroki Raiga said. She knew that she and the others were doomed. In her opinion, Yu was just like Sasuke and the others, just children. How powerful could a genius be? Kakashi is probably entangled by another wave of ninjas now. Her father may have been killed by the ninjas sent by the other side. After losing her husband and father in succession, Tsunami collapsed and could not speak for a long time. Chapter 66. Kuroki Raiga's words also made Sakura despair. She knew Zabuza's strength before. If it weren't for Yu assisting Kakashi at that time, Kakashi might not be able to beat Zabuza. If Yu was dragged here, Kakashi might not be able to beat Zabuza, and Dasna would be killed. And Yu might die here for saving her. Even if he didn't die here, after Zabuza assassinated Dasna, he came here, facing 2 Jonin. Sakura didn't think Yu could beat him. In a dead end, Sakura looked uncomfortable. No, Yu will never fall into the trap, he will definitely see through your trick. Sakura didn't want to believe that Yu would come obediently, he must know that this was Kuroki Raiga's conspiracy. Kuroki Raiga laughed. Little girl, even if he knows this is my plan, does he have a choice? Kuroki Raiga's words made Sakura speechless. Yes, even if Yu knew, does he have a choice? Can he really go to Kakashi regardless of his own life? Seeing that Sakura didn't speak, Kuroki Raiga smiled and said, will he choose to complete the mission or save his companions? Based on my observation of that boy these days, he might choose to save you. No, Yu won't choose that. He will definitely go to Teacher Kakashi. Sakura shook her head. She hoped that Yu would not come here. This was a dead end. Coming here can only die with them. Sakura didn't want Yu to come here even more. If it were normal, Sakura would certainly hope that she would have a higher status in Yu's heart. Even if they were friends, she hoped that Yu would treat her as a closer friend. But when it comes to life and death, she hopes that Yu can live and doesn't want Yu to die with her. Sakura didn't want Yu to walk into this trap without any cover. Thinking that Yu might appear, thinking that he would definitely be blown to pieces with her. Sakura cried. Even though he was the only ninja among the three. Sakura couldn't help crying. She didn't want Yu to die. You will definitely not come. You are an excellent ninja, you will definitely choose to complete the task first. We are just temporary teammates, how can I be so important to you? Sakura cried. Looking at Sakura crying, Kuroki Raiga sneered, when you go to hell, it's a happy thing to have a genius companion on the road together. Why are you crying? Sakura didn't listen, looking out the window, praying in her heart that Yu would never come. She even hoped that Yu would not see the letter. Sakura, have you forgotten what Kakashi said when he tested you? As soon as Kuroki Raiga finished speaking, Yu's voice came from outside the cabin. Boy, you are here as expected. The moment Yu said that, Kuroki Raiga appeared behind Sakura. 2 thunder swords were placed on Sakura's neck. 2 chunins also appeared behind Tsunami and Inari, with kunai placed on their necks. The moment Sakura heard Yu's voice, she was surprised for a moment, but then she collapsed. She cried, Yu, why did you come? You must know that this is a trap, why did you come here? Yu walked slowly into the cabin. He glanced at the cabin calmly and said lightly, I know this is a trap, but as that guy said, I have no choice. Yu spread his hands. Yu was obviously very calm at this time. But the 2 chunins of the Hidden Mist village felt very dangerous. It was as if he could take their lives at any time. And the other party was just a genin. But when they thought of their observations over the past few days, they swallowed their saliva. They looked at Yu in fear, worried that Yu would kill them with one move. They would not really treat Yu as a genin. The boy in front of them was very dangerous. He had the power to kill them in seconds. Kuroki Raiga also did not dare to neglect him. Sakura looked at Yu with tears in her eyes. She did not want Yu to come. Yu looked at Kuroki Raiga, it seems that your strength is not much worse than that Zabuza. You are a jonin, right? There are really enough rebel ninjas in your Kurigakure. And they are all powerful characters. Yu seemed unaware of the current situation and joked with Kuroki Raiga. Kuroki Raiga looked solemn. Boy, you can only die with this stupid girl now, what a pity. Yu smiled, how did you know I would die? Ha ha ha, kid, didn't you notice is there anything wrong around here? I've been observing you for so long, do you think I don't know your strength? I won't be stupid enough to fight you head on. Even if I win, it will take a lot of effort for you. Within 100 meters around this cabin, I have deployed a large number of detonating talismans, especially this cabin. Hundreds of detonating talismans are enough to kill you and this little girl without leaving any residue. After listening to what Heichuleya said, Yu didn't feel the slightest bit of surprise. Because he sensed it when he came in. Within 100 meters around this cabin, there are detonating talismans tied with steel wire everywhere. If these detonating talismans are detonated, they are enough to destroy all creatures within hundreds of meters around. But what can he do with Xiaoying, Jinbo and Inari. Just leave it alone. He can't do it. There are detonating talismans all around here. If they are detonated, you can't escape. Yu said. Hee hee, kid, do you think I'm stupid enough to enter the game with my real body? Yu clapped his hands and said, not bad, not bad, it seems that you have studied me thoroughly. You set a trap that I can't get around. Stop talking nonsense, kid, go to hell with your stupid decision. Explode. Heichu didn't want to talk nonsense with Yu anymore, worried that something might happen if he was late. It was at the same time. Yu's eyes condensed slightly, and the chakra in his body flowed rapidly in an instant. Thunder-style thunder net. Wind-style air explosion. Water-style water array wall. Sizzle tilde. Buzz tilde. Wall-la-la. Boom, boom, boom. With the detonation of Heichu all the detonating tags exploded in an instant. Violent explosion. The wooden house was completely destroyed, and the explosion within hundreds of meters around the wooden house formed a mushroom cloud tens of meters high. The explosion set off a violent storm that uprooted a large tree hundreds of meters away. For a moment, smoke and dust filled the sky, and the earth shook violently, as if it were a large earthquake. After a long time, the smoke and dust dissipated. The earth that had been bombed into pits was exposed. Hundreds of meters away, Kuroki Raiga and two Chunins walked out from behind the big tree. Kuroki Raiga smiled and said, "It's a beautiful explosion, but it's a pity that a genius has fallen. Okay, let me hold a grand funeral for you, so that you can leave this world with dignity." Chapter 67. Kuroki Raiga brought two Chunins to the center of the explosion, where a huge pit with a width of tens of meters had been blown out. But when Kuroki Raiga came to the edge of the pit, he saw three water balls shining with golden light in the center of the pit. What is this? The two Chunins asked in confusion. Kuroki Raiga had a bad feeling in his heart. Be careful, that kid is not that easy to deal with. Kuroki Raiga looked solemn, and he felt that the explosion just now might not have killed Yu. How is it possible? Even if a cage came, he would not survive such an explosion, right? The two Chunins were shocked and could not believe it at all. You know, they have arranged thousands of detonating tags around. Even a cage-level strongman would hardly be killed in such an explosion. Kuroki Raiga drew out his thunder knife. Without answering the two Chunins, he stared at the three golden water balls in the center of the pit. After a while, seeing that the three water masses were motionless, Kuroki Raiga, who could no longer hold back, immediately launched an attack on the three water masses. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Crack tilde. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Kuroki Raiga crossed the lightning blades in his hands, and suddenly blue arcs appeared on the two lightning blades. As Kuroki Raiga activated the chakra in his body, the arcs on the lightning blades instantly expanded and turned into an arc as thick as an arm, slashing towards the three water masses. This was the lightning release ninjutsu that Kuroki Raiga used with the help of the lightning blades. The lightning blade allowed Kuroki Raiga to easily launch the lightning release ninjutsu, and the amount of chakra consumed was less than that of ordinary lightning release ninjutsu. The swift lightning arc instantly hit one of the three water masses. However, the lightning, which was powerful enough to smash a boulder, was completely absorbed by the water mass as soon as it came into contact with the water mass. The golden water ball absorbed the lightning arc released by Kuroki Raiga like a black hole, as if he had never released it. This strange scene shocked Kuroki Raiga and the two Chunins. What is this? It must be a monster. Brother Kuroki Raiga's lightning escape was actually absorbed. What on earth is that? The two Chunins said in panic. Kuroki Raiga looked solemn, and he seemed to know what was going on. Looking around, Kuroki Raiga said angrily, "Boy, don't hide. I know it's you who did it. Come out." Kuroki Raiga knew that it must have been Yu who did it. He was shocked and angry at this time. Yu didn't die. The deadly situation he carefully arranged didn't blow Yu to death. It's okay if he didn't blow him to death, but he actually left this thing to play with him. Kurochu Raiga couldn't stand it. The empty scorched earth was extremely quiet. Kuroki Raiga's expression became extremely solemn. This feeling of being spied on was too bad. In the past, he was the one hiding in the dark. Damn, tough kid, you were killed even in a dead end. What kind of monster are you? Kuroki Raiga said in a solemn tone. Brother Kuroki Raiga, you don't think that kid is still alive after such an explosion? Don't joke. The two Chunins were worried when they thought that Yu might still be alive. If Yu was not killed by such a violent explosion just now, what a terrible monster Yu would be. They were just two Chunins. They were not sure to defeat Yu together. These days, they followed Kuroki Raiga and kept staring at Yu. They knew very well how terrible Yu's strength was. Kuroki Raiga ignored the two Chunins and looked at the 3 water balls in the middle of the pit. If you don't come out, I'll force you to come out. Kuroki Raiga released another Thunder Release Ninjutsu, Thunder Release Raiga. As Kuroki Raiga released his ninjutsu, a large amount of lightning condensed in the sky. The lightning instantly condensed into dozens of blue arcs that blasted in all directions. Crack! Boom! 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 Countless lightning arcs instantly destroyed everything around. The power was terrifying. This is the power of the Thunder Blade, which can increase the user's Thunder Release ninjutsu several times. This is the power of the Thunder Blade. Ha 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 ha, brother Kuroki Raiga finally opened fire. That kid was not killed just now, and now he will be killed by brother Kuroki Raiga. The two Chunins said excitedly as they looked at the scene that seemed like the end of the world. Just now, the two were a little afraid that Yu was not dead. Now seeing the Thunder Release ninjutsu released by Kuroki Raiga, they felt that even if Yu was still alive, he would definitely be killed by Kuroki Raiga. After all, Kuroki Raiga was once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and his strength was an elite Jonin. They didn't think that Yu, a kid, could beat him. Thunder and lightning were raging around, and a steady stream of lightning and lightning blasted out from the thunder knife. The scene was extremely shocking. But Yu still did not appear. Instead, the 3 water masses in the center of the pit were slowly peeled off. Crack! The sound of shattering glass made Heichuleya stop his actions. His eyes were fixed on the 3 water masses in the pit that were glowing with golden light. At this time, the golden substance on the water mass slowly fell off, revealing the true face inside. When Heichuleya saw the face revealed in the water mass, he was stunned. She is not dead. That girl is not dead. What a joke. That kid is not dead. Why is that girl not dead either? I clearly put more than 20 detonating talismans on her, enough to blow her to pieces. Damn, what's going on? Heichuleya never thought that the person under the water mass was Sakura. What he didn't expect was that Sakura was not dead. After all the glassy substances on her body fell off, Sakura's entire body was exposed. There was indeed no scar on her body. It was incredible. Kuroki Raiga couldn't believe it at all. After all, he had put so many detonating talismans on Sakura. How could Sakura not be dead? He couldn't believe it. Absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is an illusion. This is the illusion of that kid. Impossible. Kuroki Raiga trembled with his hands. He couldn't believe that there were such strange things in the world. Those detonating talismans were tightly attached to that girl. He couldn't get rid of them all in such a short time. Kuroki Raiga's worldview was seriously challenged. Crack tilde. After the water balls on Sakura's body completely fell off, the 2 water balls next to her also began to fall off. At this time, Sakura was also confused. At that moment just now, she thought she was dead. She also regretted that she actually pulled Yu with her before she died. Xiaoying shook her hand, and the severe pain made her wake up. It's not a dream. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. So many detonating tags exploded at the same time. I'm not dead. By the way, where is Yu? I wonder how Yu is doing. Chapter 68. After all the water balls on their bodies fell off, Suna and Inari were confused. The two looked at their hands and didn't expect that they were still alive. We are not dead. What is going on? Suna looked around at the charred soil. At this time, they seemed to be standing in the middle of a big pit, surrounded by charred soil. There was still steam coming out of the soil, and the smell of burning was very unpleasant. But they were still alive and couldn't care about that. Inari was thinking about what Dasna said to him at this time. It's him, it must be him, he saved us. Inari thought of Yu instantly. He didn't believe what Dasna said before. He didn't believe that Yu and the others could defeat the ninjas hired by Cardo. After he and his mother were captured, he was more certain of his thoughts, and even mocked Naruto's words to him that day in his heart. It was ridiculous. But now he is alive and was saved by Yu. He really has the ability to save them. Yu is about the same age as Naruto, why is he so strong? If his father was as strong as Yu, would he not have died? After thinking a lot, Inari realized that Yu was gone. He looked around and couldn't find Yu. He only saw Kuroki Raiga waving his fangs and claws in the distance, looking very angry. Mom, was that the man who saved us? Inari looked at his mother. Tsunami nodded, who else could it be besides him? On the other side, Sakura looked around and didn't find Yu. She couldn't help but worry. Yu, where are you? Sakura cried. She was really worried that Yu was affected by the explosion. In such a dangerous situation, knowing that she might die, he still saved her. No one could be indifferent to the other party. What's more, Sakura and Yu were not related before. In her most desperate situation, Yu appeared, risking his life. But for a long time, there was no echo, and Yu's figure was not seen. Xiaoying thought Yu was dead. She knelt down weakly, muttering to herself, "It's all because of me that I hurt you." Before Xiaoying finished speaking, Xiaoying felt a flash in front of her eyes. "Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet." Hearing this voice, Xiaoying was shocked and looked up. There was a person standing in front of her, and his back looked very similar to Yu. You are not dead. Ah, you are not dead, Suna and Inari next to him shouted. Both of them were very shocked that Yu appeared. In such a violent explosion just now, Yu was not dead. What a surprise. Xiaoying stood up and rushed towards Yu. But Yu held her shoulder with one hand and said, "Okay, take good care of Aunt Jinbo and Inari. I have been practicing for such a long time, I want to test the results of my practice during this period. That guy is a Jonin, I am not very sure that I can defeat him, let's see if I can hold on until Kakashi teacher arrives." Yu said a little unconfidently. Sakura was a little resentful because her excitement was suppressed by Yu. But she still stood in front of Jinbo and Inari obediently. "Don't worry, I will definitely protect them," Sakura said seriously. But Yu didn't care. Sakura is too weak now, and asking her to protect Inari is just to let her stand aside and not get in the way. Otherwise, she would have to divide her energy to take care of them. Facing the Black Hole Yu has no confidence in winning. At this time, Jinbo and Inari are also very confident in Yu. Yu can protect them under the explosion just now, and they don't think Yu will lose. Especially Inari, who changed his previous depressed look and looked at Yu with admiration. Raised his hand and shouted, "Brother Yu, come on. I will protect my mother well and won't cause you any trouble." "Yeah, very good. Although I am not familiar with Inari these days, and I haven't even said a few words to him. But since Inari said so, Yu will naturally respond." Sakura looked at Yu's back. Her eyes had changed, and Yu felt particularly safe at this time. "Yu, be careful, I will definitely protect them, you just need to fight seriously," Sakura said seriously. Yu nodded. Pulled out a kunai from the ninja tool bag. Sizzle tilde. In an instant, golden arcs appeared on the kunai. "It's lightning, brother Yu's move is really cool." Inari was stunned when he saw Yu create lightning and golden lightning with ease. Full of envy and admiration. The hand is really cool. Sakura knows more clearly how powerful Yu's move is. Yu is much stronger than us now, releasing such a strong lightning escape without making a seal. Sakura knows very well that among the 5 types of escape techniques, lightning escape is a very powerful but difficult to control escape technique. But Yu condensed lightning escape without even making a seal. This strength is not on the same level as them. Tsunami was also shocked. Is this a ninja? So strong, it seems to be stronger than Zabuza. Tsunami has seen ninjas, but she has not seen those ninjas use ninjutsu. They all use ninja swords to fight. And Yu's kunai actually condensed a large amount of golden lightning, which did not hurt Yu. For ordinary people, Yu's move is no different from a fairy technique. At this time, Heichuleya, who was frantically looking for Yu, saw Yu appear at the bottom of the pit. His eyes narrowed slightly. You finally showed up. You're not dead. I used so many detonating tags but I didn't kill you. You're really annoying. But since you don't want to die quickly, I'll let you die painfully, torture you slowly, and let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. My Thunderblade is ready to drink blood. I won't let you escape this time. You too, use the mist hiding technique to cover the surroundings. Kurochu Raiga ordered the 2 chunins in a cold voice. The 2 looked at Yu, who was calm below, and their throats surged. They all felt the confrontation between Yu and Kurochu Raiga's momentum. The heavy murderous aura made the 2 chunins feel icy cold in their souls. He's just a genin, just a kid, why can his momentum compare to that of Kuroki Raiga? What kind of monster is this kid? I always feel that his strength is no less than that of Kuroki Raiga. The 2 chunins said while making hand seals. As the 2 quickly made hand seals for ninja art, mist hidden technique. Instantly, thick fog rose within 100 meters around. The murderous aura was even more terrifying against the backdrop of the thick fog. Chapter 69. The mist hidden technique used by the 2 chunins together has a wider range and greater concentration than the general mist hidden technique. Kuroki Raiga smiled and said, as a ninja of the hidden mist village, it is a basic skill to move freely in the mist. Kuroki Raiga laughed loudly, but just after he finished speaking, he heard Yu's cold voice in his ear. What a coincidence, this ninjutsu has no restrictions on me. Sizzle tilde. Puff tilde. Ah. Kuroki Raiga was slightly distracted, and a golden flash flashed beside him. Then he heard the hissing sound of lightning, and the screams of the 2 chunin subordinates made Kuroki Raiga tremble all over. Damn, this guy is too fast. Feeling something was wrong, Kuroki Raiga jumped back a few steps and distanced himself from the 2 chunin subordinates. In the mist, Yu looked calmly in the direction of Kuroki Raiga. Under his feet, 2 chunin from the hidden mist village had fallen down, with a pool of blood flowing under them, deader than dead. Instant kill, terrifying instant kill. Instantly killed 2 chunin from the hidden mist village, they didn't even have the slightest chance to struggle. The moment their bodies were pierced, the terrifying electric current bombarded every part of their bodies, making them lose all their vitality in an instant. The lethality of the kunai attached with lightning is much higher than that of a simple stabbing. Kuroki Raiga was shocked, even though he had known that Yu was very strong. But he didn't expect Yu to be so strong. Such a long distance. This guy's teleportation didn't even allow me to react, and the distance of dozens of meters appeared in an instant. This guy's instant body technique is too fast. Is he the disciple of Yellow Flash? After experiencing the Third Ninja World War, the legend of the Ninja World, the name of Yellow Flash, suddenly appeared in the mind of Kuroki Raiga, who had experienced the Third Ninja World War. That was a person who could abandon the mission and return. Yu's speed just now had surpassed the speed of the elite Jonin, and the moment he moved was accompanied by golden lightning. It made Kuroki Raiga mistakenly think that Yu was a disciple of Minato Namikaze. I also thought that Yu was using the Flying Thunder God technique. Because Yu Yu's speed was too fast, so fast that the eyes could not react. Kuroki Raiga was a master of lightning escape, and he was good at speed. But Yu Yu's speed made him unable to react. It's not strange to misunderstand that he was a disciple of Minato Namikaze. However, after Kuroki Raiga panicked, he was furious. Asshole, don't think you are so powerful just because you killed 2 Chunin. There is a world of difference between Chunin and Jonin. Thunder release Feast of Thunder. The 2 thunder blades were inserted into the ground crosswise. Dozens of terrifying lightning bolts were released instantly. Crack. Boom. In an instant, lightning bolts like thunder snakes cut through the mist and blasted towards Yu Yu. In the blink of an eye, they appeared around Yu Yu. Thunder release Thunder Net. Sizzle. Boom, boom. In an instant, Yu Yu clasped his hands together. Countless golden lightning bolts appeared around him. These lightning bolts condensed around Yu Yu, forming a golden lightning shield. In an instant, the blue lightning and the golden lightning shield collided with each other. The terrifying force tore everything around it apart. Around Yu Yu, the ground collapsed, rocks flew everywhere, and all the stones affected by the lightning were pulverized. The white light like the sun illuminated the surroundings as if it were daytime. The aftermath of the explosion set off a strong wind, and countless powders formed a terrifying tornado. Sakura, who had transferred Suna and Inari to a place hundreds of meters away, used her hands to block the wind and sand. Looking at the wind and sand tornadoes hundreds of meters away, Sakura was very worried. It's terrible. Is this the ninjutsu of a senior ninja? Can Yu Yu hold on? Even though it was hundreds of meters away from Yu Yu, the storm was still very strong. It messed up Sakura's hair. The clothes rustled. Sakura was very worried about Yu Yu, and Inari also clenched his fists, worried, and stared at Yu Yu who was hundreds of meters away. It's just like a fight between gods. Ninjas are really scary. Brother Yu Yu is so young, but he actually has such a terrifying power in his body. Suna sighed. The battle between Yu Yu and Kurochu Raiga caused a great psychological shock to Suna, who had never seen ninjutsu. In her opinion, the fight between the two was no different from a fight between gods. That was not the power that humans should have. On Yu Yu's side, dozens of lightning arcs as thick as arms continued to bombard the shield condensed by Yu Yu, although the destructive power was extremely great. But after dozens of lightning arcs bombarded, the golden shield was not shaken at all. This is the defensive ninjutsu developed by Yu Yu himself based on the lightning release ninjutsu, lightning release lightning net. And Kakashi was also amazed at the power of this ninjutsu, which is an absolute S-level ninjutsu. It requires a very thorough understanding of the lightning release ninjutsu and a very precise grasp of the lightning release to use it. Otherwise, it will cause serious consequences. After knowing the principle of this ninjutsu, Kakashi shook his head and said that even he could not master this ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is probably only Yu Yu can use. Because if you are not careful, you will be backfired by this ninjutsu. Although this ninjutsu has extremely strong defense, it means that this ninjutsu contains extremely large chakra. It requires extremely large chakra to activate, but if you are not careful, this ninjutsu will blast the caster into slag. This is tantamount to a very dangerous forbidden technique. If Kakashi hadn't seen Yu Yu use it freely, he would never have allowed Yu Yu to use this ninjutsu in battle. This ninjutsu is definitely a forbidden ninjutsu that should be sealed in the Book of Forbidden Ninjutsu. Lightning Release. Lightning Net is even more dangerous than Lightning Release, Lightning Cut, and it is several times more dangerous. After being bombarded by countless lightning arcs, Kurochu Raiga looked confidently at the direction where Yu Yu was bombarded. Ha ha ha, kid, you should regret why you didn't die just now. I'm afraid you have been bombarded into pieces now. Kurochu Raiga is very confident in the Thunder Blade. The power of lightning release, Thunder Feast is indeed very strong. The power level is at least A level. When the smoke and dust cleared, Kurochu Raiga looked at Yu Yu in the distance with a smug look on his face. The expected ground full of pieces of meat did not appear, only a golden shield appeared there with golden light. Around the golden shield, the ground had collapsed, and the ground was shattered by the terrifying lightning, and the spider web-like gullies spread for dozens of meters. All the grass and trees on the ground turned into charcoal, and the soil became charred and even smoked. But Kuroki Raiga didn't pay attention to these. At this time, he looked at the golden shield with shock on his face. Damn, this ninjutsu again, you just survived the explosion with this ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why can it even block my lightning escape? Kuroki Raiga couldn't believe that someone could actually block his lightning escape. And the other party was just a genin. Chapter 70. After the attack, the golden shield gradually disappeared. Yu inside was exposed. Yu was not injured at all by the terrifying lightning just now, and there was not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Yu looked at Kuroki Raiga calmly in the distance. The thunder blade is just like this. Yu's mocking words made Kuroki Raiga angry. Stinky boy, don't think that the thunder blade has only this much power just because you blocked a thunder feast. I want you to know the power of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the power of the thunder blade. After saying that, Kuroki Raiga rushed towards Yu. The thunder blade in his hand flashed with blue lightning. Compared to ordinary ninjas, it was very fast, but in Yu's eyes it was too slow. Yu looked at Kuroki Raiga calmly, who was rushing towards him, without any panic. Even though the person he was facing was the 7 ninja swordsmen, an elite jonin. In an instant, the two collided with each other. Heichu Leiya wielded 2 thunder blades, which flashed with lightning. Yu only had an ordinary kunai in his hand. Ding, ding, ding. Crack, crack, crack. In the fierce close combat, the thunder blade flashing with blue lightning in Heichu Leiya's hand and the kunai flashing with golden lightning in Yu's hand collided countless times. Gold and iron intertwined, and sparks flew. The two lightnings kept fighting, and the golden arcs and blue arcs bombarded each other. After a few minutes of physical battle, Heichu Leiya was horrified to find that Yu's physical skills were not inferior to his. And Yu's flexibility and strength were far superior to his. He could hold on until now only because his actual combat skills were better than Yu. But Yu's actual combat skills were constantly improving in the battle with him. Before, Yu only relied on physical strength to fight Heichu Leiya, but now Yu's combat skills are not inferior to his. This is too scary. If he continues to fight, it will definitely be disadvantageous to him. But now he doesn't know how to separate from Yu. Yu is too close, and he has no chance to distance himself from Yu. What kind of monster is this kid? He is so powerful at such a young age. And his fighting skills are improving too fast. If we continue to fight like this, I will definitely lose. We must find a way to distance ourselves from him and use ninjutsu to end the battle. Yu fought with Kuroki Raiga expressionlessly, and he also learned a lot of fighting skills in this battle. After all, Kuroki Raiga is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and his physical skills are very strong. Because the 7 ninja swordsmen rely on ninja swords, and using ninja swords requires the assistance of physical skills. So the physical skills of the 7 ninja swordsmen are all good. It's just that Yu's learning speed is too fast. In just a few minutes of fighting, Yu mastered Kuroki Raiga's physical skills. At this time, his fighting skills were not inferior to those of Kuroki Raiga. However, Yu's strength, speed, and reaction ability were far superior to those of Kuroki Raiga. As a result, Kuroki Raiga was already unable to do anything. After fighting for a few minutes, Kuroki Raiga gritted his teeth and used Thunder Release Thunder Ball. At the moment when the 2 thunder swords collided with Yu's kunai, Kuroki Raiga released a Thunder Release ninjutsu. In an instant, a ball of light formed by lightning and thunder blasted towards Yu's face. Yu's reaction speed was very fast, and he disappeared in the direction of the Thunderball's attack in an instant. Boom boom. The Thunderball did not hit Yu, but hit a stone more than 10 meters behind Yu. The stone, which was more than 1 meter high, was instantly blown into rubble by the thunderball. The power was terrifying. Kuroki Raiga took advantage of this gap to distance himself from Yu. When Yu looked up at Kuroki Raiga, he had already condensed a ninjutsu. Thunder style, thunder dragon tornado. Sizzle tilde. Roar tilde. In an instant, a thunder dragon of more than 10 meters condensed in front of Kuroki Raiga. The thunder dragon roared and bombarded Yu at a very fast speed. Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his hands closed again. Wind style, storm tornado. Just by closing his hands, Yu released an A-level wind style ninjutsu without even making an extra seal. Buzz tilde. Roar tilde. Behind Yu, a storm dragon crossed over Yu's head and flew towards the thunder dragon released by Kuroki Raiga. The speed was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, the thunder dragon and the wind dragon collided between the two of them. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, 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 boom. After the wind dragon and the thunder dragon collided with each other several times, the wind dragon opened its mouth and bit the thunder dragon to pieces. The residual power of the explosion shattered the ground within dozens of meters around, and countless cracks appeared on the ground, and the gullies cut the ground into pieces. After the wind dragon bit the thunder dragon, there was still residual power, as if it had a soul, flying towards the distant Black Ho Thundertooth. Black Ho Thundertooth widened his eyes and could not doubt, how is it possible, he actually knows wind escape, how can his wind escape be so strong? Black Ho Thundertooth observed Yu these days and only noticed that he practiced thunder escape. He never thought that Yu could actually know wind escape. Moreover, wind escape is very difficult to master, both wind escape and thunder escape. How could Yu be proficient in wind escape after mastering thunder escape? He is still just a genin now. Just based on the combat power he showed just now, it is really an insult to the jonin to say that Yu is a genin. Boom boom. The wind dragon did not give Black Ho Thundertooth time to be amazed. In the blink of an eye, he swallowed Black Ho Thundertooth. The whole body violently bombarded the place where Kuroki Raiga stood. The terrifying force blasted a large pit of more than 10 meters where Kuroki Raiga stood. After the storm dispersed, it also raised a strong wind that was enough to break a large tree within hundreds of meters around. Yu looked in another direction. As expected of a jonin, you are very good at escaping. Yu smiled. At this time, Kuroki Raiga's clothes were already tattered. His body was even cut by many wounds from the wind blade. The wounds were bleeding. But obviously, Kuroki Raiga's life was not hurt. It was just that Kuroki Raiga was very embarrassed at this time, and he did not have the majesty of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the elite jonin at all. Kuroki Raiga looked solemn and looked at Yu breathlessly. His hands holding the thunder sword kept shaking. Monster, this guy is a monster, is he really a genin? What kind of monster did Konoha produce? If this goes on, I will really die. After fighting till now, Kuroki Raiga knew that he was no match for Yu. Yu seemed to have insufficient combat experience before. Now, Kuroki Raiga felt that he had been suppressed by Yu in all aspects. Especially Yu's speed, which was too fast, much faster than him. So fast that he almost thought Yu knew time and space ninjutsu. He was good at lightning ninjutsu and was much faster than the average jonin. But Yu's speed was far above his, and even his eyes could not keep up with Yu's speed many times. This was very terrifying. He felt that Yu could even kill him easily, and the reason why he dragged it until now was just to play with him. Although Kuroki Raiga was a little angry, Yu was indeed stronger than him and could kill him. What Kuroki Raiga didn't know was that Yu really didn't have the confidence to kill him before. Because Yu has never killed a jonin. Kakashi and Zabuza have never fought him with all their strength. As a result, he always felt that Zabuza and Kakashi had retained a lot of strength. So he didn't think that his strength could defeat the jonin. And now Yu Yu still felt that Kuroki Raiga must have some tricks that he hadn't used yet. So Yu Yu has been waiting for Kuroki Raiga to use his ultimate move. Yu Yu had to save his physical strength and chakra to deal with Kuroki Raiga's last trick. But Kuroki Raiga didn't have any tricks left, he only had a suicidal ninjutsu. Yu Yu didn't dare to act rashly, and Kuroki Raiga felt that Yu Yu was humiliating him. Chapter 71. What skills do you have that you haven't used yet? Come on, let me see how powerful the 7 ninja swordsmen are. Yu Yu said calmly. Hearing this, Kuroki Raiga frowned. Smelly boy, who are you insulting? Thunder Blade Technique Thunderfall. Crack tilde. Sizzle tilde. Kuroki Raiga was angered by Yu Yu's words, and instantly mobilized the chakra in his body to release his last lethal ninjutsu. In an instant, 2 half-meter thick lightning arcs bombarded Yu Yu like pythons. The power is much stronger than the Thunder Feast just now. But if that's all you have, you can't kill me. 2 lightning pythons rushed towards Yu Yu from the left and right. Pa! Yu Yu clapped his hands. Try my thunder release. Thunder release meteor. Sizzle tilde. In an instant, violent golden lightning burst out from Yu Yu's body. These lightning bolts quickly condensed into dozens of golden lightning bolts, shooting towards Black Ho Thunderfang. 2 golden lightning bolts instantly smashed the 2 lightning pythons released by Black Ho Thunderfang. The 2 lightning pythons were beaten into light spots without any resistance. Black Ho Thunderfang hadn't even reacted yet, and countless golden lightning bolts hit him. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a violent explosion broke out at the location of Black Ho Thunderfang. Smoke and dust rose up, sand and rocks flew, and even in the dark night, the surroundings were illuminated by golden lightning as if it was daytime. The terrifying power shook the surrounding earth. It even caused a small earthquake. This terrifying scene seemed like the end of the world. Even Sakura and the other 2 who were hundreds of meters away almost couldn't stand steadily, and Sakura was stunned. Is this the power of Yu Yu? Too scary, is he really only 12 years old? Sakura couldn't believe that this was the power that a 12-year-old boy could possess. Sakura even felt that Yu Yu's power had far surpassed Kakashi. After all, she had never seen Kakashi use such a large-scale, destructive ninjutsu. After a long time, the smoke and dust dissipated. A large pit with a width of 100 meters and a depth of more than 10 meters appeared in front of Yu Yu. The soil in the pit had been burnt black by lightning, and it was even smoking at this time. Walking to the edge of the pit, Yu Yu looked at Kuroki Raiga, whose body had turned into charcoal and was torn into pieces, and the 2 thunder swords that fell on the ground. He was stunned. Appeared at the center of the resistance from the edge of the pit. No way, is he really Kuroki Raiga? Dead. Yu Yu couldn't understand, this was the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kuroki Raiga was actually killed by one of his own ninjutsu. And his body was charred. Isn't this Kuroki Raiga a fake? Yu Yu still didn't want to believe that Kuroki Raiga had only this ability. He was still waiting for Kuroki Raiga's ultimate move. Who knew that he could kill him with a lightning ninjutsu? Picked up the 2 thunder swords that fell on the ground. This sword is really ugly. Originally, Yu Yu thought that this was a ninja sword, and a large part of the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen was so strong because of the blessing of the ninja sword. But when Yu Yu really got it, he found that this sword did not meet his aesthetic taste at all. It looked weird, and he originally wanted to collect it, but now he has no intention of doing so. Keep it, I guess I can return it to them and do them a favor after I restore the relationship with the Hidden Mist Village in the future. The Hidden Mist Village is still closed now, so there is no way to return it. With Yu Yu's current strength, this thunder sword has no effect on him. And the appearance does not suit his aesthetic taste. He would like Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. Let's seal it first. Yu Yu took out a sealing scroll from the ninja tool bag. This is the most basic sealing scroll that he learned from studying sealing techniques with Kakashi these days. The ninja tool is sealed on the scroll. It is the ninja tool scroll used every day. After putting away the thunder sword, Yu looked at Heikui Raiga, who had turned into charcoal and had broken into pieces and scattered everywhere. A first-generation Jonin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It's a pity to die like this. It's too undignified. You often hold funerals for others. Let me take you away for the last time. Heikui Raiga was the first Jonin killed by Yu, and he was also an elite Jonin. He didn't have much joy in his heart. There was some disappointment. In his opinion, Heikui Raiga must have a big move that he hadn't released. He originally thought that Kuroki Raiga could block his ninjutsu. But he didn't expect that Kuroki Raiga would not only fail to block, and he didn't even have the ability to react and avoid it. Lightning Release Meteor is an A-level ninjutsu. It is also a lightning release ninjutsu he developed. However, it has never been used in actual combat since it was developed. Unexpectedly, this ninjutsu killed Kuroki Raiga in its first actual combat. Even Yu didn't expect that this ninjutsu could kill elite Jonin. Although Kuroki Raiga was killed by Naruto in the end. But that's because Naruto has the protagonist halo. If you really want to be serious, it would be difficult for Naruto to kill him without the power of the 9 tails. And at that time, Kuroki Raiga's psychological defense was affected by Renmara. Kuroki Raiga has not been affected by Renmara yet, and he is still a real elite Jonin. Even Yu himself didn't expect that he could kill elite Jonin now. Looking at Kuroki Raiga's body, Yu shook his head. I just felt very sorry. It's a pity that Kuroki Raiga didn't release his ultimate move. Earth Style, Earth Quicksand. Yu formed seals with both hands and slapped the ground. Instantly, a large amount of soil gushed out of the ground, and the soil instantly turned into mud and sand. Gradually, the mud and sand buried the body of Kuroki Raiga together, forming a grave. A stone tablet rose in front of the grave. Yu walked up to it and carved Kuroki Raiga's name on the stone tablet with his hand. Although he had killed an elite Jonin, Yu did not feel any joy in his heart. He was just wondering what his current strength was. Why was Kuroki Raiga killed by himself? Yu doubted his current strength. When he killed Kuroki Raiga, he thought that it was not that he had defeated an elite Jonin, but whether this person was Kuroki Raiga. Because Yu had always felt that his strength should be similar to that of an ordinary Jonin, and there was still a big gap between him and an elite Jonin. So when he killed Kuroki Raiga with a ninjutsu, and his chakra was not even consumed by 1/10, he was stunned. It feels like a dream. In any case, since Kuroki Raiga has been killed, it means that Yu's strength has reached the level of elite Jonin. This is a very high level. After all, in theory, the elite Jonin of each village are eligible to be selected as kage. The kage of each village is actually selected from the elite Jonin. Even Naruto needs to spend some time to upgrade to Jonin before he can take over Kakashi's job and become the 7th generation Hokage. Of course, Yu's level is still Genin now. The Chunin exam will be held in a few months, and that time may be Yu's chance to be promoted to Chunin. Chapter 72. Seeing that the battle in the distance had stopped and Yu had disappeared, Sakura thought something had happened to him. She gritted her teeth and ran towards the place where the battle was taking place. Soon, she came to the side of the giant pit. Looking at the pit in front of her, which was about 100 meters wide, Sakura was shocked. Is this the ninjutsu that Yu just used? Too terrible. Sakura couldn't imagine how powerful Yu's ninjutsu was to create such a big pit. This was beyond Sakura's common sense. This pit was even bigger than the pit caused by the simultaneous explosion of thousands of detonating tags. But Sakura's mind was not on this. She looked down at the bottom of the pit, and Yu's figure appeared below. Sakura hurriedly ran towards Yu. When she came to Yu, she saw that Yu was standing in front of a grave. Looking at the words on the tombstone, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Is that Black Ho Raiga dead? Sakura looked at Yu. Yu nodded calmly. Sakura, who was worried just now, smiled and said, "You are so strong that even the Jonin can't beat you." Yu turned around and left without a trace of happiness. Sakura looked puzzled. Why does Yu look unhappy when he obviously won? Boys are really weird. After taking a look at the grave of Kuroki Raiga, Sakura chased after Yu. Back on the ground, Yu looked at the moon in the sky. Frowning, "It's already night. I don't know how Kakashi is doing. I'm going to reinforce him." "Sakura, go and bring Aunt Tsunami and Inari. We'll go together to reinforce Kakashi." "I'm worried about leaving you here." Sakura nodded. "Oh. Although I really want to ask how Yu became so strong in such a short time, now is obviously not the time to ask this." After calling Suna and Inari, Yu led Sakura and the other two to the construction site of the bridge. After a long time, the four finally arrived at the construction site of the bridge. They happened to see Zabuza and Kakashi fighting. On the other side, the overflowing chakra made Yu's eyes slightly fixed. This evil chakra, could it be that Naruto has gone berserk? Yu looked towards Naruto. In the dark night, the red chakra was particularly dazzling. Kakashi, who was fighting with Zabuza, saw Yu and breathed a sigh of relief. This kid's strength has indeed surpassed that of a Jonin. I'm afraid he was also shocked by his own strength. In Kakashi's opinion, Yu's character is too cautious, and like Shikamaru, he often has no interest in many things. When they were practicing before, Kakashi had already evaluated that Yu's strength surpassed that of a Jonin. Even if they really faced each other head-on, he would not be Yu's opponent. But Yu didn't believe it at all. It seems that in Yu's cognition, the Jonin is unattainable. The Jonin is indeed the top combat force of a village, but it is not invincible. Yu has not understood this point yet. I heard from Zabuza before that Kuroki Raiga went to kill Yu. Although Kakashi believes in Yu's strength, he is still a little worried. Although Yu's hard power has surpassed the Jonin, he has too little practical experience. Who knows if Kuroki Raiga will come to sneak. The ninja itself will use any despicable and shameless tricks as long as the mission is completed. Yu has no experience in this regard. Many masters in the ninja world were killed by assassins. The people who assassinated them were not as strong as them, but they killed those masters with some shady means. This is what Kakashi is worried about. Since Yu appeared here, it means that Kuroki Raiga failed. Yu, go to Naruto, he's in trouble. Kakashi shouted to Yu. Yu glanced at Kakashi, turned back and told Sakura, "Protect them, I'll go take a look." Sakura knew she couldn't help much, so she nodded, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect them." Yu didn't say anything else. Turned around and ran towards Naruto. Zabuza, who was fighting with Kakashi, saw Yu's appearance, and his eyes widened. Why did that kid appear here? What on earth is that guy Kuroki Raiga doing? After Kakashi released a ninjutsu, he said, "Zabuza, it's different from what you think. My disciple is much stronger than you think. It seems that the 7 ninja swordsmen can't defeat him." Zabuza frowned. Yu's appearance was indeed beyond his expectations. In Zabuza's view, no matter how talented Yu was, he was just a genin, just a kid who just became a genin. It's impossible for him to be a match for the elite Jonin, Kuroki Raiga. What's more, Kuroki Raiga is accompanied by 2 Chunins. Zabuza really couldn't imagine how Kuroki Raiga would lose. But no matter how much he didn't believe it, the appearance of Yu here meant that Kuroki Raiga had failed. Zabuza was speechless. That guy is really good at bragging, saying that he can kill that kid in less than 10 minutes. Kuroki Raiga is too unreliable. Looking at Kakashi, Zabuza said coldly, "I don't know why Kuroki Raiga didn't stop that kid, but that 9-tailed kid went berserk. If you can't solve it, I'm afraid you will also have a lot of responsibility, Kakashi." Kakashi looked at the red chakra that was soaring in the distance and frowned. This is his biggest headache at the moment. After Yu appeared, he and Yu could completely defeat Zabuza together. But after Naruto went berserk, it was very difficult for him to control him. When Naruto was a child, he once went berserk, and that time the Anbu suffered heavy losses. If the third Hokage had not mobilized the entire sealing squad, the Anbu, and some of the village's Jonin, Naruto might have destroyed the entire village. At that time, the third Hokage almost used the Shiki seal. And Kakashi knew very well that if Naruto lost his mind and was completely controlled by the Nine Tails, he would not be able to control him. Kakashi did not want Yu to go to Naruto's side because it was very dangerous. But he was entangled by Zabuza and could not leave. Kakashi worriedly thought, you have to be careful. If something happens to you, how should I explain to Tongyi? Kakashi could not imagine how he would face Mumoto Tongyi if Yu met with an accident here. At the beginning, he vowed to bring Yu out and protect him. Yu soon came to Naruto's side. At this time, Naruto's whole body was wrapped in the tailed beast coat, and a tail grew behind him. A tail has grown, the situation is very bad. In the tailless state, Naruto's strength was about the level of a Jonin, but after growing a tail, Naruto's strength has reached the level of an elite Jonin. Of course, it refers to the destructive power. In terms of combat experience, the two are still a long way from being Jonin. But the combat power displayed by the two at that time was simply unstoppable by ordinary Jonins, and only elite Jonins like Kakashi could suppress the two with stronger practical experience. At this time, Naruto burst into the state of one tail, and the chakra emitted was extremely huge, and the oppression brought was even more terrifying than that of a shadow-level strongman. This is not Naruto's chakra, but the chakra of the nine-tailed beast. Even Yu was shocked at this time. Yu's chakra is more than Kakashi's. For so many days, Yu's chakra has long been at the level of shadow. But the chakra that Naruto had released at this time had made Yu feel inferior. Yu couldn't help but sigh, it's worthy of being the nine-tailed beast. It's the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts, with the most chakra. If we don't stop it quickly and let Naruto continue to release more tails, it will be bad. The Jinchuriki ran away outside the village. This kind of thing will embarrass Konoha village, and it will be even more embarrassing if it can't be controlled. Yu had no choice, even if he felt that Naruto was a strong threat to him at this time, but at this time, Sasuke was already lying on the ground covered in blood. Bai was also completely suppressed by the chakra that Naruto had released at this time, and his body could not move. Chapter 73. This was the first time Yu saw Bai, who was wearing an Anbu mask. When he saw Yu appear, Bai didn't know where he got the courage from, and shouted to Yu, "Don't come over here," regardless of Naruto's attention. His voice angered Naruto, who was gradually losing his mind. Roar tilde. A roar. The air around was shaking. This voice seems to be losing its mind. Yu said slowly. I should have learned more sealing techniques from Kakashi. None of the sealing techniques I know now can deal with the tailed beasts. Yu was a little helpless. If he knew the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, he could immediately force the Nine Tails chakra back into Naruto's body. Roar tilde. Another roar. Naruto rushed towards Bai. The tailed beast coat on Naruto's body materialized the Nine Tails chakra. The blood-colored chakra gave people a very evil feeling. Even Yu felt that this chakra was a strong threat. No, don't kill innocent people. Yu saw Naruto rushing towards Bai and immediately stopped him. Yu, who still remembered some of the plot, knew that Bai had never killed innocent people. He was indeed an impeccable good man. Yu didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he still didn't want Naruto to kill him. Bang tilde. Boom boom. Yu disappeared from the spot as soon as he finished speaking, and appeared in front of Bai, and his fist collided with Naruto's claws. The collision caused a violent energy fluctuation. The ground under the feet of the two collapsed and shattered instantly. At this time, Naruto had a blood-colored tailed beast coat on his body, and Yu had a golden coat condensed by the lightning net on his body. That's right, if you fight Naruto at this time, you must be careful not to be corroded by his tailed beast coat. And Yu's lightning net has a very strong protective power. After Yu and Naruto exchanged a few punches, his expression was solemn. After the tailed beast transformation, the power has increased so much. It really puts a little pressure on me. Bai, who was standing behind Yu, was dumbfounded. Yu actually fought with Naruto in this state in close combat. He was slapped dozens of meters away by Naruto just now. He was deeply impressed by that power, which was much stronger than Zabuza's. Yu could actually fight with Naruto in physical skills without losing. He didn't even give in. What is that golden coat on him? Bai didn't know what the lightning net on Yu was. He could feel that the golden coat on Yu had the same effect as the tailed beast coat on Naruto. Unlike Naruto's tailed beast coat, Yu's golden coat did not have such an evil aura, but was very sunny and full of vitality. After Yu and Naruto exchanged a few moves, he thought, if we continue to fight like this, my physical strength and chakra will definitely be exhausted first. I must find a way to make Naruto regain his sanity. Naruto is a Jinchuriki, and the Nine-Tails chakra is leaking at this time. If he is not careful, the seal may be broken by the Nine-Tails. Yu is unwilling to let this happen. He can still fight Naruto in this state. If the Nine-Tails breaks the seal, Yu does not think he has the strength to defeat the Nine-Tails. A whip kick with a lightning net attached, has an extreme speed, which means it has extremely terrifying power. Bang! Boom boom! The huge force kicked Naruto hundreds of meters away, and it hit the sea like a cannonball. It rolled up waves tens of meters high. Yu was not worried about hurting Naruto at all. At this time, his body was completely controlled by the Nine-Tails chakra. His body also has the Nine-Tails rapid recovery ability. Even if it was injured, the Nine-Tails chakra would quickly repair itself. After kicking Naruto away, Yu clasped his hands together. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Yu jumped off the bridge, clasped his hands together in the air, and released the water dragon bullet technique. Before Yu's body landed on the sea, a giant water dragon broke out of the sea in front of him and flew into the sky. Roar tilde. A giant water dragon hundreds of meters long roared in the air. The sound resounded through the sky. I'm afraid that creatures within a few kilometers around can hear the dragon's roar. Kakashi, who was fighting Zabuza in the distance, also saw the giant water dragon flying into the sky in the distance. Kakashi was shocked. This is Yu's water dragon bullet technique. It wasn't so scary before, it was more than 300 meters. Ordinary water dragon bullets are at most tens of meters. The water dragon bullets released by Yu before were very strong, but they were only about 100 meters. But now the length of the water dragon bullet released by Yu is more than 300 meters. The most terrifying thing is that Yu released the incoming water dragon bullet really turned into a very standard dragon shape, and it seemed to be alive, flying in the air. Zabuza was also frightened. What kind of monster is that kid? No wonder Kuroki Raiga didn't succeed, this kid is simply a monster. What's going on in Konoha recently? Two monster-like kids have appeared one after another. The other monster kid Zabuza mentioned is Naruto. Although he knew that he was a Jinchuriki, he was still shocked by the chakra emitted by Naruto after he went berserk. The chakra of the Nine-Tails is different from other tailed beasts. Not only is the chakra amount greater, but it also comes with stronger malice. Even a cruel person like Zabuza was horrified by the extreme malice emitted by the Nine-Tails chakra after Naruto went berserk. Now Yu has appeared again. He is much stronger than when he fought with him before. Only a dozen days have passed. Yu's improvement was too fast. Zabuza understood why Kuroki Raiga didn't kill Yu. Just based on the water dragon bullet technique that Yu released, he was sure that Yu's strength was definitely at the level of a Jonin. And he was not a special Jonin, but a very standard Jonin. even at the level of an elite jonin. In fact, the ninjutsu that Yu showed was stronger than many cage-level strongmen. But ninjas obviously don't judge their strength by the destructive power of ninjutsu. Yu was only 12 years old, just a genin. Zabuza didn't think that Yu's actual combat experience was at the level of a cage. Zabuza overestimated that he had the level of an elite jonin. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who fell into the sea with concern. Seeing the extremely malicious chakra on his body, he was worried that he would break the seal and go completely berserk here. You know, Naruto is Konoha's Jinchuriki. If the Nine Tails breaks the seal here, Konoha will lose face, and Konoha's strategic weapons will be lost. And after the Nine Tails breaks the seal, Naruto will completely become a puppet of the Nine Tails. At that time, the Nine Tails will control Naruto to attack other ninja villages, which will definitely lead to war. This is the worst result. Kakashi looked at Yu, who was also standing on the sea. The sea breeze blew his clothes and rustled. Above his head, the water dragon in the sky seemed to be alive. It did not dissipate, but circled around Yu. Two huge eyes emitting golden light stared at Naruto in the distance. And behind Naruto's tailed beast coat, the second tail was slowly taking shape. Obviously, the nine tails in Naruto's body also sensed that the giant water dragon on the opposite side was not an ordinary thing. Chapter 74. And the whip kick from Yu just now angered it. Especially Yu exudes the same vitality as the first generation Hokage, and it hates the first generation Hokage the most. It was doing well in the wild at first, but was caught by the first generation for no reason and sealed in his wife's body. As a result, it has been suffering in the bodies of various Jinchuriki for decades. It is still treated well in Naruto's body. When it was in the bodies of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina before, it was not just sealed, but its body was nailed to a boulder and suffered all kinds of torture. Even though it is a tailed beast, the pain of almost peeling off several layers of skin made it remember the culprit that led to its current situation deeply in its mind. It hates and detests the first generation Hokage the most. Yu looked at Naruto opposite. He could feel that Naruto's nine-tailed chakra was surging. The Nine Tails chakra is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that the Nine Tails is breaking the seal. If Naruto is not woken up quickly, I'm afraid that Konoha will be in trouble. There is no way. As a ninja of Konoha, Yu knows that he must clean up the mess now. After saying that, Yu made seals with both hands again. Lightning release. Thunder roar. Sizzle tilde. Roar. In an instant, a golden thunder dragon condensed in front of Yu. The lightning arc on the thunder dragon was still sizzling. As Yu urged the chakra, the golden thunder dragon plunged into the water dragon next to it. The originally clear body of the water dragon instantly became golden because of the thunder dragon's lightning power. It radiated golden light like the sun in the dark night. This move scared everyone. Because the hundreds of meters long giant water dragon seemed to have turned into a real dragon, emitting golden light and roaring in the air. What else could it be if it wasn't a real dragon? In fact, this is just an ninjutsu that Yu combined with water escape and lightning escape. It's just because Yu used chakra converted from natural energy, and his chakra is very special, so the dragons that appeared in the ninjutsu have consciousness. But Yu didn't know. It's like the wooden man technique of Senju Hashirama seems to have consciousness. But the size of the water dragon released by Yu is really too exaggerated. You know, the wooden man of the wooden man technique is only a few dozen meters high. Even the Buddha on the top is only about 300 meters. The water dragon created by Yu using water escape is actually 300 meters long. This is equivalent to Yu himself being able to create a giant summoning beast. It's just like Senju Hashirama didn't use a summoning beast, but only used the wooden man technique. Of course, Yu himself didn't realize these. He is still thinking about finding a summoning beast that suits him. Yu stood on the sea, looking at Naruto opposite, and the nine-tailed chakra on his body became stronger and stronger. Yu didn't dare to wait any longer. He immediately urged the lightning water dragon to blast towards Naruto. Roar tilde. The giant lightning water dragon moved. Its huge body flew through the air, even creating a terrifying hurricane. The storm blew up waves several meters high on the sea. Although its body was huge, the water dragon was very fast because it had added the chakra of lightning escape. In the blink of an eye, the water dragon crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and rushed towards Naruto. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto wanted to escape, but the water dragon was very fast and its attack range was very wide due to its large size. So Naruto was completely bitten by the water dragon and plunged into the sea. Because the huge dragon body was too long, it even flew on the sea for a few seconds. The dragon entered the sea and created hundreds of meters of water splashes. The surrounding sea had tens of meters of high waves, and the waves rushed towards the bridge. If it is not stopped, the bridge that the workers of Wave Country have worked so hard to build will be washed away by the waves. Yu was a little helpless. I am tied up. I still have to take care of the bridge behind, it's too annoying. Although he said so, Yu still clasped his hands together and used the ninjutsu, water-style water wave, again. Boom, boom, boom. A water curtain tens of meters high appeared in front of Yu, and the water curtain rushed towards the waves. The two forces collided in the distance, and the waves sank instantly. It was just that the falling sea water rolled up several meters high waves. These waves and bridges can still withstand. After solving the giant waves, Yu turned on the perception and ran towards Naruto's position. Thousands of meters away in the sea, Naruto was floating on the sea, and he was unconscious at this time. Came to Naruto and tested his pulse. Fortunately, he is not dead. Water Dragon Bullet Technique Plus. The lightning release is quite powerful, it can even defeat Naruto in the two-tail state. Looking at Naruto's body still shaking, Yu knew that he must have been knocked unconscious by the lightning release when he was blasted into the sea. Water Release plus Lightning Release. The Water Dragon Bullet provides the bombardment, while the lightning release is responsible for the paralysis effect. From this point of view, the lightning release is more effective, and it actually beat Naruto in the two-tail state back to his original form. The impact of the Water Dragon Bullet alone could not wake up Naruto in the two-tail state, and it could not even do him much damage. But the lightning escape that Yu added dispersed the chakra of the nine-tail. After the chakra of the nine-tail was dispersed, there was too little chakra in the outside world, and the sealing technique of the fourth Hokage took effect. The chakra of the nine-tail was too little, so the chakra of the nine-tail lost its medium. Coupled with the influence of the seal of the fourth Hokage, the nine-tail could no longer supply chakra to Naruto. Unless Naruto was awake at this time, he took the initiative to remove the seal and accept the chakra of the nine-tail again. However, Naruto had been knocked unconscious by the lightning escape and lost consciousness, so it was impossible for him to take the initiative to remove the seal. Yu did not expect that he could solve this crisis with just one move. No matter what, it was finally passed without any danger. Yu carried Naruto up and went towards the bridge. Yu was dealt with, but Zabuza actually ran away from Kakashi. Nonsense, seeing Yu's fight just now, why not run here and wait for death? After Yu controlled Naruto, it was time to deal with Bai. Zabuza didn't think Bai would be Yu's opponent at this time. When Yu dealt with Bai and then joined forces with Kakashi, he would definitely die. The strength that Yu showed just now has won Zabuza's recognition. He is very sure that Yu's strength at this time has reached the level of elite Jonin, or even Kage. Not to mention that he had a hard time dealing with Kakashi, and he didn't think he had any chance of winning when he faced Yu alone at this time. If he doesn't run now, he won't have a chance to run when Yu arrives later. After carrying Naruto back, Yu looked at Sakura in the distance and said, "Sakura, thank you for your help." Sakura, who was far away, heard what Yu said and recovered from her shock. She ran over quickly. But her eyes were always on Yu. Although the battle between Yu and Kuroki Raiga was very exciting and the destructive power of the battle was also very great. But it was definitely not as shocking as Yu's use of the mind combination ninjutsu just now. Yu was as powerful as a monster. Fortunately, Yu and she were in the same camp. Sakura couldn't imagine who could beat Yu if he was in the enemy's camp. Looking at Yu's smile, his handsome face didn't show any rebelliousness at all. It was impossible to connect him with the godlike figure just now. Yu didn't care what Sakura thought. After putting Naruto down, he said, "Sakura, check Naruto and bandage him if he has any injuries. I'll bring Sasuke over." After saying that, he disappeared. Sakura nodded and began to examine Naruto's body. She was glad that Yu came with them to carry out this mission, otherwise, they might be wiped out here. Of course, Sakura didn't know that even without Yu, they could still complete this mission. Chapter 75. Coming to Sasuke, looking at his body covered in blood from being stabbed by shurikens and kunai, Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He is really arrogant. He cares so much about him, but he pretends to hate him so much. Yu knew that the reason why Sasuke was like this was because he blocked Bai's attack for Naruto. Otherwise, Naruto would not have gone berserk. This is the fate of these two people. Even if Yu appeared, it did not change the relationship between the two. After pulling out the kunai and shurikens from Sasuke and bandaging him carefully, Sasuke had been bandaged like a mummy. Fortunately, you fainted now. If you were awake and saw that you were bandaged like this, you would be angry to death. The proud Sasuke would definitely not want to appear in such an embarrassing appearance. He was even so ashamed that he wanted to kill Yu. "I'm not a professional medical ninja, it's almost enough." After saying that, Yu carried Sasuke up. After Zabuza ran away, Kakashi came to Yu and looked at Sasuke, who was bandaged like a mummy on his shoulder, and was a little worried. "How is Sasuke?" "There is no life-threatening situation, but he lost too much blood." Kakashi nodded. After asking about Sasuke, Kakashi looked at Yu and asked, "Zabuza said that Kuroki Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, went to intercept you. What happened?" Yu thought about it and told him about the previous battle. Although Kakashi was a little surprised, he was not particularly confused. "Your current strength is stronger than mine." Kakashi sighed. Yu was stunned for a moment. "Not really." Kakashi shook his head. "I saw the ninjutsu that was released just now. I think even I would find it difficult to resist." Yu thought about it and said nothing. He didn't know if what Kakashi said was true. But since he killed Kuroki Raiga and knocked out Naruto in the Two Tails state, Yu felt that his current strength must have reached the level of a Jonin. But he didn't feel anything special. Kakashi continued, "After returning to Konoha, you can let Tangi assess your performance, so that he won't worry about you all the time." Yu smiled and said, "Teacher Tangi's worries are normal. After all, it's easy to encounter situations like today when following an elite Jonin like you to perform missions. If I hadn't learned some ninjutsu from you these days, I might have died when I saved Sakura. With your talent, it doesn't matter who you learn ninjutsu from. And many ninjutsu are simply developed by you. The ninjutsu you released just now has surpassed the boundaries of the original ninjutsu. It's a combination of lightning escape and water escape. That kind of ninjutsu is already beyond the existence of S-level ninjutsu. You didn't learn ninjutsu of that level from me." Kakashi was right. Yu and Kakashi learned a lot of ninjutsu these days. But almost every ninjutsu was improved by Yu. Most of them were improved during the learning process. For example, the water dragon bullet technique was originally only AB level ninjutsu. But under Yu's improvement, it has become a ninjutsu that surpasses the S level. It is not the difficulty of learning, but the power that surpasses the S level. Whether it is the power of the ninjutsu or the scale, it is much stronger than the original version. It is almost as good as Yu recreating this ninjutsu. Of course, the ninjutsu improved by Yu can basically only be used by himself. Because all the ninjutsu improved by Yu require huge chakra to release. Even if the amount of chakra is huge, the effect of the ninjutsu released is completely different from that of Yu. Because Yu uses chakra converted from natural energy, which is equivalent to fairy chakra. In addition, Yu's chakra is more special than that of ordinary people, and it will attach consciousness to the ninjutsu he releases. For example, the water dragon of the water dragon bullet he released is a conscious water dragon. It can also stay for a long time and attack according to Yu's instructions, just like the woodman technique. Only he can use the wood escape ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama to exert the true power of wood escape. The same goes for Yu. Only when he uses his own ninjutsu can his ninjutsu exert its full power. Kakashi looked at Yu and smiled. Your ninjutsu are already at the level of forbidden ninjutsu. It's just an ordinary ninjutsu, but after your improvement, it has become the same as forbidden ninjutsu. I guess it's caused by the fairy chakra in your body. Yu nodded. I think so too. Yu didn't deny it. Kakashi knew a lot about the chakra in his body. Of course, he only knew the type of chakra in Yu. But he didn't know the amount of chakra in Yu now. In more than 10 days, Yu's chakra was already 10 times that of Kakashi. Without counting the chakra of the 9 tails, Yu's chakra was even far more than Naruto at this time. At this time, Yu's chakra was at the top level among the cage level. However, Yu clearly felt that his chakra growth had slowed down a lot these days. As he guessed, the surge in the early stage had almost made his physical fitness unable to keep up. Before his physical fitness caught up, the chakra amount basically could not increase much. Yu had guessed it before, so he didn't feel anything. Of course, Yu now has another way to greatly increase chakra. That is to learn fairy arts. As long as he mastered the fairy arts, Yu's chakra could even surge tenfold. But now Yu is already satisfied with his chakra, and his desire for fairy arts is not so urgent. Kakashi looked at Yu's calm face and smiled. You don't seem to be surprised at all. In just over 10 days, your strength has increased so much. Aren't you surprised at all? Yu looked at Kakashi and smiled. Teacher Kakashi, I was very clear about my situation before. I only had one question before, that is, my actual combat experience is very poor, and I have never fought a life and death battle with a real Jonin. I don't know how much of my current strength can be exerted when facing a Jonin. Now I know this problem, so naturally there is nothing to be surprised about. Kakashi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Your thoughts don't match your age at all. But it's a good thing. Uchiha Itachi was also like you back then, very precocious. Thinking of Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi glanced at Sasuke on Yu's shoulder. After this kid wakes up and knows your strength, I'm afraid he will pester you. Yu smiled helplessly. I hope Sakura won't be so thick-skinned, but I don't think she will do what I want. Given Sakura's obsession with Sasuke, if Sasuke asked, she would never hide it. And Sakura saw how Yu killed Kuroki Raiga and how he suppressed the runaway Naruto with just one ninjutsu. Chapter 76. At the same age, if Sasuke knew about Yu's performance tonight, he would probably pester Yu to practice with him. Obviously, in Sakura's mind, Yu's strength has surpassed Kakashi. Although he has not tried it, Yu's strength at this time really makes Kakashi feel inferior. But Yu does not think he will be Kakashi's opponent. Kakashi is known to win and lose with anyone. Many ninjas with very powerful ninjutsu and ninjutsu destructive power far greater than Kakashi have overturned when fighting him. Yu knows very well that the destructive power of ninjutsu does not mean that the strength is very strong. Ninjas still have to consider practical experience and IQ in combat. In terms of combat IQ, Kakashi is one of the top ones in the ninja world. Yu not only does not have much practical experience, but he does not think he is better than Kakashi in terms of IQ. Of course, this is Yu himself being too cautious. In fact, with his current strength, Kakashi would definitely not be his opponent in a fight. And it was even more so in Sakura's eyes. Yu Yu's ninjutsu was too shocking, and Sakura was still young, so she would definitely make a judgment based on what she saw. At least she had never seen Kakashi use a ninjutsu of such a large scale and such strong lethality. It was just that Kakashi had used Chidori when he fought Zabuza before. But Kakashi's Chidori was indeed very lethal, but it was a single target lethality, and its destructiveness was definitely far less than Yu Yu's ninjutsu. So Sakura would think that Yu Yu was stronger than Kakashi. After hearing what Sakura said, Sasuke would definitely set his goal of studying on Yu Yu. In order to become stronger, Sasuke even asked Orochimaru for advice, not to mention that Yu Yu was half his teammate. Kakashi also smiled when he heard what Yu Yu said. Seeing that Yu Yu had no pride at all, Kakashi was very satisfied. What he was worried about was that Yu Yu, at his age, would suddenly become very powerful and become impetuous. As it turned out, Yu Yu did not. This is very rare, even he had become impetuous after some achievements he had made. At that time, Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin were still alive. Kakashi was just a little arrogant. When the two brought Sasuke to Naruto, Sakura saw that Sasuke was covered with bandages and worriedly asked, "Yu Yu, why is Sasuke's injury so serious?" Putting Sasuke down, Yu Yu comforted Sakura, "Don't worry, he was just injured by the ninja tool and lost too much blood, but he was not injured in the vital parts, so he is not in danger of life. You just need to rest for a while and you will recover." Sasuke's injury reminds me of something. Sakura, you should learn medical ninjutsu. Naruto and Sasuke in your team are both suitable for training as combat ninjas. And your chakra control is much stronger than theirs, but it is obvious that you are not suitable for the path of combat ninjas. Learning medical ninjutsu and becoming a medical ninja is more important for your team. Teacher Kakashi, what do you think? Kakashi also thought about it. Before, he actually wanted to train Sakura in the direction of illusion ninja. In addition, his illusion attainments are not bad, so he can also teach Sakura. And Yu Yu's suggestion is very good. Their team really needs medical ninjas. In Kakashi's team, Nohara Rin was a medical ninja. She could even transplant the Sharingan on the battlefield, so it's easy to imagine that Nohara Rin's medical ninjutsu is pretty good. Sakura is indeed very suitable for learning medical ninjutsu, and their team really needs medical ninjutsu. Sakura also started thinking. Looking at Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura said, "Well, it's a good idea." Seeing Sakura's statement, Kakashi said, "After returning to the village, I will introduce a few medical ninjas to teach you medical ninjutsu." Kakashi could even ask Ebisu to teach Naruto, so it would be no problem for him to find a few medical ninjas to teach Sakura. Ebisu is Konohamaru's teacher, and the third Hokage personally appointed him. Since Kakashi could ask Ebisu to come, it would be a piece of cake for him to find a few medical ninjas to teach Sakura. Although Sakura wanted to develop in the combat field, she also knew her situation. Although her chakra control is much stronger than Naruto and Sasuke, her chakra volume is far less than theirs. Moreover, during this period, she has also seen the growth of Naruto and Sasuke, and now she has opened up a big gap with them. Not to mention that there is also a Yu Yu. Compared with him, Sakura feels that she is too weak. Since she is not good at fighting, she will learn medical ninjutsu and provide medical care for teammates in the team. Of course, Sakura doesn't know it's not that she doesn't have fighting talent. It's that she hasn't met a teacher who can develop her fighting talent. Yu Yu knows, but Tsunade hasn't returned to the village yet, and it's better for Sakura to learn medical ninjutsu now. In between learning medical ninjutsu, she can even learn illusion with Kakashi. Being a ninja who is proficient in illusion and medical ninjutsu is actually very strong for ordinary ninjas. For example, although her record against Uchiha Itachi was a bit lame, basically no one's record against Uchiha Itachi would be too good. Yuhi Kurenai is not an exception. But Yuhi Kurenai's illusion is indeed the best among ordinary ninjas, which can be seen from the fact that she is a formal jonin instead of a special jonin. If you reach the level of a jonin in one aspect, you can only be a special jonin, and a jonin needs to reach the level of a jonin in all aspects. So in illusion, as long as you have high talent, ordinary ninjas can also reach the level of a jonin. As for having special bloodlines, such as the Sharingan, that's another matter. In Yuyu's opinion, Sakura's talent is actually very good, and she is very suitable for practicing physical skills, illusions, and medical ninjutsu. However, in the original work, Kakashi did not pay much attention to her in the early stage, resulting in Sakura's combat skills being basically not much stronger than when she was in the ninja school before she met Tsunade. But if Sakura could master illusions and medical ninjutsu before that, it would be very easy for her to reach the level of Chunin, not to mention Jonin. Sakura looked at Yuyu and smiled, then don't make me angry in the future. When I learn medical ninjutsu, you will have to rely on me to treat you if you are injured in battle. Yuyu was stunned for a moment. But I am not in the same team with you. Let's wait until Sasuke and Naruto wake up before letting them know this unfortunate news. Yuyu teased. What? You will definitely follow us to carry out missions in the future. Teacher Kakashi is biased. It is estimated that he is unlikely to let you go back. Sakura looked at Kakashi. Kakashi was a little embarrassed. It was still embarrassing that his little thoughts were seen through by Sakura. Yuyu looked at Kakashi. He saw that his face was a little embarrassed and his mouth twitched slightly. He wondered if what Sakura said was true. Kakashi really thought so. He did think that he would take Yuyu with him when he went out of the village to perform tasks in the future. One purpose was to let him increase his knowledge and accumulate practical experience. Another purpose was that he was worried that if he left Yuyu in the village, the third generation and Danzo would attack him. Although he thought that the third generation would not do so, because the third generation had promised before. But who can guarantee such a thing? What if Kakashi dared not gamble, and the third generation's personality was very easy to compromise? Who knows if Danzo will use some means to force the third generation to compromise? Kakashi has been in the Anbu for many years, and it is not like he has never seen such things happen. Kakashi is always worried if he does not bring Yuyu with him. In the village, Kimoto Tangi can't protect Yuyu at all. Kimoto Tangi can't compare to Kakashi's position in Konoha. And Kakashi is also worried that Kimoto Tangi will fall out with the village because of Yuyu, and it will be bad if he becomes a traitor. He believes that Kimoto Tangi will not betray Konoha, but if the third generation and Danzo force him to no end, Kimoto Tangi may really become a traitor. In the case of Yuyu is not wrong. With Kimoto Tangi's character, he will never allow others to hurt him. Not to mention that Yuyu is his direct disciple, although he didn't teach Yuyu anything. But after all, there is such a relationship, he can't just watch and do nothing. If Yuyu is left with Kimoto Tangi, Kakashi is worried that Kimoto Tangi will take Yuyu with him to become a traitor, which will be very bad. Of course, all this is just Kakashi's idea, and what he is worried about has not happened yet. It's just that he has been in the Anbu for many years, which has made him cautious, and even a little dark. However, Kakashi thought so, but Yuyu didn't want to always follow Kakashi to carry out missions. After all, Kimoto Aikizo was his teacher, but he only carried out a mission with Kimoto Aikizo, Ben Yadako and Yamada Kazuki once. He was worried that the three of them would be unhappy. Although Yuyu didn't have much ambition, he had to consider the feelings of his teammates and teachers. Chapter 77. Yuyu didn't dwell on this issue. After Kakashi and Naruto brought Sasuke and Naruto back to Dazna's house, Kakashi found Yuyu and wanted to find out about Naruto's situation. When Naruto went berserk before, Kakashi was fighting with Zabuza and didn't notice Naruto's situation. On the balcony of their room, under the moonlight, the two sat on the balcony. Yuyu said, "The seal in Naruto's body has loosened. This time Naruto went berserk and two tails have appeared." And with just 2 tails, he has put a lot of pressure on me. If he adds another tail, I'm afraid I can't suppress him. This is Yu Yu's own guess. Because Naruto with only 2 tails made Yu Yu feel a great threat. He felt that if Naruto's tails increased to 3 tails, he would not be able to cope with it. Yu Yu's idea was similar to that of Hashirama Senju. He only saw how powerful his opponent was, and didn't know how much of a threat he brought to the opponent. This time Yu Yu released a combination of ninjutsu to suppress Naruto. The chakra consumed was not even 1/10 of his own chakra. Moreover, the Water Dragon Bullet plus Lightning Release can not only suppress Naruto with the 2 tails, but also with the 3 tails. The Water Dragon Bullet technique is secondary. The biggest threat to the runaway Naruto is actually Yu Yu's Lightning Release. Yu Yu's Lightning Release is completely different from that of ordinary ninjas, and its power and lethality are much greater. Kakashi didn't know the specific situation. But he could feel how evil the chakra Naruto emitted was at that time. It was obvious that Kakashi believed what Yu Yu said. That's why the 3rd Hokage handed Naruto to me. After becoming a ninja, Naruto's chance of going berserk is much greater than before. Just judging from the fighting power he showed after going berserk today, it's hard for me to suppress him. Although I have the Sharingan, I'm not a ninja from the Uchiha clan, so my ability to suppress the tailed beasts is not high. If you hadn't taken action today, I really wouldn't have much to do to calm Naruto down. After returning to the village, Kakashi-sensei, you should learn some sealing techniques. Since the 3rd Hokage handed Naruto to you, he will definitely be willing to give you some sealing techniques to deal with his berserk. Kakashi smiled bitterly. How can it be that easy? Do you really think that learning the sealing technique is that simple? Ordinary sealing techniques are okay, but the sealing techniques that can seal the tailed beasts are very difficult to learn. It's not that I haven't learned it before, but those sealing techniques are basically forbidden techniques, and I can't master them. And Konoha's sealing techniques against the tailed beasts are basically from the Uzumaki clan. Many of them require the blood of the Uzumaki clan to master them better. The 4th Hokage was able to master them because his wife was from the Uzumaki clan. I learned it before, but I didn't master it. Kakashi was helpless. It's not that he hadn't learned the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but he didn't learn it. After all, he was the disciple of the 4th Hokage. With the 4th Hokage's personality, he would definitely teach Kakashi the sealing techniques. But Kakashi didn't learn it either. Just as Minato Namikaze was not the only one who learned the Flying Thunder God technique, his several guards also learned it, but none of them learned it. Kakashi is a genius, but his talent is not very high in terms of sealing techniques, mainly in combat. And the sealing technique to seal the tailed beast is a very difficult sealing technique, and Kakashi has not learned it. Yu Yu was a little surprised. Even you haven't learned it. How difficult is it? Kakashi sighed. It's really difficult, and many ninjutsu require the blood of the Uzumaki clan to perform. Yu Yu thought about it, and indeed many of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques require the blood of their clan to be released. For example, the diamond seal. This sealing technique is quite domineering. With this sealing technique, the Nine Tails has never been rampaged once in Uzumaki Kushina's body. And this sealing technique can not only seal, but also be used for combat. During the Fourth Ninja World War, in order to save Sasuke, Uzumaki Karen burst out the diamond seal and directly smashed the wooden man's arm. Before Minato Namikaze sealed the Nine Tails on Naruto, Kushina Uzumaki released the diamond seal to control the Nine Tails. That was the sealing technique released before Kushina Uzumaki was about to die. You can imagine how powerful this sealing technique is. Of course, this sealing technique is obviously bound to the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. After all, this ninjutsu has only been used by Uzumaki Karen and Uzumaki Kushina of the Uzumaki clan. There are also several other sealing techniques that are very powerful, such as the Shiki Fujin. But this ninjutsu, it is a one-time sealing technique. Even if Kakashi knows it, Yu Yu will not want to learn it. Kakashi turned his head and looked at Yu, and suddenly thought of something. No, just because I think it is difficult does not mean that you think it is difficult too. Kakashi thought of Yu's talent for ninjutsu. Could he have the talent for learning sealing techniques? Yu was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Kakashi said, what I mean is that if you have the talent for learning sealing techniques, I can teach you. Although I didn't learn it at the beginning, I remember the principles very clearly. But isn't this kind of sealing technique a forbidden technique? It shouldn't be learned by a genin like me. Yu frowned. He was not worried that he couldn't learn it, but he was worried that Kakashi would be embarrassed. After all, the sealing technique that can seal the tailed beast is definitely a village secret. And the sealing techniques of Konoha village basically come from the Uzumaki clan. And the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are the top in the ninja world. During the Fourth Ninja World War, Killer Bee told Naruto that Naruto's sealing technique was much stronger than his. You can imagine how precious the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is. The Uzumaki clan was destroyed for this reason. Kakashi waved his hand and said, I absolutely believe in you. I even taught you Chidori. As long as you can learn the sealing technique, Naruto's problem will be solved. Kakashi is absolutely confident about Yu. In fact, Kakashi knows very well now that Yu is stronger than him. But Yu has not changed at all. There is no pride at all. Even he couldn't do what Yu did back then. It's decided. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the sealing techniques I know. There are several that were taught to me by the fourth Hokage himself. It's a pity that I didn't learn them at the time. Kakashi felt a little ashamed. Although he is regarded as a genius, he is not that talented in the art of sealing. Kakashi does know simple sealing techniques, such as the evil seal. But this kind of sealing technique is obviously not comparable to the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. He can't even control the curse seal on Sasuke. Chapter 78. Yu looked at the moon in the sky and smiled, what if I can't learn it? Kakashi waved his hand, it's okay if you can't learn it. The difficulty of the sealing technique is very high. I was not the only one who learned the sealing technique from the fourth Hokage, but no one learned it. It's not surprising that you can't learn it, but if you learn it, you don't have to worry about Naruto's problem. If I had learned the sealing technique of the fourth Hokage, I wouldn't have let him release such a dangerous sealing technique. Yu turned his head and looked at Kakashi. But he thought about it and didn't ask. Kakashi smiled and said, why are you hesitant to talk? Just say whatever you want to ask. Yu looked at Naruto lying in the room and asked, Teacher Kakashi, why did the fourth Hokage seal the tailed beast in Naruto's body? And Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan. There are not many people from the Uzumaki clan in Konoha village. Kakashi didn't hide it from Yu. Slowly said, you probably have guessed it. Yu frowned, is it really the same as I thought? Kakashi nodded, yes, Naruto is the child of the fourth Hokage. It was when the fourth Hokage's wife gave birth to Naruto that the Nine Tails broke the seal. The fourth Hokage sent me to protect his wife at that time, but I didn't protect her well. Yu was a little shocked. He was not shocked that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, he had known this for a long time. He was shocked that Kakashi would tell him this. This is Konoha's secret. Only the Konoha high-level officials and Kakashi knew about it in the whole Konoha. How much Kakashi trusted Yu. Yu himself was a little surprised. Seeing Yu's shocked look, Kakashi thought Yu was shocked that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Then he said, there's nothing strange about this, because Naruto has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and the fourth Hokage also hopes that he can make good use of the power of the Nine Tails. Yu looked at Naruto in the room, doesn't the fourth Hokage know what will happen to Naruto if the Nine Tails is sealed in him? Kakashi sighed, there was no choice at the time. The fourth Hokage's wife was already very weak. After the Nine Tails was extracted, she didn't have much time. The fourth Hokage also used the Shiki Fujin ninjutsu. If she used this ninjutsu, she would definitely die. So there is only one choice for Naruto, and he also has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, so he is indeed the best candidate for the Jinchuriki. Maybe the fourth Hokage hopes that Naruto can control the power of the Nine Tails and become the pillar of the village. The fourth Hokage really thought so. It can be seen from the fact that the seal he imposed on Naruto was the 8 diagrams seal, not the 4 symbols seal. The 4 symbols seal is a sealing technique that simply seals the 9 tails, while the 8 diagrams seal is just a sealing technique that superimposes 2 4 symbols seals, but it can convert part of the 9 tails chakra into Naruto's own chakra. It is equivalent to adding a chakra source to Naruto. So in addition to his own chakra, Naruto's chakra also includes chakra converted from the 9 tails. Otherwise, he would not have been able to have chakra that surpassed Kakashi at such a young age. Even the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan do not have such a terrifying amount of chakra. Not to mention that Naruto only has half of the blood of the Uzumaki clan. The fourth Hokage has great expectations for Naruto, Yu said. Kakashi nodded. I hope he can master the power of the 9 tails in the future as the fourth Hokage expected. When his mother was the 9 tails Jinchuriki, she never went berserk. Yu smiled and said, isn't that normal? His mother is a pure member of the Uzumaki clan, and her sealing technique is so powerful. It is normal that she didn't go berserk. If Naruto learns the sealing technique, he can probably stabilize the 9 tails. Kakashi shook his head. I am more pessimistic about this. The sealing technique not only requires the power of blood, but most importantly, it requires a deep understanding of the sealing technique, which is extremely difficult. As for Naruto, he has the power of blood, but I'm afraid his brain is not enough. Yu was speechless. Teacher Kakashi, how do you know if you haven't tried it? Kakashi didn't say anything else. But he knew very well that the sealing technique was not that easy to learn. And there are very few ninjas who are proficient in the sealing technique in the ninja world. It is precisely because of this that each major ninja village has a special sealing class. The reason for the sealing class is that there are too few people who are proficient in sealing techniques, and they must be gathered together to play a role. Just knowing a few techniques such as sealing evil techniques is not enough. Sealing techniques like seals are not called mastery of sealing techniques. Although sealing techniques seem to have no other function except sealing. But the difficulty of learning is much higher than that of combat ninjutsu. Kakashi knows Naruto too well, so he knows that he is not that kind of material. He had planned to teach Naruto sealing techniques before, but he gave up after testing his talent. Because Naruto's talent for sealing techniques is not as good as his. The main reason is that the theoretical foundation required for sealing techniques is very large and complex, and even Kakashi has a hard time mastering it, not to mention Naruto who often gets 0 marks in ninja school. Kakashi didn't want to talk about this, so he said, I still have high hopes for you. I think you can definitely master those sealing techniques. As long as you master those sealing techniques, I won't have to be so scared every time I take Naruto out to perform a mission. Yuyu's mouth twitched slightly. Teacher Kakashi, you won't ask me to follow you every time you go out of the village to perform a mission, right? I'm not in your team. Yuyu can treat it as a public travel when he goes out occasionally, but he doesn't want to follow Kakashi every time. Kakashi patted Yuyu's shoulder and said, you know that your team shouldn't have existed. It's only because of you that your team still exists. You should know that you and your teammates are not from the same world. Since the day your team passed the assessment thanks to you, you and they have been different. And now you are completely different from ordinary ninjas in the eyes of the village's top leaders. The more you stay with your teammates, the more you will hurt them. Because whether you need to become stronger or you defect from the village for some reason, they will be implicated because of you. This is also the reason why your teacher agreed to hand you over to me. If you don't keep your distance from your 2 teammates, they will be affected by you in the future. Yu was silent. He didn't quite agree with Kakashi's words. But when he thought about the commotion he made that day, he was afraid that Kakashi was right. It would be fine if the 3rd generation didn't know about his existence. But he already knew about his existence. Whether Yu was willing or not, he was different in the third generation. More than just an ordinary ninja. If anything happens to Yu in the future, both Hanya and Yamada will be implicated. They may even die because of him. Although it is a peaceful time now, the struggle among ninjas is still very bloody. Kakashi is right. In Yu's memory, only Kakashi's class, Yuhi Kurenai class and Asuma class passed the assessment. These were all set by the third generation. Who knew that Yu's team also passed the assessment? It was Yu's existence that changed the plot. From Yu's perspective, the talents of Yamada and Hanya are actually very ordinary. If their teammates were not themselves, coupled with the same personality of Miyamoto, they would most likely not pass the assessment. Now that they are implicated in Yu's affairs, it is not a good thing for the two of them. Especially the conspirator Danzo. If he wants to deal with Yu, he will definitely start with the people around Yu. The better the relationship between Yu, Hanyatako and Yamada Shuki, and the more interactions they have with them, Danzo will definitely take action against them. This is something Yu is very reluctant to see. Chapter 79. Seeing Yu's look, Kakashi knew that Yu had listened. Fortunately, the third generation had not seen Yu's battle today. Otherwise, it would not be just a precaution. I am afraid that the Anbu would be sent to watch. Yu is only 12 years old, but he can already kill an elite Jonin. And he is not an ordinary elite Jonin, but Kuroki Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The ninjutsu that Yu used to suppress the rampaging Naruto tonight is already in the category of forbidden ninjutsu. What's more terrifying is that the ninjutsu that Yu used today is not his most powerful ninjutsu. You will take the Chunin exam in a few months, and the third generation will definitely know your strength by then. Kakashi said. Yu nodded. You must want me to participate in this Chunin exam, right? Kakashi smiled. I'm afraid it's not my decision. The Sand Village will also send people to participate in this Chunin exam. You should know what this means, right? Yu nodded. This means that Konoha needs to send out the strongest genin of this generation to participate. I guess several people from my class will participate. Kakashi smiled. Yes, although we are allies with the Sand Village, we must not let the Sand Village see any signs of weakness in our Konoha village, otherwise I don't know what they will do. Although it is nominally a Chunin exam, each ninja village will send the best genin in each village to participate and show the military strength of their own ninja village. At this time, the third Hokage will not let you sit idle. Yu shrugged. I don't care. I originally wanted to be promoted to Chunin as soon as possible. After all, as a Chunin, I can take on higher tasks. The reward is also higher. Don't look at the high commissions when ninjas go on missions. But half of the commission will be taken away by the village first. The remaining half is the share of the ninja who performs the task. Moreover, there is no travel expense when the ninja performs the task. All the expenses of the task need to be borne by the ninja himself, and the village will not provide the ninja tools, which need to be purchased by the ninja himself. This is also the reason why many Jonins are still so poor even though they have completed many high-level tasks. Except for ninjas like Jiraiya who have extra income and become rich, many Jonins are not as rich as imagined. You should know that a detonating talisman costs several thousand taels, and the average genin can only get a few thousand taels at most for AC level task. In other words, even if an ordinary genin performs the highest level task he can receive, sometimes the money he can get is not enough to buy a detonating talisman. Of course, detonating talismans are high-level ninja tools in the ninja world. And for genin, detonating talismans are the most powerful ninja tools in his hands. Unless, like Sasuke, genin can release fire escape ninjutsu such as the Great Fireball technique. But as Kakashi said, Sasuke's chakra is much stronger than that of a genin, and most genins don't have enough chakra to release the Great Fireball technique. So in the absence of a highly lethal ninjutsu, the detonating talisman is the most powerful ninja tool. And Yu didn't bring the detonating talisman this time. He certainly had some, but only a few, which he left at home. He bought them before to use as a trump card. Detonating talismans are a type of ninja tool that can be used by genin and cage level ninjas. And many of them are used as special moves. Because even cage level strongmen will die if they are blown up by the detonating talisman. Many jonin, even cage level strongmen, were killed by the detonating talisman. Detonating talismans are a great threat to ninjas of any level. Of course, the premise is that they can hit the opponent. And Yu didn't bring the detonating talisman this time, not because he didn't need it, but because the detonating talisman was too expensive, and he only had a few and was reluctant to bring them. Plus, he is quite confident in his own strength. If he can't win in a fight, he can still run away. Without the intention of becoming a rebellious ninja, Yu still hopes to get a promotion and a raise as soon as possible. Kakashi looked at Yu's serious face and was a little amused. I didn't expect you to be a money grubber. Yu rolled his eyes at Kakashi. I'm not a money grubber. It's just that ninjas also need money. Without money, you can't even buy ninja tools. That's right. Since the third generation promised to train you, he should not break his promise. I hope so. Kakashi has no confidence. But he can only choose to believe in the third generation. After all, he is not a Hokage. After you learn the sealing technique, you should pay more attention to Naruto in the future. Kakashi said seriously. How do you know that I can definitely learn it? And it should be your responsibility to take care of Naruto. Kakashi smiled at Yu, patted his shoulder and said, I have great confidence in you. It seems that there is no ninjutsu that you cannot learn. And since you have mastered the sealing technique that can suppress the tailed beast, you naturally have a share of the responsibility to take care of Naruto. No, it should be said that those who are capable should do more work. If you learn the sealing technique, you should watch Naruto more. Seeing Kakashi's triumphant look, Yu was speechless. Why does Yu feel that Kakashi doesn't seem to want to watch Naruto? Naruto is his teacher's son. But thinking of Naruto's usual situation, Yu understands Kakashi. Kakashi's personality is completely different from Naruto's. I guess he thinks Naruto's frequent pranks give him a headache. At this time, Naruto does often play pranks, and many pranks can be laughed off. But many pranks also make people want to beat him up. Fortunately, Sakura in Kakashi's class is all about Sasuke on his body. Sasuke only wanted to become stronger and seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi, and was unwilling to pay attention to Naruto's pranks. Kakashi was probably the one with the most headaches. He naturally had no opinion on Naruto, but sometimes he would be angry to death if he led a troublemaker. If Yu could learn the sealing technique and leave Naruto to Yu, he could not only ensure the safety of Naruto and the village, but also have a little peace of mind. It was exciting to hear. Yu also saw Kakashi's idea, which made him speechless. Teacher Kakashi, I think you are not responsible for Naruto. I do want to be responsible, but you also know how poor his foundation is, and he has that kind of personality. I am lucky that I haven't been angry to death until now. The three of my team are all problem teenagers. As my disciple, shouldn't you share the teacher's worries? Kakashi looked at Yu. You just want to find a free laborer. Yu sneered. Kakashi was a little embarrassed. Of course, the reason why he thought so was that he had great confidence in Yu and had high expectations. It was also trust in Yu. After all, Naruto was a Jinchuriki and it was impossible to easily hand him over to others. But Kakashi had absolute confidence in Yu. He didn't think Yu would pose any threat to the village. From the beginning, he trained Yu as a ninja like the fourth Hokage. It was just that Yu's later talent made him unexpected. Chapter 80. Kakashi patted Yu's shoulder and said, Okay, it's settled. Learn the sealing technique well. As long as you master the sealing technique, I don't need to worry about Naruto going berserk. Didn't you say that the sealing technique in Naruto's body loosened? You don't want him to destroy Konoha after he goes berserk, nor do you want the Nine Tails to hurt him after breaking the seal. Yu Yu smiled bitterly and said, "You are flattering me. But I really have no reason to refuse. Let's talk about it when I really master the sealing technique. After all, I am not sure that I can master the sealing technique that even you can't master. Naruto is so difficult to deal with just 2 tails. Who knows how powerful he will be after more tails appear." If the Nine Tails heard what Yu Yu said, he would definitely be angry to death. Yu Yu only used a ninjutsu to suppress the runaway Naruto. Who is so powerful? If the Nine Tails knew what Yu Yu said, he would definitely think of what the first generation Hokage said to it. The combined ninjutsu released by Yu Yu, the water dragon alone is 300 meters long, even several times larger than the wood dragon of Hashirama Senju. You should know that the wooden man is only tens of meters high, and the big Buddha is only a few hundred meters high, and it is only thousands of meters after adding the 1,000 hands. But the water dragon released by Yu Yu alone is 300 meters high, and it is a combined ninjutsu, which adds the extremely lethal lightning escape. It can be said that the power of the water dragon bullet technique released by Yu Yu plus the lightning escape ninjutsu will definitely not be much weaker than the wood dragon technique. But Yu Yu actually said that Naruto will be very powerful after going berserk, and it seems that he is so powerful that he can't suppress it. In fact, after Yu Yu suppressed Naruto with the 2 tails, he only consumed less than 1/10 of his chakra, and you should know that before that, Yu Yu and Kuroki Raiga also consumed a lot of chakra. The most hateful thing is that Yu Yu actually said that his ninjutsu can only suppress Naruto with the 2 tails, and he can't do anything with the 3 tails. In fact, if the Nine Tails knew about Yu Yu, he would definitely scold him to death, because the ninjutsu released by Yu Yu was too powerful. Even Naruto with 3 tails could not stop the ninjutsu released by Yu Yu. Kakashi did not know how strong Naruto with 3 tails was, but from the strength shown by Naruto with 2 tails. He also felt that after the 3 tails, it would be difficult to control the runaway Naruto. After all, when he was 2 tails, Kakashi had already felt the extremely terrifying chakra of the 9 tails. At that time, he felt that he had no way to resist. It was even more terrifying than the killing intent that Orochimaru gave him back then. And Orochimaru, in those days, just a glance suppressed Kakashi. Even when Orochimaru was injured, Kakashi did not have the courage to attack. Kakashi has never forgotten that experience. And the evil chakra of the 9 tails emanating from Naruto with 2 tails made him feel even more terrifying. Kakashi's feeling was not wrong. Bai was stunned by the rampaging Naruto at that time. He could teleport away, but under the extreme murderous aura of the 9 tails, his body could not move at all. At that time, Naruto even had only 1 tail. But the more this happened, the more Kakashi hoped that Yu Yu could learn the sealing technique. Because the 9 tails was more powerful than he could imagine. The impression of the 9 tails rebellion was still in his mind. Even as powerful as Minato Namikaze, he had to seal the 9 tails with his life in exchange for his life. If Uzumaki Kushina was fine, the 9 tails would not be able to break the seal no matter how powerful it was. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is so domineering and unreasonable. The diamond seal alone is not something that the 9 tails can break free of. Chatted with Yu Yu for a long time. It was not until midnight that the two went to rest. Yu Yu returned to the room, and Sakura was wiping Naruto and Sasuke's faces. Both of them were seriously injured. Looking at Sasuke, Yu Yu said, "Teacher Kakashi, although Sasuke seems to look down on Naruto, he will really sacrifice his life to protect Naruto when his life is in danger. If his family hadn't had such a thing, I think he would have been a very good ninja." Kakashi nodded. "When I tested the 3 of them, it was Sasuke who first gave the food in his hand to Naruto, even at the risk of being eliminated. This is why Kakashi attaches so much importance to Sasuke. In addition to Uchiha Obito and Sharingan, he knows very well what kind of person Sasuke is. Kakashi has always hoped that Sasuke can let go of the hatred of his family and not be so extreme. But he also knows that such a deep hatred cannot be easily let go. Several people live in the same room. Yu lay on the mat, looking at the ceiling. If he can let go of the hatred in his heart, he will definitely live a happy life. Unfortunately, this is impossible, Kakashi-sensei. I think what you are doing is unlikely to succeed. Kakashi did not deny it. Just said, I can only do my best. Even though he knew that there was little hope for Sasuke to let go of his hatred, Kakashi was still willing to change him. As for helping Sasuke to kill Uchiha Itachi and help Sasuke get revenge, Kakashi thought he couldn't do it. That was Uchiha Itachi. When Uchiha Itachi didn't open the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi had already had a hard time fighting him. And Kakashi always thought it was strange that Uchiha Itachi slaughtered the entire family and defected from Konoha. Among them, the third generation and Danzo must have been involved. Participation. It's just that it's hard for him to investigate this kind of thing. In fact, Kakashi admired Uchiha Itachi before. After all, Uchiha Itachi is one of the few people in the Uchiha clan who is not so arrogant. Before the Ninetales Rebellion, the Uchiha clan actually had a high status in Konoha, and with the power of the security forces, the ninjas in the Uchiha clan were generally quite arrogant. Although the second-generation Hokage arranged the Uchiha clan in this way in order to restrict them and also wanted them to integrate into the Konoha clan, Yi Zhonglai. But the power of the security forces is very great, which makes them more and more arrogant, and the Uchiha clan has indeed made many military achievements in the war. So the members of the Uchiha clan are generally quite arrogant. People like Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui are a minority. Although Uchiha Obito in the early period had a similar personality to Naruto, he was indeed very kind. At the beginning, Uzumaki Kushina hoped that her child would become a person like Uchiha Obito when he grew up. Before Uchiha Obito got into trouble, his relationship with Uzumaki Kushina was indeed very good, even better than that between Kakashi and Uzumaki Kushina. Of course, that was before the accident. After the accident, Uzumaki Kushina never thought that when this person who she once regarded as her younger brother saw her again, the first sentence she said was that the vitality of the Uzumaki clan was really strong, and they would not die like this. Kakashi always wanted to change Sasuke, but the more he changed, the more he found that he could not change at all.